Chapter 1 The Rules of the Apocalypse. As night descended, Huajing Sidishana like a pearl against the pitch-black sky, while Buldong people mean to redel on the streets, their atai revibrant and audacious. Tangs is this down and glance at the traffic lights, feeling unusually fatigued today decide against accepting any more delivery orders. Vroom vroom, a Lamborghini parked near by roared like all beast. Tangs a ternethish tosistan in Jungwoman in the passenger seat, while a team of wheel raised as a brosatha mesa showing off. Tangs scoffed, what's with the attitude, I can't afford to drive a willing home one, thank you very much. Suddenly, 8 Kalyer voice emanated from his Bluetooth headsets at 3 hours, 31 minutes, and 13 seconds until the apocalypse arrives. Sending Apocalypse Survival Package version 1.0. With a look of confusion plastered on his face, Tangsy wondered how was pranking him. Yet, Hisvan displayed the message will the Olikito activate Apocalypse Survival Package version 1.0? A virus, no doubt the Shad Tobasomi sort of an emailware. Beep beep beep, the car behind him started honking impatiently, and accidentally, Tangsa pressed the acceptance button. Unlimited supply successfully received. Body enhancement successfully received. Weapons package version 1.0 successfully received. Note items can be summoned with intent. To extract Apocalypse Survival Package 2.0, energy reservoir upgrade required. Listening to Theckled mechanical voice, Tangsa full tackle run down his spine, cold this possibly burial? Sure, bring me an uncontrollable AK-47, head hot sarcastically. Phoenix Thingik Adamaged AK-47 materialized between his legs, nearly causing him to jump out of his skin. How quickly will it disappear? As the weapon faded away, has I in relief but fell fishiar traced eyes wazel tuzun, too overwhelming. A prompt lighter this hickler round danced back to his rented room. The genuine community was somewhat distant from Thesa Tysenter, and Fetwat Hasan Dayuan month Lyran third Tangsa swallet, he parked his electric scooter neatly for charging Gondrusha them. The modest 50 square meter apartment felt spacious enough to him removing a shell trivia ledge in a face belonging to 22-year-old Wahad worked at various jobs for several years security guard, waiter without any close relatives. After washing his face, Tang flopped onto the couch deciding honey dead to kachupan the rolls for surviving the apocalypse. He opened tomato novlap and dimmer said himself in the readings. To horse later, heroized an important self-interest was paramount. He appeared fierce and found an area of handguns, automatic rifles, sniper rifles, and plenty of ammunition, yet wear light weapons without heavy firepower. For the body enhancements, Hepikadupa kitchen Nafian found that the Kudi Salibandith his finger could pierce through a concrete wall. Glancing at that in his fingers, Agrin spread across Tang's esphus. He retrieved a handgun, took a deep breath, and thought, come on, apocalypse I'm tired of this mundane existence. Imnat justaruki imthabos. As midnight struck, raindrops began to patter outside, slowly turning into a downpour. Suddenly, horrifying screams pierced through the community, causing Tang's to rush to the balcony. There, he witnessed that several body is lying on the ground below. One drenched persone tempted to help, only to be splashed bitherin, with corroded tearskin like acid, causing them to collapse in extinguished cries. Meanwhile, lights in theme Tyra community flicker redone severi one emerged onto their balconies, puzzled about unfolding events, completely unaware of techaeus outside. All finesse buzzed simultaneously, receiving urgent notifications. Attentional residents don't leave your homes. Avoid the rain. Await rescue. Tangsa frown slide lion turned to adjacent balcony, where a striking girl was looking his way. Having lived the refereer, he recognized Hera Celebastri most who was soon deniably attractive, with captivating curvature, shadide havabaito fanatichid. Watery Austringat, you loser, she retorted before turning back into her room. Tangsa cuckold dismissively even during gun apocalypse, she still taught of herself. In a world like Ethos, women were resources to be traded. Allo of off bread could grant them whatever he desired. After 20 years without a moment to indulge in romance, here he was, confronted with themed off-world, fof-heated heavy afflating task of freedom back in the day. Quickly, he brewable off-braised beef instant noodles to steady his nerves. Wait a minute, hey most, hey vine finitsiply we know to whip up some thinge extravagant instead? Savoring what was in Ke considered gourmet food, Tang Zebra said throw doin, observing the world spiral in ginto panic. Soon, an emergency message to the Viriana fatal water source shed being contaminated, prompting a shrug from Tang Zahakol careless. Curiously, he wondered days later if a cup of water could bring that girl next door to her knees. Luke was calling Milos or nah. He decided to head downstairs to assess his situation. As he reached the first floor, he was met with a throng of people crowding outside the convenience store full clamoring tub water, more people shuffled down, their faces shed with terror, while a few bodiously sprawled outside, hating at the tension. Hey, Don Push. Why are you cutting lean, you bastard? No sooner had words left the lips tant women begin to brawl, while women stood being fright amid the chaos, numerous men rushed into the convenience store to grab supplies, easily overwhelming the staff. Within minutes, the store was stripped bare, leaving little forth women to claim. Don't you know its lady is first? Cried a bespectacled middle-aged woman. First mias, snare de berlimen disdainfully tis was the time for such niceties with corpses outside. With the apocalypse sitting, fed vintagemen held become glaringly apparent. Manhohan secured supplies began contemplating of their options, considering driving out forefoot, yet the sight of lifeless bodies deterred them from moving muscle. Tot here dismay, the Rhine was visibly corroding their car tires, leading some tatas umbrellas out totus the wather, discovering the umbrellas remained intact but pondering what if you stad drop valley on them? Tang Zilinit against the Olan se adorder bagan to break down within just in hor. This limited water supply won't last long. Those fortunate to have bottled water worse and what secure boot went the food renowned humanity's darker sid would reveal itself fully. Watching Thurin trickle down, Tang Zi began mapping out his plans. However, a radiant figure caught his eye, her brightest glimmering like precious gems, delicate brows frame and elegant lyre features, lips a salaringas cherry blossoms, her graceful neck resembled an exquisite art piece, evoking the allure of phallustum. Her figure a flowed like a melodious tune, curvaceous and perfect light proportioned, every inch a breathtaking sight. A merry delivery guy like Tang Zi would hard linosome on likey her, yet in this community, she was soon doubted lie among the top 3 beauties. Roma red Toby an airline stewardess, ha Hayden countered her several Timis and Thelibator, always clad in her uniform man pulling her carry-on suitcase behind her. Chapter 2 Water is life. Of course, with such striking beauty, it is hardly surprising that she has a boyfriend, a tall, wealthy, and handsome one at that, who drives around in a Porsche 718. Let us go, and buy, there is still half a barrel of water at home. This rain won't last long, Ningdu said nonchalantly, soothing his girlfriend beside him. Anbai appeared slightly pale but nodded and glanced at Tang Zi before heading upstairs with her boyfriend. Tang Zi chuckled softly, even a rogue like him could find amusement in this situation. Upon returning home, Tang Zi opened Douyin, only to discover that it was shut down, along with all other apps, save for WeChat. The property management group was abuzz with complaints and curses. That night, no one could manage a peaceful slumber, anxiously hoping the rain would cease, yet, come the next day, the rain continued to pour. The 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th days came and went with the relentless downpour. During these days, sporadic sounds of smashing and anguished screams echoed through the night, creating an oppressive atmosphere that could drive one to madness. Meanwhile, Tang Zi remained indoors, feasting on lavish delicacies, biding his time until the rain subsided to seek out a grand villa for enjoyment. On the 7th day, Tang Zi decided to venture into the underground garage, where the entire community's barter trade was taking place. As the elevator doors opened, the cacophony of voices flooded in, transforming the underground garage into a bustling marketplace. Women exchanged luxury handbags and cosmetics for food, while men offered designer watches and even their 4090 Ti computers in exchange for water. Hermes Summer Collection, in exchange for a case of mineral water. Rolex Submariner for 4 bottles of water. Miss out and it's gone. Remarkably, the computer was traded swiftly for 5 bottles of mineral water and a bag of chips. Tang Zi sighed, realizing that the entire setup must have cost at least 40,000, now casually exchanged away. Yet, while normal transactions were still occurring, it was likely that in 3 days, such exchanges would no longer be possible. Suddenly, Tang Zi spotted his neighbor, the live-streaming beauty, setting up her stall to sell cosmetics. He approached with a bottle of mineral water in hand. Upon seeing Tang Zi, Sun Ting's expression became somewhat awkward. The delivery boy must have a wealth of food at home, yet as she observed him sipping water, her own thirst began to grow. Before long, Tang Zi noticed and by at her stall, her striking looks attracting a fair number of customers. Beautiful lady, play with me once, and this bottle of water is yours. Hee, I'll trade 2 bottles of water. I'll offer 3. The men began bidding fervently, causing Invi's face to flush with anger. Shameless, she exclaimed, hastily packing up her stall and heading toward the elevator, casting an innocent glare at Tang Zi in the process. One man called out, "What are you pretending for? Over there in the red light district, you can have a drink for a game." The red light district, curiosity piqued, Tang Zi looked around and discovered that the so-called red light district was merely a warning light, surrounded by several scantily clad women, heavily made up but of questionable quality. Suddenly, a flurry of footsteps approached, and over 20 young men appeared, led by a burly man with tattoos adorning his arms, flanked by menacing-looking companions wielding steel pipes and even fruit knives. The abruptness of the scene rendered the area eerily silent. "Everyone, hand over your goods," the leader commanded, and his lackeys charged forward with menacing grins. "Don't take my things. Dare to steal from me? You'll regret it, my head." The leader chuckled darkly, "Hand over your supplies to avoid suffering." "Is there no law left? Robbery in broad daylight," protested a man in his 50s who stepped forward. "Law, I, Ding Feng, am the law. Break his legs." With a sickening crack, the sound of a bone breaking silenced the crowd. Faced with such brutality, no one dared to resist. They obediently surrendered their supplies to avoid a beating. "Take those women standing over there." Ding Feng sneered, glancing towards the red light district, eliciting laughter from his cronies. Most were terrified by the apocalypse. While these men reveled in the chaos, their arrival was swift, and their departure just as rapid. Once they left, the men began to grumble. There was hardly any supply to begin with, and they took what little we had. Why didn't anyone fight back? And what would you have done? Spare me your sarcasm. The mutual accusations ignited a round of blame, prompting Tang Zi to shake his head in disbelief. At that moment, a bespectacled man stepped forward. "Every building has a roll-up gate. I suggest we seal off our building to prevent further looting. Even if we need to exchange supplies, we can do so through the gaps in the gate." His suggestion garnered immediate agreement, and without hesitation, they began to lower the gates, securing them with iron boards. The residents of nearby buildings quickly followed suit, effectively isolating the entire community. "I have another suggestion. Let the men unite to search for supplies. Together, we can resist those rogues." The bespectacled man exhibited a natural leadership quality, prompting immediate responses from the crowd. However, Tang Zi had no interest in working for others. In this apocalypse, working for someone else seemed utterly nonsensical. Upon returning to his floor, Tang Zi found the internet celebrity Sun Ting squatting by his door. He teased, so, you've been hiding, have you? Although she might not rival the flight attendant in beauty, she was still an attractive woman. Sun Ting was no fool. Upon seeing the gang, she had quickly retreated into the safety of the stairwell. Noticing Tang Zai's amused expression, she scoffed, then asked, do you still have water at home? What does it matter to you whether I have water or not? Tang Zai leaned against the doorframe, his arms crossed playfully. Just a loser. With that, Sun Ting flung open the door, only to slam it shut behind her. Tang Zai couldn't help but chuckle. He was indeed a loser, merely trying to survive in this apocalypse. He preferred a peaceful coexistence, wishing for no trouble from her if she sought none from him. 3 more days passed, and the rain showed no sign of relenting. The 5 buildings had formed 5 factions, reaching a tentative agreement to hold a meeting that evening in the underground garage. Tang Zai, of course, had to attend. Upon arrival, he noticed the residents looked considerably haggard, and Bai's lips were parched, and the live streamer looked hardly better. The bespectacled man stood atop a car hood, holding a megaphone. Esteemed residents, my name is Dong Fei. I was once an executive. I appreciate your trust in me to take the lead. It has been over a week since the crisis began, and there has been no rescue or official communication. Our supplies in Building 3 must be dwindling as well. Just yesterday, someone from Building 4 ventured out to scavenge, and although they lost one of their own, at least they found some food. Dong Fei's words elicited nods of agreement from the crowd. They had seen the news in the community group about Ding Feng and his lackeys. So, I propose we form a convoy to search for supplies. However, upon hearing this, no one responded, as the peril of the undertaking weighed heavily on their minds. Chapter 3 Regaining your expression. Dong Fei seemed to possess an uncanny awareness as he adjusted his glasses, his gaze emanating a fierce intensity. I won't force anyone. If you don't wish to exert yourselves, that's entirely your prerogative. However, when we retrieve the supplies, do not expect to partake without offering something in return. Count me in. I shall join as well. The courage displayed by several married men was commendable. With families at home, they had no choice but to act. 2 convoys were assembled, and Dong Fei naturally took the lead. Everyone should return home. I will notify the group when the time comes. But if you harbor thoughts of obtaining something for nothing, consider what you can offer in exchange. And Bai turned to her boyfriend, whispering, Ninggu, we have run out of food. Ninggu, growing impatient, retorted, what's the rush? My father has assured me he is working on sending us provisions. Do you wish for me to perish? That is not what I meant, and Bai quickly clarified, yet Ninggu's voice lowered ominously, then what do you mean? And Bai's face drained of color, for indeed, that was precisely her implication. Approximately 3 hours later, 2 vehicles returned, their wheels sparking as they rolled in. 6 individuals had departed, but only 4 returned. The waiting families, upon noticing their sons or husbands were absent, erupted into tears. Was my husband caught in the rain? Oh, my son, Dong Fei spoke solemnly, the outside is in utter chaos. Supplies are being fought over. Your husbands and sons were not felled by rain but by the hands of others. The crowd exchanged fearful glances, their expressions marred by terror. However, when they spotted the food and water in the back of the vehicles, their trepidation was swiftly supplanted by desire. I need water, I need water. A gaunt man recklessly charged forward. Dong Fei seized a bloodied baseball bat and swung it viciously, sending the man's jaw flying, yet he did not cease. He swung the bat down upon the man's head repeatedly until it was utterly crushed. With blood splattered across his face, Dong Fei turned to the onlookers, who else dares to steal? A living soul had just been bludgeoned to death, all present were rendered mute with fear. Listen closely. If men wish to exchange for supplies, they must venture out. If women wish to barter, they must offer their bodies. Dong Fei's words shattered the moral compass of everyone present. However, one could hardly blame him. These supplies were earned at the cost of lives. Why should they be shared? The night wore on, and a faint knocking echoed through the silence. Tang Zai set down the pizza he had been eating, wiped his hands, and approached the door, peering through the peephole first. Upon recognizing the familiar visage, a smile crept across Tang Zai's face. Wondering how long she could endure, she was dressed rather nicely today, in a white dress, her makeup meticulously applied, rivaling that of a flight attendant. When he opened the door, standing there was Sun Ting, who still watched live streams nowadays. Even if there was income, those numbers could not procure supplies. Just moments ago, a fellow streamer had recounted the inhumane treatment she endured while trading for supplies, where several men took turns, and she ended up with merely a cup of water and a piece of Oreo. Thus, she sought out this delivery boy, certain he had stashed away a fair amount of food. After a brief sprucing up, she hoped this loser would grant her some favor. Indeed, as soon as the door swung open, Sun Ting caught a whiff of a familiar yet foreign aroma. It was Orland's pizza. Staring at the steaming pizza on the coffee table, she could hardly believe her eyes. Even at this time, he still had pizza to eat. Is there something you need? Tang Zai inquired nonchalantly, taking a sip from a bottle of mineral water. Despite her lipstick, Sun Ting's lips were parched and cracked. Asa streamer, having a bit of food at home was not unusual, but the pressing issue was the lack of water. Instant noodles were of little use without it. Big brother, could you spare me some water? The once haughty Sun Ting, upon seeing the water trickling from Tang Zai's lips, nearly opened her mouth instinctively. Tang Zai's smile widened. I still prefer that proud, disdainful version of you. Reclaim it and call me a loser. You misunderstand, I have been blind to your worth. Sun Ting hastily apologized, casting aside her original intentions. All she desired now was a sip of water. She would do anything for it. Tang Zai let out a prolonged "oh," slowly lowering the bottle. Water dripped onto the ground, and without hesitation, Sun Ting dropped to the floor, extending her cracked tongue to lap at the ground. Meanwhile, Tang Zhe gradually retreated into the room, and Sun Ting followed, crawling in to continue her desperate licking as the door was quietly closed behind them. So, kneeling and licking isn't merely a metaphor, Tang Zhe mused, putting away the mineral water as he settled onto the sofa, observing Sun Ting. She slowly raised her gaze towards the water bottle in his hand, her longing barely contained. Still want more? Tang Zhe teased, shaking the bottle slightly. Sun Ting, kneeling at his feet, nodded fervently, yes, I do. Then I shall grant you just a little more. Sun Ting reached for a cup, but Tang Zhe continued to pour the water onto the floor. Regardless, she obediently lapped it up. The floor is glistening from your licking, you shall be rewarded with a slice of pizza. He tossed a piece onto the ground once. Sun Ting would have never touched such junk food, fearing weight gain, but now it appeared as a treasure, and she devoured it without regard for her image. Ah, you look rather grimy. Go take a shower. Sun Ting, astonished, inquired, you have water for a shower? Of course, just ensure you clean yourself thoroughly and use plenty of body wash. Sun Ting dashed into the bathroom, where she found clean water, not even bothering to close the door as she eagerly began washing herself. For her, a day without a shower felt unbearable, let alone nearly a week. The scene proved advantageous for Tang Zhe, as a woman capable of becoming a streamer would naturally possess decent attributes. After her shower, Sun Ting realized the door had been left ajar and quickly shut it, emerging fully dressed after some time. I should be going now, thank you. Sun Ting did not wish to make a gratuitous offering, especially since this loser seemed unlike the others, unable to leverage her. Given how things had transpired, she considered it compensation for the food. Tang Zhe smiled faintly. You think you can just eat my food and leave without a second thought? I've already done what I did. I even showed you. Sun Ting reverted to her previous demeanor. Tang Zhe was quite pleased, producing a sleek black handgun. Upon seeing the gun, Sun Ting froze momentarily before quickly laughing. Is that a lighter or a water gun? Who are you trying to scare? Bang! The sound of the gunshot illuminated the entire building, startling everyone in the vicinity. Who fired that shot? How could there be a gun? At that moment, Sun Ting's face turned pale, shattered decor scattered on the floor. It was a genuine weapon. Chapter 4: A deception unveiled beneath us. That crowd can reduce a woman to their whim with merely a glass of water, and you have already devoured a slice of my pizza. How about I treat you to a peanut instead? What do you say? Sun Ting collapsed onto the ground, trembling in fear, mistaking this for a sheep pen, only to discover it was a den of tigers. Where did he acquire that gun? Come here. Tang Zhe beckoned with a hand. Sun Ting dared not resist, propping her delicate arms on the ground as she slowly crawled towards Tang Zhe on the sofa. Brother, spare me, I swear I will never deceive you again. With a quivering voice, Sun Ting pleaded, her outward smile betraying an innocent facade, masking the devil within. Tang Zhe raised the gun, letting it glide over her exquisite face. Sun Ting's eyes widened in terror, feeling as though death were imminent, consumed by regret for having agreed to his demands. After all, what harm would it have caused to refuse? If you had been obedient from the start, you would not be suffering now. Tang Zhe's smile appeared benign, yet unbeknownst to all, his previous shot had missed its mark. Sun Ting nodded vigorously, emitting whimpering sounds. However, Tang Zhe's gaze turned cold, the barrel now resting against the back of her head. There was but one fate for those who deceive him, death. Don't be so picky. In this apocalypse, there are not many beauties left. Tang Zhe suddenly noticed a increase in progress, albeit rather slow. He carelessly tossed Sun Ting aside and settled on the sofa to indulge in a hot pot, replenishing his energy. This was far superior to the 998 quality. It was merely a bottle of mineral water and a slice of pizza in exchange. Who said cheap was inferior? Spare me, Sun Ting's faint plea reached his ears. Tang Zhe paused for a moment, seizing a handful of her hair and pulling her upright, only to discover her face devoid of color, her skin alarmingly parched. A slight frown creased his brow. It was the energy gauge at play. It seemed a steady flow would be necessary, a mere 2 increase was far too sluggish. Have a bite. Tang Zhe stated nonchalantly, placing a plate filled with steaming pork belly and fatty beef at his feet. Overwhelmed by hunger, Sun Ting disregarded her pain and quickly crawled to feast at Tang Zhe's feet. Here, water. This time, he presented a large bowl, ample in quantity. Sun Ting chewed the meat, mumbling her gratitude. Thank you, thank you. No need for thanks. From now on, you belong to me. Sun Ting, prostrated as she drank, was momentarily taken aback but dared not resist. Tang Zhe offered little explanation, grinning. You now have 2 choices: either eat peanuts or obediently follow my commands. I will obediently follow. Sun Ting chose the latter without hesitation. Only a fool would opt for peanuts when satisfaction was all that mattered. Tang Zhe affectionately ruffled her hair, saying, from now on, you are mine. Tang Zhe was taken aback, she was indeed much cleverer than before. Meanwhile, in Dong Fei's residence, 7 or 8 men occupied the living room, overflowing with supplies, half of which were bottles of mineral water. One bald man appeared particularly anxious. Damn it, why isn't he out yet? Don T killed a girl. Dong Fei sipped his red wine and cast a glance. What's the rush? There are plenty of women. The bald man sighed, beautiful women are scarce, it's not easy to find a good-looking one, and it's taking so long. Compared to women, that gunshot is our pressing concern. Dong Fei stated gravely. That gun had already threatened his position, making him feel as though a gun were pointed directly at his forehead. If he could seize that gun, he could control the entire complex, ruling it as a king. A nearby man with yellow hair remarked seriously, I feel the gunshot came from our building. Indeed, it seems likely. Another man concurred. Dong Fei placed his wine glass on the table. Baldy, you and yellow hair check each unit. The bald man and yellow hair exchanged glances. After all, the other party was armed. 1 box of bread and mineral water for each. The promise of a reward spurred them on, and after nodding in agreement, the bald man called out to the bedroom, take it easy. Save some breath for my return. Dong Fei sighed, you're so fond of a nearly 40-year-old woman. Brother Dong, you don't understand, I've had my eye on her for some time. If it weren't for this apocalypse, I wouldn't have had a chance to. I should be grateful for the circumstances. Laughter erupted among the group. This was far more entertaining than working. After leaving, yellow hair grinned. Baldy, there's a streamer in 701, her figure is stunning, and in 603, there's a flight attendant, her looks are divine. You're clever, I'll protect you under my wing. You'll be safe when you venture out. Thanks, Baldy, once you've had your fun, make sure to give me a turn. The bald man patted yellow hair on the shoulder, don't worry. In this world, women are plentiful. The search for the gun was soon forgotten as they headed straight to 603 to find the flight attendant inside. Ninggu appeared particularly agitated, restless, parched, and hungry, on the verge of losing his sanity. His beautiful girlfriend, and Baiwan, sat on the sofa, looking pitiful. Knock, knock, knock. Someone pounded on the door, startling both inside and Ninggu approached the door, peering through the smoke to see the bald man and yellow hair. There was no way he would open it. I know you're in there, open up. Yellow hair shouted. Ninggu still retained a shred of reason. If he opened the door, and Bai would become their plaything. Chapter 5 of the Ruthless Tangze. The bald man pressed down on the yellow-haired youth and said, brother, you must be starving after so many days. Yesterday's supplies were abundant. Come to room 201 when you have time to chat. With that, he left, dragging the bewildered yellow-haired youth behind him. Ningdu let out a sigh of relief, and Bai also felt a sense of ease wash over him. However, the bald man's words echoed incessantly in their minds, eroding the last vestiges of the man's will. Before long, the two arrived at room 701 and knocked on the door. The bald man called out in the same tone, we have plenty of food, come to room 201 to chat when you can. Living is better than anything else. It's certainly better than starving to death at home. Suddenly, the door swung open, revealing the neighbor's room. Tangze looked at the two with a stern voice and said, knock more gently. You're making a racket. The bald man and the yellow-haired youth exchanged glances, puzzled by the unusual tone of reverence all the men had shown them recently. Are you looking to die, huh? How dare you speak to my brother like that? The yellow-haired youth charged toward Tangze, only to be rendered speechless upon entering the room. The bald man followed closely behind, and his expression became one of astonishment as well. On the dining table lay a feast of braised chicken with mushrooms, red braised pig trotters, and stir-fried asparagus. Notably, a woman was seated at the table, enjoying her meal. Brother Bald, this seems to be that female streamer, the yellow-haired youth stammered. After so many days of hardship, even the most beautiful women had become gaunt from lack of food and water, unlike the enchanting figure before them, who resembled a celestial being. You've got some connections, living without worries and having a beauty at home, the bald man remarked sarcastically as he stepped into Tangze's residence, with the yellow-haired youth following closely behind. Tangze smiled and closed the door. The yellow-haired youth eagerly grabbed a pig trotter and exclaimed, Brother Bald, trotters, delicious. Sun Ting, seeing the two men enter, remained unfazed and casually curled up on the sofa. The bald man gazed at Sun Ting, unable to disguise his greed. Kid, if you know what's good for you, hand over the food and this woman, and you'll suffer less. This is mine. How can I give it to you? Absolutely not, Tangze replied with an innocent demeanor. Sun Ting thought to herself, these two fools are doomed. Well, you're asking for trouble, Brother Bald, stand back a bit so the blood doesn't splatter. With that, the yellow-haired youth brandished a fruit knife and lunged at Tangze. However, before the knife could reach him, the yellow-haired youth felt a dark fist enveloping his face. With a resounding thud, his world spun, and his face caved in slightly. The bald man stared in terror, while Sun Ting, seated on the sofa, was stunned. She knew Tangze had a gun but never expected him to possess such formidable strength. Any lingering thoughts of defiance vanished. She had no desire to be beaten into such a state by Tangze. Little Ting, go open the window, Tangze said with a light chuckle as he effortlessly lifted the yellow-haired youth, who weighed at least 130 pounds, with one hand. The bald man trembled. Sun Ting obediently opened the window, and Tangze tossed the yellow-haired youth outside. A muffled thud resounded below, yet no one paid any attention. Having grown numb, every day, some succumbed to the psychological torment and chose to leap to their demise. Tangze clapped his hands and returned to his seat, saying, sit down and eat, bring a pair of chopsticks for this brother. The sight of Sun Ting's obedient demeanor sent shivers down the bald man's spine, leaving him to wonder what inhumane acts this young man had subjected her to. Watching the graceful Sun Ting approach, the bald man felt no desire, only fear welled up within him. Brother, how's this, is it satisfactory? Tangze nonchalantly picked up his chopsticks and began to eat. The bald man dared not touch his own. Do you look down on me? Tangze squinted slightly. The bald man hastily grabbed his chopsticks, saying, brother, you misunderstand, there's nothing of the sort. That's good. What's the situation outside? The bald man dared not lie, immediately responding, things are chaotic outside, people are killing each other everywhere for supplies, the convenience stores and supermarkets in the surrounding neighborhoods have been completely looted. What does your leader plan to do? Our leader said that once this batch of supplies runs out, we will raid the nearby neighborhoods. How much do you have left? If we conserve, we should be able to last a month. By the way, is your leader looking for this? Tang Ze pulled out a gun, causing the bald man's scalp to tingle with fear. He had risked his life for bread and bottled water. The bald man nodded. Tang Ze set down his chopsticks, having eaten his fill, and said, "What are you frozen for? Eat up. It's your last meal, so I can send you on your way." Tears streamed down the bald man's face as he pleaded, "Brother, I was wrong. Please don't kill me. I'll give you all my supplies, I beg you. Eat quickly, don't waste it, and remember to thank me." Tang Ze's eyes turned cold, and the bald man frantically stuffed food into his mouth, for the first time finding it unpalatable. He had previously thought Dong Fei was ruthless enough, but this young man was even more so. "Thank you, brother. Now, jump off yourself, don't make me shoot you. It'll splatter blood everywhere, and it's hard to clean up, right?" The bald man continued to back away, hands raised in desperate pleas until his back hit the wall. "Brother, we have no grievances or enmities." "You," with a gunshot, the words died on his lips. A red dot appeared on the bald man's forehead, and he fell backward, tumbling down the stairs. Sun Ting swallowed hard. This man was mercurial and exceedingly ruthless. Downstairs, Dong Fei and his companions were startled by the gunshot. "Dong Go, it's bald man who fell," a younger brother shouted from the balcony. Dong Fei dashed to the balcony, his face darkening at the sight of the bald man's corpse. "Boss, if he doesn't come looking for us, we don't need to seek trouble with him to avoid enmity." Although Dong Fei was reluctant, the younger brother's words held merit. Should this armed man seek revenge, even several lives won't be enough to pay the price. Dong Fei swiftly sent a message within the group. "Brothers, we have food and drink here. Come over when you have time." This was clearly a gesture of submission, a desire for reconciliation, but Dong Fei harbored his own plans. If they came, he would prepare a banquet of treachery. Seated on the sofa, Tang Ze chuckled to himself. He had ample time to deal with them. For now, the priority was food. Watching Sun Ting massage his feet, he decided to let her rest for the night, to prevent any sudden collapse. "Aren't you a dancing streamer? Go and perform a piece. What kind of style does the master prefer? You tell me." Sun Ting understood perfectly, turned on the music, and began to sway her enchanting figure. Chapter 6, Betrayed by my boyfriend. "You little streamer dance quite well," remarked Tang Ze as he lit a cigarette, while Sun Ting held the ashtray beside him. Sun Ting, pouting in defiance, retorted, "Who are you calling a little streamer? I am a top-tier anchor, ranked among the top 3 on the platform, with monthly earnings starting in the 6 figures. No wonder you call me a pathetic loser," Tang Ze replied. Sun Ting fell silent. In Dong Fei's residence, 6 men were gathered, drinking beer, their brows furrowed. The presence of the bald man and the blonde had dealt a significant blow to their confidence. They had assumed they could dominate the building, only to discover a formidable adversary lurking in the shadows. Standing on the balcony, Dong Fei gazed down at the lifeless body below, suddenly focusing intently. The position from which these two had fallen suggested they had been thrown from the upper floors of his building. "Dogsy, investigate the homeowners above me and see how many have failed to check in," he commanded. The man referred to as Dogsy was in his 30s, with a sharp, gaunt face and deep-set eyes, evidently having indulged excessively in the past few days. Before long, Dogsy reported back, "Brother Dong, only 2 households on the upper floors have not made an appearance. One on the 6th floor named in by, a flight attendant, and another on the 7th floor called Tang Ze, a delivery man." The rotund man sitting nearby slapped his thigh, exclaiming, "I've encountered that flight attendant in the elevator before. She's stunning, with fair skin, always accompanied by a tall, wealthy boyfriend. Could it be that her boyfriend is armed?" Dong Fei mused, having seen in Bai's boyfriend himself, who hardly appeared to be the type to carry a weapon. Was it the delivery man then? How could a mere delivery worker possibly be armed? Yet, aside from the 2 of them, who else could it be? Had he miscalculated? Suddenly, his phone rang. Upon seeing the caller ID, Dong Fei's expression darkened. It was Ding Feng, the leader from Building 4. Adjusting his glasses, Dong Fei answered with a professional smile, "Boss Ding, still awake at this hour? Isn't Boss Dong also awake?" "It seems we're both kept up by the gunfire," Ding Feng teased, feeling relatively secure since he wasn't in Building 4. Dong Fei chuckled lightly, "No need for Boss Ding to worry, I can handle it." "Very well then. I was merely offering assistance. Should you encounter trouble, do not hesitate to call on me. I would be more than willing to lend a hand." "Thank you for your kind offer, Boss Ding, but I have matters to attend to. I must hang up now." With that, Dong Fei ended the call, inwardly cursing Ding Feng. How could a gun possibly fall into his hands? On the other end, Ding Feng clicked his tongue in annoyance as he hung up. Beside him sat a woman in her 30s, Ding Feng's girlfriend, who possessed a modicum of beauty. "Brother Feng, we must find a way to acquire a firearm with one in hand. You would reign as the emperor of this community, perhaps even extend your influence over the neighboring areas," she suggested, stirring Ding Feng's ambition. A single building was merely a stepping stone, he sought greater power. "Moreover, I've heard from the sisters in our group that there is a flight attendant and a streamer in Building 3 who are exceptionally attractive. I have their pictures right here." The woman pulled out her phone, displaying photos of Anbai and Sun Ting for Ding Feng to see. Ding Feng's eyes gleamed with avarice, solidifying his resolve as he grinned menacingly, "Let us convene a meeting tomorrow. Prepare to launch an assault on Building 3. The woman beamed, adept at pleasing her man. "Brother Feng, I've also prepared a midnight snack for you." "Oh?" Ding Feng inquired, intrigued. "Bring it in," she called out. Moments later, a girl was dragged in by one of Ding Feng's underlings, her hair clutched tightly. Such occurrences had gradually become the norm within the community. Those who controlled resources held dominion over life and death, compelling all to bow their heads for survival. In room 603 of building 3, and donned a black high-end silk nightgown, cutting open a plastic water bottle, her once rosy tongue now appeared slightly pale as she licked the bottle cap. At that moment, Ninggu walked out of the bedroom, glancing at Enbai on the sofa. I need to step out for a bit. Where are you going? Enbai quickly inquired, anxious that Ninggu might abandon her. Just out for a moment. Not receiving any further explanation, Enbai grasped Ninggu's sleeve, pressing, Are you going to find them? Are you annoying? If I'm not going to find them, who else would I look for? My Portia just traded for a bottle of water and 2 pieces of bread, while you sit idly and enjoy the food I bring back. With a dismissive wave of his hand, the feeble Enbai fell to the ground, her face ashen. Seeing Enbai's fading beauty, Ninggu's demeanor shifted entirely. To be honest, I've struck a deal with Brother Dong. You will accompany them once a day, and we will survive. You want me to accompany those beasts? Enbai stared at Ninggu in disbelief, questioning whether this was something a boyfriend should say. Do you wish to starve to death? Are you heartless enough to let me starve? Didn't you once say you would die for me? Now it's not about dying, it's merely a small sacrifice of your body. A wave of helplessness washed over Enbai. You should remember how I treated you in the past, designer handbags, luxury jewelry, various high-end restaurants. What didn't cost money, I used to provide, now it's your turn. With that, Ninggu exited to negotiate terms with Dong Fei, reasoning that his girlfriend was the most beautiful in the building. Although she appeared slightly weak from hunger, a few days of nourishment would restore her vitality. Upon hearing the door close, despair filled Enbai's eyes. That group led by Dong Fei had become devoid of humanity. For a girl to fall into their hands was akin to a fate worse than death. Gazing around her home, Enbai felt a profound sense of distaste. It no longer resembled the haven it once was, and she could hardly bear to remain there. Stepping outside, the fresh air cleared her mind considerably, and a self-deprecating smile crept onto her face as she looked toward the safety corridor's window. Enbai made a resolute decision. Even in death, she would not allow herself to be defiled by that pack of brutes. As she entered the safety corridor, and by overheard voices coming from upstairs, curiosity piqued, she ascended the stairs quietly, soon spotting Tang Zhe. He and Sun Ting had also stepped outside for some fresh air. At that moment, Tang Zhe noticed the frail Enbai and grinned. Good afternoon, miss. Chapter 7 of the Clash of Worldviews. Beneath our feet. Sun Ting was momentarily perplexed as she turned to glance at Enbai, taken aback by her frail condition. After just a few days apart, she appeared even weaker than herself. Although Enbai was not particularly acquainted with Sun Ting, she had heard whispers of Sun Ting's success as a streamer, earning more than her own modest income. Why are you staring at us like that, miss? Hurry back home, Tang Zhe chuckled, waving his hand playfully. Do you have food at your place? Enbai finally mustered the courage to ask. If there were any other options, she certainly would not wish for her demise. Who truly desires to die? It was all a matter of desperation. Sun Ting rose and approached Enbai, her delicate fingers brushing against Enbai's parched skin and the hair that seemed to be on the verge of withering. Of course we have food, would you like some? I would, Enbai nodded fervently, envious of Sun Ting's state. She once possessed even greater beauty than her. Sun Ting picked up a half-full bottle of mineral water from the steps, and upon seeing it, Enbai's heart leaped with joy. At such a critical moment, it was her fellow woman who could be relied upon. Thank you, Enbai reached out to take it, but Sun Ting stepped back. Tang Zhe couldn't help but chuckle at the playful banter. Enbai looked at Sun Ting in confusion, uncertain of her intentions, as Sun Ting twisted off the cap and surprisingly poured a little water onto the ground. Tang Zhe raised an eyebrow, amused by the audacity of Sun Ting's tactic. This is how you're supposed to drink it, she demonstrated before Enbai. As the droplets fell to the floor, Enbai gently bit her dry lips, attempting to follow Sun Ting's method of consuming water. The peculiar sounds of slurping echoed in the stairwell. Tang Zhe was taken aback to see a girl, once held in high esteem, now humbling herself. Sun Ting continued to sprinkle water as she ascended the stairs, and Enbai followed suit, drinking until they reached home. As the door closed behind them, Enbai seemed to awaken from her reverie, immediately catching a whiff of a tantalizing aroma, one reminiscent of a bygone era. It was KFC. Upon spotting the fast food spread on the coffee table, Enbai's eyes widened in disbelief. How could this be? Realizing that Tang Zhe worked in food delivery, she surmised he must have pilfered it from somewhere. No wonder this female streamer was willing to associate with him. Is it alright if I join? Sun Ting inquired of Tang Zhe, her eagerness palpable yet tinged with apprehension of displeasing him. Tang Zhe nodded with a smile, curious to see what she would conjure. With his approval, Sun Ting felt reassured, tossing a chicken bone in front of Enbai. Gazing down at the bone, Enbai's delicate arm trembled, battling the urge to resist the temptation, but her mind betrayed her will as her slender hand inched closer. Ultimately, hunger triumphed over dignity. The sound of chewing resonated softly, accompanied by Enbai's tears. She never imagined that she would one day find herself on the floor, gnawing on a bone. Why did she feel so utterly useless? I heard your boyfriend is planning to sell you, Tang Zhe remarked, pulling out a cigarette, to which Sun Ting promptly offered a light. Enbai shuddered, turning her head slightly to reply, he wouldn't. You might not be aware, but in this building, there exists a group of men. Just yesterday, you were auctioned off within their ranks, and the bids were quite high. 1 bottle of water for half an hour, with 4 reservations. Tang Zhe's words struck Enbai like a thunderbolt, leaving her hands devoid of strength. That's impossible. He merely asked me to accompany Dong Fei. Dong Fei is just your first client. Look here. Tang Zhe held his phone before Enbai, who took it and was horrified to find explicit photos of herself, with Ninggu even detailing her attributes. Tears streamed down her face as she felt the weight of her world collapse. Tang Zhe tucked away his phone, flicking the ash off his cigarette, while Sun Ting unexpectedly caught the ash with her hands, prompting Tang Zhe to exclaim in admiration, why not join me? There is food and drink every day, Sun Ting suggested, sitting beside Inbai and caressing her cheek, her voice weaving into Inbai's mind like a devilish whisper. With this arrangement, you can enjoy 3 meals a day, indulging in the world's delicacies, while cleansing yourself of the filth surviving in these chaotic times. Tang Zhe realized that perhaps he should let Sun Ting take the reins in this venture. She was undoubtedly a valuable asset. Do you wish to remain here, or would you prefer to become a plaything? The choice is yours. Sun Ting patted Inbai's shoulder, offering her assistance to this point, urging her to weigh her options wisely. Falling into the hands of those men would lead to a grim fate, while being under Tang Zhe's control could also spell disaster, yet at least she would be fed and watered. Would those men ensure her sustenance? Silly girl, don't be naive, they'll only give you scraps to keep you dependent, thus exerting control over you. Inbai, not one to be easily fooled, whispered, I choose to stay. Speak louder, Sun Ting said, a satisfied smile gracing her lips as she relentlessly trampled on Inbai's dignity, with gritted teeth. Inbai declared, I choose to stay. Tang Zhe contemplated giving Sun Ting a salary. Such talent must be retained, here is your reward. Tang Zhe tossed the bones before Inbai, who showed no resistance, eagerly devouring them. Chapter 8 Your girlfriend is now mine. To Sun Ting, Tang Zhe handed over a bucket of spicy wings, remarking, well done. Thank you, master. Sun Ting beamed with delight, savoring the authenticity of her meal. Tang Zhe nodded in acknowledgement, cradling the bucket of wings. Sun Ting indulged heartily, casually offering some to Inbai, who quickly stuffed it into her mouth to replenish her energy. She needs some nourishment too. Suddenly realizing this, Sun Ting thought it unwise to let Inbai perish. After all, it was difficult to find a companion in these times. Do as you wish. Although reluctant to part with the wings, Sun Ting understood the necessity of sacrifice for the future. Seeing the two of you devour those with such gusto, hurry and wash up. Make sure to clean her well too. Rest assured, she'll be spotless. Sun Ting had become adept at pleasing Tang Zhe. As they entered the washroom, Sun Ting closed the door securely. The washroom was rather confined, just spacious enough for the two women to stand side by side. Sun Ting furrowed her brow. Why are you behaving this way? Inbai gazed at Sun Ting, perplexed by her self-deprecation. With a wry smile, Sun Ting replied, do we have any other options? We must choose the stronger path. But he doesn't seem particularly strong. Sister, he possesses a firearm. Sun Ting lightly tapped Inbai, serving as a warning. Such thoughts were best kept to oneself, for if Tang Zhe overheard, the consequences would be dire. Inbai suddenly comprehended, realizing that the gunfire they had heard in recent days had originated from him. Feeling scrutinized, Inbai bit her red lip and inquired, can I still return? Return, to where? Once you've made a promise, do not renege. He is no benevolent soul, I nearly lost my life at his hands. Sun Ting warned sternly. Self-deprecation was one thing, but courting death was another. Listening to Sun Ting, Inbai felt as though she had entered the tigeress den, though at least there was only one man. Since we are here, we must find peace. We do not know how long this existence will last. To survive, one must cast aside dignity and flush their principles down the toilet. As she spoke, Sun Ting turned on the shower head. As the warm water cascaded over Inbai's delicate form, a long-forgotten warmth enveloped her. Wah! In that moment, Inbai cried out in frustration, and Sun Ting sighed, comforting her. The plight of women in this apocalyptic world was arduous, yet they still counted themselves fortunate. After a while, the two emerged from the washroom. Upon seeing Inbai, Tang Zhe chuckled softly. Such a beautiful flight attendant would surely ignite the imagination of any man, and it seemed the entire building would be no exception. Now, she stood there, her delicate demeanor appearing to await a man's affection. Inbai understood his meaning and approached Tang Zhe, albeit with some hesitation. Indeed captivating, yet this face is somewhat unsettling. Tang Zhe's words left Inbai momentarily stunned. My face is unsettling? Tang Zhe was certainly exaggerating, she was merely weakened, not as radiant as before. However, the blow was too great for Inbai, who stood beside Sun Ting, who smiled and gently urged, apologize. I'm sorry, Inbai mumbled, her gaze cast down in lack of confidence. Unlike Sun Ting, Inbai appeared fragile, resembling a timid kitten. Let us give it a couple of days, she needs to regain her strength. Though Tang Zhe was eager to sample the new delicacy, he truly believed Inbai was too frail. After all, beauties were rare, and there were only the two of them in this building. Just then, a furious roar erupted from outside. Wretched woman, where are you hiding? Come out, don't force me to beat you to death. The irate voice of Ninggu filled the air. Upon returning home to find Inbai missing, Ninggu was furious. He had already negotiated a price with a client, and she had vanished. Had he known this would happen, he would have locked the door as soon as he left. Tang Zhe whispered, what do you think your boyfriend will do if he finds you here with me? No. Inbai pleaded, her eyes wide as she looked at Tang Zhe. However, Tang Zhe gestured to Sun Ting, who understood and went to open the door. Hey, handsome, over here. Upon reaching this floor, Ninggu paused, you're that female streamer? Indeed. Ninggu thought to himself, this streamer is strikingly beautiful, and her attire is undeniably provocative. How shameless. However, once Ninggu stepped inside, his expression froze. His girlfriend was standing there, and the one seated on the sofa was not the delivery girl, but upon noticing the KFC on the coffee table, Ninggu's lips twitched. Wretched woman. You re-hogging all the food. This remark caught all three off guard. After all, in such a scenario, the first comment related to food. Grabbing the fries from the table, Ninggu stuffed them into his mouth, while Tang Zhe watched with a smile, caressing Inbai's cheek right in front of Ninggu. Although Ninggu was angry, the food was of greater concern. Who was he to complain? After satisfying his hunger, Ninggu wiped his mouth. All this KFC belongs to me, and so does the water over there. Hearing Ninggu's words, Enbai wept, feeling utterly disregarded. Seeing Tangze silent, Ninggu assumed his acquiescence. Enbai, why are you dawdling? Come here, my woman charges by the minute. Apologies, but your woman is now mine, Tangze replied coolly. You come here. Ninggu stormed toward Tangze, intending to pull Enbai away. However, Tangze produced a desert eagle from between the cushions of the sofa and Ninggu stood there, dumbfounded, unsure of how to react. Brother, let us talk things over, I was wrong. She is all yours. Ninggu quickly backtracked, fearing for his life. Tangze displayed a benevolent smile. After consuming so much of my food, do you not owe me a word of thanks? Yes, thank you, Ninggu hastily apologized. Then, a loud bang echoed, followed by a spray of blood. Chapter 9 of The Time Has Come. Ninggu was perplexed. Having followed Tangze's instructions, why did he still seek to end her life? Tangze asserted that he would not allow threats to flourish, extinguishing them in their infancy. However, the resounding gunfire sent the local elites into a frenzy. The distinct sound of gunfire hinted at two different calibers, suggesting the presence of two firearms within the community. Were they wielded by the same individual, or were there two separate perpetrators? The thought terrified the leaders, who convened in their group chat. If there were indeed two assailants collaborating, their chances of survival would be utterly bleak. Inside, Sun Ting maintained a semblance of calm, while Enbai had fainted from fear, only to be roused by Tangze upon regaining consciousness, and Enbai rushed to the restroom to vomit. After a prolonged interval, she emerged, and upon seeing Ninggu lying in a pool of blood, she felt no stirrings of sorrow within her. Should she not have been affected? Give me a hand, Sun Ting called out. Oh, the two women dragged the corpse to the window, exerting all their strength to heave it down below. Breathing heavily, Sun Ting turned to Enbai and asked, Are you all right? Enbai nodded, though her pallor betrayed her unease. After all, this was the first time she had witnessed death up close. I killed your boyfriend. You won't be angry, will you? Tangze inquired, handing her a glass of water with a smile. Although his expression was amiable, Enbai felt a chilling sense of dread. She shook her head. That's good, take care of yourself, that is your priority now, he replied, feeling pleased that the two women could alternate their roles, effectively doubling their progress. Yet, he still sensed that it was insufficient. The superficial allure of the world outside was a distraction he struggled to resist. Are there any other beauties in our community? Tangze asked curiously, having spent so much time coming and going. Perhaps there were undiscovered gems. Sun Ting shook her head, explaining that she was always at home livestreaming and had no knowledge of the outside world, while Enbai flitted about, unlikely to have resided here for long. Even if she did, she rarely ventured out, rendering Tangze's inquiry moot. Come over and massage my legs, he commanded, and the two women obediently sat beside him to knead his limbs. As Tangze checked his phone, he saw messages flooding in from the community chat. Building 5, damn it, a shooter has appeared and taken my wife. Building 2, there's a shooter here as well. My wife has also been taken. Building 1, how many shooters are there, for heaven's sake? Building 3, the shooter is in our building, you've all been deceived, stay vigilant. Building 5, what, does that mean my wife was taken for nothing? Tangze shook his head in disbelief. Someone was impersonating him for personal gain. The two women observed the messages but refrained from expressing their thoughts. Wise women do not assert their opinions, especially in the presence of Tangze, or assertiveness could lead to dire consequences. Go wash some fruit, Tangze instructed, glancing at his phone. Enbai promptly rose to prepare, while Sun Ting paused, wondering if she had finally caught on before long. Enbai returned with a beautifully arranged fruit platter, showcasing her skill. Indeed, one should never challenge another's profession with mere hobbies. I suppose it is time for me to make an appearance as the shooter, Tangze remarked casually. The two women exchanged glances, and Sun Ting voiced her concern. There are many of them. It may not be safe to go out recklessly. If anything were to happen to Tangze, she feared for her own safety as well. Enbai remained silent, perhaps still oblivious to the gravity of the situation. The following day, the rain intensified, and the bodies in the community's green belt multiplied. Some had jumped, others had been discarded, yet at least half were naked women. This harrowing scene gnawed at the nerves of the residents, despair spreading like wildfire, humanity twisting into grotesque forms. Yet within Tangze's home, one could sense no change. Sitting at the dining table, savoring Hunan cuisine, Sun Ting and Enbai knelt on the floor, waiting for Tangze to finish. After all, they were consuming his leftovers. After a hearty belch, Tangze chuckled, 5 dishes are a bit excessive. He then divided the remnants onto 2 plates, though he himself had barely touched them. Eat up, he said, placing the dishes before the two women and affectionately ruffling their hair. Checking his phone, he saw a group message from Dong Fei, summoning everyone to the underground garage for a meeting that evening. Tonight, I'll take you both out for some fun. Upon hearing this, Sun Ting's face paled with alarm. After all, Tangze was but one man accompanied by 2 women. How could he possibly manage? Yet, she dared not oppose him, merely offering a compliant meow, and Enbai followed suit. Had their brief respite already come to an end? Why were they being taken out? Was it for show? Tangze acknowledged that displaying them was one reason, but it also stirred trouble. In this apocalyptic reality, parading 2 beauties was tantamount to courting death, as if he were inviting fate to intervene. After all, he considered himself a gentleman. If one did not provoke him, he had no justification for violence. As night fell, people gradually appeared in the parking lot of Building 3, their spirits low, vigilantly surveying their surroundings, especially Dong Fei and his entourage simultaneously. It seemed neighboring buildings were also convening, making the underground garage. Having anticipated fortune, he now felt deceived. That kid took a deposit for a marinated egg from me, I'll go and take him down. The disgruntled depositors began to vent their ire, while Dong Fei lounged atop a car hood, munching on sunflower seeds, flanked by his subordinates wielding knives and cleavers, the most formidable of which was undoubtedly the large cleaver. Dong Fei's gaze remained fixed on the elevator, pondering whether the missing Ninggu was the shooter, the delivery boy, or if another nefarious figure lurked in the shadows. One of these two was certainly up to no good. Chapter 10. Never pretend. Suddenly, a slender man pulled his wife before Dong Fei, grinning ingratiatingly. Brother Dong, this is my wife. I would like to exchange for 2 bottles of water. At this utterance, the surrounding men erupted in laughter. One among them pointed at the man's wife, exclaiming, "You think your plain-looking wife can trade for 2 bottles of mineral water? What a joke! Just 1 bottle will suffice, my wife is clean, no one has touched her." The man, agitated, extended his index finger, his parched lips trembling as he dragged his wife closer to Dong Fei. The woman's hair was unkempt, having gone over 10 days without washing, and she emanated an unpleasant odor. Dong Fei barked coldly, "Get lost, if you want to eat or drink, go out and fight for it." It was evident that, "Why didn't you come along to scavenge for food?" the wife suddenly murmured. Those words ignited the man's fury as he seized her hair, exclaiming, "What good are you to me if you can't even trade for a bottle of water? Are you still a man? You heartless wretch, I'll bite you to death." The woman sank her teeth into her husband's arm, causing him to kick her away in pain, and then he lunged forward, furiously kicking her head. "You dare blame me for being heartless? What time is it? You're still thinking about washing your face, I'll give you something to wash." In an instant, the wife's face was stained with blood, her struggles ceased, and she lay there lifeless. The man gazed at his wife's pale visage, as if awakening from a trance, and knelt beside her corpse. Wife, I didn't mean to, I was wrong." Yet, not a single person around expressed sympathy. They had witnessed countless deaths in recent days. Meanwhile, within the shuttered gate of Building 4, Dingfeng had gathered over 20 strong young men, mostly homeowners, each smoking as they awaited the opportune moment. A pair of pliers lay ready nearby. With Dingfeng's command, they could storm into Building 3 and dispatch Dong Fei's group. Seizing the supplies, however, such an action would inevitably disrupt the community's order, leaving them with no chance to escape. "Forget it, I'll say a few words," Ding Fei declared as he jumped down from the hood of the car, noticing that Ninggu and Tang Zhe were absent. Just as his words fell, the elevator chimed, and its door slowly opened. Out stepped Tang Zhe, dressed casually. Previously, Ding Fei had never had the chance to scrutinize him, but now, upon closer examination, he appeared to be an ordinary young man, someone who likely wouldn't dare take a life. Suddenly, Ding Fei noticed Tang Zhe was accompanied by others. What followed left everyone agape, some even rubbing their eyes in disbelief, as 2 exquisitely beautiful women in high heels gracefully emerged. Their lovely faces bore no signs of weariness, rather, they glowed with a rosy hue, their pristine bodies reminiscent of freshly washed, ripe peaches. Of the men, entranced by the women's attire, swallowed hard. Both adorned with cat-themed headbands and clad in alluring outfits, their slender waists bombarded the senses of all the men present. In a time like this, the arrival of such stunning women rendered the atmosphere silent. The surrounding women dimmed in comparison, unworthy of even carrying the lady's shoes. Yet, these ethereal beings were trailing behind a delivery. It was an undeniable blow to the senses. Comparing the nearby women to Sun Ting and Anbai, it was clear they belonged to different realms. Just look at the silkiness of their hair and the radiance of their skin. While the women beside them appeared disheveled today, Sun Ting and Anbai indeed looked enchanting. Sun Ting donned a white version while Anbai wore pink, their striking presence undeniable. With Sun Ting standing at 168 centimeters and Anbai at 169 centimeters, their long, graceful legs exuded elegance, especially as they walked with a catwalk-like grace. They would have been the center of attention before the apocalypse, but now they drew a crowd for entirely different reasons. Sun Ting walked with confidence, showcasing her alluring figure and relishing in the greedy, frustrated expressions of the men, while Anbai appeared much shyer, her beautiful eyes betraying anxiety and fear. Yet, this pitiable demeanor only seemed to drive the men further into a frenzy. Isn't that the female streamer, she's actually with this delivery guy. This delivery man must have hoarded a lot of supplies. Who would have thought? The flight attendant, damn it, her wealthy boyfriend must be dead. The crowd began to comprehend the situation. The only as Dong Fei observed Tang Zhe approach, he couldn't help but chuckle. If you had kept this under wraps, no one would have known, but now you flaunt it. Have you thought about the consequences? Consequences? What consequences? Care to demonstrate? Tang Zhe replied with a smile. People from the nearby buildings gathered to witness the spectacle, whistling and shouting. Brother, how much for a woman? Can I trade 3? I'll offer a whole case of water for that pair. Suddenly, a lecherous man approached Sun Ting, his filthy hand reaching towards her delicate arm, a mocking smirk on his grimy face. Tang Zhe swiftly drew his machete, a smile still on his lips as he struck down. The vile hand fell to the ground, and the man's body gradually slid apart, his innards spilling on the floor. The crowd was stunned by Tang Zhe's ruthless display. Such strength to cleave a man in two was impressive. It was no wonder he dared to flaunt his presence with 2 stunning women. With a flick of his wrist, he shook the blood from the blade onto the ground, forming a line, and stated earnestly, "Touch my rations, and you're severing my lifeline. Death is the only outcome." The onlookers exchanged glances, ultimately directing their gaze towards Dong Fei. If they could eliminate this delivery man, perhaps the two women would be theirs to enjoy, even at the cost of their lives. After all, a life of debauchery was preferable to dying of hunger. Sun Ting sighed with relief, knowing Tang Ze was not one to flaunt for the sake of it. Had he truly been interested, he would have taken her out long ago. Looking at the heap of mangled flesh beside her, she felt a wave of revulsion. Chapter 11. Even in the end times, there's still logic, and Bai was witnessing Tang Ze's martial prowess for the first time, and she was profoundly astonished. The prior worries and fears gradually dissipated, replaced by a confident and demure smile that slowly graced her exquisite features. There sat Tang Ze at the front of the vehicle, while Sun Ting and Bai sat beside him on the ground. This was undoubtedly akin to driving a knife into the hearts of the men present. In a world where finding a clean woman was a rare feat, here they were, so compliant and seemingly genuine in their expressions. Tang Ze gently stroked the heads of the two women, saying, "It's merely a minor interlude. Weren't we supposed to hold a meeting? Let us continue." Dong Fei squinted slightly, observing the knife in Tang Ze's hand, contemplating whether or not Tang Ze was armed. Dong Fei smiled and adjusted his glasses, stating, "Then let us convene. We need to summarize the incidents of impersonators posing as gunmen over the past few days. By the way, do you have a gun?" Tang Ze raised an eyebrow slightly and chuckled, "I am but a law-abiding citizen. How could I possess such a thing?" Dong Fei exhaled a subtle sigh of relief, realizing that this delivery man indeed bore no firearm, but if he had one, he could easily intimidate everyone present. Tang Ze was fully aware of this, yet he was merely toying with them. After a lifetime of toil, why shouldn't he indulge in a bit of fun? Additionally, regarding supplies, we'll organize a venture out in a few days. Young man, your knife skills are impressive. Would you care to join us? Not interested, Tang Ze replied, casually tousling Sun Ting's hair. Dong Fei sensed a shift in the gazes around him. This delivery man was challenging his authority. If he did not establish his dominance, he risked losing the respect of those present. That being said, you must have quite a stockpile at home. As soon as the words left his mouth, all eyes turned to Tang Ze. With beautiful women, food, and water, his life appeared more lavish than before the apocalypse, igniting feelings of envy and jealousy among them. Indeed, I have quite a stash, otherwise, how would I support them? Tang Ze playfully pinched the cheeks of the two women, who responded with soft moans of pleasure. Nearby, a gaunt, overweight man suddenly exclaimed, "Damn, why didn't you mention it sooner? You have supplies but you don't share with the neighbors, how selfish." "I'm saying it now, aren't I? Then share some. Why don't you come and take it?" Tang Ze laughed heartily, dismissing the idea. The gaunt man hesitated, glancing at the broadsword nestled against Bai's chest and the corpse cleaved in two nearby. Feeling intimidated, Tang Ze shrugged, smirking, "Since you won't take it, I suppose I'll have to eliminate you." With a swift flick, a sharp throwing knife was sent flying, leaving the man standing in shock as another man behind him collapsed, a knife embedded in his forehead. He was the one who had previously offered 3 bottles of water for Bai. "Ah, this is a bit awkward, but if you grant me another chance, I promise I won't miss," Tang Ze said with a grin, retrieving another throwing knife. The people around him were stunned. To kill while jesting was a feat even Dong Fei could not achieve. The gaunt man fell to his knees, urine pooling on the ground. "Young man, no, brother, I was just joking." "I never joke," Tang Ze replied, and this, as silence enveloped the area, Tang Ze lit a cigarette and exhaled a puff of smoke. "Is there anyone else who wants to try their luck? If you can take it, everything I possess is yours, including my lovely kitty." Yet no one dared to move, their hopes resting solely on Dong Fei. He understood that if he did not take action, his authority would vanish by nightfall. "This young man, you are quite impressive," Dong Fei praised, giving a thumbs up. Tang Ze accepted the compliment with pleasure. "However, you may not be aware that the flight attendant next to you has had her ownership sold to me by her," and Bai's heart fluttered. She had not anticipated that Ningdu had directly sold her off, claiming she only needed to accompany him daily. She felt a burning desire to dash outside and stab the corpse again in anger. Tang Ze nodded. "Is that so? I was unaware. Bring her boyfriend out." Dong Fei's mouth twitched. Where could he find him? He might have already been dispatched by Tang Ze. He produced a slip of paper. "This is the bill of sale written by her boyfriend." "How do I know you didn't write that yourself?" Tang Ze scoffed. "It bears her boyfriend's fingerprint." Dong Fei pointed to the crimson mark, clearly not a stamp but blood. Tang Ze shrugged. "How can you prove that this fingerprint belongs to her boyfriend? I think we ought to have it examined by an organization." Dong Fei's hands trembled with rage as he coldly stated, "I'm trying to reason with you. Don't push me. In this apocalyptic world, who still concerns themselves with reason, ha ha ha." Tang Ze could not help but laugh heartily. Ding Feng and his companions at building number 4 were also laughing, believing Dong Fei was finished. Tang Ze lifted the chins of the two women with his hands, laughing. "He doesn't even realize I'm playing him." The two women could not suppress their laughter. This statement drove Dong Fei into a frenzy. "Kill him. A case of mineral water, no, 2 cases of mineral water, plus 10 packets of beef jerky, 10 self-heating pots, 20 packets of instant noodles." This was an extravagant bounty with such a hefty reward. Tang Ze rose, withdrawing the broadsword from Bai's chest, cracking his neck as he prepared to strike. With a single leap, he cleaved Dong Fei's strategist in two, twisting his wrist to deliver a deadly blow. A nearby man's. The sight of such brutality left the onlookers paralyzed with fear, but Tang Ze, wielding the broadsword, charged in once more. "Seize those 2 women!" Dong Fei roared. Perhaps capturing them would allow him to control this formidable delivery man. How could a mere delivery man possess such strength? Was he a Shaolin monk? Indeed, some dared to rush towards the two women, yet Sun Ting and Anbai showed no intention of fleeing, standing their ground to be captured. As a hand reached out to grasp Anbai's delicate arm, a throwing knife lodged itself in his forehead. Tang Zei's cold voice echoed, "Touch my provisions, and it will be far worse than touching me." Initially fearful, the two women felt reassured upon witnessing the man collapse. Their concerns were unwarranted, and they both clenched their fists, mimicking cat-like gestures towards Tang Zei. Anyone who dared approach the women was swiftly struck down by Tang Zei's precision. He had practiced throwing knives at home, and he was not missing his mark. He thought to himself that this was a fine opportunity to hone his marksmanship. Before long, four men lay sprawled beside the two women, ensuring that no one dared to approach any longer. Chapter 12. A thank you. Beside Tang Zei, there lay over a dozen corpses, a river of blood pooling around him, and his clothes were stained with a hint of crimson. The remaining three men, witnessing Tang Zei's demeanor resembling that of a deity of death, instinctively fled towards the elevator. Planning to escape? Tang Zei hurled his broadsword with ferocity, piercing through three targets in one strike, leaving all onlookers in a state of shock. What formidable strength! He must be a hidden disciple of Shaolin, lurking within Meituan. Ding Feng, observing Tang Zei's overwhelming prowess, altered his own plans. This young man was too powerful to confront directly. Cunning was required. The garage was thick with the stench of blood and decay, leaving only Tang Zei and Dong Fei among the living. In just 5 minutes, Tang Zei had annihilated all the men in building number 3. Those who NT arrived were fortunate indeed. Dong Fei, witnessing Tang Zei's devilish transformation, trembled as he fished a cigarette from his pocket, his hand shaking violently as he struggled to ignite it. With a grin, Tang Zei produced a lighter. "Running out of fuel, are we? Here, take mine." Dong Fei, filled with trepidation, watched as Tang Zei leaned closer, taking a few puffs from the lit cigarette. "You didn't even extend a hand or utter a simple thank you. How terribly impolite." Tang Zei lamented, bemused by the lack of basic courtesy. Dong Fei, momentarily stunned, stammered, "Thank you." However, as soon as the words escaped his lips, Tang Zei's fist struck mercilessly against Dong Fei's heart, causing his chest to cave in. Dong Fei was violently thrown against a Porsche 718, shattering its glass into 1,000 fragments. "I detest impolite individuals," Tang Zei remarked, lighting a cigarette while surveying the onlookers from the adjacent buildings. Upon meeting Tang Zei's gaze, some instinctively recoiled. Sun Ting and Anbai, witnessing Tang Zei's formidable strength, felt relieved by their choice, dutifully handing over the chains to him. In a corner, 12 women huddled, trembling in fear, lest Tang Zei decide to slaughter them as well, with most men from building number 3 already perished. Tang Zei halted, addressing the cluster of women, "Lift your heads." Who dared defy him? They complied, raising their gazes. Tang Zei sighed inwardly, not a single one was pleasing to the eye, all were aged women. "Clean up the intestines and livers strewn about. Each of you will receive a bottle of water. Come to Dong Fei's home to collect it." Upon hearing this, the women found renewed motivation. Even when some discovered their husbands' lifeless bodies among the men, they displayed no emotion as they tidied up, though a few wept softly. Ding Feng, seeing Tang Zei depart, wore a cold expression as he turned. "Boss, what shall we do? Dong Fei's entire crew has been slaughtered." "The slaughter itself is inconsequential, what matters are the supplies. It is fortuitous, fewer people mean less resource consumption." Ding Feng smirked maliciously, viewing Tang Zei as unwittingly assisting him. Once the time was right, he would eliminate Tang Zei and seize Dong Fei's resources. Meanwhile, Tang Zei arrived at Dong Fei's residence, which was brimming with supplies. He was indifferent, merely inspecting the spoils he had acquired. "Let us see what is in the bedroom." The two women nodded, opening the bedroom doors. When Sun Ting opened one, she was immediately assailed by a foul odor. Switching on the light, she gasped at the sight of a corpse on the bed. Wasn't he that her dear friend? Upon closer inspection, the body bore signs of decomposition, its eyes wide open in horror. How could they not even spare the dead? Sun Ting clenched her fists, recalling the gruesome scene of Tang Zei's slaughter, feeling a sense of vindication. Anbai entered to take a look, her brows furrowed as she softly remarked, "If Ninggu sold her out, her fate would likely mirror this." "Likewise, you should search the other bedroom," Sun Ting replied. "All right. What is wrong?" Tang Zei inquired, noticing the corpse on the bed, his brow furrowing. "Nothing, just a friend of mine." "Oh, dispose of her. The smell is unbearable." Tang Zei covered his nose, appalled by the depravity of these individuals, who had continued their vile acts even days after death. Sun Ting nodded, opening a window and unceremoniously tossing the body outside. "Master, there is an abundance of cigarettes and alcohol over here," Anbai called from the master bedroom. Tang Zei approached to inspect. Oh, Dong Fei was quite the hoarder, stockpiling so much, yet still so stingy. He retrieved a bottle of red wine and stepped out of the bedroom, spotting Sun Ting emerging. "Go prepare some mineral water. Let them collect it as promised." "Understood." With that, Tang Zei reclined in a rocking chair, taking a sip of the wine. "Is there anything I can do to help?" Anbai inquired sweetly, kneeling by his side, eager to prove her worth, fearing abandonment after witnessing the fate of Sun Ting's friend. Tang Zei smiled, patting his leg. Anbai hesitated for a moment, then, feeling bashful, straddled him. "Here, have some of this red wine," Tang Zei offered. Anbai took the wine, raising it to her lips, her delicate neck arching, the wine trickling from the corners of her mouth. An exquisite sight indeed. At that moment, the group of women appeared at the doorway upon seeing Tang Zhe and Bai in the rocking chair. They paused, but were not overly surprised. They had witnessed too much over the past few days to feel shock any longer. Yet, as women, they felt a twinge of jealousy towards Bai's beauty and her flawless form, the scent of her body wash wafting through the air. How could she still indulge in bathing? Looking at themselves, their hands smeared with blood, filthy beyond recognition, they felt a stark contrast to the pristine image Bai presented. This is your reward, take it and go, Sun Ting had already arranged, handing each woman a bottle of water. As each woman received her compensation, their eyes widened at the sight of the abundant food and stacks of mineral water piled in the corner, igniting a surge of different thoughts within them. One woman beckoned the others over, initiating a hushed discussion. Those supplies inside were all taken by Dong Fei. Are we really only getting this little? It feels far too meager. A 40-year-old woman immediately chimed in, indeed. After all that effort moving corpses, how can one bottle of water suffice? It's practically an insult. Exactly, those 3 men couldn't possibly consume all of it, especially now that the men are dead. There's more than enough for us. As their discussion grew fervent, it was as if they had returned to a time before the apocalypse. After a while, 12 women selected a representative and approached the doorway once more. Hello, we should have crossed paths before, one woman smiled at Sun Ting. Sun Ting scrutinized the woman before her, unable to recognize her after a prolonged gaze. Who are you? Chapter 13 You take from me, I take from you, that is fair. I am Zhou Min from the property management department of our community, she introduced herself. Sun Ting recalled that she did indeed resemble someone she knew, but she brushed it off, asking, is there something you need? It is like this, we are all women, and the recent task of moving the corpses has drained our strength. Previously, Dong Fei had been exploiting us, and we hardly had anything to eat. Could you possibly spare us some food? Zhou Min said, her voice trembling as she awaited Sun Ting's response. However, Sun Ting was unable to make that decision and turned to gaze at Tang Zhe. Tang Zhe, with his hands resting on his slender, porcelain-like waist, slightly leaned back with his eyes closed, unable to suppress a sound of discomfort. 1 piece of bread per person, he declared, a benevolent mood overtaking him. Sun Ting nodded and opened a nearby box containing 3 squirrels' bread, specifically the kind with a creamy egg yolk filling. Each person received a piece. Alright, let us move on, Sun Ting said, her impatience beginning to show as she thought, don't delay me in pleasing Tang Zhe. Just look at how hard Bai is working. Yet Zhou Min pressed against the door that Sun Ting was about to close and shamelessly proposed, could you give us both boxes? Sun Ting's expression immediately darkened. Tang Zhe furrowed his brow, instinctively tightening his grip, while Bai gasped in surprise, her beautiful eyes wide open. Bai, you should take a moment to rest, Tang Zhe said. Bai, startled, gently leaned against Tang Zhe's chest. Tang Zhe looked toward the door, asking, what did you just say? Zhou Min felt fear in the presence of Tang Zhe, but, recalling that he seemed to spare women, she found her courage. You once delivered takeout to my house, she attempted to ingratiate herself, completely oblivious to how insipid her flattery sounded. Oh, you are from the property management, Tang Zhe responded, a kind smile spreading across his face. Seeing Tang Zhe's sincerity, Zhou Min's confidence grew. Given that there are so many supplies here, could you not spare us 2 more boxes? Surely, you cannot consume all of this. That does seem quite reasonable, Tang Zhe nodded, which delighted Zhou Min immensely. We will only take a little. It won't be too much. Tang Zhe remained silent, and Zhou Min mistook his silence for consent, pushing Sun Ting aside. Sun Ting stumbled and fell, pain welling in her eyes as she turned to Tang Zhe, only to find him smiling benignly. Oldly, there are still spicy strips here. Move them out. There are even French fries, help out, there are duck necks and chicken wings too, it's too much. Let us move this box as well. A throng of women commenced their unending task of transferring supplies. Tang Zhe patted Bai, who bit her red lip and gazed at him, her eyes brimming with unshed tears. Tang Zhe stepped forward, smiling, still moving things? Oh, you can't possibly eat all this. There's another box, hurry up. Zhou Min replied to Tang Zhe while beckoning her friends to carry more items, her greedy demeanor making Sun Ting feel nauseous. Both she and Bai had to pay a price to obtain food and drink, while these women simply sought to reap without effort. How despicable. Half of the supplies lay stacked at the entrance. Zhou Min clapped her hands and smiled, brother, rest assured that we will remember your kindness. Once it's safe, we will certainly help conceal any wrongdoing. Then I should thank you, Tang Zhe chuckled heartily. No need for thanks. We all live in the same community, it's fate. If there's nothing else, we'll take our leave. Tang Zhe scratched the back of his head, feeling troubled. You've taken so many of my things, and you just leave as if it's nothing? That's rather inappropriate, auntie. How dare you speak like that? We didn't steal, we merely took, Zhou Min retorted, adopting a scolding tone as an elder. Let me clarify, I certainly did not agree to your taking. My cats can testify to that. Sun Ting immediately nodded in agreement, and Bai sat on the ground, echoing her affirmation. You are simply unreasonable, let us go, do not engage with them. Zhou Min waved her hand, unwilling to converse further with Tang Zhe, seemingly having forgotten his earlier display of violence. Tang Zhe sighed, quietly drawing out his pistol, and smiled, alright, now it's my turn to take from you. With a resounding bang, Zhou Min's head was pierced, her body collapsing forward as blood seeped slowly from the wound, her pupils wide with shock. The women outside, waiting for the elevator, wore smiles until the gunshot rang out, followed by Zhou Min's fall, a gruesome sight. They then witnessed Tang Zhe emerging with a smile, holding a dark pistol, the air instantly thick with an eerie silence. You take from me, I take from you. Fairness is the name of the game. Finally, one woman reacted, her first instinct not to flee but to scream at the top of her lungs. Ah! Bang, 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 bang. The sound of gunfire erupted in Building 3, sending panic rippling through the community as everyone scrambled to comprehend the unfolding chaos. Building 4. Boss, gunshots have been heard from Building 3. I'm not deaf, I heard it. Ding Fong replied, cradling his girlfriend. His girlfriend chuckled, I wonder if that takeout guy has been killed. Ding Fong speculated, it's highly likely. That gunman has probably been waiting for the right moment. I doubt he has many bullets. If the delivery guy has taken care of Dongfei's men, he would have seized the opportunity to jump out. Ding Feng's theory garnered agreement from many. The possibility seemed substantial. Brother Fong, should we go take a look? His girlfriend suggested. Let us wait a couple of days, Ding Fong replied, remaining calm. Meanwhile, on the 28th floor of Building 1, room 2801. Sister, there has been another gunshot, a 25-year-old woman said, standing by the window, her bright eyes filled with alarm. This woman possessed an unspoken beauty, her features seemingly sculpted by nature itself, embodying both the subtlety of Eastern femininity and the dimensionality of the West. Wisdom and tenderness radiated from her gaze, and although many days had passed, her white dress remained pristine as if freshly adorned. As the gentle breeze swayed her dress, a melancholic aura enveloped her. Despite the white fabric obscuring her enchanting figure, the contours of her waist and the accentuated curves of her hips were still discernible. Chapter 14. This must be the eldest disciple of Shaolin. Since the advent of the apocalypse, Yi Qingyi had never ventured outside, especially during the period of chaos when she remained hidden in her bedroom. Even now, the entire community was oblivious to her existence. She had merely come to her sister and brother-in-law's home for a meal before preparing to fly back to Yunhai City. However, the world had descended into turmoil, particularly upon witnessing the corpses of women strewn below. Yi Qingyi understood that if her presence were to be revealed, her fate would be dire. Yi Yuling, of course, had heard the commotion and quickly pulled her sister away from the window, admonishing, "Are you trying to throw your life away? Bullets do not discriminate." Sister, when will this end? Yi Qingyi felt on the brink of despair. At times, she wished she could simply leap down and end it all, but the thought was impossible to act upon. Yi Yuling sighed, our building remains relatively safe, thanks to your brother-in-law's vigilance. Look at the other buildings, they have already descended into chaos. Beep beep beep, the sound of a code being entered at the door broke the tension. Yi Yuling immediately positioned Yi Qingyi behind her, her demeanor alert. Upon recognizing her husband's return, she let out a sigh of relief. Darling, how did the meeting go? Why did we hear gunfire from Building 3 again? Yi Yuling inquired, assisting her husband in removing his coat, her curiosity piqued. Yi Qingyi hurried to pour a small glass of water, offering, brother-in-law, here is some water. Xia Yuhong nodded in acknowledgement, taking the cup but only taking a small sip before setting it down on the coffee table. The next statement, however, made both sisters' faces pale. The men in Building 3 are likely all dead. What? What? The sisters exchanged bewildered glances, unable to comprehend how such a calamity had occurred without prior warning. Xia Yuhong rummaged through his pants pocket in search of cigarettes, only to discover he had none left, and resigned himself to the situation. They were all killed by a delivery person. A delivery person? The sisters found it hard to believe. They had heard tales of the hidden dangers among delivery workers, which they once dismissed as mere exaggerations, but now felt chillingly real. I have a video of it. Would you like to see? It's a bit gruesome, Xia Yuhong offered, pulling out his phone. The sight of numerous bodies sprawled across the grass left little to the imagination. The sisters settled onto the sofa to view the footage. Upon seeing Tang Zhe, Yi Yuling furrowed her brow slightly. This delivery person looks somewhat familiar. I believe he has delivered to our home before. Yes, he has, Xia Yuhong confirmed with a nod. Yi Qingyi's attention was drawn to Sun Ting, and their attire made her blush with embarrassment. How could they step outside dressed like that? Yet, they appeared so immaculate, their hair flowing with an enviable luster, while she, despite daily conditioning, felt far from presentable. Even amidst the apocalypse, these beautiful women seemed to possess a sense of comparison, and Yi Qingyi felt she was not inferior to them. Brother-in-law, why are they with this delivery person? Were they coerced? She inquired, perplexed by the presence of such striking women in this predicament. Xia Yuhong countered, look at their expressions, do you think they are being threatened? Yi Qingyi indeed noticed their docile demeanor, even mimicking cat sounds, devoid of any hint of resentment, almost as if they took pride in their situation. These two women must have been brainwashed, transformed into the delivery person's pets, Xia Yuhong speculated. I agree. It seems your brother-in-law is correct, Yi Qingyi expressed her uncertainty. But how can they remain so clean unless they bathed? Yet, the water supply has been cut off. The couple exchanged puzzled glances, struggling to make sense of the situation. As they witnessed Tang Zhe wreaking havoc, Yi Qingyi covered her mouth in shock, while Yi Yuling stood aghast. This was utterly astonishing. The 3-minute video would likely take days to process. Husband, he must be the national martial arts champion, Yi Yuling remarked, dazed. Regardless, it seems that Tang Zhe is essentially the last man standing in Building 3. The gunfire we just heard must either be him being shot or the women from Building 3, there are no other possibilities. It must be said that Xia Yuhong's intellect was still sharp, as he had accurately deduced half the situation. After a moment of silence, Yi Yuling quietly asked, "How did today's meeting go?" Xia Yuhong did not respond directly but turned to Yi Qingyi, saying, "Qingyi, please fetch a piece of bread from the bedroom." "Ah, all right." Yi Qingyi stood and walked toward the bedroom, closing the door behind her, but immediately pressed her ear against it to eavesdrop, realizing her brother-in-law was trying to dismiss her. Xia Yuhong spoke in a low tone, "Although our building is safe for now, chaos is inevitable. I've noticed several individuals beginning to barter food and women. They must have observed this behavior in the other buildings and are now concealing it from me. We must put a stop to it." "How?" "There are several pressuring me. Fortunately, Gangzi has been supportive. If I hadn't taken them out to find food, they would have long lost respect for me." Yi Yuling felt a surge of anxiety. "What should we do?" "You must prepare Qingyi psychologically. After all, her beauty will inevitably attract attention, and when that happens," Xia Yuhong trailed off, glancing at the multitude of living examples sprawled across the lawn. While Yi Yuling clasped her hands together, praying for the swift passage of this calamity. Meanwhile, Yi Qingyi, eavesdropping, slowly sank to the floor, her face paling as her mind filled with images of the women who had jumped to their deaths, emitting a faint whimper of helplessness. "Is everything all right with our daughter?" Xia Yuhong inquired solemnly. Yi Yuling nodded. "There's nothing much happening today. The school cafeteria still has ample supplies. University students generally possess a higher quality of character, however, deep down, Xia Yuhong understood that once the food ran out, no matter how high their moral fiber, they would revert to their primal instincts. At that moment, the sound of retching echoed from the stairwell of Building 3. Clinging to the railing, Tang Zhe gasped for air, grappling with the reality of having killed so many for the first time, unable to suppress his emotions. In the past few days, Tang Zhe had been consumed by thoughts of the apocalypse's laws. Perhaps even he did not realize that he was engaging in self-hypnosis, using these principles to obscure his humanity, convincing himself that his actions were justified. Yet, when this self-hypnosis faltered, and he reflected on the horrifying scenes, he was immediately overcome with nausea. However, he quickly regained his composure, reminding himself of the laws of the apocalypse. Do not perceive yourself as wrong. In the chaos of the world, there is no absolute right or wrong. Self-preservation must come first. With this mindset, Tang Zhe's determination solidified. Adhering to the laws of the apocalypse, he felt no guilt. As he descended the stairs, Tang Zhe saw Bai and Sun Ting dragging a body downwards. The stairwell was drenched in blood, with crimson liquid continuously flowing down the steps, a sight that was utterly horrifying. Chapter 15 Bartering goods for beauties. Be careful, don't slip, Tang Zhe cautioned. The two women looked up and smiled, their delicate hands smeared with vivid red blood, even their fair skin tainted with a touch of crimson, creating an unexpectedly alluring aesthetic. Observing the room filled with provisions and water, Tang Zhe pondered how to manage this bounty, contemplating ways to maximize these resources. Bartering, that seemed futile. What else could be exchanged? People. There were no remarkable beauties in this community worth trading. Gazing out at the relentless rain, Tang Zhe felt a sense of helplessness. He wished to venture outside in search of sustenance, yet the incessant downpour posed a significant obstacle, and the ominous weather suggested a storm was brewing. The two women had dragged the corpses back only at dawn, utterly exhausted. After a hot shower, Tang Zhe ensured they were well taken care of by preparing a sumptuous meal. The fare was certainly more lavish than before. After a grueling night, they deserved to replenish their strength soon. A table laden with barbecued delights was spread before them. If the residents of the other buildings were to witness this, they would surely be envious, but for Tang Zhe, this was merely an ordinary day. Upon opening WeChat, he noticed that the group chat for their building had fallen silent. Aside from himself and the two women, it seemed everyone else had perished. The larger community group was abuzz with discussions of their violent exploits, particularly from Building 1, where individuals took to moral high ground to condemn others, even calling for executions. However, many of WeChat's functionalities had been stripped away. Downloading videos and photos, sending messages, joining groups, and even video calls were no longer possible, and the people nearby feature had vanished as well. Some had managed to join external community groups, finding their situation similarly dire. Tang Zhe looked up and chuckled. Aren't you two going to take a break? After toiling all night, he contemplated granting them a respite. Sun Ting appeared increasingly adept at charmingly playful antics, while Bai beside her seemed a bit bashful. Without hesitation, Sun Ting rose and seated herself upon Tang Zhe's lap. He inwardly sighed, caught off guard by her boldness while deep in thought. First, help me devise a plan, and then I shall reward you, he said, wrapping his arms around Sun Ting's delicate waist, which felt both supple and slender. What kind of plan? Bai inquired curiously. What do you think would be the best item to exchange for the resources in this room? Sun Ting immediately replied, why, of course, we should trade for beauties. Bai hesitated, pondering the implications. If they were to barter for women, what would happen to them? Yet, Sun Ting understood Tang Zhe's capabilities. Acquiring more provisions would ensure their safety, and indeed, Tang Zhe harbored the same intentions. I've observed for quite some time, and aside from the two of you, there are no worthy candidates left in our community. Tang Zhe had standards. Not just anyone would suffice as his sustenance. Isn't it worth trying? Sun Ting remarked, rising to grab her phone. What are you planning to do? Tang Zhe asked with intrigue. I'm going to promote this in the community group, asking what amount of resources would be exchanged. Sun Ting mentally chided herself for acting without consulting Tang Zhe first. However, he did not mind much. He had considered this approach as well. He stated nonchalantly. Sun Ting raised an eyebrow. Isn't half a bit too much? Bai softly interjected, if half the resources can procure a beauty, I think it's quite a bargain. I like what you said, Bai, Tang Zhe said, patting Bai on the head in approval. Sun Ting shrugged her shoulders. Oh, you little bai, after I've taught you so many tricks, now you're vying for my favor. Without delay, Sun Ting began to send a voice message in the community group. Hello, fellow residents, I'm Sun Ting from Building 3. Are you troubled by hunger, or driven to madness by thirst? I can help with that. I have resources to exchange for authentic beauties, little kittens. Interested parties, please message me privately. Meow. After finishing, she uploaded a photo of the provisions to the group. No sooner had she sent it than her phone buzzed with friend requests. The three of them eagerly examined the incoming messages, only to find them filled with artistic embellishments and misleading images. Sun Ting and Bai were all too familiar with such tactics, and their enthusiasm waned as they realized this method was doomed to fail. There was even a 50-year-old woman claiming to be the reincarnation of Daji, asserting that a sip of water would instantly restore her youth. Tang Zhe laughed until his stomach hurt. Perhaps it was futile to seek out beauties, they would have to gather experience and search gradually. Time was the one resource they had in abundance. In the bedroom of Building 4, Ding Feng furrowed his brow. This female streamer actually wants to barter for beauties. Has that delivery guy met his end? The thought of that delivery person left him feeling apprehensive. His girlfriend whispered, perhaps the one with the gun killed the delivery guy, and these two women have sided with the gunman. But there can't be many bullets left, Ding Feng replied solemnly. Don't forget, there is another gun at play, his girlfriend reminded him. The situation in Building 3 was exceedingly peculiar. Ding Feng's eyes suddenly lit up. Aren't they looking for beauties? Why don't you go and find one? I've already sent some women to add her on WeChat, but they were all rejected. Ding Feng rubbed his forehead. Finding a beauty like that streamer was no easy task. I think we should conduct a nighttime raid, his girlfriend suggested. Ding Feng nodded. The resources were even more enticing than the women, and they had to be secured. In room 2801 of Building 1, Yi Qingyi tossed and turned, unable to sleep. She opened WeChat and found several of her close friends unreachable, their fates uncertain. Only those residing in upscale neighborhoods seemed slightly safer, but as her brother-in-law had mentioned before, safety was merely temporary. Upon entering the community owners group, Yi Qingyi noticed many women were chatting. Scrolling through the messages, she quickly spotted Sun Ting's advertisement. Hello, fellow residents, are you troubled by hunger, or driven to madness by thirst? I can help with that. The provisions behind me can be exchanged for authentic beauties, little kittens. Interested parties, please message me privately. Meow. Seeing Sun Ting's sweet smile and smooth skin, Yi Qingyi felt a pang of envy, especially when viewing the photo of boxes upon boxes of water and various foods, her stomach audibly rumbling in response. However, with enough food at home to last a month, she had no intention of throwing herself into danger as some kind of big cat, nor would she learn to meow unless she had lost her senses. At that moment, a voice call came through. Upon seeing the caller ID, Yi Qingyi's face brightened with a long-lost smile. Zihui, you're still awake this late? Her gentle voice flowed from her lips. A magnetic male voice responded, I can't sleep, I miss you. I miss you too. In that moment, silence enveloped them. Although they were not yet married, they were engaged, initially planning to wed by the year's end, but alas, fate had intervened. Chapter 16, What dreams are there? Is everything well on your side today? Zhang Zihui inquired with genuine concern. Yes, it's fine. There's no need to worry. How about you? Rest assured, I am in a villa district here. Due to the sparse population, resources are quite plentiful. The property management has stockpiled quite a bit, Yi Qingyi replied, releasing a sigh of relief as she slightly turned her body. What about Nana? This little girl is still in the mood for yoga, what do you say? Zhang Zihui teased, hoping to lighten Yi Qingyi's spirits. That's wonderful. Zhang Zihui paused momentarily, then sighed, Qingyi, you must find a way to come over. I am quite worried about you. Yi Qingyi forced a wry smile. Huashan City was 400 kilometers from Yunhai City. In the past, one could reach it in a heartbeat, but now, every step felt like an insurmountable challenge. I will find a way, do not fret. My brother-in-law is still the boss, she managed to say with a semblance of a smile. A classmate of mine mentioned that there have been numerous riots in various neighborhoods, where people are being slaughtered as if they were mere chickens. Some perverts do not even spare the bodies of women. Ah! Yi Qingyi gasped, terror etched upon her exquisite face. Zhang Zihui immediately realized his misstep and swiftly changed the subject, fantasizing about which country they would visit for their honeymoon, envisioning a bright future ahead. As her phone neared its battery demise, Yi Qingyi set it aside to recharge, gazing out at the rain, feeling the wind intensify through the night. A wave of fatigue washed over her, and she succumbed to slumber. However, she was plagued by a horrific dream, in which she became a lifeless corpse, surrounded by countless men who stared at her as if she were a perfectly cooked steak, their eyes filled with insatiable greed. They ravaged her body while feasting upon it until nothing remained but white bones. Ah! Yi Qingyi awoke with a start, bolting upright, cold sweat dampening her dark hair, her face pale and weak. Turning to look out the window, she realized it was morning, and a wave of helplessness surged from the depths of her heart. Would she ever be able to escape this neighborhood? Tears streamed from the corners of her eyes. In stark contrast to Yi Qingyi, Tang Zhe woke up invigorated, stretching lazily and gazing out the window, ready to embrace another vibrant day. Last night, I engaged in a fervent quest for experience, and now I find myself at a mere 10 completion, with 90 still standing between me and the coveted Apocalypse Gift Pack 2.0. Gazing at the daunting progress bar, Tang Zhe pressed his forehead in frustration. Although the pace has doubled, it remains excruciatingly slow. At the entrance, 3 automatic rifles were meticulously aimed at the doorway, their triggers connected by taut strings traversing the threshold. Should the door be opened or forcibly breached, the rifles would unleash a barrage, obliterating anyone unfortunate enough to be standing outside. Having readied his weapons, Tang Ze retrieved a bowl of Lanzhou beef noodles, the savory aroma causing the two women to open their enchanting eyes wide. Naturally, Tang Ze had prepared a nutritious meal for them, for they are indeed the wellspring of his strength. At noon, aboard Sun Ting sat on the balcony, her black stockings resting atop a blank sheet of paper, a 2B pencil delicately held in her slender fingers as she observed the scene below while deftly sketching. Curiosity piqued, Tang Ze emerged from the bedroom and approached her from behind, commenting, "Your drawing is quite impressive." Upon the white paper lay a sketch depicting a gruesome pile of corpses, an eerie sight indeed. "Ah, you're awake." "My apologies," Sun Ting exclaimed, hastily standing, only to be gently pressed back down by Tang Ze. "It's fine, please continue your work." She smiled bashfully. "Have you studied art?" Tang Ze inquired with intrigue. "I am an art student. Since childhood, I aspired to be a painter, to hold exhibitions nationwide. Alas, dreams are enchanting, yet reality is often harsh. My monthly creations garner far less than what I earn dancing in my livestream." Sun Ting lamented with a wry smile, reflecting on the sacrifices required, which seemed no different from the current arrangements, merely a trade-off for companionship. And Bai approached with a platter of sliced fruits, exclaiming, "Sister, your artistic skills are quite commendable, you simply haven't encountered the right audience." Tang Ze popped a segment of peeled orange into his mouth, declaring, "Did you know, I too have a dream. Yet, in the end, I struggled with my studies, barely scraping through." He lamented. A peal of laughter escaped the two women, unable to contain their mirth. With a playful gesture, Tang Ze raised his hand and playfully smacked in Bai's peach-like posterior, teasing, "Daring to laugh at me, are you?" "I simply couldn't hold back," and Bai replied with a mock pout, her fair skin now adorned with the imprint of his fingers. "And what about you, Xiao Bai? Why did you choose to be a flight attendant?" Tang Ze queried. Bai gazed dreamily at the sky, murmuring, "I adore traveling. Being a flight attendant allows me to explore the world for free." "Ah, a free ride," Tang Ze chuckled, wrapping his arms around her slender waist as she sat on the sofa. And Bai, with a haughty expression and pursed lips, retorted, "It's not like that, I'm also working hard, you know. Don't unjustly accuse me." Sun Ting set aside her sketchbook and, with a graceful stride, joined them, teasing, "Xiao Bai, you're not just seeking free rides. You also wish to marry into a wealthy family." "He is my classmate from elementary school," and Bai responded nonchalantly, showing no sign of emotional turmoil regarding her deceased ex-boyfriend. Sun Ting playfully rolled up a newspaper and waved it near in Bai's mouth, saying, "Please, unfold your tale." "Oh, there's really nothing to tell. We merely bumped into each other in first class once, struck up a conversation, and he initially deceived me into believing he was single. When I brought up marriage, he revealed he was already married and told me to wait while he sought a divorce. And that was that," and Bai recounted. Tang Ze's expression turned to one of indignation. "What a scoundrel." "Indeed, utterly despicable," Sun Ting concurred. And Bai giggled foolishly, adding, "Exactly, so despicable." Suddenly, Tang Ze posed a question, "So tell me, do you think he is the scoundrel, or am I?" The two women exchanged startled glances. "Be honest, or you might go hungry for 3 days," Tang Ze warned, his demeanor turning serious, entirely devoid of jest. Understanding the unspoken tension in their gazes, Tang Ze quickly deduced, "So you are saying I'm the scoundrel? Very well, let me show you just how scoundrel-like I can be." In the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. Ding Feng surveyed the diminishing supplies and the intensifying storm outside, resolutely deciding to launch an assault on building number 3 that evening. "Brother Feng, the men are prepared," came the report. Chapter 17. The assault on building 1. Ding Feng opened the last few bottles of beer, pouring a little for each of the dozen men present, who simultaneously offered him cigarettes, as if partaking in a final farewell ceremony. "Brothers, once we secure Dongfei's supplies, we shall feast and drink to our heart's content, and even exchange for the women in the nearby buildings." Ding Feng scanned the crowd. These promises were their motivation, without a tempting vision, who would toil earnestly. "Indeed, following Brother Feng, we shall indulge in endless delicacies and unrestrained pleasures. Cheers! Cheers! Cheers!" As the liquor flowed down his throat, it evoked memories of the roadside barbecue stalls of yesteryears. Why did it feel like a distant past? Because the normal life from just last month had faded into obscurity, now seeming like a lifetime ago. "Brother Feng, a friend of mine in building 1 messaged me today, saying that chaos is about to erupt there." Ding Feng snickered derisively, exhaling a puff of smoke as he replied, "Xia Yuhong truly believes he can maintain control. Without sufficient food to sustain them, disorder is merely a matter of time. Moreover, his misguided benevolence will ultimately lead to his regret." "Isn't that so? The food scavenged from outside is being shared with those old geezers. What a waste." "Brother Feng, once we seize building 3, when shall we claim the others?" Ding Feng squinted slightly, crossed his legs, and gazed out into the torrential rain. "Feng Jin and Sun Yuqing have quite a few loyal followers. Those men are rather united. If we were to launch an assault, we would face considerable resistance. If we strike, it must be at building 1, while they are leaderless. Eliminate the men, and leave only the women." The younger men nodded in agreement. This plan sounded promising. Just then, Ding Feng's phone buzzed, and upon reading the message, his brow furrowed deeply, taking a long drag from his cigarette. "Brother Feng, what's the matter?" "Feng Jin and Sun Yuqing are planning to raid building 1 tonight." Ding Feng's frustration flared. His carefully devised plan was thrown into disarray. The younger men exchanged glances. One of them inquired, "So, are we still going for building 3 tonight?" Ding Feng's gaze sharpened, causing the young man to shrink back. They had called upon him. If he did not attend and they successfully raided Building 3 to obtain supplies, the two would form an alliance against him and divide the spoils. Ultimately, it would lead to a clash between the two factions, with the victor emerging as the ruler of the district, but he could not allow them to join forces against him. With this thought, Ding Feng decisively declared, "We will not raid Building 3 tonight, we will all attack Building 1 together. We move in half an hour." With the leader's order given, the younger men nodded in agreement. Although they knew the bullets were few, they would still have to put their lives on the line. Whoever got shot would perish, and medical supplies were severely lacking. In room 2801 of Building 1. "Honey, what are you doing?" Yi Yuling suddenly emerged from the kitchen, grabbing her husband Xie Yuhong, who was about to leave. Yi Qingyi, stepping out of the bedroom, looked on with confusion. Xie Yuhong forced a smile that was more painful than tears. "I'm going to Gangxi's place to discuss something." Yi Yuling yanked her husband's shirt, revealing a bottle of mineral water tucked under his armpit. "Do you need to bring water for a discussion?" Yi Yuling said in a low tone, her lips cracked, and Yi Qingyi at the bedroom door bore the same expression. The family was now extremely frugal with water, often only drinking enough to quench their thirst. Slightly faced with his wife's reproach, Xie Yuhong forced a smile and explained, "In the past, discussions involved gifts of money or cigarettes and tea. Now bringing water is quite normal. But this is the last bottle we have. What will we drink after this?" Xie Yuhong remained silent, his expression darkening. "Gangxi is your childhood friend, you have such a close bond, do you really need to bring water?" Yi Yuling's emotions seemed to be unraveling as she shook her husband vigorously. At that moment, Xie Yuhong felt ignited. He shoved his wife onto the floor. Yi Qingyi gasped and hurried over, looking up in confusion. "Brother-in-law, what are you doing? Sister was just asking." Xie Yuhong suddenly laughed, but soon the laughter turned to tears. "For the sake of this family, I toiled tirelessly at the company, striving to provide for you, to support you and our daughter. The burdens of mortgage and car loans weigh heavily upon my shoulders. When this disaster struck, for a moment, I felt a sense of relief, but quickly I realized that I still cannot relax. I must protect you, I must continue to fight for our survival. But what do I gain from this? Or previously it was my salary for the month, now it's just water. Do you have any idea how immense the pressure is? They have gone mad." Xie Yuhong nearly roared, his voice cracking under the strain. The sisters were stunned, unsure of what to say. Yi Yuling suddenly broke into tears, while Yi Qingyi could only offer comfort. Xie Yuhong said nothing more, taking the water and stepping out of the house, before closing the door with a firm reminder, "If it's not me, don't open the door for anyone." With that, he shut the door behind him. Soon, Xie Yuhong arrived at the first floor, pressing the doorbell. Footsteps echoed from within, and a muscular man opened the door, smiling upon seeing Xie Yuhong. "Brother Yu, have you come to a decision?" Xie Yuhong entered the room, placing the prepared bottle of mineral water on the dining table. "Gangxi, as long as you stand by me, we can maintain order in Building 1. Once the storm passes, I'll take you all to find food." Mao Gang rubbed his forehead, pacing back and forth, before slamming his hands on the table as he exclaimed, "Brother Yu, I know you are a good person, wanting everyone to be safe, but that is impossible. You have done well enough. For so many days, those people have turned into animals, and only we can remain civilized. Then we must persevere, search for food, and await rescue, Gangxi. We cannot allow ourselves to descend into savagery like them." Xie Yuhong grasped Mao Gang's shoulders, speaking fervently, and Mao Gang chuckled, "Brother Yu, in this day and age, being a good person is futile. You've done well enough, let me be the villain." Seeing that Mao Gang was unmoved, Xie Yuhong raised his voice, "Gangxi, wake up, we cannot afford chaos. If we lose control, they will surely take advantage. Brother Yu, you know that is true. Then why do you oppose me? Why don't you support me? Do you still consider me a brother?" "How could I not consider you a brother? You couldn't afford a house, and didn't I lend you money?" "That was because you wanted me to live beneath you. You lent me the money, but the burden of a 3,000 mortgage is crushing me. I initially planned to buy a cheaper apartment, and it was you who urged me to come here. I followed your lead, brother. Because I wanted to take care of you." "Ha, you want to take care of those old men and women." At this point, Mao Gang became agitated, shouting, "What use are those old geezers? They are merely wasting our resources, we get less, and they lecture us. What purpose do they serve? Look at Building 2, kill off all the old ones, they won't live much longer anyway." Hearing such words from his childhood friend, Xie Yuhong could hardly believe it. "Gangxi, don't let them brainwash you." Chapter 18. Brotherhood. "Brother Yu, I will listen to you for the rest of my life. Right now, I have but one request, please heed me just this once." Mao Gang fixed his gaze intently upon Xie Yuhong, who returned the look with equal intensity. Suddenly, Xie Yuhong noticed blood trickling from behind Mao Gang's ear, his brow furrowing in concern. "Where are your wife and child?" "They're in the bedroom," Mao Gang replied without hesitation. Xie Yuhong strode towards the bedroom, flinging the door open to reveal Mao Gang's wife and child huddled in the corner, trembling with fear. Witnessing their plight deepened Xie Yuhong's frown, and he swiftly closed the door, turning back to Mao Gang in the living room before abruptly opening another door. What he beheld made him gasp in horror. A 70-year-old man lay on the floor, a kitchen knife embedded in the back of his head. It was none other than Mao Gang's father. Xie Yuhong turned to face Mao Gang, who grimly stated, "The old man can't hold on any longer. He asked me to end his life." "Gangxi, how can you call yourself human? That is your father." Xie Yuhong exclaimed, grasping Mao Gang's collar, tears brimming in his eyes. Mao Gang shrugged off Xie Yuhong's hand. Brother Yu, if I can kill my own father, nothing will stand in my way. You're mad. Xia Yuhong forcefully pushed Mao Gang away and seized a bottle of mineral water from the table as he made his exit. Just as he opened the door, an elderly woman in her 60s stepped out from the opposite room, momentarily taken aback by the sight of the water in Xia Yuhong's hand. Mr. Xia, you're too kind, bringing water again. This isn't for you, Xia Yuhong replied sternly. The woman grasped his arm. What do you mean by that? Didn't you say we share resources? That bottle of water is mine too. Absolutely not. Fine, I've got a few bottles left anyway. A few? Xia Yuhong looked at her in astonishment, and the woman realized she had let slip too much, knowing full well that she had been feigning hardship to obtain more. What few bottles? You all need to hurry out and find something to eat. Stop scavenging for snacks, look for vegetables or something nutritious. We've been feeling unwell lately, my teeth are starting to hurt. Oh dear, here it comes again. I must head back now. You gather people to look for food. With that, the woman retreated to her room. Xia Yuhong clenched his fists, her words reverberating in his mind like a barrage. Yet, what troubled him more than anything was the fear of his wife being defiled or harmed, along with his little sister Its me, Xia Yuhong called from the doorway. Yi Yuling glanced through the peephole and unlocked the door. Honey, how did it go? She inquired curiously. Not well. Isn't Gangzi supposed to be obedient to you? Can't you even manage that bottle of water? Xia Yuhong set the water down, and Yi Yuling and Yi Qingyi exchanged glances. The refusal was palpable. The sisters' faces turned ashen. Suddenly, the doorbell rang, causing their nerves to tense. Brother Yu, it's me, Gangzi. I've come to my senses. You were right, came Mao Gang's voice from outside. Yi Yuling brightened. I'll go open the door. Wait. Xia Yuhong immediately interjected. You two go to the bedroom. The sisters exchanged glances but complied. Heading into the bedroom, looking through the peephole at Mao Gang, Xia Yuhong called out, Gangzi, have you truly come to your senses? Brother Yu, Gangzi just scolded me, and I realized you were right. I still support you. I'm sorry for earlier. I'll head back now. You should get some rest, brother Yu. With that, Mao Gang turned towards the elevator. Xia Yuhong let out a sigh of relief and opened the door, calling out, Gangzi, I'm glad you've come to your senses. Mao Gang, with his back turned, murmured, Brother Yu, you should have kept the door closed. Startled, Xia Yuhong was about to shut the door when Mao Gang's large hand pressed against it. Suddenly, a chill coursed through his arm. He glanced down to see his right hand severed and blood gushing forth, followed by excruciating pain in his abdomen as he was kicked back into the room. Mao Gang stepped inside and shut the door, a maniacal grin on his face. Brother Yu, why do you force me? Why can't you trust me just once? Why do you want me to kill you? Why? Gangzi, don't be so obstinate. The one who is obstinate is you. Tonight, they will storm the building. We have no choice. Where is the key to the shutter? Hand it over. Mao Gang extended his hand, his gaze growing colder. Xia Yuhong, enduring the agony, struggled to rise, incredulous. You've betrayed me, become their mole. Who told you to give food to those useless people? Do you know how much those old geezers have stashed at home? Give me the key. I would rather die than give it to you. Brother Yu, in the next life, I will still be your brother. With that, he brandished a prepared bone-cutting knife, and the living room erupted into chaos. The sisters, hiding in the bedroom, were terrified, crouching beneath the bed, fully aware that a fight had erupted outside. Yi Yuling was immensely worried. I need to check on my brother-in-law. Sis, don't go out. If he wins, he'll come to open the door himself, Yi Qingyi whispered. But what if it's Gangzi who opens the door? If he finds me, he'll find you too, Yi Yuling said, her gaze fixed firmly on her sister. As the commotion outside gradually subsided, Yi Yuling softly said, if anything happens to me, you must find Yaya. Sis. Yi Qingyi watched helplessly as her sister crawled out from under the bed, unable to stop this reckless act. Yet, she comforted herself with memories of Gangzi, who had always been kind and cheerful, having chased away bullies during their school days. Surely nothing bad would happen. At that moment, the bedroom door swung open. Yi Qingyi covered her mouth in horror, for the figure that stepped in was not her brother-in-law. The soles of the shoes were stained with blood. It was Mao Gang, his entire body splattered with crimson. Yi Yuling gasped, covering her mouth upon seeing her husband sprawled on the floor, surrounded by blood. Mao Gang revealed a sinister smile smeared with blood, resembling a demon. Sister-in-law, just now brother you mentioned that you know where the shutter key is. Yi Yuling, paralyzed with fear, slowly raised her hand to point at the nearby vanity. Mao Gang rushed over to search. Yi Yuling murmured, Gangzi is having a baby. Your brother you helped you contact the hospital. You're out of work. Brother you helped you find a job. You have no time to care for the baby. Sister-in-law will help you. Mao Gang quickly located the key, turning to smile. Sister-in-law, I will repay your and brother Yu's kindness in my next life. How can you do this? You are a beast. Yi Yuling cried, frantically striking at Mao Gang. He made no move to resist, yet the bone-cutting knife in his hand dripped with blood. Sister-in-law, I know you and brother you share a deep love. With brother you gone, you will surely feel lonely. How about you accompany him? It's about to get chaotic anyway. You wouldn't want those men to hurt you. Sister-in-law, I'll make it quick for you. Brother you will thank me for it, I'm sure. Muttering these words, the deranged Mao Gang raised the bone-cutting knife and brought it down upon Yi Yuling's forehead. Her skull caved in, and she fell slowly to the ground, her eyes wide open in shock. Chapter 19. Building number 1 is full of oddities. Yi gazed upon her sister, whose forehead bore the mark of a bone-cutting knife, desperately covering her mouth, trembling uncontrollably, tears streaming down her cheeks. The look in her sister's eyes was a plea for her to find her daughter. Suddenly, Mao Gang bent down to retrieve the bone-cutting knife, only to bring it down with brutal force. Bang, bang, bang. Sister-in-law, I am helping you, do not blame me. Brother, I have brought your sister-in-law to accompany you, you are reunited as husband and wife. Yi could only watch helplessly as her beloved sister was mercilessly slaughtered, her face unrecognizable, even as brain matter splattered into her eyes. She dared not utter a sound. Hearing the door close, Yi, hiding beneath the bed, could no longer suppress her overwhelming fear and panic, yet could only weep softly. In that moment, the world crumbled around her. In the garage, men from buildings number 2, number 4, and number 5 had gathered, totaling 53 men. Many others refrained from joining, perhaps unwilling to transform into mere beasts of slaughter, or lacking the courage to face the consequences of their actions. Each of these 53 men brandished knives, from kitchen cleavers to fruit knives. Among them, Fongjin, Ding Feng, and Sun Yuqing wielded watermelon knives nearly 50 centimeters long. The three of them, smoking cigarettes, wore expressions of imminent excitement, resembling wild beasts. Ding, Sun, once we finish with building number 1, let us discuss a time to seize the supplies from building number 3, where Dong Fei resides. As for that gunman, can his bullets compete with our numbers? Fongjin, though slight of build, stood at a height of 1.8 meters, with a mole at the corner of his mouth that rendered his appearance somewhat incongruous. A criminal with a history of theft, he had never committed murder, but his record was far from clean. Ding Feng was merely a thug, while Sun Yuqing was a contractor, often mingling with dangerous individuals. Although he was somewhat rotund, he could be quite fearsome when provoked. It was fair to say that none of these three were virtuous. Sun Yuqing took a deep drag from his cigarette, squinting as he said, "What is there to discuss? Tonight we raid here, and tomorrow we raid there, are we in or not?" They all understood that building number 3 posed greater risks than building number 1, yet it undoubtedly harbored more supplies. "I agree," Ding Feng replied, flicking the ash from his cigarette. "I want those two women." Fongjin's eyes gleamed with greed, a lecherous glint. Ding Feng and Sun Yuqing would not acquiesce easily. Women like Bai and Sun Ting were coveted by any man. Ding Feng suggested, "Once we capture the women, we can auction them off for supplies." "That sounds intriguing, I'm in," Fongjin concurred, and Sun Yuqing, naturally, did not object. However, each harbored thoughts of eliminating the others, ideally by finding an ally to make the task easier. At that moment, Mao Gang burst from the elevator, his bloodied visage momentarily halting their conversation. The shuttered door clattered open, and a horde of demons was poised to invade the building. "Brothers, I said not to harm my family," Mao Gang stammered, fearful that the trio might reconsider. Sun Yuqing clapped Mao Gang on the shoulder, assuring him, "Rest easy, in this life, we honor our word of brothers. Charge, eliminate all the old ones, capture the young, and those who resist, kill them without hesitation." "Yes, boss." The group eschewed the elevator, opting to ascend the stairs instead, while the three leaders leisurely followed behind. Within a minute, the air was filled with cries, wails, and pleas for mercy, echoing throughout the community like a hellish inferno, illuminating the glint of bloodied blades. An elderly matron residing opposite Mao Gang heard a knock at her door. She set down her remote control, grumbling as she approached. "What is the meaning of this at this hour? Can't a person rest? Instead of gathering supplies, you lot waste time with nonsense." Without glancing through the peephole, she opened the door, only to find two young men brandishing knives. To her astonishment, she showed no fear, instead lecturing, "What are you doing? If you have time to scare an old woman like me, why not go out and seize supplies? Today's youth have no respect for their elders." The two young men were taken aback. What kind of bizarre person resided in building number 1 to still be alive? "What are you staring at? Get lost," one of them retorted, preparing to close the door. However, the young man's hand was already pressed against it. "Old hag, I've wanted to chop you up for a long time," he declared, raising his cleaver and bringing it down upon her shoulder. With a cry, she collapsed, still cursing as she fell. "This is what you get for blaring that loudspeaker every day, ruining my gaming." One blow after another fell upon the old woman. At that moment, Mao Gang reached his doorstep, glancing at the elderly matron. "Gangzi, help me," the dying woman pleaded, but Mao Gang turned a blind eye, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth, likely reveling in the thought of ending her life. With each strike, her life ebbed away, and the two young men proceeded to ransack the house for supplies. "Damn it, this old hag hoarded a whole box of yogurt, 2 boxes of water, and even some sugar-free soda?" The young men were flabbergasted. How had this elderly woman managed to stockpile such provisions? Surely, she must have been taking it from others. If they had known, their worldviews would have shattered once more. Meanwhile, in building number 3, Tang Zhe glanced towards building number 1 and remarked with a smile, "Tonight is quite lively." Building number 1 has been breached by several others, and Bai replied, a hint of concern in her voice. The fall of building number 1 would surely mean the next target was themselves. Sun Ting, mopping the floor, cautioned Bai, "Xiao Bai, that is not for us to worry about." Bai bit her lip, recalling the female corpse in their bedroom, resolutely stating, "Even if I die, I refuse to fall into their hands." Tang Zhe smiled confidently, declaring, "If I'm still alive, how could you perish? Bring as many as you wish, I will slay them all." An hour later, the massive sweep of building number 1 reached its conclusion, with boxes upon boxes of supplies being transported to the underground parking lot. The three leaders stared in disbelief at the mountainous pile of goods nearby. The men and women from building number 1 squatted on the ground, astonished by the sheer volume of supplies. Hadn't it been said that there was none left? That Xie Yuhong is impressive. She managed to gather so many supplies, Feng Jin proclaimed, opening a box of spicy strips, tearing into a package and devouring it greedily. A subordinate, eager to please, chimed in, "Boss, most of these supplies were scavenged from those old women and men's homes." Chapter 20 of the Auction of Beauties. He, your boss truly is a good man, hoarding all the fine things for himself while leaving you young ones to starve. Sun Qingyu could not contain his laughter, finding the situation utterly amusing. At that moment, several men stepped forward to vehemently berate Xie Yuhong, clamoring to join other teams. Naturally, the three factions required the infusion of young male members. However, a few men chose to retain their integrity, and Feng Jin showed no mercy. "Kill them." "Husband," one woman cried out, rushing towards her spouse, only to be swiftly pulled away by a subordinate. "You beasts, you will surely face execution," she screamed in a frenzy. Yet the trio remained unfazed, and before long, several men were slain on the spot. Observing the 20-odd women in their 30s, Sun Jin chuckled, "What are you standing around for? Divide them up." "For fairness, let us take turns selecting," one suggested. "As the eldest, I should go first, is that acceptable?" Feng Jin asserted, having already set his sights on a young woman, the widow of the man just slain. The other two were, of course, reluctant to acquiesce. Meanwhile, in the basement, Yi Qingyi huddled in a corner, clutching her legs, trembling uncontrollably as if she were freezing. She had taken advantage of the chaos to hide here, as previously advised by Xie Yuhong. Suddenly, a beam of light illuminated the space. Someone had switched on a phone. "Boss, there's still a woman hiding here," one subordinate exclaimed, his excitement palpable. Yi Qingyi immediately attempted to flee, surprised at how quickly she had been discovered, but she could not outrun the young man who seized her by the hair. "You little harlot, where do you think you're going?" In agony, Yi Qingyi let out a piercing scream as she was dragged along by her hair. Upon reaching the parking lot, the subordinate tossed her to the ground. "Boss, this woman is quite adept at hiding. Fortunately, I found her." He spoke as if anticipating a reward. Disheveled and with hair in disarray, Yi Qingyi failed to pique the interest of the three leaders, but one subordinate crouched down, brushing aside her tangled locks to tilt her chin up. His expression froze, his speech faltering. "BB boss, a treasure." Sun Qingyu, witnessing his subordinate's foolishness, delivered a swift kick to the ground. "What treasures are you prattling about? Look at you." Yet when Sun Qingyu glanced closer, he too was momentarily taken aback. Ding Feng approached for a better look and came to the same realization. Indeed, she was a gem. One could hardly believe such beauty resided in this shabby neighborhood, her complexion pristine save for a bit of dirt on her skirt from being dragged. "Let go of me!" Yi Qingyi protested, shaking off the subordinate's filthy hands, her eyes darting warily around the men, as if a nightmare had materialized. Feng Jin laughed heartily. "Still a fiery little mare. I wonder how it feels to ride her." The surrounding subordinates all turned their attention toward her, recognizing that she was far superior to the other women. Even in her natural state, she was strikingly beautiful and would surely shine even brighter when adorned. Sun Qingyu casually tossed a pack of cigarettes to his subordinate. "A reward for you." Holding a pack of Furong Wang, the subordinate beamed with delight. In these times, a single cigarette could inspire loyalty. "Thank you, boss." "Feng, Ding, this woman was discovered by my subordinate. You wouldn't dare to snatch her from me, would you?" Sun Qingyu's words dripped with veiled menace. Feng Jin chuckled. "What are you saying, son? We had already agreed to split everything from building 1 equally." At that moment, Ding Feng firmly sided with Feng Jin, adding, "Feng is right, Sun wouldn't consider breaking our agreement, would he?" Sun Qingyu took a deep drag from his cigarette, his malicious gaze obscured by the smoke. Suddenly, he laughed. "Just a jest, look at how tense you've become." While he spoke lightheartedly, he harbored a desire to eliminate both men. It must be noted that the allure of a beautiful woman is timeless. This one nearly incited the three factions to tear apart their fragile alliance. As Sun Qingyu's laughter echoed, Feng Jin and Ding Feng joined in, but had Sun Qingyu expressed dissent, his men would have met a grim fate. Nonetheless, Sun Qingyu jested, "With such a prize, shall we take turns?" Such a treasure was too tantalizing to share. Who would wish to divide it? Seated on the ground, Yi Qingyi listened to their conversation, her complexion paling, feeling as though she were merely an object to be divided among them. Glancing at a nearby load-bearing wall, Yi Qingyi suddenly sprang to her feet and dashed forward. However, the quick-witted Feng Jin seized her hair. "Want to die? It's not that easy." Yi Qingyi, in despair, flailed her arms, cursing, "You bastards, may you die a miserable death." "Bind her tightly," Ding Feng commanded coldly. A subordinate produced rope, binding Yi Qingyi securely, tears streaming down her exquisite face. After hiding for so many days, she had still fallen into their clutches. "With such a treasure, we need not take turns." "Weren't we discussing an auction?" Feng Jin proposed. "Agreed, let us auction her," Sun Qingyu concurred, with Ding Feng readily assenting. Yet Feng Jin suddenly wore a sly grin. "Since it's an auction, we must first inspect the goods, to assess their quality." The implication was clear to all the men. "What are you going to do? Don't come any closer." As two subordinates advanced towards her, Yi Qingyi screamed in panic, but her pleas only fueled the men's excitement. The three leaders' eyes gleamed with desire, her body bore no excess flesh, her waist adorned with subtle muscle definition, and her form rivaled that of any star on television. "Bind her to the roof of the car." The helpless and weeping Yi Qingyi was forcibly secured atop the vehicle, displayed in a humiliating posture, ready for all to admire this prize set for auction. Feng Jin called out towards Building 1, "Does anyone recognize her?" Immediately, a woman responded, she seems to be Xie Yuhong's sister-in-law. Feng Jin burst into laughter. Who would have thought that Xie's family harbored such a gem? This so-called good man hasn't he laid a finger on her, surely saving her for us brothers. Ha 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 ha. The men around erupted in laughter. On the roof of the car, Yi Qingyi felt as though her tears had run dry, trembling as she listened to their wicked laughter. She graduated from a 985 university, and I heard she is about to get married. Her fiancé is the son of the CEO of a Fortune 500 company, another woman divulged. Sun Xingyu was overjoyed. With such credentials, I bet she wouldn't even look our way if she encountered us before. Isn't that the truth? Feng Jin guffawed. Sun Xingyu cleared his throat. Alright, enough of this. Let us commence the auction. His impatience was palpable. Chapter 21. Does he even make sense? Boss, how about I take on the role of auctioneer? A young subordinate volunteered eagerly. Oh, go ahead, let's see what you can come up with, the boss replied with a hint of skepticism. The young man, brimming with enthusiasm, approached the car and cleared his throat, announcing, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed neighbors, and beloved brothers and sisters, tonight we present an extraordinary auction item. This beautiful lady. What's her name? Yi Qingyi, someone in the crowd chimed in. Yes, indeed, our auction item is none other than Miss Yi Qingyi, who is, this year, a voice from the crowd interjected. 25 years old, vice president of an advertising company, Mao Gang reminded them. A chorus of impressed murmurs erupted from the crowd. Such a woman was once deemed a goddess, admired from afar. Although they were still watching from a distance, they could now see her exquisite figure. Yi Qingyi glared at Mao Gang from within the crowd, her teeth clenched. Brother Gangzi was no longer the same as before. This Miss Yi Qingyi, at the age of 25, holds the esteemed position of vice president at an advertising firm, and is also the daughter-in-law of the president of a top 500 company. Just imagine, wouldn't it be delightful to acquire the daughter-in-law of a top executive, truly, a gem at an unbeatable price. Of course, this merely scratches the surface of Miss Yi Qingyi's identity. The true focus lies in the essence of Miss Yi herself. Behold her exquisite features, devoid of any artificial traces, entirely natural. Look at her skin, as delicate as a petal, a tactile experience that promises utmost enjoyment. However, the most striking aspect remains her inner qualities. If the three esteemed gentlemen can take their time to appreciate that at home, we shall refrain from gazing further. Even now, we can still interpret that old saying. The poor savor your sweetness, while the rich taste your saltiness. Bidding starts at a bottle of mineral water, with no upper limit. I bid 1 bottle. Suddenly, a young subordinate excitedly shouted, causing his companions to gasp in disbelief. Have you lost your mind? Competing with the boss for a woman, aren't you afraid of losing your life for this? Ding Feng calmly stated, I bid 1 case. Ding Lao, you're being stingy, 5 cases. Sun Yuqing boldly extended his hand, determined to win. Meanwhile, Feng Jin remarked, Sun Lao, are those 5 cases for your personal use, or for the entire brotherhood? Sun Yuqing's subordinates momentarily froze. Indeed, how could their leader use his own water to bid for a woman, leaving them with nothing? Internally cursing the divisive tactic, Sun Yuqing responded, of course, it's for personal use. He knew he couldn't deprive his brothers of their resources, as that was akin to jeopardizing their lives. The subordinates collectively sighed in relief. Alright, let us bid with our own resources, Ding Feng declared, continuing, 6 cases of water. Feng Jin's expression darkened slightly, but he still called out, 7 cases. To possess 7 cases of mineral water was a significant sum, especially in these times of scarcity. 7.5 cases, Ding Feng gritted his teeth, thinking it best to skimp on his own consumption and procure some from his subordinates. 8 cases. Sun Yuqing scoffed. The atmosphere pulsed with excitement. 8 cases of water could save countless lives, yet here they were, bidding for a beautiful woman. Regardless of the circumstances, attractive women always held a certain allure, inciting jealousy among many nearby. 10 cases. Suddenly, a hearty laugh resonated through the air. The 3 bosses exchanged puzzled glances, for it was neither of them who had called out, and they turned to see who it was. Could it be the delivery boy? He hadn't perished. Was it the shooter who had met their demise instead? Indeed, it was Tang Zhe, who had just leveled up at home and, feeling bored, had come down to see how much bounty they had amassed and to scout for any valuable goods. Upon arrival, he heard the auctioneering and, upon closer inspection, found a woman bound atop a car. Tang Zhe was astonished. He had never encountered this woman in the neighborhood. She was exceptional, rivaling in buy and her companions, even exuding a slightly stronger aura. Today truly felt fortuitous. Rations had fallen from the heavens, and the prospect of triple speed was imminent. Yi Qingyi could not help but raise her gaze towards Tang Zhe. Wasn't he that delivery boy? No, he was the infamous delivery boy with a reputation for violence. His presence rendered the entire underground garage silent. Did he not fear being besieged? How bold to appear alone. Feng Jin was the first to shatter the tension. Isn't this the boss of Building 3? Down for a stroll, I see. Just felt a bit bored, and couldn't resist the urge to join your auction. Is that alright? Tang Zhe surveyed the 3 bosses, his smile disarmingly friendly, yet they recognized the coldness behind it. This was the same smile he wore when dispatching foes without a second thought. Today, he seemed unarmed, devoid of his infamous blade. Was he perhaps carrying a gun? Sun Yuqing, unperturbed by Tang Zhe, retorted, you think you can just waltz in and share the spoils we've acquired? That's rather inappropriate. With a loud bang, a gunshot erupted, smoke curling from the barrel, and Sun Yoqing's forehead sprouted a bloodied hole, crimson seeping forth. In disbelief, he reached up to wipe the blood away before collapsing straight down. Is this suitable now? Tang Zhe turned his gaze towards Feng Jin and Ding Feng, his demeanor unfazed. The composure of both men evaporated in an instant, their eyes warily fixed on Tang Zhe and the firearm he wielded. Thoughts raced through their minds. Should they signal their brothers to rush him? But at this proximity, they would surely be the first to fall. It was a stroke of luck that this man possessed a firearm. Would they gamble on the possibility that it was unloaded? Tang Zhe's ruthless display of force had left all the subordinates around him paralyzed with fear. Last time he had wielded his blade, he had mowed down Dong Fei and his gang, and now he had executed Sun Yuqing with a shot to the head. This delivery boy was terrifying. Not only were the subordinates shaken, but Yiqing's finely sculpted visage drained of color, a warmth spreading across her cheeks. Was it blood? Certainly appropriate, wouldn't you agree, Ding Lao? Feng Jin quickly recovered, forcing a smile. Ding Feng immediately concurred, absolutely appropriate, couldn't be more fitting. I pride myself on being reasonable. If the auction proceeds normally and I cannot secure my bid, then that is my misfortune. As Tang Zhe's words resonated, echoes of his maniacal laughter from that fateful day flooded the minds of the onlookers. In this apocalypse, who still adheres to reason? Yet now, he seemed to be invoking logic once more? Did he truly make sense? After all, was it reasonable to shoot someone in the head at a whim? Auctioneer, what are you lingering for? Tang Zhe prodded, eager for the proceedings to continue, as he awaited his return to leveling up. The auctioneer stammered several affirmations before regaining composure. The boss of building 3 bids 10 cases of mineral water. Is there any higher offer? 11 cases. Feng Jin's heart ached at the thought, nearly depleting his reserves. However, upon hearing Tang Zhe's deep voice, you really dare to raise the stakes against me? Ding Feng felt a flicker of joy, secretly wishing Tang Zhe would eliminate Feng Jin with a single shot. Feng Jin, startled, revealed a look of panic. Why, you mentioned a normal auction, didn't you? Chapter 22. The startled expression on Feng Jin's face, as he stumbled upon the beautiful woman outside, was a sight to behold for his underlings, who found it quite peculiar that their boss had been so thoroughly frightened. Indeed, I was merely jesting. Why the agitation? Tang Zhe shrugged nonchalantly. Feng Jin's face had darkened to an extreme degree, while Ding Feng silently lamented the fact that this ruthless delivery man was not adhering to conventional norms. Nevertheless, Tang Zhe continued, however, I am beginning to doubt that you possess even 11 boxes of mineral water. How could that be? Then let us see you produce them. Just as Feng Jin was about to retort with a question of his own, he recalled that Tang Zhe had commandeered Dong Fei's supplies, and thus held his tongue. You lot, go to my residence and fetch the water, he commanded. His underlings immediately dashed towards building number 2, while Tang Zhe scrutinized Yiqing from head to toe. Yiqing, acutely aware of Tang Zhe's gaze, noticed that his scrutiny was unlike that of other men. It was not lecherous, but rather akin to the look one might give upon encountering a delectable dish. Before long, box after box of mineral water was being transported by his underlings. Tang Zhe chuckled, but this still falls short. The supplies I seized this time allow me 4 boxes, which brings the total to precisely 11, Feng Jin retorted. Tang Zhe tapped his forehead in disbelief. Are you taking advantage of my mathematical deficiencies? You only have 6 boxes here. Impossible, I distinctly remember having 7 boxes. Feng Jin exclaimed, promptly counting only to find, to his dismay, that the count remained at 6. He then bellowed at his underlings, did we miss a box? Hurry and find it. In a flurry, the underlings raced back, while Tang Zhe, with a grin, winked at Yiqing, leaving her momentarily bewildered. What could that mean? Was he attempting to rescue me? In that instant, Yiqing felt a glimmer of hope, realizing that there were still righteous individuals like her brother-in-law in the world. Soon, the underlings returned, one of them carrying a box, accompanied by a woman in her 30s, hurrying in her sleepwear. Honey, what's the matter? Why the rush? The woman queried, casting a puzzled glance at Feng Jin. Upon noticing Yiqing atop the vehicle, her expression shifted to one of fury. Boss, the water's here, but, one underling hesitated, unsure how to proceed. What is it? The underling's face twisted awkwardly as he revealed the box, which had been torn open, revealing only 2 bottles of mineral water within. Feng Jin stood there, dumbfounded, before roaring, who tampered with my water? The woman rolled her eyes. Didn't you say I smelled? I merely took a quick shower. You insufferable woman. Feng Jin froze in place, while the onlookers murmured in disbelief. Who would have thought there was water for bathing? At that moment, Tang Zhe let out a long sigh. What is the meaning of all this violence? Can we not coexist peacefully? His words incited a wave of indignation among the crowd. After all, who was truly instigating the violence? Yet, they dared only think it, each too fearful to be the first to speak out, knowing that those who did would meet a grim fate. Yiqing found Tang Zhe's demeanor peculiar. He exuded the air of a cold-hearted assassin yet spoke with an odd humor, a strange juxtaposition. Nonetheless, she felt gratitude towards him. I'll call it 10 boxes. Will anyone contest? Tang Zhe addressed Ding Feng. Ding Feng shook his head vigorously. To contest would be to gamble with his life. Is there anyone else? Tang Zhe surveyed the crowd, who remained silent, their fear evident. With a shrug of indifference, he declared, very well, then, let us proceed with the announcement. Congratulations to the boss of building number 3 for acquiring a stunning beauty, he proclaimed, swiftly approaching to hand the rope to Tang Zhe, along with Yiqingyi's tattered clothing, which contained her phone. Tang Zhe smacked his forehead. I almost forgot to provide water. I can't take advantage of you. I've slain 2 bosses, so their supplies should rightfully belong to me, correct? No objections, I hope? Tang Zhe gazed at the crowd. Ding Feng chuckled, no objections whatsoever. Then let us deduct from the 2 bosses' supplies. As it happens, I'm in a generous mood today, the excess will be my treat to everyone. A collective thought arose among the crowd. Never had they encountered such audacity, a man who would come empty-handed and yet walk away with a prize beauty. No, he had paid with 3 bullets. Suddenly recalling something, Tang Zhe turned to the group without a boss and cautioned, if I were you, I would hastily appoint a leader. Ding Feng's lips quivered. Was he targeting him? Observing the individuals from buildings number 2 and 5 huddled together, a furrow formed on his forehead. Just when he thought he was rid of 2, would 2 new rivals emerge to contest him? That insufferable delivery man would pay dearly for this. As they reached the elevator, Yiqingyi timidly inquired, could I possibly have some clothes to wear? Tang Zhe turned with a grin, you look quite lovely as you are. Why bother with clothing? What? Your attire is all tattered, go ahead and wear it, it's truly a hassle otherwise. Could you perhaps untie it? Tang Zhe clicked his tongue, am I at your service? Though he found her attire somewhat appealing, he nonetheless felt it was a bother. Yiqingyi expressed her gratitude, thank you for saving me. Tang Zhe merely grunted in response as the elevator doors opened, stepping inside, followed closely by Yiqingyi, who pursed her lips in silence. Upon entering the room, Tang Zhe clapped his hands, wake up, my little felines, we have a newcomer. And Bai and Sun Ting, weary from slumber, blinked awake, their fatigue dissipating as they beheld Yiqingyi, their astonishment palpable. Who is this? Where did you find her? And Bai asked, stunned, realizing that this community harbored a gem akin to their own caliber. Chapter 23, do not mistake me for a hero. Tang Zhe poured a glass of water and leaned against the wall, jesting, I happened upon her while taking a stroll outside. Such fortune truly cannot be avoided. Sun Ting and Bai rose and approached Yiqingyi, scrutinizing her with an unsettling intensity, prompting Yiqingyi to lean back in apprehension, feeling their demeanor was rather peculiar. Nevertheless, she expressed her gratitude once more, saying, thank you for saving me. Tang Zhe replied with a hint of exasperation, you've already mentioned that. Yiqingyi appeared somewhat embarrassed, hesitating before mustering the courage to ask, with your remarkable skills, is there any way to leave this place? I'm not Superman. I can't just fly away, Tang Zhe replied, spreading his hands in a gesture of resignation. This woman certainly had many demands, he declared. First, let's get her a bath. Is it possible to bathe here? Yiqingyi asked incredulously, finally understanding the source of the fragrant aroma surrounding them. Sun Ting giggled, of course, not bathing would be quite unpleasant, the master would find it distasteful. With that, she nudged Yiqingyi towards the bathroom, to which Yiqingyi hurriedly protested, I can manage on my own. We'll assist you and explain our rules, they insisted, pushing her inside before she could voice any further objections. Tang Zhe chose not to intervene. After all, Sun Ting was a formidable instructor with impressive training methods inside the bathroom, and Bai turned on the hot water, and the steam gradually enveloped the room, obscuring the 3 alluring figures within, evoking a rather intense reaction. Sister, your figure is truly remarkable, Sun Ting remarked, applying shower gel to Yiqingyi's body. And Bai shyly added, indeed, we can relax a little now. Yiqingyi, feeling bewildered, quickly said, I can do this myself. Sun Ting clicked her tongue, from now on, we are a team, we must look after one another to survive in this post-apocalyptic world. Yes, we are a team, and Bai chimed in, stifling a giggle. Yiqingyi, increasingly perplexed, asked, what do you mean by we are a team? We are all the master's little kittens. Sun Ting playfully tapped Yiqingyi's forehead, bemused by her slow reaction given her beauty. Taken aback, Yiqingyi stepped back, her expression shifting, I am not a little kitten, nor will I ever be. And Bai and Sun Ting exchanged glances, as if recalling their own initial resistance. Sister, please don't be agitated. It's merely a formality, our primary task is to ensure the master is happy, Sun Ting explained. However, Yiqingyi's tone shifted dramatically, I am not anyone's slave, there is no necessity to please anyone, and I will not join you. Move aside, I wish to leave. With that, she reached for her tattered dress. And Bai and Sun Ting exchanged worried glances, realizing the precarious situation she was courting. Outside, Tang Zhe was taken aback when he saw the bathroom door swing open, wondering if she had finished her bath so quickly, only to be met with the furious gaze of Yiqingyi as she stormed out, her eyes brimming with disdain. What is happening? Taking a step forward, Tang Zhe blocked her path. Move aside. I wish to leave, you and your companions are all the same, I misjudged you. Tang Zhe was momentarily dumbfounded. What do you mean by misjudged me? What did you take me for, a hero? He couldn't help but chuckle at her vivid imagination. Yiqingyi indeed held such a view, but at that moment, she felt no inclination to elaborate and attempted to sidestep him. Tang Zhe, suppressing a sigh, thought to himself that if it weren't for his dire need of supplies, he would have retaliated right then. He seized her damp hair firmly. Ah, let go of me, you despicable scoundrel. Tang Zhe gripped Yiqingyi's long hair tightly, pulling down forcefully as he spoke in a low voice, I spent 10 boxes of mineral water to rescue you, and you dare to say you want to leave? I am not your property. You will not succeed. Yi Qingyi retorted, enduring the pain while glaring at him. Tang Zai's expression turned icy as he drew a gun, aiming it at her forehead. Did she truly believe he would hesitate to dispose of such a valuable resource? Realizing the gravity of her predicament, Yi Qingyi understood that she had provoked a devil. Death would perhaps be a relief, sparing her from degradation. After all, Zihui would only know she had vanished. Stop. At that critical moment, Anbai emerged from the bathroom, instinctively calling out. Tang Zai's gaze shifted towards Anbai, as if to ask if she wished to take her place. Anbai, terrified, collapsed to the ground, while Sun Ting remained composed, quickly clarifying, Xiaobai didn't mean it that way. She believes the sister still has a chance. Weren't we all resistant at first? Tang Zai narrowed his eyes slightly. Sun Ting continued, it would be too merciful to kill her now, she clearly does not understand gratitude. Tang Zai considered her words, finding some merit in them. To end her life with a single gunshot would indeed seem too lenient, yet, he still needed to make it clear that he was not a benevolent figure. His right fist descended sharply upon Yi Qingyi's soft abdomen. Although he exerted only a fraction of his strength, it was still beyond what a woman could bear. Why? Yi Qingyi's eyes widened in shock as she clutched her abdomen, her knees buckling beneath her as she collapsed, writhing in agony as cold sweat poured from her. Fine, I'll give you a few days. If you continue to make a fuss, not only will she suffer the consequences, but you will too. Sun Ting felt an urge to slap herself. How had she gotten entangled in this predicament? This woman was putting everyone in jeopardy. What was she playing at? Take her inside and clean her up, Tang Zai commanded, lighting a cigarette as he mused that while others spoke of repaying a life debt with devotion, he found himself being insulted instead. Sun Ting and the terrified Anbai dragged Yi Qingyi back into the bathroom. Frustrated, Sun Ting turned on the shower, dousing Yi Qingyi, who lay on the floor, her face pale as a sheet, devoid of the strength to speak. We were trying to help you, and now you've put us all in danger. The thought of the impending punishment rendered both Sun Ting and Anbai ashen-faced. They wished to never experience such terror again. The more Sun Ting thought about it, the more fearful she became, raising her foot to stomp down on Yi Qingyi's fragile form. In her distress, Yi Qingyi could only emit muffled sounds, curling up in pain. Xiaobai, why are you still hesitating? You save her, and she is putting us at risk. Anbai appeared conflicted, her lips trembling as she stammered, I'm too scared. Xiaobai, do you know why your ex-boyfriend was able to control you? It's because you are weak. I am not weak, Anbai shook her head. Sun Ting grasped Anbai's chin, commanding, Xiaobai, we are in this together. I know. Then kick her. Anbai gazed down at the suffering Yi Qingyi, her face etched with conflict, yet she slowly lifted her leg, shutting her eyes as she brought it down. Ah! Yi Qingyi cried out in pain, for a woman kicking with eyes closed held far less restraint than Sun Ting had shown. Chapter 24. A truly the chief instructor seated on the sofa, Tang Zai silently heard the anguished screams emanating from Yi Qingyi, his expression revealing no hint of emotion. Initially, he had felt quite pleased this evening, believing he had stumbled upon a treasure, yet. Did she truly think this place resembled a charitable institution? How naive of her, even at this juncture. In the bathroom, Sun Ting had spent her fury, while Anbai squatted on the floor in a daze, unable to comprehend that she had inflicted harm upon a stranger. Her eyes reflected a mix of anxiety and panic, yet there was also a hint of exhilaration from her cathartic release. Observing Anbai's demeanor, Sun Ting sighed. They had already disposed of a corpse, what was there left to fear? Such a woman was not deserving of pity. Did she genuinely believe that everyone would indulge her whims? Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. The incessant chimes of WeChat notifications drew Sun Ting's attention to a nearby phone, presumably belonging to this woman. Yi Qingyi, watching Sun Ting grasp her phone, cried out through her pain, return it to me. Sun Ting cast a disdainful glance at Yi Qingyi before seizing her hand. However, Yi Qingyi immediately struggled, refusing to allow Sun Ting access to her fingerprint lock. Xiaobai, Xiaobai. Anbai. Sun Ting called out repeatedly until Anbai finally regained her senses. Stop daydreaming and hold her down. Oh. Anbai, with an apologetic look directed at Yi Qingyi, complied and restrained her, allowing Sun Ting to successfully unlock the phone. As Sun Ting accessed WeChat, a faint smile crept onto her lips. What an intimate note, future husband Mr. Zhang Hui. Return my phone, give it back. Despite being held down by Anbai and enduring considerable pain, Yi Qingyi still reached out to reclaim her phone. Yet, Sun Ting's delicate foot pressed firmly against the back of Yi Qingyi's hand. The pain struck like an arrow. Yi Qingyi had never endured such torment in her life, having always been cherished and coddled. Sun Ting chuckled mockingly, your future husband, Mr. Zhang Hui, seems rather anxious, inquiring about your well-being and wondering why you haven't responded to his messages. Tell me, how shall I reply? Though Yi Qingyi refrained from shedding tears, the weight of such a threat caused her long-suppressed emotions to spill forth. She could not bear to inform her fiancé of the chaos that had unfolded, the deaths of her sister and brother-in-law, and her own capture. In her fiancé's eyes, she wished to remain untainted, to uphold the image of the pure fiancé, even if that meant preparing for death, rather than being sullied by the hands of others. Watching Yi Qingyi's reaction, Sun Ting's eyes sparkled with delight as if she had stumbled upon a significant advantage. Meanwhile, seated on the sofa, Tang Zai gazed at the television, which now offered nothing but online broadcasts, for local channels had ceased to exist. As the bathroom door swung open, Tang Zai turned to behold Yi Qingyi, cleansed and transformed, although her gaze appeared somewhat vacant. Master, I shall take her to get ready shortly, one of them announced. Tang Zhe, resting his chin on his hand, nonchalantly acknowledged this with a grunt. Despite Yi Qingyi's evident trepidation, he felt no inclination to warm up to her. 20 minutes later, Yi Qingyi emerged, her previously dry and disheveled hair now flowing with exceptional smoothness, exuding a fragrant allure. A subtle touch of makeup enhanced her features, while a pristine white dress accentuated her curvaceous form, cinched at the waist with a black leather belt, highlighting her slender figure. "Aren't you going to call for someone?" Sun Ting remarked, giving Yi Qingyi's rear a gentle tap. Yi Qingyi's fingers dug into her palms as she bowed her head, gritting her teeth in silence. Noticing her reticence, Sun Ting's frustration flared, whispering a few words into Yi Qingyi's ear. Yi Qingyi's delicate frame trembled as she slowly uttered, "Master." Tang Zhe regarded her with an approving gaze, impressed by her submission. "Come here," he commanded, his tone leaving no room for dissent. Yi Qingyi rose and approached Tang Zhe, her head bowed, avoiding his gaze. Eye on the past, they were worlds apart, a mere delivery girl and the vice president of an advertising firm, but now their paths had irrevocably intertwined. "Sit here," Tang Zhe instructed, patting his thigh with casual authority. Yi Qingyi bit her luscious red lip, the vibrant hue paling under the pressure of her apprehension. Chapter 25. Sweet engaged couple. Tang Zhe felt not a shred of pity as his hands rested upon her smooth, elongated legs. "Look at me," he commanded. Noticing that Yi Qingyi remained unresponsive, he continued with an air of indifference, "I have no desire to repeat myself." With tear-streaked eyes, Yi Qingyi slowly turned her gaze towards Tang Zhe, who observed the lingering traces of resentment and bitterness within her depths. Suddenly, a familiar ringtone pierced the air. An incoming voice called. Sun Ting glanced at Yi Qingyi's phone and remarked with a smile, "It's your fiancé calling." Those mere words sent Yi Qingyi into a flurry of panic as she hurriedly implored, "Don't answer it." "How can I not? Your fiancé is worried for your safety." "I will answer, and you can speak for yourself," Sun Ting declared, proceeding to take the call. Before handing the phone to Yi Qingyi, she barely had time to consider hanging up, as her fiancé's image appeared on the screen. Immediately, Jiang Zihui's worried voice resonated, Why haven't you responded to my messages? I was beginning to think something terrible had happened. I was so worried. Why are you crying? Is something wrong?" Listening to her fiancé's anxious tone, a wave of unease surged within Yi Qingyi. "I'm fine, I was just scared." She managed to suppress her tears and forced a sincere smile, assuring her fiancé not to worry. Jiang Zihui felt a pang of heartache, lamenting his inability to protect his beloved fiancée. "I'm so sorry. I hate that I am powerless and cannot bring you to safety, leaving you in fear." Yi Qingyi maintained her composure, her face revealing no cracks as she gently reassured, "Silly, don't blame yourself. We will be all right. Yes, please don't cry. I won't cry anymore." Suddenly, Jiang Zihui noticed that his fiancée appeared particularly beautiful this evening. Why have you suddenly put on makeup?" "I didn't want to make you angry by not replying, so I thought I'd beautify myself for you," she replied. Tang Zhe's lips curled into a faint smile. This woman, when deceiving her man, exhibited an intellect that soared to great heights. "You are the most beautiful woman in the world." Sun Ting scoffed quietly, leaning towards and by and muttering, "What a classic line from a scoundrel." "Indeed, I've heard it before," and Bai acknowledged. Jiang Zihui's words filled Yi Qingyi with a sense of guilt, realizing she had betrayed the man who loved her deeply. "Zihui, you should rest early. I need to get some sleep too," she said, anxious that any strange sounds might raise her fiancé's suspicions, wishing to say no more. Jiang Zihui even blew a kiss towards the camera, prompting a chorus of playful admonishments from the others. Tang Zhe remarked with a faint smile, "What a loving couple, it truly inspires envy. I admire your physique, yet I find your gaze displeasing." "I do not require your approval," Yi Qingyi replied firmly. Tang Zhe chuckled softly, "It seems you fear them more than you fear me. I wonder why that is." Yi Qingyi remained silent, her delicate face paling in pain. Tang Zhe reached out, grasping her chin, and said coolly, "They may threaten you, informing your fiancé of your situation, but I will not. Instead, I will locate your fiancé and annihilate his entire family. You have witnessed my methods. You are inhuman." Yi Qingyi gasped, clutching Tang Zhe's clothing in a desperate cry, her fear palpable. "When have I claimed to be human? I am the devil among devils, and a rather lecherous one at that." Yi Qingyi could scarcely fathom the consequences if her fiancé were to discover this truth. He might even seek to eliminate Jiang Zihui's entire family. The thought of such merciless brutality left her in no doubt about its authenticity. "In the future, you will consume the leftovers from their meals. If you perform well, you may have the chance to be like them. Now you understand what you must do." The following day, Yi Qingyi awoke in a daze, the first thought crossing her mind being whether she had perished. Upon surveying her surroundings, she realized she was not dead, yet remained ensnared in hell. Recalling the humiliations of the previous night, she felt the urge to cry, but found herself unable to produce tears. Her elder sister and brother-in-law had met a tragic end at home, and now she had fallen into such a fate. Glancing towards the door not far away, Yi Qingyi entertained the notion of escape. However, as she attempted to move her body, an excruciating pain shot through her abdomen, making her regret not having succumbed to her fiancé sooner. Enduring the agony, she gradually shifted, the clinking of chains rousing the two women sleeping nearby. Sun Ting yawned, remarking nonchalantly, "It seems you still have not learned your lesson." Though Yi Qingyi had ascended to the position of deputy general manager with the assistance of her fiancé, her intellect was sharp as well. Finding herself in such dire circumstances, the only course of action was to endure and bide her time for an opportunity, never bowing down. "No, I'm just a bit hungry," Yi Qingyi hastily explained. And Bai chuckled softly, "It's not yet mealtime, the master hasn't risen." Yi Qingyi noted the disparity between Inbai and Sun Ting, while Sun Ting was the most devoted follower of Tang Zhe, and Bai felt different, almost as if she shared the same oppressive plight. Perhaps this could be the key to her escape. Chapter 26. Rest well. Regardless of the circumstances, one must acquiesce to him, otherwise, not only would death be imminent, but those photographs would also be disseminated, placing the lives of her fiancé's entire family in jeopardy. After rising, Tang Zhe brushed his teeth, noting that the progress in the past few days had significantly accelerated, reaching 16.8 this pace. With a daily increase of 3, it won't be long before the apocalyptic gift package 2.0 is unlocked, perhaps in just a month's time. If 3 more rations were to be acquired, the time could be halved. Regrettably, as it stands, these 3 rations are already of the highest quality. Having grown accustomed to sumptuous delicacies, one cannot easily appreciate inferior offerings. Stepping onto the balcony, Tang Zhe felt a chilling breeze sweep over him. Such weather in September in the southern regions felt rather peculiar, though the air conditioning indoors provided some comfort. Upon checking his phone, the weather temperature was no longer displayed, but Tang Zhe surmised it was around 10 degrees outside. Noting how rapidly the weather had changed, in the living room, his gaze fell upon Yi Qingyi, who instinctively recoiled slightly in trepidation at his presence. Tang Zhe paid her no mind, instead affectionately ruffling the hair of Inbai and Sun Ting as he prepared to indulge in breakfast. Breakfast is generally regarded as the most nutritious meal of the day, yet due to Yi Qingyi's actions, it seemed she would be left with only the remnants of what the 2 girls had eaten. When the fragrant mushroom chicken soup was presented, Yi Qingyi was left dumbfounded. How could such food exist? To her astonishment, there were even sweet and sour ribs and a bowl of black-bone chicken rice noodles. Sun Ting and Inbai, their stomachs already growling, hastily began to eat, filling the air with the delightful aroma of chicken soup. Yi Qingyi's red lips secreted saliva uncontrollably, and she found herself swallowing involuntarily, unable to do anything but watch. Tang Zhe, however, opted for a simpler meal, consisting of 2 meat buns and some congee. While he scanned the community group for any updates, after a little over 10 minutes, the 2 girls had filled their stomachs, leaving the leftovers for Yi Qingyi. The sweet and sour ribs were reduced to mere bones, the black-bone chicken rice noodles were left with only half a bowl of broth filled with bones, and the mushroom chicken soup was no different. Eat up, stop staring, Sun Ting said nonchalantly. Yi Qingyi gazed at the leftover food, never having experienced such a meal in her life, but the rich aroma of the chicken soup was simply irresistible. How could she muster the strength to escape without a full stomach? Comforted by this thought, she promptly began to sip the black-bone chicken soup, feeling warmth enveloping her belly, surprisingly more delectable than any Michelin-starred restaurant. Add some rice for her, Tang Zhe instructed casually, recognizing that with the meat consumed, a mere sip of soup and gnawing on bones would hardly suffice to fill her. Inbai nodded and quickly scooped a generous spoonful of white rice. Yi Qingyi looked up at the mound of rice, feeling as though it had been years since she last laid eyes on such a sight. In these water-scarce times, who had the luxury to cook rice? Even raw rice would have to suffice. Hurry and eat, Inbai urged, warning her not to provoke Tang Zhe's ire and end up with nothing to eat. Grateful, Yi Qingyi watched as the white rice was added to the chicken soup, transforming into a savory dish reminiscent of braised chicken rice. The sounds of Yi Qingyi eating filled the living room. She did not spare even the leftover bones, chewing and swallowing them eagerly. Burp. Yi Qingyi could not suppress a loud belch, feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over her, yet, she felt as if it had been ages since she had eaten to such satisfaction. If offered another bowl, she believed she could consume it all. Suddenly, a familiar ringtone echoed. Your fiancé is quite concerned about you, Sun Ting remarked with a smile as she picked up the phone. Yi Qingyi had no intention of snatching it away, fully aware that such an action would only incite their anger and lead to her own suffering. My father's friend mentioned that there will be a significant drop in temperature and heavy snowfall in a few days. You must keep warm. A drop in temperature? Yi Qingyi felt no such chill. Yes, in the southern regions, daytime temperatures will plummet to around -20 C, and at night, it could reach -40 C, while the northern regions will be even colder. Do not venture into the heavy snow, it will be just like this rain. Tang Zhe frowned upon hearing this. He had hoped the rain would cease, only to learn of a forthcoming drastic drop in temperature. It seemed they would remain trapped here. This wouldn't do. He needed to find an opportunity to venture out, as securing rations was paramount. Understood, I will take care to stay warm, do not worry, she replied. Why are you crying again? Zhang Zihui exclaimed, alarmed to see his fiancée in tears. Nothing, just feeling a bit sentimental. Sigh, if only you hadn't gone to your sister's house for dinner that night, you would have been by my side. Zhang Zihui lamented. Yi Qingyi shared this sentiment. Had she left, she would never have encountered this tormentor. Sister-in-law, what are you up to? Suddenly, a youthful voice rang out, causing Tang Zhe to pause momentarily, while Yi Qingyi felt a wave of relief. The girl on the phone appeared to be around 17 or 18, her beautiful cheeks radiating youth and vitality, embodying the innocence and charm of her age. Dressed in a wool sweater, she revealed a slightly alluring collarbone and adorned her neck with a new summer accessory from Hermes. Nana, I'm resting, Yi Qingyi replied. Make sure to rest well, sister-in-law. Everything will be fine, Zhang Nana urged, her tone filled with youthful sincerity. Yes, I will rest well, do not worry about me, Yi Qingyi reassured, her complexion gradually regaining its rosy hue, reflecting on how she had ended up discussing her deceased brother-in-law. Zhang Nana, though somewhat perplexed, continued, Sister-in-law, please be safe, my brother misses you dearly and even secretly looks at your photos. What nonsense are you spouting, you little brat? Zhang Zihui remarked, feeling slightly embarrassed, while Yi Qingyi felt an even deeper sense of shame, believing she had betrayed her love and no longer deserved her fiancé. Chapter 27 is submissiveness. Please rest well that I will handle her nonsense, he declared. Alright, go ahead, she replied, listening to the sounds of merriment emanating from her phone. Yi Qingyi felt a pang of envy, realizing she should have been part of it. After ending the video call, she was left to confront Tang Zhe. So she is your sister-in-law, Sun Ting remarked as she took the phone and opened the photo gallery, showing Tang Zhe a picture. After viewing it, Tang Zhe nodded in approval. Indeed, a commendable choice. What are you planning to do? Yi Qingyi snapped sharply. Hearing her questioning tone, Tang Zhe felt a flicker of irritation. In the afternoon, have a bite, Enbai said quietly as he stealthily approached Yi Qingyi with leftover food from the fridge. Observing Enbai, Yi Qingyi gradually lowered her defenses and weakly uttered a thank you. Sister, please do not provoke our master any further. Yi Qingyi ate heartily, contemplating her own demise, yet dared not act upon it. Enbai, why do you all comply so readily? Yi Qingyi inquired, wondering why they did not resist. Enbai paused for a moment, then softly replied, we have food and drink, all thanks to our master. Were it not for him, we might have already become corpses. In recent days, there have been 4 or 5 more female bodies discovered. Yi Qingyi certainly wished to avoid such a fate, as she often saw the corpses in the grass, almost all victims of brutal violation. What had become of this world, that it had turned so horrifying? If our initial compliance was born of fear, perhaps now it stems from gratitude. Gratitude? Yi Qingyi echoed in surprise. Indeed, what sort of character do those in the neighborhood possess? Has any girl captured ever met a good end? Yet we are safe under our master's protection. What we give pales in comparison to what we receive. Yi Qingyi suddenly realized the validity of Enbai's words. At that moment, Sun Ting emerged from the bedroom and, seeing the two in the living room, Yi Qingyi hastily set down her plate, fearful that Sun Ting might report her. Sun Ting, however, merely said, eat, lest you starve. Enbai nodded and quietly added, Sister Ting is not truly bad, it's just that you are too stubborn. Not truly bad, it was her idea that led to this predicament. Xiaobai, do not speak recklessly. I am indeed a wicked woman, Sun Ting retorted, curling her lips disdainfully. In this world, being a good person often led to dire consequences. It was far more gratifying to embrace villainy. Enbai pressed his lips together, recognizing that Sun Ting was merely venting her frustrations. Thank you, I am full now, Yi Qingyi said, wiping her mouth. The sensation of fullness ignited a desire to sleep. Sun Ting calmly reminded her, if you wish to die, you may plead, the master will grant you that opportunity, but if you wish to survive, cast aside your identity as the fiancée of a wealthy heir, and do not implicate me in Xiaobai. Every person desires to live. No one wishes to perish. The living room fell into a profound silence. Enbai poured Yi Qingyi a glass of warm water, which she accepted but did not drink. Instead, she softly requested, could you find me a beautiful dress? Sun Ting and Enbai exchanged glances, sensing a shift. It appeared that survival took precedence. Tang Zhe, meanwhile, enjoyed a peaceful nap, rising to stand by the floor-to-ceiling window, observing the green belt at the center of the community, now nearly obscured by corpses. Perhaps due to the recent drop in temperature, the stench of decay had somewhat diminished. In such an environment, Tang Zhe had no desire to linger. He would inevitably be suffocated by the foul odor. Stepping out of his bedroom, Tang Zhe noticed that Yi Qingyi was unusually quiet, seemingly subdued. He directly retrieved food as a reward. When Yi Qingyi beheld a complete fried chicken leg before her, an overwhelming urge to cry surged within her. This once ignored junk food now required her to forsake her dignity to obtain. Without a moment's hesitation, she devoured it all. Wasn't survival in this apocalypse simply about satiating hunger? Do you have any further requests? Tang Zhe inquired, his gaze steady upon Yi Qingyi. This question was quite tricky, yet it posed no challenge to the highly educated Yi Qingyi. She would not voice any demands before Tang Zhe, only complying unconditionally, even if it meant jumping from here. I have no requests. I simply wish to bring my master endless joy. Sun Ting and Enbai exchanged glances once more. This woman certainly knew how to please a man. However, Tang Zhe remained unconvinced of Yi Qingyi's sincerity, harboring distrust toward both Sun Ting and Enbai as well. In this apocalyptic world, the only person one could trust was oneself. Chapter 28 Double Delight. Not bad, you two can have these, Tang Zhe remarked as he handed the remaining chicken legs and wings to Sun Ting and Enbai. His intention was to make Yi Qingyi aware that she should not presume her charm could elevate her above them. Without any substantial contribution, she would forever be reliant on their leftovers. Listening to the sound of their teeth sinking into the fried chicken, Yi Qingyi felt a pang of desire, yet she could only endure her current predicament. You may still converse with your fiancé, but it must be under my supervision, Tang Zhe said, gently stroking Yi Qingyi's hair with a faint smile. Yi Qingyi understood the implications of this supervision all too well, but at least she could still see her fiancé. Thank you. Of course, you may also discreetly seek assistance from him, should you wish for his rescue. I want tea, I promise I want tea, Yi Qingyi exclaimed, shaking her head fervently, though a part of her entertained the notion. Tang Zhe lowered his gaze slightly, his index finger lifting her delicate chin, his thumb brushing against her soft, crimson lips. No worries, I shall sever your fiancé's head and fashion his skull into a bowl for you, so that you may dine from it each day, fostering a more harmonious mindset. The chilling words left Yi Qingyi's mind reeling with unsettling imagery, and it was not just her. Sun Ting and Enbai were equally taken aback. Suddenly, Tang Zhe burst into laughter. Oh dear, I was merely jesting, look at how frightened you all are, I won't tease you further. Sun Ting and Enbai cast him glances filled with reproach, yet Yi Qingyi sensed that Tang Zhe was not joking at all. She quickly interjected, I don't want to communicate, I am entirely yours. Perhaps this was the only way to protect her fiancé and his family. I was only kidding, I have no intention of disrupting your affectionate union and making myself out to be the villain. Was there anything worse than this? Yi Qingyi dared only to ponder this in silence, choosing not to pursue the topic any further. From their recent interactions, she had gleaned several crucial insights. It was best not to question or challenge Tang Zai's words. Of course, there were moments when it might be acceptable, but those would need to be framed as endearing, submissive inquiries. Ting Ting, please return her phone, Sun Ting said as she handed Yi Qingyi her device. Yi Qingyi felt a wave of confusion. Was this not the very item that posed a threat to her? At that moment, Sun Ting sheepishly admitted, I pretended to be you this morning, my apologies. Pretended to be me? I just wanted to find out where your fiancé lives. Please don't overthink it. Instantly, Yi Qingyi's complexion drained of color. Tang Zai shot her a sharp look. TSK, stop scaring her. With that, he pulled Yi Qingyi into his embrace. If the opportunity arises to visit Yunhai City, I will arrange for you two to meet. Just as she was about to protest, Yi Qingyi quickly changed her tune, obediently replying, but I am the master's kitten. Would that not be inappropriate? What's inappropriate about it? Don't you wish to meet him? Yi Qingyi dared not deny, I do wish to meet him. Should your fiancé learn of our situation, do you think he would be angry and strike you? Tang Zai teased, to which Yi Qingyi softly replied, my fiancé will never know. You truly are becoming more agreeable. Let us ensure you rest well today. Yi Qingyi complied, sitting quietly and even receiving a packet of cucumber-flavored chips worth 6 yuan as a reward. Tang Zai drew in by closer, whispering, in a few days, I plan to leave this community. The three women immediately looked up at him. Leaving here, would they be taken along? Of course, I will take you all with me, who else would I bring? With that simple assurance, the three women breathed a sigh of relief. Without Tang Zai, their fates could turn grim, subject to theft, abuse, or worse. But it is getting colder, and we cannot risk exposure to rain or snow. If the wind finds its way into our clothing, we could perish. Sun Ting expressed her concerns. Though there were only 3 of them, it was still preferable to face the dangers outside. Yet, unbeknownst to Sun Ting, Tang Zai had ulterior motives. 3 individuals were but a drop in the bucket, and this community was dwindling in companionship. I have prepared various supplies these past few days to withstand the rain and snow. Of course, I will not force you, you may choose to stay if you prefer, I am quite reasonable. Upon finishing, Tang Zai displayed a gentle smile, but to the 3 women, that smile seemed anything but warm, resembling a bloodthirsty beast. Without any hesitation, the 3 women nodded in unison. Taking out his phone, Tang Zai pointed the camera at himself. Xiao Bai, be adorable, let us take a selfie. And Bai obediently closed her beautiful eyes, sticking out her petite pink tongue, exuding cuteness 1,000-fold. Clicked out on the phone, Tang Zai smiled, while in Bai's lovely visage bore a faint blush, radiating both charm and shyness, her jade-like shoulders leaning against Tang Zai. He swiftly shared the photo on his social media, adding a caption, she is truly well behaved. In Tang Zai's WeChat contacts, the majority were former bosses from his laborious days, who often summoned him at their behest, devoid of any ulterior motives, merely a display of his newfound status. As anticipated, the post ignited a frenzy. Tang Zai, you rascal, you have such a beautiful companion, I have some supplies, want them? Damn, Tang Zai, you're showing off, hurry and send that beauty over. Xiao Tang, as your former boss, I must inform you that this wealth is beyond your means. Tang Zai, where do you live? I am coming to find you, this is making me feel all hot and bothered. A barrage of envious and resentful comments flooded beneath the photo, each remark steeped in a condescending tone, to which Tang Zai responded with an even broader smile. Ting Ting, come here. Let us take a picture together, he beckoned. Sun Ting complied, and both women leaned in to kiss Tang Zai's cheek simultaneously, creating a scene of intoxicating allure. After all, most women had long neglected their appearances. Few could rival their beauty. Moreover, this time, Tang Zai deliberately angled the camera downward, revealing a glimpse of the stunning peaks adorned in black lace that tantalizingly hinted at what lay beneath, inciting fervor. Accompanying it was the caption, double delight. Indeed, this social media post caused an even greater uproar. Xiao Tang, heed my advice, if you cannot handle it, share with me, I have plenty of supplies. Tang Zai, where on earth did you find these women? Tang Ge, I have supplies here. Shall we share? President Tang, our lives are miserable, yet you seem to revel, kindly point the way. Observing the venomous replies, Tang Zai appeared remarkably calm. He slowly rose to his feet, causing Yi Qingyi, who thought she might be called to join in the selfie, to stand up as well. Instead, he walked away. This left Yi Qingyi stunned, feeling like a fool. With her appearance, did she not merit a place in the selfie, to become a symbol of pride? Chapter 29. Tang Zai's little secrets from the past. A wave of frustration suddenly welled up within Yi Qingyi. Tang Zai had gone to take a photograph of the supplies and promptly shared it on his social media. There is so much food, I can't possibly finish it all. With beautiful women and abundant resources, any man would recognize this as a heavenly existence. Everyone who used to call him Xiao Tang now referred to him as Tang Zong. Tang Zai expressed that they were all former colleagues and should look out for one another, promising that he would deliver some supplies when he had the chance. A video call abruptly connected to Tang Zai, revealing manager Xiao from the Huan Hotel. Upon answering, Tang Zai was greeted by the sight of a middle-aged man with a receding hairline and a lewd smile. Xiao Tang, do you remember me? Manager Xiao, how could I possibly forget? Tang Zai thought back to his days as a bellboy at the Huan Hotel, where manager Xiao served as the lobby manager. It was due to his honesty that he was always assigned the most exhausting and unsavory tasks. He still vividly recalled Zhao's scoldings, "You're just a country bumpkin destined for a lifetime of servitude. Being a bellboy is a favor, or else you'd be cleaning toilets." Yet, the harshness of those reprimands had vanished, replaced by a sycophantic grin. "Xiao Tang, I always knew you would achieve greatness. It's a pity you left so soon. I was planning to make you a team leader." "Manager Xiao, I hardly think I'm suited for such a position. You're overestimating me." "Xiao Tang, that's where you're mistaken. You are the most promising young man I've ever encountered." A deluge of flattery aimed at winning Tang Zhe over. Meanwhile, Tang Zhe settled back on the sofa, pulling Yichingi, who was sitting on the floor, into his embrace. Upon noticing the enchanting Yichingi, Manager Zhao's smile faltered. This was the third stunning woman he had seen in Tang Zhe's company. To have three extraordinary women residing under one roof demanded considerable prowess, and Manager Zhao understood this all too well. He must be of at least a leadership stature. Why Yichingi felt a sense of comfort, or rather, a slight equilibrium restored within her, yet, she soon questioned why she was so concerned with such matters. Surely she must be losing her mind. "Manager Xiao must have some business to discuss with me," Tang Zhe said, holding up a plump snow peak with a smile, while Yichingi bit her red lip and let out a soft hum, leaving Manager Xiao nearly in tears. "It's just that our food supplies are running dangerously low." Manager Xiao hesitated, recalling how he had once cared for Tang Zhe, but now he found himself desperate. Tang Zhe understood immediately. "Manager Xiao, given how well you treated me in the past, I ought to repay you. Just provide me with an address, and once the weather improves, I'll make a delivery." "Oh, that would be splendid. I knew I didn't misjudge your character." Manager Xiao rejoiced, though jealousy flickered in his eyes as he began to concoct ulterior motives. After receiving an address, Tang Zhe felt unsatisfied. Former superiors began sending their congratulations, and addresses flooded in. As he perused the addresses, his smile grew even more pronounced. Ding, a notification chimed from Tang Zhe's WeChat, causing all three women to turn their gazes toward his phone, their expressions akin to that of a girlfriend instinctively glancing at her boyfriend's notifications. It was no wonder the three young women were so curious. Tang Zhe's WeChat had never made a sound before. His recent communications had all been via video calls, confirming whether he truly had supplies rather than merely edited images. Initially, Tang Zhe assumed it might be a former superior feeling shy, but upon seeing the name on the screen, he paused. This was not a former superior, it was an ex-girlfriend, though she hardly qualified as such since she had never formally agreed to the relationship. The three women, observing Tang Zhe's expression, immediately sensed that there was a story behind it. How could such a formidable man harbor hidden matters? Their curiosity ignited. Even Yichingi found herself irresistibly intrigued. Such was the nature of women. Tang Zhe's gaze swept over the three women, who promptly averted their eyes, feigning indifference. "Feel free to come and go as you please. It's not as if you're sneaking around." Tang Zhe chuckled. And Bai was the first to rush over, while Sun Ting tried to hold her back, fearing that if Tang Zhe was merely speaking casually, they might find themselves without dinner later that night. Once she realized Tang Zhe was genuinely unconcerned, Sun Ting felt at ease to indulge her curiosity. Why Yichingi reminded herself that there was nothing to gossip about. Why should she care? Yet, when she witnessed the exaggerated expressions of Sun Ting and Bai, she scolded herself and quickly joined in on the gossip. A message from a cartoon avatar appeared. "How have you been?" These simple 4 words immediately led the 3 women to deduce that the sender was a woman and that her relationship with Tang Zhe was undoubtedly significant. Otherwise, such an opening would not have been employed. Thus, the 3 women concluded that it was highly probable this was an ex-girlfriend. "One at a time, you're all making my ears ache," Tang Zhe remarked, exasperated by their incessant curiosity. "Yichingi, you go first, then Xiao Bai, and finally Ting Ting." Upon hearing that Tang Zhe had placed her first, Yichingi felt a flicker of delight, but it swiftly transformed into confusion. Why should she feel happy merely for being prioritized? What was there to be joyous about? Yichingi reprimanded herself internally, recognizing that she was simply bored and desired to hear a story. Sun Ting immediately suggested, "Shouldn't we pour some red wine? That way, we can enjoy the story more." "Must you always complicate things? Go ahead and fetch it," Tang Zhe replied indifferently. After all, he was just as bored as they were. This was a tale known only to him, and likely no one else. Sun Ting opened a bottle of 800 yuan red wine, pouring it generously for everyone, including Yichingi. "Ask away," Tang Zhe said, taking a sip and reclining on the sofa. Yichingi cleared her throat. "Who is she?" "She was someone I pursued in the past," Tang Zhe responded candidly, recalling a rather unhappy chapter of his life, yet now able to overlook it and even share it with them. And Bai immediately pressed on, "Did you succeed in winning her over, or did you date briefly before breaking up?" "Of course, I didn't win her over," Tang Zhe replied. Sun Ting chimed in with another question, "Why didn't you succeed?" Tang Zhe rolled his eyes. "Are you really that naive? If I had pursued any one of you back then, would you have given me the time of day?" This statement was undeniably accurate. The 3 women could not refute it, as they indeed would have ignored Tang Zhe in the past. "What was she like? Did she think you were beneath her?" Yichingi inquired next. Tang Zhe swirled the wine in his glass, softly saying, 3 years ago, we worked at the same hotel. I was the bellboy, and she was at the front desk." "Was she not beautiful? How does she compare to us? Let us see a photo." And Bai urged impatiently, while Yichingi displayed a keen interest. Tang Zhe clicked his tongue. "There aren't any photos." "There must be something on social media," the 3 women insisted. "Goodness, you all a master, you just said you wouldn't get angry," and Bai pleaded innocently. Tang Zhe sighed, fine, I suppose I must yield to reason. With that, he opened the ex-girlfriend's social media page, only to find it set to 3-day visibility, leaving the three women in disappointment. However, anyone working at the Hawaiian Hotel's front desk surely could not be lacking in beauty. Chapter 30. Ex-girlfriend. Sun Ting continued to inquire, did she refuse you because she has a boyfriend, or was it for some other reason? Tang Zhe downed his glass of red wine in one gulp and replied nonchalantly, I'm not certain, but she is indeed quite attractive, though she pales in comparison to you all. This statement brought a sense of comfort to the hearts of the three women. Although she may be inferior to you, in the eyes of others, she is still a beauty. The workers at the hotel are quite fond of her, making her a sought-after woman, and I, of course, am among those captivated. The three women found themselves entranced, their minds conjuring an image of a poor young man professing his love to a glamorous woman, only to be. Their hearts ached for their master, and a wave of compassion surged within them, prompting an overwhelming desire to comfort their wounded master and bring him joy. At that time, the doorman's salary was nearly 800 a month. Yi Qingyi exclaimed in astonishment, only 800, really? Later, I discovered it was merely a tactic to prolong my probation period. Yi Qingyi felt a twinge of sympathy for Tang Zhe. No wonder he harbored such resentment. I recall it was a sun-drenched afternoon when I splurged on a meal for her at the hotel's finest cafeteria. Upon hearing this, the three women couldn't suppress their laughter. Tang Zhe's lips twitched. Was it truly that amusing to recount such a sorrowful tale, and by, feeling aggrieved, retorted, I didn't laugh, it was you all who found it funny. Tang Zhe, in resignation, said, I thought you would accept, but the harsh reality struck, I was rejected. The three women could already predict the outcome. They would have refused too, however. Tang Zhe continued. She overturned the tray, sending the expensive dishes crashing to the floor. Everyone around turned to observe. And Bai, upon hearing this, ceased her playful demeanor, finding it hard to believe that someone would reject another in such a manner. She then uttered a memorable phrase, glancing at Sun Ting, your comment about being a loser truly pales in comparison. Sun Ting inwardly cursed herself. What had possessed her to insult someone back then? It was simply that the public screen during their dance was rife with venomous remarks, and she couldn't help but vent her frustration on Tang Zhe. She called me a country dog, suggesting I should lift my leg and urinate to see what qualifies me to treat her to a meal. The living room fell into a hush. Yi Qingyi was taken aback to discover such a woman existed. How despicable. Rejection was one thing, but why resort to verbal cruelty, although Tang Zhe was hardly innocent himself, being quite the devil. So, did you confront her? And Bai inquired eagerly, hoping to hear that Tang Zhe had dealt with the wicked woman. Tang Zhe chuckled and shook his head. I picked up the food that had fallen, it cost 199 yuan, and I couldn't bear to waste it, despite the laughter surrounding me. The three women were astonished. Had the former Tang Zhe been so timid and cowardly, this was a stark contrast to the ruthless figure they had come to know. Thus, I failed before I even began. Tang Zhe shrugged, lighting a cigarette, reflecting on how naive and weak he had been back then. Then just don't respond to her. Let her starve, and Bai said angrily. Yi Qingyi suddenly interjected, that would be too merciful. At this, both Tang Zhe and the two women turned to Yi Qingyi, surprised by her swift change of stance. The astute Yi Qingyi understood the importance of positioning. By aligning with Tang Zhe's sentiments, she created an opportunity for herself, yet, it seemed she had forgotten that her chance came at the expense of another's suffering, indicating a gradual shift in her mindset. So, what do you think would be an appropriate response? Tang Zhe found the situation rather amusing and was curious about their reactions. Yi Qingyi volunteered, Master, how about I handle the reply? Sun Ting and Bai looked at her, astonished by her boldness. Tang Zhe paused, intrigued to see how Yi Qingyi would navigate this, and handed her the phone. Yi Qingyi pondered before crafting a response. Quite well. The Shanhu community is considered upscale in Huan City, averaging 21,000 per square meter, and conveniently located near the subway. Naturally, the residents here are elite individuals, unlike Tang Zhe's circumstances, though that too may be a matter of time. On the sofa, Chao Yu, dressed in a sheer nightgown, stared blankly at the television. The content was inconsequential as her mind wandered to one thought: the once insignificant country dog was now living a vibrant life, surrounded by even more beautiful women, with material possessions overflowing half the living room. Glancing at her dwindling supplies, Chao Yu furrowed her brow, contemplating how to acquire those resources for herself. Haven't you replied yet? A man in his 50s emerged from the bathroom, considerably overweight. Given Chao Yu's financial situation, she could not afford to live in such a place. The apartment belonged to this man, who maintained it for his mistress while serving as the deputy general manager of Huan Hotel. However, he was absurdly corpulent, weighing at least 300 pounds, while Chao Yu only weighed 90 pounds, often finding it hard to breathe under his weight. Not yet, Chao Yu replied helplessly. Bai Jian, sitting nearby, placed his hefty hand on her delicate shoulder. Once such a man gains power, he revels in flaunting it, especially to those who once rejected him. So, he will undoubtedly respond, perhaps even seeking to win you back. Bai Jian whispered insidiously, plotting how to seize the resources. Without them, the two beauties would naturally leave him, and then all would be his. Ding dong. Look, hasn't he taken the bait? Chao Yu picked up her phone, releasing a sigh of relief, thinking he would ignore her. Be direct. Make him feel good, Bai Jian urged from the side. Taking a deep breath, Chao Yu replied, I miss you. On the other side, Yi Qingyi burst into laughter at such a response, finding the woman utterly shameless. Tang Ze smiled silently, playfully pinching Sun Ting's exquisite cheek. A mere receptionist from a few years ago could hardly compare to the allure of the current live streamers. Yi Qingyi continued her replies. Now you realize you miss me, but where were you before? Chapter 31. To hell with civilization. Bai Jian chuckled upon reading such a response. It seems you still have feelings for me. Continue. I'm sorry, I was wrong. Can you ever forgive me? Yi Qingyi could no longer contain herself. She felt an overwhelming urge to leap through the screen and pound this shameless woman into the ground. She is simply a green tea bitch, Bai said, fuming. Master, do not show any mercy. Huh, do you really think I would forgive you? Not a chance. Xiao Yu's expression darkened slightly upon reading such a reply. How dare a mere country dog speak to her in such a manner? Yet Bai Jian, the seasoned veteran, remarked, the more angry he gets, the more he cares. Surely you understand this, keep feigning weakness. I was foolish back then, it was all my fault, can you give me another chance? Only if you kneel and send me a photo as proof. Xiao Yu was on the verge of cursing. How dare this country dog demand she kneel? However, with Bai Jian present, she begrudgingly took the photo and sent it over. Yi Qingyi felt a surge of satisfaction upon seeing the image. Tang. Master, she has knelt. Tang Ze glanced over, well done, now let's get the address. Yi Qingyi continued to reply, you are certainly more obedient than before, provide me with your address, and I shall see if you truly are as compliant as you claim. Tell him. Bai Jian pondered for a moment before speaking in a low voice. Once we capture her, we needn't worry about our supplies disappearing. Shanhu Community, Building 3, Unit 1, Room 501. Make sure you clean yourself up for my arrival. After sending the message, Yi Qingyi felt a sense of relief. Tang Ze took the phone and glanced at it. You certainly know how to converse, even telling her to clean up, or perhaps you should go play with her yourself. Ah, no, I am merely helping the master vent. Yi Qingyi quickly shook her head. Since the conversation is flowing so smoothly, why not share a bit about yourself? Yi Qingyi asked in confusion, about me? What do you mean? Did she do something wrong again to provoke this devil? And Bai reminded her, just some personal matters, we hardly ever see you around the community, or how you met your fiancé. Upon hearing this, Yi Qingyi's expression turned sorrowful. I have always hidden at my brother-in-law and sister's house until that day when my brother-in-law was betrayed by his own. They killed both him and my sister. The three listened with little reaction, such betrayal seemed all too common, a shared experience among many. And how did you meet your fiancé? Sun Ting began to pry. Well, there isn't much to it, Yi Qingyi instinctively replied, but quickly added, I met my fiancé during a collaboration on an advertisement. Sun Ting inquired, did you know he was from a wealthy family, and that you pursued him? How could that be? At that time, he was learning at his family's company, with a position even lower than mine. He persistently pursued me. A financial strategy? And Bai asked with curious eyes. If it had been a financial strategy, he would have failed. He employed a tactic of shamelessness combined with tenderness. Sun Ting laughed, a proper woman would surely fall for that. And how did you feel when you discovered he was rich? Tang Ze was curious whether she felt joy or disappointment. Yi Qingyi joked, isn't there a saying, you can pretend to be poor, but you cannot truly be poor. Insightful, Sun Ting said, giving a thumbs up. Just kidding, I was quite angry at first, yet there was also a sense of joy. It was rather contradictory, Yi Qingyi reflected, realizing she hadn't lied. Suddenly, Sun Ting posed a provocative question, so now, do you think the master is better or your fiancé? Of course, my fiancé is better. Yi Qingyi answered without a moment's hesitation. And Bai thought this was troublesome, the master might get angry, but Tang Ze was not angry, merely choosing to express himself through action. I in the garage. Boss, tonight we storm Building 3. Exactly, we've already dealt with Buildings 2 and 5, so we need not worry about the numbers. That broken gun has hardly any bullets left. Boss, think about it, there's a room full of supplies, and 3 beauties as well. Hearing his subordinate's words, the supplies were not particularly enticing, but the thought of those 3 women ignited a fervor within him. What man could refuse such exquisite beauties, while that damned delivery guy gets to play with them every day? Considering the women at his own place, the comparison was simply unfathomable. What a few lives lost, let us do it. Prepare yourselves, tonight we'll eliminate that delivery guy, but we need a plan to ensure he is killed. Ding Feng steeled himself, it was either to enjoy the beauty and supplies or be eliminated, there was no third option. Fortune favors the bold, while the timid starve. That evening, Ding Feng gathered his trusted men and promised that if they captured the beauties, he would let them enjoy them for a time. Only then did his subordinate smile and agree. At the large round dining table, 10 men sat, with Ding Feng at the head, solidifying his position as the boss, and his girlfriend by his side. Though not particularly beautiful, she was young and useful. Brother Feng, you are now the boss of the community. When will you lead us to conquer the world? One of his drunken subordinates laughed. Ding Feng took a sip of beer and replied with a smile, conquering the world is a bit of an exaggeration, but this district is within our grasp. By then, you can have any beauty you desire, even celebrities. Boss, can I have Li Linger, just once, even if it costs me my life? A man with beady eyes slurred at the short man sitting next to him burped, I want Li Linger too. You men, can't you speak with a bit more civility? Ding Feng's girlfriend rolled her eyes. After all, she was a rising idol, breathtakingly beautiful, worthy of reverence. The second-in-command chuckled. Sister-in-law, what we do is hardly civilized, who cares about civility? To hell with civility, cheers. Ding Feng raised his glass to toast. Cheers. Chapter 32. The devil Tang. The exhilaration of downing a pint of beer is unmatched, especially when accompanied by the presence of a beautiful woman. Just then, a knock echoed through the room, and one of the underlings reluctantly rose, grumbling, "Who is knocking?" These men have no sense of humor, thinking they can just waltz in for a bite. Upon opening the door, the underling was greeted by a shocking sight. The four men who should have been stationed there lay sprawled in a pool of blood, while the delivery boy stood at the threshold, a smile plastered across his face. How disheartening it is that you have delicious food and yet fail to invite your brothers for a gathering, Tang Zhe chuckled, thrusting his broadsword directly into the underling's abdomen, causing innards to spill onto the floor. The occupants of the room froze momentarily before hastily reaching for their phones to summon reinforcements. However, upon seeing the delivery boy Tang Zhe standing there, their expressions shifted from fury to palpable terror. How could he have arrived so unexpectedly? The Ding Feng, who had previously exuded arrogance, was now visibly shaken, his hands trembling. As Tang Zhe entered, dragging his bloodied broadsword behind him, a long trail of crimson marked his path. With Tang Zhe taking a seat, the hearts of the surrounding men raced, their breaths held in apprehension. They had indeed been plotting his demise, but seeing him in the flesh altered their perspective entirely. After all, such schemes were born of fear. Peanuts, how delightful, Tang Zhe remarked nonchalantly, munching on the snack. Ding Feng, feeling the weight of Tang Zhe's malice, couldn't he shake the uncanny coincidence of his sudden appearance just as their conspiracy was taking shape. A traitor lurked among them. Before he could ponder further, an underling dropped to his knees before Tang Zhe, pleading, "Brother Tang, you promised not to kill me, I'll bring you supplies." The others glared at this traitor, their teeth gritted in anger. "When did I ever make such a promise?" Tang Zhe inquired with a hint of curiosity. As the underling stood there, bewildered, a flash of the blade ensued, and hot blood splattered against the white wall, driving the sword into the corpse. Tang Zhe addressed the remaining men. "Today, he betrayed you. Tomorrow, he would betray me. Shouldn't you express your gratitude for my assistance in eliminating this traitor?" None of the 9 men dared to utter a word, while a woman trembled in fear, realizing that her husband paled in comparison to Tang Zhe, who effortlessly commanded the room, instilling dread in their hearts. "This must be your wife." "Do not fear, I do not harm women," Tang Zhe assured with a smile. Ding Feng understood that the night would not conclude peacefully. After all, it was his murderous intent that had brought this upon them. With no room for retreat, he resolved to fight rather than be slaughtered like a pig. "What do you intend to do?" Ding Feng asked in a hushed tone, already feeling the weight of defeat. Tang Zhe raked a hand through his hair and replied, "As the saying goes, when one intends to kill, one must be prepared for retribution." "Kill him!" Ding Feng shouted, seizing a bottle of alcohol and hurling it towards Tang Zhe, while 2 underlings beside him quickly restrained Tang Zhe's shoulders. The bottle shattered against Tang Zhe's forehead, sending liquid cascading down his face, yet he did not bleed. "Your strength seems a bit lacking, I shall begin my resistance now." Tang Zhe's laughter sent a chill through the hearts of the 2 underlings, who realized they could not contain this beast. Drawing his broadsword, he swiftly decapitated the 2 men beside him. "Do you know why I prefer using a blade? Unlike a gun, I relish the feeling of steel slicing through flesh, the sound of skin tearing, blood gushing, and the desperate, pain screams that follow." Ding Feng, who believed himself to be the epitome of cruelty, was astonished to discover an even greater monster before him. "What are you all standing around for? Kill him, otherwise, we will all perish." Ding Feng screamed in a frenzy, having reached a point of no return. Under the threat of death, the underlings disregarded their own interests and charged at Tang Zhe. Outside, the rapid footsteps of the homeowner's men approached, and upon witnessing Tang Zhe amidst the carnage, fear gripped their hearts. "He is but one man, we can take him down, all of this will belong to us." Ding Feng bellowed, rallying the men of the entire community, convinced they could overpower a mere delivery boy. Clearly, Ding Feng underestimated the delivery boy's capabilities. "Charge, brothers, let us slay him, and the women shall be ours." Motivated by the prospect of beauty, some rushed towards Tang Zhe, only to be met with a swift downward strike, cleaving one in 2, a display of terrifying strength that left the others paralyzed with fear. Yet, the crowd behind them, oblivious to the fate that awaited them, continued to push forward, eager to claim their glory. This was nothing short of a cue to death, and Tang Zhe, invigorated by the carnage, pressed on, his eyes alight with bloodlust, as he carved a path to the doorway, leaving a mountain of corpses in his wake, a scene reminiscent of hell itself. Back inside, Ding Feng stood frozen, his grip on the fruit knife faltering, his gaze fixed on the blood-soaked Tang Zhe, as if he had just emerged from the depths of hell. Tang Zhe plunged his sword into the heap of bodies, wiping his face with a few tissues to rid himself of the still wet blood. "Could we not have resolved this peacefully? I had no intention of killing you, especially since I planned to stay for a few more days. I detest a community devoid of life. Now, it seems nearly all the men have met their end at my hands." Ding Feng's breath quickened as he suddenly tightened his grip on the fruit knife and lunged at Tang Zhe, his eyes glimmering with a final glint of hope. With a swift thrust, he aimed to stab Tang Zhe, but before he could reach him, the broadsword pierced through his abdomen, pinning him to the wall, the blade angled upward. Veins bulged on Ding Feng's forehead as he clutched the hilt, his body sinking, teetering on the brink of being cleaved in 2. The nearby woman, paralyzed with terror, trembled uncontrollably. "Do not fear. I truly do not harm women, Tang Zhe said as he approached her with a smile, then proceeded to press her against the table. Ding Fang's eyes, once filled with rage, now brimmed with fear as he watched his woman transform into a lifeless shell, as if all her blood had been drained. Was this delivery boy a vampire? Standing before Ding Feng, Tang Zhe chuckled, I didn't expect you to last this long. I shall spare your life, for I must visit other homeowners. Withdrawing the broadsword, Ding Feng collapsed to the ground, the blade having grazed his chest, blood pooling around him, his complexion pale. This was no mercy, it was merely a torturous way for death. Demon devil Ding Feng mumbled, lamenting how he could have lived a life of luxury but chose to provoke such a man. The ancients were not wrong, a knife rests above the character of lust. Having savored the thrill of the hunt, Tang Zhe began to knock on doors, forcibly yanking open those that remained shut. In the master bedroom, he chuckled as he overturned the bed. Your husband attempted to kill me, but I turned the tables. You won't hold it against me, will you? Chapter 33. Clearing the neighborhood, the woman shook her head vehemently, unable to meet Tang Zhe's gaze. As he emerged from the bedroom, collecting the supplies within, he proceeded to visit the next household. This night was one of brutality, a night steeped in slaughter, the sounds of agony echoing relentlessly until the first light of dawn. In the living room, the three women remained awake, for sleep eluded them. Tang Zhe had merely mentioned he had some matters to attend to the previous evening, and now, with daylight breaking, there was still no word from him. Outside, fearful cries continued to resonate. What could have transpired? If Tang Zhe had met his demise, they would face unspeakable torment, and even at this moment, Yi Qingyi hoped fervently that he was safe. The weight of this anxiety overwhelmed Yi Qingyi, prompting her to weep softly as she recalled her recent harrowing experiences, her sister and brother-in-law's tragic deaths, which sent her into a fit of uncontrollable sobs. Her cries proved infectious, drawing Bai into tears as well, while Sun Ting trembled at the thought of becoming a lifeless corpse like her friend. The terror filled her eyes with tears. Without Tang Zhe, she felt utterly insignificant. Upon the sound of the door opening, the three women glanced with a mix of fear and hope. Tang Zhe entered with a smile, holding a large gift box, though his entire body was smeared with blood. Crying so early in the morning? I am still alive, he remarked. Bai gasped and began to cry anew, terrified at the thought of what would have happened had Tang Zhe perished outside. It wasn't a matter of martyrdom. She simply wished to avoid suffering. Ah, someone manage her, Tang Zhe said with exasperation. Sun Ting wiped her tears and commented, Bai is just like that, easily frightened. Tang Zhe shook his head as he approached Yi Qingyi, placing the gift box before her. This is for you, no need for thanks. Yi Qingyi stared at the gift box in confusion, while Bai ceased her tears, and Sun Ting looked on with envy. This was Tang Zhe's first gift. Surely, it contained a cake or something similar, Sun Ting mused, wondering why Yi Qingyi deserved such a reward after seemingly doing nothing noteworthy. Could it have been due to her commendable behavior last night? I'm going to take a shower. You all tidy up, your makeup is ruined from crying, you look like ghosts. Be careful, or I might just kill you all, Tang Zhe warned. The three women jolted, quickly attending to themselves, for Tang Zhe had a preference for beautiful women and held no affection for the unattractive. In the bathroom, hot water cascaded over Tang Zhe's muscular body, washing away the blood into the drain. Reflecting on the night's achievements, Tang Zhe felt a surge of satisfaction as his progress reached 63. He was mere moments away from leveling up. This method was indeed swift, though the quality left much to be desired. In the living room, the three women had managed to restore their appearances and were seated beside the gift box. What could it be? I'm so curious, Bai said, her large, watery eyes wide with anticipation. Sun Ting remarked enviously, we've been here for days without a gift, and you've only just arrived. Perhaps it's because I'm a virgin, Yi Qingyi teased, a comment that struck deeply, leaving Sun Ting and Bai visibly hurt. Yi Qingyi chuckled softly, I'm just kidding, we'll all share it. It was essential to cultivate a good rapport with them. Upon hearing Yi Qingyi's willingness to share, Sun Ting and Bai beamed, their impressions of her softening slightly. Slowly, Yi Qingyi lifted the box's lid, and the previously cheerful expressions of the three women froze instantly. Ugh, Bai immediately covered her mouth, her stomach churning as she rushed to the nearby trash can to vomit. Sun Ting, initially merely feeling nauseous, couldn't withstand Bai's retching and joined her, yet, Yi Qingyi remained unfazed, staring into the box at the severed head within, the very killer of her sister and brother-in-law. Mao Gang, Sun Ting, pale-faced from her bout of nausea, pointed and inquired, who is this? That is the one who murdered my sister and brother-in-law, Yi Qingyi replied calmly. Sister, brother-in-law, you may rest easy now. Gangzi has come to offer his apologies. Bai retrieved a tissue to wipe her lips, enviously stating, your master treats you so well. Yi Qingyi forced a smile, pondering Tang Zhe's sudden change. Had he been captivated by her beauty? Before long, Tang Zhe emerged clad only in his underwear, plopping down onto the sofa. I'm exhausted, he declared. Sun Ting and Bai instantly understood, rushing to massage him. Thank you, Yi Qingyi expressed gratefully as she squatted by Tang Zhe's feet. With his eyes closed, Tang Zhe replied casually, I just happened to encounter him, he claimed to be your brother-in-law's close friend, so I dealt with him directly. What about his wife and daughter? They're dead, Tang Zhe stated languidly, his eyelids growing heavy. Sun Ting, massaging him, exchanged a knowing glance with Yi Qingyi, curiosity peaking as she asked, what did you do out there all night? I took care of a few things, you don't need to stay cooped up in here anymore. You can stroll around the neighborhood, Tang Zhe said with a sense of ease. Bai gasped, I wouldn't dare wander around, I might get caught. There are only 4 of us left in the entire neighborhood, Tang Zhe replied. Sun Ting and Bai stared at him in disbelief. Only they remained? What had happened to everyone else? Had they all perished? Alright, I'm going to sleep now, Tang Ze said, patting Yiqingyi's head, clearly pleased with her performance. Upon returning to his bedroom, he fell asleep immediately, leaving a handgun propped by the door. Anyone daring to enter would face a bullet to the head. The three women were well aware of this rule and would never intrude upon Tang Ze's sanctuary. Shall we go take a look? Sun Ting suggested. And Bai expressed her concern, what if this is all a joke? Yiqingyi shook her head firmly. He wouldn't joke about our lives. She displayed the composure that made her the leader in this trio, and Sun Ting and Bai felt inclined to follow her lead. The three women armed themselves with kitchen knives and opened the door to venture outside. Summoning their courage, they made their way to the underground garage, where an eerie silence prevailed. Upon entering building 4, the scent of blood assaulted their senses. As they ascended the stairs, droplets of blood dripped incessantly from above. Swallowing hard, they pressed on, with the bold Sun Ting leading, the timid Bai in the middle, and Yiqingyi bringing up the rear. Soon, they reached the first floor, where the stench of blood permeated the entire corridor. A man's corpse lay sprawled on the ground. Upon entering the room, the three women gasped in horror. The scene was utterly chaotic, and they leaned against the wall, retching in unison. The bodies were piled like a small mountain, with layers upon layers, and a shriveled female corpse lay sprawled over the dining table, her wide eyes filled with terror. Chapter 34 of The Rain Ceases. So many people, were they all killed by him? Yiqingyi murmured, pondering whether a single individual could truly accomplish such a feat. Sun Ting, equally incredulous, remarked, he must be a disciple of some master, using food delivery as a fade to conceal his true identity. And Bai found merit in Sun Ting's hypothesis. After all, how else could one individual have wreaked such havoc, overwhelming an entire community? What could have caused this transformation in her? Yiqingyi, suppressing the stench of blood, ventured inside to assess the situation. And Bai whispered, it seems as though all her blood has been drained. Could she be a vampire? Sun Ting playfully tapped in Bai's forehead, chiding, you've been watching too many American shows, and now you believe in vampires. Yet, she truly appears to be drained, and Bai lamented, touching her head in dismay, fearful of the consequences of her navet, as she contemplated the possibility of her master ending her life with a single shot. Yiqingyi, agreeing with Bai's observation, noted the peculiar absence of blood, questioning if it was yet another viral affliction. Let us proceed and investigate further. Upon arriving at the next residence, the trio was met with a similarly withered female corpse. The entirety of building number 4 mirrored this unnerving sight, with all the women appearing desiccated. Indeed, the entire community bore witness to such desolation. This revelation left the three women pale with terror, for it became evident that Tang Ze was the one responsible. With a touch of speculation, they were further convinced, recalling how close they had come to becoming such lifeless husks themselves. Returning indoors, the three women remained in a daze, as though they were mere shadows of their former selves, believing Tang Ze to be a vampire, specifically, one that preyed upon women. Just then, Tang Ze emerged from inside, yawning, and immediately caught sight of the three women, their expressions betraying their fear. Initially taken aback, he soon chuckled, you've all seen the truth, haven't you? And Bai timidly nodded in response. Are you a vampire? Yiqingyi asked, her voice tinged with disbelief. Tang Ze paused, contemplating whether to commend her intelligence or chastise her foolishness. With an air of gravity, he proclaimed, I had intended to coexist peacefully with you, but now the pretense ends. I am Nicholas, the 79th branch of Edward's vampire lineage residing in this country. The trio gasped in astonishment. Indeed, he was a vampire. It was no wonder he could conjure food. Perhaps this was the extraordinary ability of a vampire, as depicted in films. Amused by their reaction, Tang Ze found humor in their gullibility. Deciding to indulge them further approaching, he suddenly made a fearsome grimace, prompting the three women to huddle together in fright. Ha ha ha. Their firm belief in his words was further solidified by his boisterous laughter. Behave yourselves, or I shall drain every last drop of your blood, Tang Ze threatened, pinching Bai's cheek, finding her rather endearing. And Bai nodded vigorously, while Sun Ting and Yiqingyi followed suit, eager to appease him. After a brief moment of jest, Tang Ze's hunger resurfaced, and he craved a hearty meal. Today, I shall treat myself to a filet mignon. I must replenish my strength. Master, may I ask you a question? And Bai inquired nervously, her eyes wide with curiosity. After taking a bite of steak, Tang Ze grunted in acknowledgement. Why do you only consume meat and not drink blood? Wouldn't that lead to malnutrition? Tang Ze's lips twitched. Do you sleep in a coffin at night? Have you undergone some evolution, rendering you impervious to sunlight? If the blood type differs, will it cause nausea when you feed? And Bai's barrage of inquiries poured forth, reminiscent of an inquisitive child. Tang Ze's expression contorted in irritation as he scooped her up and carried her to the balcony, declaring, I shall feed on you now. Please, master. And Bai protested as he leaned in to bite her delicate neck, feeling a surge of panic, only to realize there was no pain. Ask one more question, and I shall drain you dry, he growled menacingly. And Bai clung tightly to Tang Ze's neck, her long legs wrapped around his waist, her breath hitching as she whispered, Sun Ting and Yiqingyi sighed in relief, initially fearing for Bai's safety. Suddenly, Tang Ze paused, his gaze shifting outside. The wind had ceased, and the rain had stopped, though they could not discern when it had happened. The rain has stopped. And Bai exclaimed in disbelief. Sun Ting and Yiqingyi rushed to the balcony, flinging open the window. Although dark clouds loomed overhead, the rain had indeed ceased, and the wind had quieted, even allowing rays of sunlight to pierce through the gloom, as if on the verge of breaking free. Yi Qingyi contemplated whether this heralded the arrival of salvation or if they had merely weathered the storm of crisis. Her previously dimmed eyes sparkled with renewed hope, mirrored by Sun Ting's expression. Yet, before they could revel in this newfound optimism, they noticed a scattering of figures gathering outside the community gate. The throng grew larger, their shoes encased in some plastic, lending an oddity to their gait. If they were not mistaken, it appeared they were approaching their community. The crowd numbered at least 100, and given that only 50 or 60 men remained in their neighborhood, it was clear there had been no internal strife, at least not significant enough to account for such a turnout. Armed with weapons, these individuals were unmistakably not there to offer assistance. They had come to claim lives. Tang Zhe felt a rush of excitement. Having not yet quenched his thirst for blood the previous night, he welcomed the prospect of new victims. If only killing could replenish his energy reserves. At the forefront of the group stood a man with a bald head, exuding an aura of menace as he wielded a butcher's knife, its handle wrapped in white cloth. "Boss, once we take care of Xie Yuhong and Feng Jin, I will make sure they pay for wounding my brother last time," one man seethed, his desire for vengeance palpable. Imo Han turned to his companions, barking, "Today's task is simple: kill the men, steal the women, take the supplies." The underlings cheered enthusiastically, echoing, "Kill the men, steal the women, take the supplies." "Boss, I heard there are beautiful women in this community, including a flight attendant I spotted last time, simply breathtaking." The man's lascivious demeanor was enough to incite revulsion. Imo Han spat, "From now on, all the women in this area belong to me. Imo Han, I shall have a harem of 3,000 beauties. Long live the boss." On the balcony, Tang Zhe chuckled, holding the breathless and Bai. "These people are quite united, unlike our little group." "Shouldn't we hide?" Yi Qingyi suggested, noting the overwhelming numbers. Yet, Tang Zhe casually tossed the flushed and Bai onto the sofa and brandished his broadsword, its golden handle intricately engraved, exuding a sense of nobility, while the sharp blade glinted ominously in the light. Chapter 35 Hell's no exit. As Tang Zhe prepared to venture out once more into the fray, both Sun Ting and Yi Qingyi began to feel a growing sense of trepidation. Yesterday wasn't he enough bloodshed? Today, we must make up for it, he remarked as he opened the door, pausing momentarily to retrieve a gun, which he tossed to Sun Ting while admonishing, "You may use this to kill, or perhaps for self-infliction. I do not wish to see my sustenance sullied." With that, Tang Zhe closed the door and departed. Sun Ting clutched the cold firearm in her hands, glancing at Yi Qingyi, who swallowed hard, her mind seemingly in disarray. Sun Ting then turned her gaze towards Bai, but decided against it. She felt utterly lost. Below them, a throng had already infiltrated the community, halting momentarily upon sighting the corpses strewn across the central greenbelt. "This community is truly chaotic. So many lives lost," one remarked. "Indeed, look at these women, how delightful it would be to have my way with them," another leered. Meanwhile, a few men stood off to the side, retching. They had thought their own neighborhood was brutal, but upon entering this Jin Yuan community, they realized how gentle theirs had been. At least no women had perished there. "Boss, it's too quiet. Something feels off," one of the younger men said, surveying the surrounding floors, expecting to see someone watching, or at least an informant lurking. Yet, he found not a single shadow at any window, an eerie chill creeping down his spine, as if a ghostly presence lingered. Imo Han scoffed, "What if there is an ambush? If we don't seize their goods today, your wives and children will starve." Upon hearing this, the previously bewildered men tightened their grips on their knives. It was now a matter of survival: either they would perish, or their adversaries would. Follow the previously assigned plan, make it swift, this cursed weather could turn rainy at any moment. With that, the group dispersed into various floors, leaving their shoe covers at the entrance. They smashed the glass and entered the lobby. Imo Han had come seeking vengeance against Ding Feng, having suffered a loss during their last raid when most of their spoils had been taken by Ding Feng. Thus, as the rain had just ceased, Imo Han chose this Jin Yuan community over others. "Boss, there is a strong stench of blood." The youngest among them, barely 20, donned a cap, his nervousness evident as his knife trembled in his hand. "What is there to fear? There are so many of us, onward." Imo Han sneered. Though the building was tall, they wouldn't take the elevator, it was too confined, and should they be ambushed, their numerical advantage would be negated. "Boss, there are numerous corpses upstairs," the young man exclaimed, his face pale as he scrambled down the stairs, too terrified to ascend further. The scene was horrific, akin to hell itself. Imo Han smacked him across the back. "Pathetic, are you afraid of corpses? Follow me." Around 20 men steeled their nerves and climbed the staircase, where the blood began to accumulate, a chilling sight that even made Imo Han uneasy. What had transpired here? Soon, they encountered body after body, some dismembered, others split in half, and some with their heads severed, their innards scattered across the floor. Ugh! Half the men began to dry heave. Such a scene was even more grotesque than anything depicted in films. Upon entering a room, they found a pile of corpses on the third floor, leaving them dumbfounded. "Boss, what has happened here?" "It is as if they were slaughtered by some sharp blade," one of the crouching men observed, gazing at the wounds. "Perhaps we should leave, boss, this feels cursed," another suggested. Imo Han, staring at Ding Feng's corpse, sensed something was amiss. A gaping wound marred his chest. "Quickly, search for supplies, move." The group scattered to seek out resources, but one young man inadvertently bumped into a woman's corpse on the dining table, causing it to topple to the ground. Upon catching sight of the woman, he let out a piercing scream, startling those around him. "Damn it, stop screaming! Boss, this woman. The young man trembled, stuttering as he pointed at her. Imo Han turned to look, equally startled. The woman seemed little more than skin, resembling a desiccated corpse. Boss, there are no supplies in any of the rooms. What? Mohan bellowed, rushing into the bedroom, only to find it devoid of anything. Had they been preemptively robbed by another group? How else could so many have perished, and what of this woman? Search the entire building, I refuse to believe there are no supplies here. Mohan's expression darkened. He was more afraid of starvation than the mystery of this strange woman. At that moment, his phone rang. It was from the leaders in other buildings. Boss, all the people here are dead. The women have turned into mummies. Same here, not a single soul remains alive. And there are no supplies whatsoever. It's clear we arrived too late, unless Before the young man could finish, a blood-curdling scream erupted. Mohan shouted, "Hello with glasses, respond." A wave of panic swept through the group. Mohan felt that starving was preferable to dying here. Tell the brothers to retreat, quickly, he yelled, his voice echoing through the chat. Yet, anguished screams began to echo throughout the community, sending chills down their spines. Boss, in Building 3, there is someone there. They've killed all our men and are heading towards Building 2. Mohan questioned urgently, how many? How many of them are there? I only saw one, but we stood no chance against it, Mohan had initially assumed they faced a group, but it turned out to be just one. Brothers, a single person has instilled such fear in us that they've decimated our ranks. We cannot let this go unpunished. The supplies must be in that person's possession. Let us take him down. Kill him. As Mohan surveyed the zealous faces of his men, his fear dissipated, and he commanded, all brothers, to Building 2. Once they donned their shoe covers and cautiously approached Building 2, the sound of agonized screams reverberated within, undoubtedly heightening their anxious hearts. Brothers, do not fear. Mohan urged, striving to steady their nerves as they stepped carefully into Building 2. He opened his phone, whispering, hello, what is the situation in Building 2? After half a minute of silence, he called out again. Hello, Knife, Kaiji, Monk, hello, for heaven's sake, are you all dead? Say something. Yet, the WeChat group remained eerily silent, causing Mohan's lips to tremble as he stared at the door, paralyzed with fear. Suddenly, a man burst through the emergency exit, wailing in agony. Kaiji, where have you gone? Mohan gradually realized that Kaiji had lost both legs, dragging himself along with his hands, two streams of blood trailing across the tiled floor. As Kaiji crawled, he muttered in a daze, they're all dead, wall dead, everyone is dead, devil, I want to go home, Chapter 36. Your takeaway has arrived. Listening to the words of the inexperienced, Mohan could not help but swallow a mouthful of dry saliva. At that moment, the door to the emergency exit swung open once more, drawing everyone's attention. A bloodied figure appeared, gripping a broadsword, his features obscured, yet the slight curve of his lips could be discerned. There are still so many of you, Tangze remarked with a smile as he approached the inexperienced one, raising his blade to swiftly sever the latter's head from his shoulders, epitomizing the notion of killing with the ease of slaying a mere chicken. At this juncture, some of the underlings had already begun to flee, their screams piercing the air. One had even forgotten to don his shoe covers, his shoes sank into the wet ground, the rubber soles melting away upon contact. When his feet met the puddles, he collapsed in agony, convulsing until death claimed him. Mere moments later, another, clad in PU-soled footwear, bolted away, only to have the splashed water corrode his skin, causing him to cry out in pain and fall. Tangze flicked his blade, and bright crimson blood erupted like a dazzling spray of snowflakes, resting the sword upon his shoulder. What are you standing there for? Why aren't you running? Even Mohan, the leader, did not hesitate to turn and flee, prompting the others to follow suit upon witnessing their leader's flight. Tangze stood at the entrance, observing the panicked escapees. As Mohan noted that Tangze was not pursuing them, his fear transformed into a semblance of relief. You wait, you bastard. For killing my brother, I will ensure your demise next time. Just then, Tangze lowered his sword, producing a waterproof jumpsuit seemingly from thin air, akin to those worn for fishing in ponds. However, this outfit was not made of rubber. Upon seeing Tangze approach once more with the broadsword in hand, Mohan's expression darkened, and he hastily fled. The brothers nearby cursed their leader under their breath. The latter had just been spared pursuit, yet now he was stirring up trouble again. Upon exiting the community, they encountered a vehicle that appeared to be nothing more than wheels, with 4 individuals inside. Without a hint of braking, it collided with 2 fleeing souls, the passengers in the back row extending their middle fingers and laughing, you idiots, we'll run you over. Tangze paused momentarily, then hurled his broadsword like an arrow, piercing the necks of the driver and front seat passenger. The out-of-control vehicle veered into the nearby greenery, slamming into a tree. The fleeing crowd turned back, their expressions peculiar yet still racing towards their community. Tangze approached the vehicle leisurely. The 2 passengers in the back crawled out, dazed, blood trickling from their foreheads. Extracting the sword from the man's neck, Tangze spoke coolly, I detest being called an idiot. The man's earlier bravado had evaporated, replaced by a pleading gaze directed at Tangze, yet he could not halt the blade's descent. The head rolled away, leaving the man staring helplessly at his own body, and at the figure that resembled a demon. Regret washed over him. Why had he provoked such a fate? In the past, such bravado bore no consequence, but now it was a matter of life and death. At this moment, Tangze's mind was as tranquil as a still lake. Killing evoked no ripple of emotion, akin to squashing an ant beneath one's foot. He gazed at the fleeing throng and their expressions of terror, a smile gradually forming at the corners of his mouth. Close the door. Close the door. The first man to dash into the community yelled frantically, shadows appearing beside the windows, peering curiously at the men who had returned so swiftly, their hands devoid of supplies. Had they failed to loot the neighboring community? No, where had all those people gone? Wait for me, I haven't gotten inside yet, shouted a man trailing behind, his blade forgotten as he focused solely on one thought. Home, to secure the door and hide beneath the bed, hoping that this was all a nightmare. Mohan, witnessing Tang Zai's emergence, steeled his resolve to close the door. The iron gates began to close, swiftly secured by a chain, allowing everyone to exhale in relief. If he dares to climb over, we'll stab him. Mohan, still panicked yet somewhat composed, strategized. Open the door. Open the door, brother, I brought you water yesterday, I beg you, my wife and child are still inside. The man trapped outside fell to his knees, pleading, yet the brothers inside remained pale, too terrified to utter a word. From a third-floor window, a woman clutched her child, gazing toward the entrance. Mommy, that's Daddy, why won't they let Daddy in? The little girl, around 7 or 8 years old, innocently questioned, oblivious to the gravity of the situation. The woman, in her early 30s, was paralyzed with fear, her chapped lips quivering. As she witnessed the knife-wielding youth approach her husband, raising the bloodied blade to strike, her husband's head fell to the ground. The woman instinctively covered her mouth, her hands moving to shield her child's eyes. At the entrance, Tang Zai surveyed the men within, kicking the head of the fallen into a nearby trash bin, blood gushing from the body. In the spirit of reciprocity, it is now my turn to take from you. His laughter echoed with an otherworldly chill, akin to a voice from the underworld. Mohan brandished his blade, laughing maniacally, kid, if you dare to come over, I'll gut you. But as soon as he attempted to leap, he would find himself disemboweled. Tang Zai regarded the iron gate before him, aware he could easily vault over, yet why complicate matters? Raising his broadsword, he focused intently. With a resounding clash, sparks flew as the chain was severed. The men stared in disbelief, questioning if such strength could belong to a mere mortal. Those who had felt emboldened moments ago now screamed and fled towards the building, wishing they had been born with more legs to escape. Tang Zai unhurriedly swung open the iron gate, resecuring it once more. It was evident that he had no intention of sparing anyone within the community. A one-sided massacre was about to unfold. Mohan returned home, his soul still rattled, hastily gathering his belongings. Honey, what are you doing? What happened? Where are the others? He said nothing, frantically packing, trembling so violently that he was unaware his pants had been soiled. Honey. Ah! Mohan snapped back to reality, fear etched upon his face as he gazed at his wife. We must go. We can't stay here, the demon, the devil, he has killed everyone. Faced with her husband's disorientation, the woman was at a loss for what to do when suddenly their daughter pointed outside, Mommy, it's raining again. Upon hearing this, Mohan froze, slowly lifting his head as the glass began to fog up from the rain, collapsing to the floor in despair. It's over. Now no one can escape. Quick, close the door, barricade it with furniture, hurry. Mohan screamed in terror, his wife paralyzed with fear. The once mighty ruler of the community was reduced to a quivering wreck, a testament to the sheer terror Tang Zai had instilled in him. Downstairs, as Tang Zai entered the building, the rain began to pour outside. Perfect. Now, no one could flee out. He approached the door of Unit 101 with a composed demeanor, adjusting his appearance before knocking with a smile. To the occupants of Unit 101, your takeaway has arrived. Chapter 37. Killing in the rain. Within the confines of a modest abode resided a family of 3. The father, who had just stepped outside, was now desperately covering his mouth, while his wife mirrored his actions. Their 10-year-old son seemed oblivious to the gravity of the situation, attempting to speak, only to be silenced by his father's hand. Whoever makes a sound shall perish. Fear had completely engulfed the father's heart, leaving him unaware that he was suffocating his son, pressing down with such force that the boy began to struggle. Yet, the father merely gazed in terror towards the door, where the knocking resonated like a death knell. Knock, knock, knock. With a resounding crash, the security door was violently kicked open by Tang Zai. Observing the trio by the sofa, he remarked nonchalantly, do you know what irks me the most? Delivery people who don't answer the door. Do you have any idea how pressed for time I am? After a moment of realization, he chuckled, brother, you're quite something. You've even managed to suffocate your son, impressive. He then gave a thumbs up, as if to say he could never commit such an atrocity. The father glanced down, discovering his son had lost all breath. Ah! The mother screamed in horror. The father stood motionless, akin to a marionette devoid of strings. Tang Zai approached slowly, the blade scraping against the floor, producing a slightly jarring sound. Settling onto a small stool, he exhaled, this is the way of the world. You rob me, I rob you. It's a matter of you killing me or me killing you, and the unfortunate truth is that you are weaker than I. With that, he swung his knife downwards, cleaving the father's head in two, blood spraying forth. The mother's screams echoed throughout the neighborhood, leaving all the women's faces ashen, without exception. As Tang Zai exited, he approached another door. Residents of Unit 102, your delivery has arrived, he announced, his words ringing like a death sentence. The sky gradually darkened, and the cries of despair within the community showed no signs of abating. Mohan crouched on the ground, swathed in a blanket to bolster his sense of security, his gaze fixed on the communal area. They're knocking on my door. What should I do? Who will save me? Why is it a delivery person? Why can't you kill even a delivery person? Somebody, please help me, I don't want to die, he is at my door. I told you not to venture out to rob the neighborhood. There would be retaliation, but you wouldn't listen. I can't take it anymore. A dull thud resonated outside, as a man chose to leap from his window to escape the grip of fear. Yet those who had sent messages never followed up with a second. Mohan's eyes brimmed with despair as his phone slipped from his grasp to the wooden floor. His wife looked at him. He was the leader, yet he appeared so terrified. Knock, knock, knock. Your delivery has arrived. The voice at the door momentarily disoriented Mohan. He glanced at the half-full bottle of water beside him, his resolve gradually solidifying, as if that bottle could disperse his fear. Looking at his wife and daughter, he grasped the bottle and whispered, I will confront him head-on, you must survive. Husband to daddy. In that moment, Mohan seemed to embrace the weight of his roles as husband and father, slowly unscrewing the cap. Indeed, this was the rainwater he had recklessly collected. Even a drop could summon death. Who would dare undertake such a perilous endeavor? Despite being the leader, he lived in constant trepidation, fearing that a subordinate might usurp him. This bottle was a lethal weapon, and now, it was time to put it to use. Positioning himself at the door, he listened to Tang Zai's voice outside. Adopting an expression of defiance, he shoved aside the table and chairs blocking the entrance and flung the door open, hurling the water towards Tang Zai, who stood half a meter away. Some water cascaded down the bottle, dampening Mohan's hand, yet, in that moment, he felt no fear. Instead, he laughed maniacally, for the face of the devil before him was drenched in rainwater. Ha 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 ha. You, a mere delivery person, I have finally vanquished you. Tang Zai stood frozen, his expression stiffening in disbelief. He never anticipated someone would attempt to drown him with water. Was he out of his mind? A piercing pain surged within Mohan, and his breathing quickened as he slid down the wall, yet the demon before him remained unperturbed. Of fear resurfaced on Mohan's face. Why? Why are you unharmed? How can this be? You doused me with rainwater? Tang Zai was taken aback, instinctively wiping his face. A wave of terror washed over him as he bellowed, damn it. Raising his sword, Tang Zai unleashed a frenzied barrage of strikes, shattering the ceramic tiles as Mohan's body emitted a foul stench, almost reduced to mush. Tang Zai gasped for breath. He had been careless. He never anticipated someone would wield rainwater as a weapon for murder. No, he was already poisoned. Why had he not succumbed? Was it not yet time? After a minute passed, Tang Zai felt nothing. In his recollection, those drenched in rain would convulse painfully within 5 seconds and perish within 10. Could it be that his enhanced physique allowed him to withstand such a virus? Approaching the window, Tang Zai opened it, extending his hand outwards. The chilling raindrops fell into his palm, gradually forming beads of water, and it was impossible for him not to feel anxious at that moment. But having had water splashed on him earlier without consequence, time continued to march on, and the smile on Tang Zai's face deepened. His enhanced body could indeed resist the viral invasion. A low chuckle began to resonate, growing louder, yet to others, it sounded like the greedy laughter of a devil. On the other side, the three women sat on a plush carpet, having said little, perhaps lost in their thoughts. Sun Ting gazed out at the falling rain, then glanced at the gun in her hand. Will he return? Enbai asked softly, hugging her knees. Do you hope he returns? Sun Ting retorted. Enbai hesitated, unsure how to respond. If he didn't return, their supplies could last quite a while, and the entire neighborhood would be remarkably safe. Yet, on the other hand, she longed for his return, craving a sense of security. Yes. Sun Ting then turned to Yi Qingyi. What about you? Yi Qingyi nodded, sensing that a negative response could provoke Sun Ting's wrath. Yi Qingyi's intuition was spot on. Any erroneous answer would earn her a bullet, as it would reduce the number of mouths to feed. Even if Tang Zai returned, there would be evidence against her. In truth, Sun Ting herself was uncertain how to respond, torn between the desire for his return and the hope that he would not. Perhaps the sentiments of the three women were aligned. Suddenly, a phone rang, the sound of a voice call startling the three women, as they were the only ones left in the entire neighborhood. It was Yi Qingyi's phone, and it was obvious who was calling. Zi Hui. Yi Qingyi held the phone tightly, her expression taut with tension. Chapter 38, The Apocalypse Gift Pack 2. Jiang Zihui discerned that Yi Qingyi was acting unusually tense. What's wrong? You seem quite anxious. Oh, the rain had just stopped for a moment, and then it started again. I thought I might be able to go outside, but what a pity. You've got a break from the rain over there, I still have it pouring here. Yi Qingyi responded with a soft oh. Jiang Zihui sensed that his fiancée Yi had been somewhat off lately. She had always relied on him, but in recent days, she seemed less dependent, even failing to inquire about his situation. He was the one making the calls. Yi, just hang in there a little longer. My father is preparing to form a team. Yi Qingyi paused, her interest piqued. What kind of team? To transform our area into the safest zone possible, with security, search teams, medical units, and so forth. Do you have any firearms? After these days, Yi Qingyi had come to realize that possessing a weapon was paramount. Everything else seemed futile. My father's company's security department has a few handguns. We'll go retrieve them once the rain subsides. Yi Qingyi nodded, suggesting, if possible, it would be wise to check the police station's armory. Ah? Jiang Zihui exclaimed, taken aback by his fiancée Yi's boldness in suggesting to raid the police station. Seeing her fiancé startled by her words, Yi Qingyi forced a smile. Isn't that how it goes in the movies? You fool, that's a movie. When the rain stops, the police return to the station to retrieve their weapons? How can you even think of robbing them? But the rain fell in the early hours, and everyone would be home by now. How many would still be at the station? Yi Qingyi replied calmly, hoping her fiancé would consider her perspective. Jiang Zihui felt like he scarcely recognized the woman before him. She had once been concerned about food shortages, and now she was worried about the availability of firearms. He wondered if she was overly stressed and fatigued. Regardless, wait for me. I will come to fetch you, I swear. Yi Qingyi smiled softly in response, but as she gazed at her fiancé, she realized that the joy and reliance she once felt were absent. What was happening to her? Was she unwell? She even found it amusing when he swore he would come for her, rather than being touched. After ending the call, Yi Qingyi ran her hands through her hair, feeling particularly lost. At that moment, her phone rang again, and upon seeing the caller ID, she promptly answered. Yeah. Looking at the girl on the video call, Yi Qingyi let out a heavy sigh of relief. The girl on the phone was strikingly beautiful, with delicate red lips, expressive eyes, and long, glossy black hair cascading to her waist. Her skin was as smooth as porcelain, and her crescent-shaped eyes seemed almost capable of speech. Little aunt, I just tried calling my parents, but they didn't answer. Are you all together? Xia Mingwei asked, concern etched on her face. Seeing her aunt unharmed, she hoped her parents were safe too. Yi Qingyi paused briefly before displaying a reassuring smile. Your brother-in-law and sister are at Jianzi's house discussing matters. Don't worry, they probably left their phones at home. Oh, I see, you scared me. Xia Mingwei exclaimed, patting her chest with relief, a warm smile spreading across her face. Yeah, what has been going on with you these past few days? Why have you been unreachable? The power supply had an issue, and it was only fixed today. However, I suspect someone intentionally damaged it to prevent us from contacting the outside. Xia Mingwei frowned slightly, adding a touch of adorableness to her worry. Yi Qingyi immediately sensed trouble. Has anything unusual happened recently? Do you have enough to eat? We have significantly less food than before. I even saw some girls going into the teachers' rooms, and the next day, they received quite a bit of food. Yi Qingyi felt a sense of dread. This phenomenon was merely a precursor. For now, they were still pretending, but soon, pretense would no longer be an option. Little aunt, don't worry, I wouldn't go, not even if it killed me. Please don't tell my parents, I don't want them to worry. Yi Qingyi nodded, unsure how to explain the situation regarding her sister and brother-in-law to Mingwei. After ending the call, she exhaled deeply. Your niece's situation is also deteriorating. Sun Ting remarked lightly, noting that everything began with bartering food. Once a woman submitted, a man's greed would inevitably grow. While there were indeed good people, being virtuous in these times seldom ended well. Moreover, it was a university, a place abundant with young and beautiful women. Once chaos ensued, it might surpass even their current plight. Yi Qingyi shook her head, feeling powerless to intervene. Didn't the master say he would take us away? And Bai suddenly whispered, rekindling a flicker of hope within Yi Qingyi. Sun Ting scoffed, he wouldn't rescue anyone for your sake. Yi Qingyi instinctively replied, my niece is very beautiful. She then retrieved her phone to show a photo. Oh, so she is your niece. Sun Ting glanced at the image, perhaps out of a sense of female sympathy, she refrained from mentioning it to Tang Zhe. Sun Ting chuckled, you're quite the devoted aunt. Though we seem safe here, in a certain sense, we are not. Yi Qingyi fixed her gaze on Sun Ting, speaking earnestly, one life is better than many. Staying with him at least ensures survival. Yeah, cannot perish. You seem to have come to terms with it. Sun Ting took a sip of water and couldn't help but smile. Throughout history, women have only had one path. To lean on powerful men, ensuring their survival in a perilous world. Bai, clutching a cushion, curiously asked, what about your fiancé, are you going to abandon him? That question was rather incisive, as if asking whether she would fulfill her sister's last wishes or choose to stay with her fiancé. Yi Qingyi would undoubtedly choose to save her niece first and then visit her fiancé. However, such a notion was mere fantasy, it was utterly impossible. If forced to choose, Yi Qingyi would opt for the former. Yaya was in danger, while her fiancé represented safety. Suddenly, Sun Ting appeared to have an epiphany, smirking, won't you two feel awkward later? And Bai remained silent. Yi Qingyi's lips twitched, she hadn't considered that at all. I find myself a bit curious about it, Sun Ting said with a mischievous grin, envisioning a rather explosive scene. And Bai's eyes widened, seemingly intrigued. Yi Qingyi rolled her eyes, you two are absurd. Gg. Sun Ting and Bai burst into laughter, the atmosphere lightening considerably that night. The three women remained awake, reminiscing about past amusing tales, discussing skincare products, celebrities, and ultimately, men. The conversation eventually devolved into a rather indecent territory, culminating in discussions about which positions were most pleasurable. As dawn gradually approached, the sky remained ominously dark, with rain still falling relentlessly. Tang Zhe let out a long sigh, finally having completed the task. He had initially expected it to finish quickly, yet the last 10% had taken all night. Thankfully, he had finally achieved 100% completion. Unlocking the Apocalypse Deluxe Package 2. 0 Materials 2. 0 has been duly acknowledged. Advanced Physical Enhancement has been received. The Weaponry and Equipment version 2. 0 has been received. The Telekinetic Master has been activated. Note extraction of items through mental focus. The Apocalypse Gift Package 3. 0 requires an upgrade to its energy reservoir. Chapter 39 Temptation. The advanced enhancement of the body. Tang Zhe could hardly contain his eagerness to ascertain the extent of his newfound strength. Perhaps he should attempt to strike himself with a blade to see how resilient he has become. Then again, perhaps it is wiser to refrain. The prospect of pain is rather daunting. The 2.0 version of the supplies features an increased array of protective clothing, modified vehicles, and medical equipment. In the 2.0 Zero version of the weaponry and equipment, Tang Ze finally beheld a plethora of newly added armaments, including grenades, RPGs, anti-tank mines, javelins, and stingers, among other individual combat gear. In contrast to firearms, Tang Ze harbors a distinct preference for cold weapons. Alas, the 2.0 version lacks aircraft, artillery, and tanks. How exhilarating it would be to unleash a Dongfeng missile. Now, let us turn our attention to the main event of the telekinetic. The ability to manipulate objects is truly remarkable. Gazing intently at the cup upon the coffee table, Tang Ze fixates upon it, yet it remains utterly still. How does one even execute this? At the very least, a manual would be appreciated. Must I discover everything through trial and error? Is it merely a matter of willing it to levitate? As if summoned by his thoughts, the teacup suddenly floats into the air, astonishing Tang Ze, reminiscent of a magic trick. Shatter. The cup instantly fractures, yet its shards do not descend. They linger in midair, amusing. With a mere flick of his will, the fragments embed themselves into the wall like bullets, causing Tang Ze to gasp in awe. This is no slower than a bullet. Intriguing, my powers are becoming increasingly grotesque, making it difficult for ordinary folk to survive. Standing upon the balcony, Tang Ze casts his gaze upon a Toyota Corolla below. Gradually, the vehicle begins to levitate before crashing violently into a nearby tree. Yet, he soon feels a wave of dizziness wash over him, cursing under his breath. Could it be the distance is too great, or perhaps the vehicle's weight is excessive, or maybe, it is simply that his strength is insufficient, leading to this disorienting sensation. Taking a moment to rest on the sofa, he finds some comfort. This ability is his trump card, best reserved for critical moments. Much like the recent incident with the water, had his enhanced physique not withstood the virus, he would likely be sprawled on the ground, a lifeless corpse. A shiver of fear courses through him. His vibrant life has only just begun. He decides to confiscate all the supplies within the community. Although he does not lack for resources, he refuses to leave any for others. Expecting Tang Ze to play the role of the Good Samaritan is utterly impossible. Drenched in rain, he strides out. Behind him, the community lies desolate. Observing the damaged Corolla, Tang Ze raises his weapon and brings it down, cleaving the entire car in two at the B-pillar. Momentarily taken aback, he shakes his head in resignation. Truly, this power is astonishingly formidable. As for the upgrade to the 3.0 package, Tang Ze is currently in no rush. Firstly, this method of farming is rather exhausting, the quality is subpar, and one must go door to door in search. If there were a queue, it might be manageable, but people are not foolish enough to wait in line. Furthermore, the growth rate is no longer as rapid as it once was. The final one required a full 10 individuals, all of whom were ready to raid the next neighborhood. Additionally, in an entire community, there isn't a single beautiful person to be found. Did they all perish at the outset? Tang Ze's suspicion proves accurate. Indeed, a few rather attractive individuals have met their demise. Had they known earlier that their bodies could withstand the rain, perhaps they could have been saved. Upon returning to the community, Tang Ze stripped off all his clothing and proceeded to rinse himself off with water, particularly focusing on his hair, which bore not only rain but also blood, lest he inadvertently harm the few remaining beauties. There are simply too few of them left. Upstairs, the three women who had chatted all night were now fast asleep, huddled together instead of separating. The moment the door creaked open, Sun Ting jolted awake, her gun instinctively aimed at the entrance. Whoa, 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 I surrender, Tang Ze chuckled, raising both hands. If that shot were to be fired, the bullet would likely curve around and obliterate her head. Sun Ting exhaled deeply. You scared me to death, I thought it was someone else. And Bai immediately went to pour water, her initial worries transforming into smiles, becoming a model of docility. Even Yi Qingyi relaxed, subconsciously recognizing that Tang Ze's survival seemed to reflect their own. Should he perish, she feared she would struggle to escape this city, perhaps even this district. Next time, remember to engage the safety, Tang Ze said, patting Sun Ting on the head. Sun Ting, bewildered, had never handled such a firearm before. Here, she said, handing over the gun, unwilling to keep such a dangerous item. Given Tang Ze's temperament, she felt she understood him well enough. Possessing a gun was a threat to him. Tang Ze glanced at it and smiled lightly. Keep it for yourself. Ah. Sun Ting was taken aback, and both Yi Qingyi and Bai stared in astonishment. An even more bewildering occurrence followed, as Tang Ze produced two additional handguns, handing them to Bai and Yi Qingyi. Since they were planning to venture out, it was prudent to be prepared for self-defense. They ought to possess some means of protection, as he had no intention of constantly rescuing them. Wait a moment, you all practice your marksmanship. I'm starving after a night of slaughter, he said, turning away to begin preparing food for the three women. Gripping their firearms, the women recognized this as an exceptional opportunity. All it would take was disengaging the safety and firing at the back of Tang Ze's head, and they would be free. Should he die, the three guns would suffice to ensure their safety, and with supplies at home, Yi Qingyi felt she could even seek out Jiyu. However, this was merely a test devised by Tang Ze. It is said that human nature cannot withstand temptation, and Tang Ze was curious to see whether they possessed the courage to kill him. He had long harbored this desire, but previous attempts were too perilous. He might have truly met his end and become a victim of circumstance, but now, circumstances had changed, and with his telepathic abilities, he was unafraid. As soon as a shot was fired, she would find herself dead in the next instant. The living room fell into an eerie silence, almost suffocating. Meanwhile, Tang Ze retrieved breakfast items such as youtiao, congee, soup dumplings, and steamed dumplings. Bai exhibited no reaction, while Sun Ting frowned, equally unresponsive. However, Yi Qingyi slowly raised her arm, albeit with a limited range of motion internally. Yi Qingyi was at war with herself. If she killed him, would her bullets truly allow her to escape? She even contemplated that if she pulled the trigger, Sun Ting and Bai would likely turn their weapons on her. Even if Bai lacked the courage to fire, Sun Ting would undoubtedly act. To her, Tang Zhe represented sustenance and survival. Killing him would be akin to severing her lifeline. Realizing this, Yi Qingyi lowered her delicate arm. Perhaps this was simply her fate. Tang Zhe, observing from the corner of his eye, perceived a chilling glimmer in her gaze. Yet, as Yi Qingyi lowered her weapon, he revealed a disdainful smile. He had anticipated a shot, yet she disappointed him. Ultimately, she was just an ordinary woman. After indulging in a hearty meal, Tang Zhe let out a satisfied burp and instructed the three women to practice their shooting skills at home. Don't stick your butt up so high, he playfully smacked in by Esteri Ri, leaving her feeling aggrieved. If she wanted to comment on her backside, she could have simply said so. After all, it was naturally that way. Chapter 40 Practice makes perfect. Sun Ting exhibited an exceptional aptitude for learning, consistently hitting the target from 10 meters away. In contrast, Yi Qingyi's posture was somewhat flawed, prompting Tang Zhe to approach her personally and embrace her. Grip with both hands, he whispered into her ear, causing her to feel a twinge of anxiety, yet she complied with his instruction. However, the subsequent remark sent a chill down her spine. You raised your hand just now. Startled, Yi Qingyi inadvertently pulled the trigger, resulting in a loud bang as the handgun fell to the ground. Tang Zhe retrieved the fallen weapon, chuckling as he handed it back to her. You're even more timid than a novice. I must admit, I'm a bit disappointed. I will not disappoint you, Yi Qingyi declared resolutely. Tang Zhe playfully patted her rear, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. Let us see how you perform then. You all practice diligently. I'm off to sleep. Once the door closed behind him, Yi Qingyi collapsed onto the floor in fright, realizing she had indeed raised her hand and had been prepared to shoot herself. A wave of coldness washed over her back. He is allowing us to use the gun, which implies he is no longer fearful, Sun Ting observed, illuminating the underlying issue. Why had he not provided such resources in the past, and why was he now so generous? It was evident that something was amiss. After all, he was a vampire. Perhaps he had leveled up during this outing and was no longer afraid of firearms. Why Yi Qingyi cursed herself inwardly for having forgotten his true identity. Suddenly, Tang Zhe poked his head out from the bedroom, grinning as he announced, if anyone scores below 8 rings tonight, congratulations, you'll be keeping me company all night long. With that, he closed the door. The three women exchanged glances and immediately began practicing their shooting skills, even the timid and by growing resolute. An all-nighter, who could withstand that? Better to practice with the gun, which was far less lethal than the weapon itself. That night, Tang Zhe slept until evening, dining while reviewing the scores. As the saying goes, sharpshooters are nurtured with bullets, and at a mere 20 meters, the task was not particularly daunting. All three women passed with flying colors. Thus, the difficulty was increased. The next challenge was at 50 meters, where merely staying on target sufficed. Following that, the distance extended to 100 meters, still requiring only to remain on target, with rewards for those achieving exceptional scores. Master, what is the reward? And Bai inquired with curiosity. What would you like as a reward? After a moment's thought, and Bai shyly replied, I just want to accompany you, master. Sun Ting and Yi Qingyi silently praised her cleverness, pondering that perhaps in the future, should mistakes occur, Tang Zhe would be reluctant to punish her harshly. With competition comes progress. The distance from the balcony to the opposite building was nearly 100 meters. At this distance, the bottle on the coffee table across the way appeared as a mere speck, presenting a significant challenge for a handgun. Bang, 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 the spent shells accumulated on the ground, yet Tang Zhe had already prepared 10 boxes of ammunition, leaving the three women in utter disbelief, as if they were in the presence of an arms dealer. Residents of the neighboring complex mistook the sounds for firecrackers, the popping echoing continuously. After 2 days of relentless practice, they managed to hit the target at 100 meters, and Tang Zhe was quite pleased with their progress. Next up, rifles. The recoil of the AK was somewhat intimidating, so they opted for the G36 assault rifle. The weight of the rifle proved somewhat cumbersome for the three women, prompting them to engage in strength training, lifting dumbbells, and the like. Sun Ting, at 9 o'clock below, their SA corpse in a white jacket, Tang Zhe announced, peering through binoculars. Sun Ting now held her weapon with impressive poise, seamlessly pulling the trigger in quick succession. Bang, bang, bang. A satisfied smile spread across Tang Zhe's face, as all shots found their mark. Your outfit reminds me of Peacekeeper, Tang Zhe teased Sun Ting. A true black silk siren, wouldn't you agree? Yi Qingyi chuckled softly, it does have a certain resemblance. You're not any different, Sun Ting retorted with a roll of her eyes, playfully pointing out Yi Qingyi's own flirtatiousness. The ensuing shooting tasks were completed by and Yi Qingyi, resulting in a gory display as the corpses were riddled with bullets. Master, do you have a sniper rifle? And Bai asked with curiosity. Do you fancy a sniper rifle? Tang Zhe replied, intrigued. I enjoy playing CSGO during my downtime. The sniper rifles are quite fierce. Tang Zhe promptly produced an AWM sniper rifle. Yi Qingyi mused that she would not be surprised even if Tang Zhe pulled a rocket launcher from his shorts. And Bai's eyes sparkled with excitement as she immediately began to play with it, even setting up a bipod and lying prone on the ground. Tang Zhe perched himself on her back, binoculars in hand, scanning for targets. 2 o'clock, approximately 700 meters, 8th floor middle window. And Bai aimed at the target, observing a woman pressing her hands against the window, appearing distressed, while a man behind her wore a smug grin, mercilessly striking her. Your target is that man, Tang Zhe stated with a nonchalant tone. And Bai nodded, steadying her aim at the man's head. In that moment, fear evaded her, unperturbed even by the prospect of her first live shot, as the sight of the man conjured memories of the beast she despised. Bang, and Bai's body quivered slightly. Tang Zhe exhaled, patting her fragrant shoulder. You still need more practice. With that, he lowered the binoculars. Sun Ting immediately seized the binoculars, confirming the hit but lamenting that it had resulted in the woman's head exploding. "And Bai, you've liberated her from her suffering," Sun Ting offered comfortingly. And Bai's expression faltered, guilt washing over her. She had intended to kill the man but had forgotten about bullet drop, an element absent from video games. Why? Yi Qingyi spoke softly, "And Bai, even if you had killed that man, others would have harmed that woman." But it was my mistake," Tang Ze gently tapped in Bai on the head. "Practice makes perfect." This remark ignited in Bai's competitive spirit. As a girl, she had often faced ridicule for her gaming skills. In the following 3 days, and Bai practiced fervently, beginning at 800 meters and gradually increasing the distance, achieving her best score of a headshot at 1000 meters. The targets were all male, and on occasion, she would startle herself, exclaiming, "I almost shot a cute kitty." This left Sun Ting and Yi Qingyi astounded, witnessing the formerly timid and by now shoot men without a flicker of her eyelids, her pursuit of headshot accuracy intensifying. It must be said, she was indeed a girl utterly enthralled by gaming. Chapter 41 Departure from the community. However, this also resulted in all the curtains being drawn in the opposite building, with its occupants too frightened to show their faces. Meanwhile, Bai and Sun Ting had significantly improved their marksmanship. The central area of the community was now devoid of any intact corpses, leaving only the need for practical combat experience. Before engaging in real combat, it was essential to practice close quarters fighting to avoid resorting to desperate measures such as hair dash pulling. As for combat experience, Tang Ze had little to offer. His own knowledge consisted of mere hacking motions, instinctively driven by his body, while the others lacked such instincts. Fortunately, Yi Qingyi had acquired a bit of Sanda practice, and even a brief lesson was better than none at all. Before stepping outside, a rehearsal was necessary. The current combat scenario primarily revolved around the buildings, with the enemy's heavy firepower being a large machete, which posed little threat. The only precaution was to maintain a safe distance, as the enemy was fearless enough to charge in recklessly. The 3 women then began to coordinate as a team. Though their attire remained rather provocative, Tang Ze felt as if they were merely indulging his whims. After all, who would don a t-shirt and a chest wrap to engage in a gunfight? Such an ensemble could only exist in a video game, and perhaps even there it would be censored. As dawn broke, the rain outside persisted, albeit considerably lighter. Occasionally, vehicles could be seen on the street, driven by those risking their lives in search of supplies. After all, the winds had yet to pick up, and when they did, fewer souls would dare to venture out. The sound of clattering echoed in the living room as the 3 women skillfully cleaned their handguns. Tang Ze, with his tousled hair, entered the room, declaring, "It seems we are nearly ready. Today we shall venture out." Instantly, the 3 women halted their movements, a mix of excitement, tension, and fear of the unknown coursing through them. Playfully patting Yi Qingyi's rounded dairy, Tang Ze chuckled, "Dressing like that makes it impossible to conceal your weapons." "Master, we have been prepared for quite some time," Bai replied, donning an elongated down jacket that revealed only her pristine ankles. However, when Bai unzipped her jacket, the sight was undeniably blood-pumping, overly sensual, with the firearm cleverly concealed at her side. It must be said that she had certainly put in effort to please Tang Ze. The jacket could be shed at a moment's notice, emphasizing convenience. Taking all their supplies, leaving not even a drop of water behind, was Tang Ze's principle. Wherever he went, not a blade of grass would thrive. As it was their first outing, the 3 girls had taken great care in their appearance. "Yi, you look stunning. No wonder the rich second generation is utterly captivated." "Xiao Bai, just watch me tear your mouth apart." Yi Qingyi playfully lunged at Bai, who quickly hid behind Sun Ting, exclaiming, "Ting Jia, save me." "Let her be, Ting Ting," Sun Ting interjected, forcing a smile. The rain continued to fall outside, and although Tang Ze assured them he had a plan, they were still apprehensive. What if they were to perish in the rain? And Bai shared these concerns, yet employed humor to distract herself. Having prepared everything, Bai suddenly whispered, "If there is an afterlife, perhaps we will be the best of friends." Yi Qingyi smiled warmly, ruffling Bai's hair. "There will be no afterlife. Let us cherish this life instead." "Indeed, let's drink to the present," Sun Ting chimed in, also patting Bai's head. Bai smirked, "You've all made me foolish. If the master rejects me later, you shall compensate." Outside, Tang Ze heard the laughter of the 3 women and wondered what had them so elated, wishing they would share their joy. Soon, the trio approached Tang Ze, their bodies swaying slightly, exuding a hint of pride and allure. It must be noted that Xiao Bai's choice of mesh attire was commendable, embodying a pure yet suggestive style. Yi Qingyi's outfit was equally impressive, featuring a sensual fishtail design adorned with delicate lace that clung to her skin, complemented by a charming bow that added a sweet flair. Sun Ting was even more straightforward, donning a black halter bodysuit with strategic cutouts, showcasing a bold and striking aesthetic. However, observing their high heels, Tang Ze pondered whether they would be practical. In a chase, they would surely struggle to keep pace, yet, standing on the street, they would undoubtedly attract a throng of men, akin to zombies drawn to their allure, ready to tear them apart. "Let us proceed," he urged. The 3 women, cloaked in their down jackets, concealed their delicate figures, but their beautiful faces were impossible to mask. After all, men are not blind. Upon reaching the underground garage, the trio discovered the protective gear Tang Ze had prepared for them, resembling a form of protective suit. Completely sealed, warm, and resistant to rain, easy to put on and take off, Tang Ze affirmed. He certainly had no intention of letting the 3 women perish, as they had trained diligently and had become his capable subordinates. An invaluable combination of supplies and skilled fighters was not easily found. "This garment is from the materials collection 2.0, and I have tried it out over the past couple of days with great efficacy. It is indeed quite lightweight," exclaimed Sun Ting as she donned it and moved about. And Bai, with a touch of innocence, remarked, "Don't we resemble those scientists from Resident Evil?" "It does have a certain resemblance," Yi Qingyi replied, attempting a split and demonstrating remarkable flexibility. "Could it be that he possesses a pocket like Doraemon's, capable of producing anything? Shall we walk out?" And Bai inquired with curiosity. Tang Ze shook his head. "Do I appear to be someone who walks?" "No." He pressed the car key, and with a beep, a battered tank 300 illuminated not far away. An Bai, intrigued, dashed over and exclaimed, "Come quickly, you must see this, it's incredible." Sun Ting and Yi Qingyi approached and were equally astonished. The vehicle's tires were, astonishingly, tracks, suggesting it was designed for snowy terrains, yet perfectly suited for this moment. Tang Ze approached and patted the hood of the car. Originally, the engine was a 2.0, but now it's been upgraded to a 4.0. With reinforced crash beams, a thicker body, bulletproof glass, and devoid of any rubber components, this vehicle will allow us to traverse any terrain. Yi Qingyi was practically itching to rush to Yunhai City to retrieve her niece. As for her fiancé, her mind was in disarray. "You drive." Tang Ze tossed the car keys to Yi Qingyi. She was momentarily taken aback. Did he truly not fear that she might abscond with the vehicle? Armed with a gun, clad in protective gear, and now possessing a car, the world was her oyster. Tang Ze had forgotten to mention that there were 2 C4 explosives hidden within the vehicle. Should they attempt to drive away, it would be blown to smithereens. The thought of losing Xiao Bai, who was undeniably adorable, would sadden her for 3 days. However, Yi Qingyi was not naive. Tang Ze would not so easily relinquish control to her. Perhaps there was a tracking device installed. If she drove off, he would locate her in no time. It must be said that Yi Qingyi's mind was quite agile, yet she overlooked one crucial detail. Tang Ze would never come after her. The fate of betrayal was singular, death. "First, let us remove the protective gear. Nothing will happen to the car. You can put it back on after we exit," Tang Ze declared before settling into the back seat. Sun Ting and Bai dutifully positioned themselves on either side of Tang Ze, while Yi Qingyi drove with utmost diligence. Chapter 42. The Retribution Operation. Yi Qingyi had never operated a tracked vehicle before, which made her particularly cautious. Tang Ze remarked nonchalantly, "Just drive it as you wish." With this simple encouragement, Yi Qingyi pressed the accelerator, feeling the rush of acceleration, though the tracked vehicle moved at a considerably slower pace. As they exited the underground garage, raindrops pattered against the roof, prompting the wipers to activate automatically. It would be disingenuous to claim she wasn't anxious. Embracing Sun Ting, Tang Ze spoke softly, "Let's head to Yinghua Road, the high community." "Understood," she replied. The appearance of the vehicle drew considerable attention, with many peering out from their windows, their expressions a mix of astonishment and envy. Indeed, it was a sight to behold, as the interior was graced by stunning beauties, exuding an intoxicating fragrance. Tang Ze's gaze wandered to the streets lined with burnt-out vehicles and scattered corpses, particularly in front of supermarkets and malls where the number of bodies was even greater. The streets, however, felt eerily desolate, as the events had unfolded in the early hours of the morning, leaving most people huddled in their homes. Yi Qingyi showed no intention of avoiding the corpses, driving straight over them. Tang Ze expressed his disbelief. "Have you never driven before? This is too bumpy. How can you be a driver?" "I'm sorry, but I didn't think it necessary to swerve around the bodies," she retorted. "Look over there." "Many have perished near the police station," Bai shouted, pointing towards the distance where several corpses lay at the entrance. Sun Ting speculated, "It's likely that several groups attempted to raid the police station for weapons, resulting in mutual slaughter." "Let us take a look," Tang Ze replied calmly. Yi Qingyi steered the vehicle towards the police station and brought it to a halt. "You all go ahead, I'll guard the car," Tang Ze said, causing a shiver of apprehension among the 3 women. After all, this was the police station, and who knew if armed individuals were lurking inside, yet, they dared not defy Tang Ze's command, donning protective gear and arming themselves with MP9 submachine guns before disembarking. This was no drill, they were stepping into a real-life confrontation. Tang Ze noted that while Sun Ting and Yi Qingyi appeared tense, Bai seemed rather exhilarated, the 3 women communicated silently through gestures as they entered the lobby. The lights in the lobby still flickered, illuminating several bodies sprawled across the floor, one clad in a police uniform, perhaps a duty officer. Bai and Yi Qingyi kept a watchful eye on their surroundings, while Sun Ting examined the wounds on the corpses, discerning whether they were gunshot or stab wounds. To their dismay, all the injuries were inflicted by knives. No gunshot wounds were found. They cautiously proceeded deeper into the building. Upon traversing the corridor, Yi Qingyi noticed an increase in the number of corpses ahead, causing her to raise her fist in alarm, the tension palpable. Approaching the bodies with trepidation, Yi Qingyi soon discovered that one had indeed suffered gunshot wounds, her expression shifting to one of concern. Following the trail of bodies led them to the armory, where the door stood ajar and all the safes lay open, an obvious indication that the firearms had been taken. The 3 women exchanged glances, silently agreeing to continue their search. Along the way, they encountered no fewer than 50 corpses, all having succumbed to gunfire. Bullet holes peppered the walls, and shattered glass littered the floor, revealing that a fierce gunfight had transpired here. Meanwhile, Tang Ze sat in the car with his eyes closed, patiently waiting. He knew he could not remain their guardian indefinitely, he needed to mature quickly. After half an hour, he spotted the 3 women emerging, their confidence seemingly bolstered. They approached the car, activating the one-button disinfection feature on their wrists, as the rainwater on their protective suits gradually evaporated before they climbed inside. "How did it go?" Tang Ze inquired. Sun Ting replied in a hushed tone, "There was no one inside, but a gunfight occurred, resulting in numerous fatalities. We did not find any firearms, they must have been taken." Even if they were taken, there likely aren't many bullets left, Yecheng added, observing the level of decay on the corpses, which suggested they had perished at least 10 days to 2 weeks ago. That's of little consequence. Let us move on, Tang Zhe said dismissively, not particularly concerned. What weapons could an ordinary police station possess? A standard issue sidearm, perhaps a shotgun at most. Only the municipal station might have rifles. Sun Ting pursed her dry lips and remarked, to storm a police station for guns, these must be desperate individuals. The elite from high-end communities wouldn't take such risks. It's likely organized by some gang. So you're suggesting that these individuals might be hiding in places like clubs, KTVs, saunas, or bars? Yecheng murmured in realization. And Bai interjected, at that hour, only those entertainment venues would be open. Tang Zhe suddenly chuckled, prompting the three women to glance at him, puzzled by his laughter amidst their serious discussion. They thought it but dared not voice their curiosity. You three truly are like modern-day Zhuge Liang, deducing the probable culprits, Tang Zhe praised, giving them a thumbs up. Receiving Tang Zhe's acknowledgement filled the three women with a sense of pride. They were all university graduates, after all, with Yi being a top-tier student from a prestigious institution. In truth, Sun Ting had formed her hypothesis upon noticing the tattoos on most of the corpses, common among young gang members. I need to take care of my own matters first, Tang Zhe stated, unwilling to squander time in such a place. Yecheng resumed driving, steering towards their destination. 20 minutes later, they arrived at the targeted community and parked beneath the eaves of an alley. You all wait here, I'll be back shortly. Clad in protective gear, Tang Zhe slowly exited the alley. The three women sat quietly in the car, and Bai toyed with the submachine gun, clearly fascinated by the weaponry, while Yecheng gripped the steering wheel tightly, lost in thought. Sun Ting, however, cautioned, if you dare to drive off, we will all perish. Yecheng furrowed her brows at this warning, but after a moment, she relaxed, assuring, I won't drive away. Make sure to mention your niece's situation when you get the chance. Perhaps he will be able to help, she suggested. Yecheng nodded, whispering, thank you. Meanwhile, Tang Zhe had already stepped into the community. Unlike his own, this upscale area had far fewer bodies littering the ground, suggesting that the residents here exhibited a higher standard of morality and harmony. Following the address, Tang Zhe knocked on the door. Footsteps echoed from within before the door swung open, revealing a gaunt man with cracked lips, appearing disheveled and frail. If memory served, this was the manager of a hot pot restaurant, who had once been quite portly and had a penchant for bullying him, often concocting excuses to withhold wages and demanding overtime without compensation. Ultimately, he had eavesdropped and discovered that this man had pocketed his withheld pay. Furious, Tang Zhe had left without claiming his last month's wages, suspecting that the manager had absconded with them. Tang Zhe, you actually came, that's wonderful. Did you bring food? The manager exclaimed, his eyes darting to Tang Zhe's empty hands. Why didn't you bring anything? I told you to bring food. The manager's demeanor shifted instantly, reverting to his previous arrogant self. Tang Zhe, recalling the manager's former attitude, donned a sincere smile and drew his handgun. Bang! The manager collapsed to the ground, and Tang Zhe casually strolled into the elevator, departing next. Chapter 43 The mysterious Mr. Hua. The sound of a gunshot startled the entire community, unsettling a sense of anxiety that surged within each individual. Perhaps Tang Zhe was unaware that this single shot he fired had ignited the chaos within the neighborhood prematurely, but he remained indifferent. In this apocalyptic world, Tang Zhe's primary concern was his own well-being. Everyone else was merely a fleeting thought. Observing the vehicles in the alley, he smiled, bemused that they had not fled. Following the list, Tang Zhe methodically dealt with each individual, ensuring that by 4 in the afternoon, he had cleared everyone on the list, thus providing a semblance of closure to his former self. However, one remained. I've made the arrangements, she should arrive this afternoon. Yecheng returned the phone to Tang Zhe, who was quite pleased. I've heard that the Shanhui community is home to the affluent. I trust there will be no shortage of beautiful women. The three women shook their heads, indicating they were uncertain and would have to rely on luck. Shanhui was indeed a prime location in Huasher City, boasting riverfront views and proximity to educational institutions, with a park nearby an ideal investment for many affluent individuals, some even taking out loans to assert their status. To Tang Zhe, a single property here represented an astronomical sum, but that was in the past. Now, perhaps a bottle of water could suffice. Meanwhile, Bai Jian and Xiaoyu were strategizing on how to overpower Tang Zhe, intent on forcing him to surrender his supplies. Are we really going to leave this place? Xiaoyu seemed reluctant to depart, though their provisions were nearly depleted. After days of survival, Bai Jian's physique had not changed much, though he had lost a bit of weight. What, are you reluctant to part with this fine residence? Bai Jian scoffed. If not for her slight usefulness, he would have discarded her long ago. Xiaoyu remained silent. Bai Jian, glancing at the messages on his phone, wore a grave expression. He considered their community fortunate, yet the harrowing images shared in their colleague group left him believing that their neighborhood's demise was merely a matter of time. Failing to leave soon would likely result in their fate mirroring that of their useless subordinates. The fact that Tang Zhe claimed he had a way to arrive only served to elate Bai Jian. What a fool he was, coming to flaunt himself for such a foolish woman. How laughable. In the end, he would possess Tang Zhe's supplies and those women, far superior to what he had now. When he arrives, I will slip the drug into his drink, Bai Jian declared, producing a pill that Xiaoyu recognized all too well. She had sometimes been coerced into taking it, leaving her powerless and at his mercy. Reluctantly, she nodded in agreement, not daring to object. Bai Jian, encircled by his ample flesh, painted a picture of their future. Once we acquire the supplies, perhaps this crisis will pass. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of hope flickered in Xiaoyu's eyes, her determination strengthening. Just then, her phone buzzed. He's almost here. Bai Jian's face broke into a cunning smile. If he truly brought a woman along, he would revel in the spoils, yet, Tang Zhe was not just bringing one, but three. There are people at the gas station ahead, Yi Qingyi remarked, glancing to the left where a Sinopec station stood, two vehicles parked beneath the awning, with several figures loitering nearby. Then let's refuel, Tang Zhe replied, giving Sun Ting a playful pat on the head. Enough snacking. It's time to work. It's my turn next, and Bai lamented. Tang Zhe shook his head in resignation, fastening his trousers, while Sun Ting retrieved her handgun for a quick ammunition check, loading the bullets with practiced ease. And Bai could only pop a piece of bubblegum to satisfy her cravings, skillfully inspecting her own weapon, the mechanical clicks captivating her attention. Brother Crazy, a vehicle is approaching, shouted a young man with green hair, wielding a baseball bat, which to Tang Zhe seemed no different from a primitive tool. The man inside the car, smoking, sported a buzz cut, adorned with a silver chain, undeterred by the chilly weather as he wore only a black tank top, a skull tattoo emblazoned on his shoulder, his eyes glinting with malice, clearly a formidable presence, clutching a Nepalese knife stained with traces of blood. Damn, Brother Crazy, we hit the jackpot. It's a modified Tank 300, fitted with tracks, the excited underling exclaimed, brandishing his knife as he exited the vehicle. Brother Crazy exhaled a plume of smoke. Tracks are indeed an excellent idea, clever. Brother Crazy, should we eliminate them all? Brother Crazy flicked the ash from his cigarette, unconcerned about the gas station setting. Given their capabilities, they must be of use to Mr. Hua. However, he added a cautionary note, if they dare approach us while we're refueling, they're no saints, stay vigilant and observe before we act, don't let the plan unravel. Understood, Brother Crazy. As they caught sight of the driver being a woman, the group paused, inching closer for a better look. To their surprise, she was stunning. Brother Crazy, she's a gem. Brother Crazy himself was momentarily taken aback. After nearly a month of crisis, such exquisite beauty was a rarity, even surpassing those who surrounded Mr. Hua. Let us wait and see. If she is suitable, we'll capture her and send her back first. A predatory grin crept onto Brother Crazy's lips. It was foolish for such beauty to roam freely. Yi Qingyi parked the car and slowly opened the door, extending her fair ankle. The men nearby gawked at her red high heels and delicate ankle, their mouths watering as if it had been ages since they had encountered a woman. Upon seeing Yi Qingyi's face, their eyes gleamed like wolves, ravenous to tear her apart. The only disappointment was her long-down jacket concealing her figure, yet, even a flat physique was still captivating. Stepping out of the car, Yi Qingyi stretched her back, loosening her slightly stiff neck, muttering, I'm exhausted. The men, including Brother Crazy, were bewildered. Could she truly not see them? Were they invisible? At that moment, the rear door also swung open, and when Bai and Sun Ting emerged, the underlings, including Brother Crazy, stood agape. How long had it been since they had seen such women? Those high heels seemed to tread not on the ground, but upon the hearts of these men, who were filled with ecstatic delight. They simply had to seize those legs and indulge. Today, they had stumbled upon a treasure, three stunning beauties. Mr. Hua would undoubtedly reward them handsomely. Brother Crazy was already contemplating keeping them all for himself. Indeed, for a beautiful woman, one could commit any act. In the end, Tang Zhe leaped from the vehicle, drawing the attention of Brother Crazy and his gang. One man and three women. What was this man's identity that he could attract such exquisite companions? Brother Crazy? What is the plan? An underling hurriedly inquired. Brother Crazy, still processing the situation, replied, let us gauge the situation. Anyone confident enough to bring out three beauties must possess some formidable skills. Chapter 44. The cats are furious. Brother Madman, aren't you being overly cautious? It's just one man. What are three women afraid of? The subordinate seemed to be utterly captivated by beauty. However, Brother Madman retorted, are you the boss or am I? The subordinate quickly apologized. Tang Zhe chuckled as he pulled out a pack of cigarettes, while Sun Ting, standing beside him, produced a lighter to ignite it. You two go take a look inside, Tang Zhe said nonchalantly. Bai and Yi Qingyi nodded and proceeded into the room, only to find that all the food and water had been seized, and several corpses lay on the ground, three of which were clad in gas station uniforms. After all, a gas station serves as a storage facility for supplies, effectively transforming it into a battleground. At the cashier counter, a naked woman was present, her hair disheveled obscuring her face, while a buck-toothed man approached with a sinister grin, utterly oblivious to Bai and Yi Qingyi's arrival. Outside, the subordinate slung a baseball bat over his shoulder and inquired, brother, where are you from? Tang Zhe flicked the ash from his cigarette and replied coolly, none of your business. This response irked the subordinate, who, had it not been for the boss's advice to remain calm, would have swung the bat at his head. We are under General Hua's command. That over there is Brother Madman, why don't you go greet him? After saying this, his eyes scanned Sun Ting's face, growing increasingly avaricious. Within her down jacket, Sun Ting gripped her gun, unable to suppress the urge to blow his head off. Suddenly, the mention of General Hua halted Tang Zhe momentarily, and he turned his gaze towards the car not far away, approaching with a sincere smile. The subordinate wore an expression of understanding, even sticking out his tongue playfully at Sun Ting. Brother Madman, I've long admired your name. Tang Zhe laughed heartily. Seeing Tang Zhe's apparent tact, Brother Madman stepped out, revealing the Nepalese kukri in his hand, already stained with the blood of 10 victims. Where are you headed, brother? Brother Madman asked with a grin, as if they were long-lost friends. Tang Zhe shrugged, nothing in particular, just wandering aimlessly. Are you alone? Brother Madman asked curiously. My neighborhood has gone mad, who would stay behind to await death? Upon hearing that he was alone, Brother Madman laughed boisterously. Isn't that the truth? These neighborhoods are so hypocritical now, unlike us, who value loyalty, share hardships, and enjoy blessings together, and have women to play with. Sounds like the environment over there is quite pleasant, Brother Madman. Indeed, you've heard of the Imperial City Club, right? Our boss, General Hua, has ample supplies. Anyone with capability is most welcomed. I see your modification skills are impressive. Would you consider joining us? Tang Zhe had indeed heard of the Imperial City Club and even delivered takeout there before. It was quite renowned in Huasher City, known for its young and beautiful ladies, albeit a bit pricey, which Tang Zhe felt he couldn't afford. If it weren't for his visit to Chao Yu's house, he would have genuinely wanted to check it out. Wherever beautiful women were, he would gravitate towards. How about in a few days, can you give me your WeChat? Tang Zhe spoke earnestly, but to Brother Madman, it came across as dismissive, almost like a refusal. Where are you busy going, brother? The smile on Brother Madman's face faded slightly, revealing a sinister smirk. Just visiting an old friend. I see. Noticing the emptiness inside the car, Tang Zhe curiously asked, what about you? Where are you headed? Did you find no supplies? Brother Madman did not answer but sighed. Brother, you should understand the state of the world. Let us converse amicably, or else things will become awkward for everyone. How am I not speaking amicably? Tang Zhe feigned confusion, his innocent expression eliciting barely suppressed laughter from Sun Ting. Kid, you're inviting trouble. Tang Zhe scratched the back of his head, replying innocently, you're making it difficult for me too. The subordinates nearby began to slowly encircle them, brandishing their glimmering knives. Madman. Suddenly, a panicked voice erupted from inside the room, as a subordinate rushed out, pants still unfastened, as if he had seen a ghost. Yet those around him laughed, with some jesting. Fish brother, why aren't you wearing your pants? The brothers aren't into that. Fish brother likely suffered a severe fright, his blissful moment shattered upon seeing two guns. He instinctively bolted outside. A gunshot shattered the fragile equilibrium, striking Fish brother in the back of the head, leaving the surrounding subordinates in shock, gazing towards the entrance. Wai Yiqing raised her arm, smoke wafting from the gun's muzzle. Brother Madman was rendered speechless. The woman had a gun. Yiqing slowly approached, and the nearby subordinates instinctively retreated. Bewildered, reaching Fish brother's side, she emptied her magazine into his groin. Bang 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 bang. The brutality stunned the surrounding subordinates. They had assumed she was merely a delicate woman, yet she executed her kills without a flicker of hesitation. Though it was Yiqing's first time killing, she felt no guilt in ridding the world of such scum, but rather an exhilarating satisfaction, especially from the way these men looked at her. Ejecting the magazine, she retrieved a fresh one from her pocket and reloaded with a click. The subordinates seemed frozen in place, glancing at Brother Madman, silently questioning what they should do now that the women were armed. Tang Zhe raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, exclaiming, I told you it would be difficult, but you didn't believe me, and now look, my cats have gone wild, and I can't control them. Hearing Tang Zhe's words, the three women understood what needed to be done, though they felt little challenge. The weapons in their hands were far too primitive. Brother Madman's demeanor shifted from earlier, laughing, brother, how about I give you my WeChat? Before he could finish, Sun Ting raised her hand and shot him in the head. Why on earth? He was just offering me his WeChat, and you blew his head off. Tang Zhe turned back, rolling his eyes at the cruelty. Sun Ting pouted apologetically, I'm sorry. Why are you saying sorry to me? Apologize to him. Alright. Approaching Brother Madman, Sun Ting earnestly said, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have shot your head off. She then fired another shot into his skull. The surrounding subordinates had never witnessed such ruthlessness. Amidst casual banter, they had just witnessed Brother Madman be killed, and even his head exploded. Was ammunition truly so worthless? Tang Zhe covered his forehead in exasperation. You've turned his face into mush. How is he supposed to unlock his phone now? Brother Madman's phone is fingerprint unlocked. One of the subordinates quickly discarded his knife, embodying the adage that a wise man knows how to adapt. And Bai offered a gentle smile to the subordinates. Thank you. Ah, no problem. The subordinate blushed, thinking such a lovely girl must have been coerced. Another gunshot rang out. The subordinate fell in disbelief, the last image in his mind being the gentle girl raising her gun, wondering why she smiled so sweetly. Chapter 45. You are all demons. The surrounding lackeys had never encountered such perverse behavior. It felt as though they were merely playing house. Two of the lackeys even dashed into the rain. And Bai and Yiqing raised their hands and fired. The head of the fleeing lackey exploded in a mist of blood. He was not killed by the rain but rather by the bullet. Sister, your marksmanship is impressive, and Bai remarked with a smile. Yiqing humbly replied, it was merely luck. The remaining four lackeys knelt on the ground, begging for mercy. These were not humans, they were demons. Compared to them, General Hua seemed like a well-behaved schoolboy. Tang Zhe sighed, I merely wanted a WeChat contact, why must it escalate to violence? Now look, there has been a death. The four lackeys cursed inwardly, feeling utterly humiliated. Now, tell me, where were you planning to raid for supplies? Tang Zhe asked with a smile. The lackeys had never witnessed such a terrifying smile before, prompting them to hurriedly confess the truth. Big brother, we were planning to go to the Shanhui community. Tang Zhe was taken aback. It seemed their targets aligned. You lot are going to raid Shanhui? It's not a raid, it's more of a lesson, and a chance to probe their defenses, one lackey clarified. Tang Zhe hissed, I'm having a bit of trouble grasping your words. Sun Ting raised her hand and fired a shot. You explain, she ordered. The lackey, glancing at the fallen body beside him, was rendered speechless, paralyzed by fear. Bang! Tang Ze placed a comforting hand on the lackey's shoulder, offering a reassuring smile. Don't be nervous. Just don't behave like those two. The lackey nodded vigorously. Our General Hua has a deal with General Shi of Shanhui. We provide water, and General Shi purchases it at 100 times the market price. However, in recent days, General Shi has mortgaged her real estate to General Hua, who is now demanding young men and women in return. General Shi is unwilling, so she sent us to stir up trouble and kill a few people. The four listened in astonishment. Could money truly buy supplies? They could not help but hope for a return to the past. From a merchant's perspective, it was not unreasonable. Why Yi Qingyi suddenly inquired, is the General Shi you mentioned the one from Conway Real Estate? Yes, that is her. Tang Ze turned and asked, do you know her? I met her once at a banquet, and this Shanhui community is one of her developments. And by suddenly recalled, I think I heard the owner of First Class Lounge mention her, the so-called queen of real estate in Huasher City, who is also a philanthropist, donating to many primary schools. Yes, that is the one, the lackey eagerly nodded. Tang Ze frowned, did I ask you to speak? Sun Ting raised her hand and fired again. The last lackey trembled violently, suddenly convulsing, foaming at the mouth, his eyes wide open, before collapsing to the ground and twitching a few times before succumbing. Could he have been scared to death? And Bai queried, her face filled with confusion. Yi Qingyi frowned, that seems likely. How frightening, Tang Ze remarked, contemplating who was truly instilling fear. These women were far more audacious than he. However, it appeared that their combat skills were developing, and their marksmanship was commendable, hitting a moving target at 10 meters with precision. Just as he finished his thought, Tang Ze heard the sound of retching. Sun Ting and Yi Qingyi were leaning against the fuel pump, vomiting, while Bai patted their backs, displaying an expression of helplessness toward Tang Ze. Such circumstances would become easier to endure over time. Go fetch a mobile phone, Tang Ze instructed softly. Bai retrieved a phone from a lackey's pocket, unlocked it with her fingerprint, and promptly altered the settings. Tang Ze was keen to discover the true nature of this General Hua and deemed it necessary to obtain useful intelligence. Upon returning to the vehicle, Tang Ze suddenly recalled something. Was General Shi you mentioned beautiful? Yes, quite beautiful, Yi Qingyi affirmed with a nod. Is she comparable to you? Somewhat, though her bosom is larger than mine. Seated in the back, Tang Ze was taken aback, leaning forward to take a look, then reaching out to touch. Is that true? Yi Qingyi's face flushed slightly. Yes, it is. Alright then, how old is such a prominent figure? She appears to be around 36 or 37. An older woman, Tang Ze remarked, his interest waning, envisioning sagging flesh and crow's feet. Yi Qingyi rolled her eyes. She maintains her appearance well. I've seen her, and she looks no older than 27 or 28. You're just exaggerating. Really, I'm not lying. Not convinced. Unless you bring her here. Yi Qingyi fell silent. And Bai and Sun Ting exchanged amused glances, realizing that this was the true Tang Ze. A hint of humor emerged, and they found him quite charming. Why did he not have a girlfriend? The answer was simple, poverty. Just as Yi Qingyi prepared to accelerate away, a woman draped in a thin garment burst from the building, her hair disheveled, though she appeared relatively young, perhaps around 30, with an appealing figure. Wait. Yi Qingyi halted the vehicle and rolled down the window. What is the matter? Could you please take me with you? I beg you, I don't want to stay here any longer. The woman pleaded desperately, bowing her head in supplication. Noticing Yi Qingyi's silence, the woman continued, they are deliberately keeping me here. Every time they come, please, have mercy, I will repay you with hard work. Tang Ze lowered the window beside him, smiling, sorry, beautiful, there is no room. However, upon seeing the empty passenger seat, the woman immediately knelt down. Big brother, I beg you, I have a mother at home, and children. Please, I implore you. Tang Ze sighed, she is rather pitiable, let her go to spare her from humiliation. Yi Qingyi's heart fluttered, if she saved her, would she still have to kill her? Observing the woman kneeling and bowing her head, Yi Qingyi slowly drew her handgun, yet, as the woman looked up and saw the gun aimed at her, terror flooded her eyes. I'm sorry, I'll leave. With that, the woman turned to flee, but Yi Qingyi pulled the trigger. Bang, a mist of blood filled the air. Bai lowered her head slightly, her mood seemingly dimmed. Tang Ze pulled Bai close, this is the way of the world, she would only suffer and die, better to grant her a swift end. However, Tang Ze added, to get into the vehicle, one must at least meet their standards. Pulling out the lackey's phone, Tang Ze browsed through the chat records of this General Hua indeed had some influence, there were as many as 287 members in this group, and he was the leader. These 8 were merely a small faction within it, the so-called Mad Brother was just a group leader, and as they had mentioned, their plan was to stir trouble at Shanhui, but this trouble was not mere vandalism. It was a mission to kill. Do you think these individuals who Haven T responded to the leader's messages will assume they were taken out by the residents of Shanhui? Tang Ze jested. Sun Ting twisted open a bottle of water and handed it to Tang Ze. With General Hua's methods, the next time one tea just be intimidation, it will be a call to arms to besiege Shanhui. Chapter 46. Meeting with Mr. Shi, then we must take action at once. There should be plenty of beautiful women in the neighborhoods we haven't conquered yet. Tang Ze chuckled mischievously, reveling in his newfound lasciviousness. Ordinary women no longer piqued his interest. He found himself disinterested even when they presented themselves on a silver platter. The torment endured in pursuit of experience was something he wished to avoid, as mindless grinding had become an insipid routine, akin to that of a beast of burden. There are surely more than in our community, Sun Ting mused, a hint of worry creeping into her thoughts. The prospect of newcomers joining their ranks raised concerns about her own standing. She glanced at the naive Xiaobai, engrossed in her firearms, and the driving Yi Qingyi, who seemed to harbor fantasies of escape. The three of them shared a semblance of unity, yet the potential influx of alluring women into the Shanhu community could easily fracture their fragile bond. The mere thought sent a shiver down Sun Ting's spine. Xiaobai, however, was obedient. She planned to have a serious discussion with Yi Qingyi later. Regardless of the circumstances, it was imperative that they present a united front, and any new women joining them must be kept under their control. Yi Qingyi, not lacking in intelligence, understood this as well. Any woman joining their ranks would have to undergo a rigorous training regimen before assuming any role. Why Yi Qingyi had experienced this so-called training firsthand, and it could only be described in 4 words. Worse than death. Little did Tang Zhe know that even within his humble abode, a hierarchy was beginning to emerge, yet he remained indifferent to such matters. Competition was essential for growth. A throng of thoughtless women bore no distinction from automatons. His standards would only rise, and he had no intention of accommodating idlers. Let's switch cars, Tang Zhe suddenly declared. Why Yi Qingyi acknowledged this with a hum, having contemplated the same suggestion herself. After all, driving a modified vehicle into unfamiliar neighborhoods felt rather inappropriate. Change out those lace accessories you're wearing, otherwise, people might mistake me for a pervert, he added, eliciting a simultaneous chuckle from the 3 women. What are you laughing at? Do you dare to challenge me? Tang Zhe retorted, rolling his eyes. If he were truly a pervert, they were certainly more so. A flamboyant wardrobe change ensued within the confines of the vehicle, and Tang Zhe took the opportunity to tease them occasionally, relishing the delightful atmosphere. They parked in a narrow alley not far from the community and found a modest BYD with only its rims intact to take a seat in. Xiaobai, once we enter, you are my girlfriend. Really? That's wonderful. And Bai beamed with delight. Sun Ting pouted slightly. Master, let me be your girlfriend next time. Sure, we'll take turns, Tang Zhe replied with a shrug. The eagerness to assume the role of girlfriend was palpable, a stark contrast to their prior indifference during his delivery days. Suddenly, Tang Zhe placed his hand atop Yi Qingyi's head, gently ruffling her hair. What do you say we make a wager? A wager? Yi Qingyi inquired, her curiosity piqued. I know you have a niece trapped at school. If you win, we shall go. Yi Qingyi's eyes lit up with excitement, and she quickly nodded. Don't be too hasty in your agreement, you are aware of the consequences should I save her. At his words, Yi Qingyi bit her lip, her previously rosy hue draining from her lips as she hesitated. I understand. And don't celebrate too soon. If I win, I shall eliminate your fiancé and his entire family. Do you dare to wager? The 2 women in the back, and Bai and Sun Ting, were momentarily taken aback. This was a test of Yi Qingyi's resolve. It seemed that Tang Zhe had never truly let his guard down around her. I will not lose, Yi Qingyi declared, gripping the steering wheel tightly. Good, I admire your spirit, Tang Zhe remarked, patting her shoulder. A courageous woman was far more formidable than those who merely begged for mercy. What shall we wager? Tang Zhe asked, turning to Bai and Sun Ting. What do you think we should bet on? Bai and Sun Ting were stunned, realizing they were being entrusted with deciding the wager, fearful of favoring Yi Qingyi. Yi Qingyi turned back, her gaze pleading. Sun Ting considered the implications. If she proposed a wager that favored Tang Zhe, it could lead to a rift with Yi Qingyi, especially with the unknown beauties in the Shanhu community likely seeking retribution. It would be wiser to offer a more favorable outcome, even at the cost of Tang Zhe's wrath. How about we wager on Mr. Shi? Bai suggested suddenly. Sun Ting and Yi Qingyi paused, realizing the implications of using a woman as a bet. Wasn't that Tang Zhe's specialty? What woman could escape his clutches? Looks like my little Bai is quite perceptive, Tang Zhe said, pinching Bai's cheek affectionately. She playfully nuzzled his palm, resembling a large plush cat. Let us wager whether Mr. She will flee or not, master. You cannot intimidate her, Bai continued. Ha, how intriguing, Tang Zhe mused, turning to Yi Qingyi. Ladies first. Yi Qingyi clenched her fists, her heart racing, breath quickening, her mind a whirlwind. She won't run, Yi Qingyi asserted firmly. Mr. Dachi wasn't a foolish woman, she would surely recognize the advantages of associating with Tang Zhe, yet, Yi Qingyi seemed to overlook one crucial detail, what Bai had mentioned about not issuing threats. Then I shall wager that she will flee, and you two will bear witness. Sun Ting and Bai nodded in agreement. Of course, you two may offer her some assistance to ensure I do not bully her. Yi Qingyi felt a surge of happiness. Although she had only met Shi Meng once, they were still acquaintances. Hey, you cannot threaten her with a firearm. Tang Zhe interjected, reminding them not to undermine the rules of their game or else face repercussions. The 3 women were well aware of Tang Zhe's distaste for such antics. Bai suddenly giggled. Master, I'm genuinely curious how you managed to win over this real estate queen. You must avoid coercive tactics. You little rascal, you've blocked my usual approach, Tang Zhe replied, feigning annoyance. Bai stuck out her tongue playfully. Master, you're already impressive, tall, strong, and handsome. Just your presence would have Mr. Shi swooning. Ha ha ha, you have a silver tongue. Come, let us see just who this Mr. She truly is, Tang Ze proclaimed, waving his hand grandly. However, he quickly added, but first, let us increase the difficulty for our Mr. She. With that, he took out a subordinate's phone and sent a message. Mr. Hua, trouble has arisen, the madman and his crew have all been killed. The three women exchanged glances, contemplating Tang Ze's message, realizing it hastened the assault on the Shanhu community and left them with little time. Sun Ting and Yi Qingyi suddenly locked eyes, sensing that something was amiss. Chapter 47. Shimeng. Their task was to ensure that Mr. Shi did not escape, and naturally, this required following Tang Ze closely. Thus, they had to present Mr. Shi to him on a silver platter. Tang Ze need not lift a finger, as the three of them would secure him for him. Oh, Xiao Bai, what kind of riddle have you posed? Yet, is Xiao Bai truly as naive and sweet as she appears? Clearly not. While it seemed she had devised a challenging approach for Tang Ze, the truth was that if they pursued their own goals, success would come naturally without causing Tang Ze any embarrassment, and he would perhaps even commend them later. Xiao Bai had her own methods for pleasing Tang Ze. At the entrance of the garage in the Shanhui community, several vehicles were blocking both the entrance and exit, surrounded by 7 or 8 men wielding knives. However, these men were dressed quite appropriately, exuding the air of social elites. Their gazes lacked any hint of ferocity, as if the knives were merely intended to intimidate. The obstructing vehicles were merely a precaution against any outsiders attempting to crash in. After all, the rain had subsided in the past few days, and many were daring to venture outside. Being one of the affluent communities, everyone was wary of relaxing their guard. Alas, when will this end? Sighed a man in his 40s clad in a wool sweater. Mr. She has assured us it will be soon, just endure for another month, and we will return to our former lives, another responded, eyes gleaming with longing. The leading man, a shaved head primarily due to the lack of water for washing, was named Luo Jun, the head of security for Shanhui, who was quite capable and fiercely loyal to Mr. Shi. Mr. Shi has promised us tenfold wages. Once the disaster passes, we will also hold shares in the Shanhui group, which could amount to millions. Upon hearing this figure, the others' eyes lit up. In their minds, the disaster was merely temporary, and brighter days would eventually dawn. Not only Mr. Shi, but several other bosses had pledged substantial rewards to ensure safety. Naturally, the elite residents of the community rallied together, firmly believing that the light would once again illuminate the land. Just as they were envisioning their future lives, the blaring of horns erupted, and the intercom crackled with urgency. A vehicle has breached the garage. Immediately, the group grabbed their knives and stood alert, their gazes fixed on the entrance. 10 seconds later, a BYD vehicle barreled in, its tireless rims unable to halt. With a resounding crash, the two cars in front were violently struck, their airbags deploying in an explosion of fabric. The group cautiously observed the intruding car, none daring to approach, save for Luo Jun, who slowly moved closer to assess the situation. Upon seeing a man accompanied by 3 women inside, he breathed a sigh of relief. They were likely not from General Hua's faction. It was more probable they were fleeing from the outside, yet the striking beauty of the 3 women, paired with the man, was indeed perplexing. Brother Luo, reinforcements are on the way. Hold your ground, an urgent voice crackled over the intercom. Luo Jun pressed the intercom. It's just refugees, no need to panic. Damn, you scared the life out of me, I thought it was those people. Inside the car, Tang Ze kicked open the door and chuckled, my apologies, this thing simply wouldn't stop. Care for a smoke? Upon witnessing Tang Ze light a cigarette, the expressions of the men softened considerably, even feeling somewhat sheepish. To them, cigarettes had long been a luxury, while Tang Ze's pack was akin to a divine artifact. In dealings amongst men, nothing is more straightforward than sharing a smoke. As the 3 women exited the vehicle, the men as cigarettes dropped from their mouths, rendered speechless by the sight. They had thought Mr. Shi was stunning, but here were 3. Luo Jun quickly regained his composure. Although he lacked a cigarette, his lighter was ever at hand, and he promptly ignited it, even offering a flame to Tang Ze. Brother, what's the situation here? Tang Ze's performance kicked in. If it weren't for them, there is no way I'd risk coming out here. Observing the beauty of the 3 women, the men understood all too well. Had he not brought them out, their fates would likely have been dire. Tang Ze pulled in by close. This is my girlfriend, Xiao Bai. This is my girlfriend's close friend, Sun Ting, and this is my girlfriend's neighbor, Yi Qingyi. Hello, big brother, and Bai spoke timidly, resembling a frightened kitten, which conveyed an impression of being harmless, despite having just shattered someone's skull moments ago. Yi Qingyi maintained her aloof demeanor, merely nodding in acknowledgement, while the men remained silent, inwardly pleased. What was there to feign? Sun Ting instantly transformed into a lively hostess. Hello, big brothers. Sorry for the interruption. Luo Jun took a deep drag from his cigarette, relishing the sensation swirling in his lungs before exhaling. Brother, you're quite the man, bringing 3 women out like this. Very impressive. A curious man nearby inquired, what brings you to our community? Who in Huansher City doesn't know of Shanhui? I figured this would be the safest spot, Tang Ze replied. The men chuckled. After all, isn't that the very sentiment that drove them to purchase homes here. However, those 3 women were undeniably captivating, their figures, their delicate faces, and their alluring curves. The leading woman immediately caught Tang Ze's attention. It was evident she was Mr. Yi Qingyi had mentioned that Mr. Shi was quite well endowed, and indeed, she was. Her long hair was elegantly styled atop her head, her exquisite features framed by a graceful nose and fiery red lips. Even at this moment, she wore accessories that exuded authority, her red dress failing to conceal her ample assets, as if they were poised to burst forth. One could not help but acknowledge that Yi Qingyi had not deceived herself. Mr. She was fair-skinned and stunning, and it was hard to believe she was in her 30s, quite impressive, indeed, she was almost beyond what one could manage. Behind her stood two other attractive women. Clearly, affluent communities were abundant with beauty. Mr. She remained vigilant towards outsiders, determined to prevent any ill-intentioned individuals from infiltrating. As long as they verified their identities, she would permit their presence. Despite facing considerable opposition, Mr. She's authority remained unshaken, for she had her own stockpile of supplies. While food was plentiful, water was scarce, yet Mr. She continued to pay wages, thus preventing any unrest. Mr. She's gaze fell upon the three women, her expression slightly surprised. Their complexions were remarkably rosy, even more so than her own, indicating they were certainly not malnourished. That girl seemed somewhat familiar. She couldn't quite place her. Mr. She, they were the ones who just barged in, Luo Jun remarked with a grin, and standing there, Mr. She emanated an air of unyielding authority. Tang Zhe perceived her presence as far more commanding than Yi Qingyi's. After all, while Yi Qingyi held the position of vice president, Mr. She was the chairwoman of the entire group, and the youngest among them. Suddenly, Yi Qingyi exclaimed, "You are Mr. She? And you are?" "Mr." She replied, recognizing Yi Qingyi and expressing her curiosity. Chapter 48. The wealthy neighborhood indeed differs. We met at the gala in Junhai City. I am Jiang Zihui's fiancée. "Oh, no wonder you seem so familiar," Shi Meng replied with a warm smile, realizing that she was the granddaughter-in-law of General Jiang. Yi Qingyi, feeling a twinge of embarrassment, said, "I sincerely apologize, President Shi. We truly had no choice. I was at my sister and brother-in-law's residence, but due to the chaos in the community, if it weren't for Tang Zhe, we might not have escaped." Shi Meng's gaze shifted to Tang Zhe, who sheepishly scratched the back of his head, resembling a well-mannered youth. "They are just friends of my girlfriend. I merely offered them a ride." "What do you do?" Shi Meng inquired, scrutinizing Tang Zhe. "I work as a delivery driver." "Do you have any proof?" Tang Zhe mused inwardly about the woman's caution, but, being a delivery driver, he promptly pulled out his phone to show Shi Meng his delivery worker information. Shi Meng felt slightly reassured and turned to Enbai, asking, "And you, what is your occupation?" "I work for an airline as a flight attendant," Enbai replied, clutching Tang Zhe's arm delicately. Noticing Enbai's demeanor, Shi Meng refrained from probing further. "What about you?" "I am a streamer, specializing in dance and chat." Upon hearing this, a man nearby exclaimed, "No wonder you look so familiar. I've seen your live streams in the same city and even sent you a rocket." Sun Ting playfully chimed in, "Thank you, boss, for the big rocket." Laughter erupted among the men, and the atmosphere lightened considerably. Meanwhile, Tang Zhe chuckled inwardly, realizing how adept these women were at charming others. They remained blissfully unaware that four fierce tigers had entered the sheepfold. In the background, Bai Jian and Xiaoyu stood observing, with Bai Jian's gaze fixated on the three women, his eyes seemingly hungry to consume them. Within this community, Bai Jian had to bow to Shi Meng, but he believed that outside, he could become the dominant force of another neighborhood, playing with beautiful women as he pleased, with all the men as his subordinates and all the women beneath him. Perhaps due to Yi Qingyi's connection, Shi Meng personally led the four to find an available house. As they walked through the underground garage of the affluent community, Tang Zhe was astounded by the array of luxury vehicles, enough to host a car exhibition. Soon, they arrived at a spacious 148-square-meter residence, its exquisite decor leaving Tang Zhe in awe. "The owner is abroad and the place has been vacant. You can stay here, but please do not damage the furnishings," Shi Meng advised Tang Zhe, assuming the girls would be cautious, though she was uncertain about Tang Zhe's disposition. Tang Zhe nodded, projecting an innocent demeanor. Shi Meng considered it a miracle that Tang Zhe had managed to bring three such beautiful girls to safety. He appeared frail and lacking in any combat capability, and she thought to assign him some logistical tasks. "Tang Zhe, now that you're here, everyone will have their own responsibilities." "Understood." Shi Meng was quite pleased with Tang Zhe's attitude, and he could sense that her gaze towards him was no different from that of an employee, a familiar look he had encountered many times before. "This is your supply for the week. Make it last." A reluctant man brought in a box of water and a box of breakfast biscuits. Tang Zhe was taken aback, and not just him, Yi Qingyi and the other two women were equally astonished. Their reaction seemed perfectly normal to Shi Meng, who harbored no doubts. "As long as you follow my orders, these supplies are the most basic assurance. Once the disaster passes, you can all work in my company and will be greatly valued." "Thank you, boss. I will certainly comply," Tang Zhe immediately pledged, with Enbai and Sun Ting following suit, while Yi Qingyi remained silent. Every evening there will be a program at 7 in the underground garage, complete with a lottery. There are numerous prizes, including drinks, snacks, and even meat. Tang Zhe was stunned to learn that there were entertainment programs, but he had to admit that President Shi was quite adept at enticing people with promises. "Thank you, President Shi," Yi Qingyi said as she stepped forward to express her gratitude. Shi Meng turned back with a smile, saying, "It's just a small favor, I'm sure we will collaborate again in the future." "Indeed." After bidding farewell to Shi Meng, Yi Qingyi understood that her invitation to stay was also a strategic move for the future. The investment queen was not to be underestimated. Every action she took was a calculated investment. Once the group departed, Tang Zhe flopped onto the sofa, saying, "Xiaoyi, this President Shi is indeed older than you." Yi Qingyi felt a sense of resignation, as if she were being likened to a little dumpling. "This place has such a wonderful environment," Enbai remarked, standing on the balcony and gazing at the lake, with a golf course visible in the distance. Sun Ting stood beside her, reflecting that she had never had the opportunity to live in such a splendid house and envied the wealthy. However, her envy had diminished considerably now. Xiaobai, check if there are any surveillance cameras here, Tang Zhe instructed as he handed in Bai a device. And Bai acknowledged him and began scanning the entire room, finding no signs of cameras. Keep these weapons close, Tang Zhe said, handing a pistol to each of the three women. This way, they would have the means to protect themselves, especially since that Ho was likely to strike at any moment. Holding the guns, the three women felt as though they were grasping their own lives, while also wielding power over others' lives. Xiaoyi, you should probably reassure your fiancé to prevent President Xi from stealing the thunder, Tang Zhe joked, patting his leg, adhering to their usual routine. Yi Qingyi did not resist, pondering why she felt this way. The video call quickly connected. You finally called me. Jiang Zihui exclaimed, having deliberately refrained from contacting her for 2 days, waiting for her to reach out. He had almost lost patience, but now that his fiancée Yi had called, he was filled with joy. Yi Qingyi smiled contentedly. Zihui, I'm so sorry, there was turmoil in our building these past 2 days, so I didn't contact you for fear of worrying you. Now that we are safe, everything is alright. What, turmoil, where are you now? Jiang Zihui sprang to his feet, his gaze intensely fixed on his fiancée Yi. Don't worry, I escaped with a few friends. You should know President Xi from Shanhu Group, she just took us in. Thank heavens, you truly scared me to death. Jiang Zihui patted his chest, his face pale with fright, yet, Yi Qingyi found no sentiment in his expression. Instead, she perceived him as weak and timid, particularly with that gesture of patting his chest so effeminate. It was no surprise that a woman who had taken lives would have such a transformed perspective. By the way, what about your sister and brother-in-law? Chapter 49. A visit to Chaoyu. Upon hearing this, Yi Qingyi lowered her head slightly in silence, and Jiang Zihui immediately understood, expressing his regret. At that moment, and Bai suddenly leaned over and waved her hand, sweetly calling out, "Hello, brother Jiang." Jiang Zihui paused, taken aback by the sweetness of the girl before him. "Hello, thank you for taking care of my Yi. Brother Jiang, I owe my escape to my boyfriend. Then I must express my gratitude." "Is your boyfriend here?" Yi Qingyi rolled her eyes internally, thinking, "Xiaobai, are you doing this on purpose?" "Zihui, wait a moment." This left Tang Zhe bewildered. Did she not fear being discovered by her fiancé? Such boldness was quite astonishing. "Hello, Mr. Jiang," Tang Zhe greeted with a smile, noting that his fiancé Yi was acting somewhat provocatively today. Looking at the ordinary man before him, Jiang Zihui felt a wave of relief. His fiancé Yi would never be attracted to someone like that, yet the fact that this charming girl was his girlfriend was truly puzzling. "Brother, thank you for taking care of my fiancé Yi. Once this calamity is over, 5 million will be directly transferred to your account," Tang Zhe stated, fully satisfied with his own care for her. "Rest assured, Mr. Jiang, we're in the same building. As long as I'm alive, your fiancé Yi will be safe." "Good, let us have a couple of drinks after we meet." The scene shifted back to Yi Qingyi's face, which had taken on a rosy hue. Gazing at his enchanting fiancé Yi, Jiang Zihui felt a stir of longing, but some affectionate words were best left unsaid at that moment. I will have my father speak with President Xi to ensure she looks after you. Zihui, I love you." Jiang Zihui was taken aback by his fiancé Yi's forthrightness, feeling a bit shy but still managed to say goodbye before hanging up. The moment the call ended, Yi Qingyi could no longer contain her soft moans, which flowed unabashedly from the depths of her throat. "Oh dear, I can't take it anymore. The whole neighborhood will hear." And Bai shouted, covering her ears. After their joyful interlude, Yi Qingyi leaned against Tang Zhe's chest, panting, as if she was spiraling further down a path of decadence. "Did you all hear that? Our fiancé Yi is worth a mere 5 million, Sun Ting remarked with a mischievous grin, playfully slapping Yi Qingyi's pert behind. Unwilling to back down, Yi Qingyi retaliated, "You wicked Ting Ting, I want to let you off." "Master, how much do we mean to you?" And Bai suddenly asked with curiosity, drawing the attention of Yi Qingyi and Sun Ting. Meanwhile, Tang Zhe leisurely replied, "Worthless." The three women paused in surprise before bursting into laughter. While Yi Qingyi felt discomfort at the mention of her worth being 5 million, she found Tang Zhe's comment amusing. "Alright, I must pay a visit to the so-called ex-girlfriend. Master, won't you take me along to show off?" And Bai implored, her expression pleading. Yet, Tang Zhe shrugged, "Do I strike you as the type to enjoy flaunting?" With that, he opened the door and stepped out, leaving Bai feeling dejected, her thoughts turning dark. Indeed, Bai's mindset had begun to shift, and now only Sun Ting remained somewhat normal, while Yi Qingyi seemed to be gradually descending into a different world. Once outside, Tang Zhe noticed the camera in the corner. As a telekinetic, dismantling all the cameras was hardly a challenge for him. Shortly after entering the elevator, the surveillance room was filled with static, while the on-duty security guard continued to snore peacefully. Arriving outside room 501 in Unit 1, Tang Zhe rang the doorbell. Inside, Bai Jian immediately exchanged glances with Chaoyu, while he concealed himself within the wardrobe. Chaoyu, clad in a semi-transparent nightgown and adorned with exquisite makeup, composed herself before stepping out of the bedroom. As the door opened, Tang Zhe beheld this woman, whom he could hardly call an ex-girlfriend. From many years ago, she appeared far more mature than he remembered. "You've come," Chaoyu said, playfully tucking a strand of hair behind her ear, purposefully leaning forward to reveal her plunging neckline. She thought to herself, even Bai Jian couldn't resist her allure dressed like this. "Surely, a poor loser like you would be utterly captivated." Tang Zhe smiled slightly, dressed so provocatively. "Are you hoping I'd take you right here?" Xiao Yu was momentarily taken aback by his directness, but before she could explain, Tang Zai's large hand grasped her throat, an overwhelming sensation of suffocation washing over her. Let go of me. Xiao Yu instinctively struck at Tang Zai's arm, but she was no match for his strength. He tightened his grip on her throat as he stepped into the room, the door gradually closing behind them. "Isn't this what you wanted? Let us get straight to the point," Tang Zai said with a devilish grin, striding towards the bedroom, sensing that someone was hiding inside. Did she really think she could afford a place here with her income? Was she trying to team up to deceive me? Does she truly take me for a fool? No, let us talk this over, Xiao Yu pleaded, realizing this was not what she had envisioned. No worries, we can chat while we, You. Let go of me. Kicking open the bedroom door startled Bai Jian, who was hiding in the wardrobe, wondering what was happening upon hearing Xiao Yu's cries for mercy, Bai Jian's brow furrowed. This wasn't what he had anticipated. Get lost, you beast, Tang Zai. Tang Zai forcefully pushed Xiao Yu against the wardrobe, and even Bai Jian, hiding within, could see her face through the cracks, his anxiety growing. You filthy loser, I won't let you off. Feeling an overwhelming sensation of suffocation, Xiao Yu ceased her insults, begging instead, please, don't kill me, I don't want to die, help me, old Bai, help me. Xiao Yu's wide eyes locked onto the terrified Bai Jian in the wardrobe, pleading for rescue. Bai Jian had never expected Tang Zai to be so brutal. This was far from the persona of a mere delivery man, and what more, what was this vile woman doing to expose him? Hey, isn't she your woman? Aren't you going to come out and save her? Bai Jian dared not speak, convinced that Tang Zai was deceiving him. You see, he won't come to save you. When you meet Yama, you'll have to report his name. With a sickening crack, Xiao Yu's cervical vertebrae were crushed, her pristine neck bending at a 90-degree angle as if it lacked support. Witnessing her eyes wide in terror, Bai Jian trembled, suddenly clutching his chest, collapsing out of the wardrobe. Tang Zai quickly stepped back to avoid being knocked over by the falling figure. Chapter 50. Mr. Qian. Bai Jian collapsed onto the ground, clutching his chest as if he were experiencing a heart attack. Instinctively, he fumbled in his pocket for a rapid-acting heart medication, but it slipped from his grasp and rolled away. He reached out to retrieve it, only for Tang Zai to gently nudge it aside with his shoe. I feel like you look somewhat familiar. Ah, right, I saw you at the year-end meeting. You're the manager of the hotel, aren't you? Bai Jian grasped Tang Zai's pant leg, his gaze pleading. You're rather overweight, perhaps you should consider shedding some pounds. You. Bai Jian was incredulous, having clawed his way from nothing to the position of deputy general manager of the hotel, only to find himself bested by a mere delivery person. Tang Zai merely watched as Bai Jian breathed his last, then casually tossed the two bodies onto the bed. Remember not to practice dark arts in your next life, the consequences can be dire. Soon, Tang Zai returned indoors, and Bai hurried over, curiosity evident in her demeanor. Master, what punishment did you administer to her? I crushed her neck with my bare hands, Tang Zai replied with a grin, gripping Bai's delicate neck, yet she displayed no fear, instead seeming to relish the moment. Sun Ting softly remarked, that seems excessively lenient. If it were me, I would have tormented her severely. Indeed, torment, Yi Qing echoed in agreement. Tang Zai sighed deeply, pondering how he ended up in the company of such deviants. Who had instilled such notions in them, leading them astray. In the opulent private room of the club, a 50-year-old man lounged on the sofa, puffing on a cigar, adorned with a gold chain around his neck and a sizable gold ring on his finger, while two women attended to him. Damn that wretched woman! How dare she kill my people? Huo Wanyan's anger escalated as he stood abruptly, snatching a leather whip from the coffee table and striding to the side. Suspended nearby was an 18-year-old girl, captured for attempting to escape. Her body bore the marks of brutal lashes, her breath faint and labored. Crack, crack, the whip lashed across her fragile body, leaving 3 new crimson streaks, a horrifying sight, while the two classmates kneeling beside her dared not utter a word. This was the grim reality of their indulgent escapades at the club, a stark reminder of the consequences of such actions. Huo Wanyan took out his phone, dialing Ximeng, furious. That vile woman truly believes she can withstand my advances with those men in her neighborhood? Meanwhile, seated at home, Ximeng noticed Huo Wanyan's call and furrowed her brows but reluctantly answered. Hello. Shizong, I merely sent someone to speak with you, and you go and murder them? That's rather inappropriate. Ximeng was bewildered. Huazong, what are you talking about? I don't quite understand. Stop pretending. If you don't give me an explanation, you can expect dire consequences. Ximeng's temper flared at the baseless accusation of murder. Huo Wanyan, mind your language. Do not presume I fear you. Ah, I awaited those words from you. Prepare for your demise. With that, Huo Wanyan hung up the phone fuming. Ximeng slammed her phone onto the table, frustration etched across her features. At that moment, a man in his 40s appeared, holding a cup of hot water, smiling. Dear, don't be upset, have a sip of this warm water. This refined gentleman was Ximeng's husband, Fu Qi, her supportive ally. However, Ximeng's ascent was also aided by Fu Qi's family, otherwise, how could a woman of such delicate stature achieve her current standing? Ximeng took a sip of the hot water and replied coolly, you should drink some too, dear. I'm not thirsty. She chose not to press further, her slender fingers weaving through her hair. Did you have a disagreement with Huazong? Fu Qi inquired, to which Ximeng nodded. I actually think collaborating with Huazong isn't necessarily a bad idea. He has resources, and you possess a food warehouse, but water is far scarcer. Fu Chi's words were an attempt to reason, though it was not the first time he had urged her to consider this partnership. Xi Meng's tone turned serious. His terms are unacceptable, sending women on a schedule and providing men as enforcers. When have I, Xi Meng, ever bowed to such malevolence? Ah, times have changed. You let in a few strangers today and distributed resources. Some have already voiced their concerns. Who? Xi Meng's eyes turned icy. Oh dear, it's better not to concern yourself with who resources are in short supply. Refrain from showing kindness, or the people below will revolt. With a resounding thud, Xi Meng slammed her hand on the table, exclaiming, "Dare!" Fu Chi shook his head at his obstinate wife, finally understanding the perils of her benevolent heart. In the private room, Huo Wanyan hurled his phone onto the sofa, seizing the hair of the kneeling girl to vent his frustrations. 30 seconds later, he felt a slight sense of relief and dialed another number, a smile spreading across his face. Mr. Qian, I wonder if you received my gift. The phone crackled with the girl's anguished cries, accompanied by Mr. Qian's voice. These girls are quite lovely, I find them to my liking. I have more on hand. Once you tire of them, I shall send new ones your way. Very good, Huozong, you truly understand me. Hiss, Mr. Qian, about the matter from last time? Qian Zhongran paused before responding with a chuckle. Huozong, acquiring firearms is quite difficult at the moment. Those on duty at the headquarters would rather destroy the bullets than hand them over. Weren't you supposed to be able to procure some from the armed police? Ha, a pile of corpses lies at the entrance. They would rather starve than trade with me, my friend. Huo Wanyan cursed inwardly, having sent a few attractive girls only to be denied even a single firearm. Once I acquire weapons, I shall make you pay. Ah, Mr. Qian, I plan to take over the Shanhu community, yet if you provide me with firearms, I will deliver Xi Meng bound to your bed. How does that sound? Are you serious? Chen Zhongran's tone shifted to one of gravity. Evidently, Xi Meng's allure was considerable. Huo Wanyan mentally scolded the seasoned schemer. Would I deceive you, Mr. Qian? Ha, I doubt you would dare. Here's the deal, we recently seized a few shotguns from a security company. I shall give you 1 and 5 bullets. Security? Huo Wanyan mentally slapped himself for not considering that group, allowing Qian Zhongran to gain the upper hand. Mr. Qian, 5 bullets seems rather insufficient. Insufficient? The purpose of a gun is intimidation. Who would bet on whether your gun is loaded? 1 shot is enough to scare everyone off. A shotgun and 5 bullets in exchange for a beauty like Xi Meng. Huo Wanyan found himself chuckling at the absurdity. I'll get the gun first and then we'll see. Thank you, Mr. Qian. I will send someone your way shortly. Also, bring 2 beauties along. Damn it. Of course, I will ensure you have the finest selection. After hanging up, Huo Wanyan let out a roar of frustration, glancing at the woman beside him, realizing he was now unable to lift his head in anger. He picked up the whip and lashed out, cries of pain echoing in the room. Once he seized the Shanhu community and brought its men under his control, he would deal with Chen Zhongran. No matter how many bullets he had, his numbers would prevail. Chapter 51 of The Illusion of Mr. Xi. Upon this thought, Huo Wanyan's confidence surged back. He drew a handgun from his waist and pressed it against the girl's head, commanding, "Serve me obediently. Please don't kill me, I'll do it. With his eyes closed, Huo Wanyan savored the moment, yet unbeknownst to all, the gun was devoid of bullets, having expended every round at the police station. Nevertheless, it was this very weapon that instilled fear in his underlings, let alone these women. At 7 o'clock in the evening, Tang Zhe held in Bai's hand as they entered the underground parking garage, with Sun Ting enviously trailing behind. Yi Qingyi surveyed her surroundings, noticing that the gazes of the men were directed towards her. In contrast to those scrutinizing looks, Yi Qingyi preferred the fearful, trepidatious glances she had received at the gas station. Polish my car once, 10,000, a voice suddenly rang out, as a bespectacled businessman waved a bundle of red bills, beside a parked Rolls-Royce. I'll do it. Let me. Don't compete with me. 5 or 6 men rushed forward, even breaking into a quarrel. My goodness, money still holds value. And Bai was astonished, having thought currency had long since lost its worth. Yi Qingyi remarked nonchalantly, they believe it to be only temporary. Tang Zhe muttered, 10,000 for a car wash, I'm tempted. Little Bai, lend a hand. Tang Zhe chuckled, pinching little Bai's cheek, which felt tender and smooth. It seemed her skin had improved considerably. Could it be that she was absorbing his essence? Could applying it to the face yield such effects? Brother, do you have any cigarettes left? A voice suddenly broke in, revealing Luo Jun, grinning beside him. Tang Zhe was taken aback, producing a solitary cigarette. Forget it, keep it for yourself. Luo Jun patted Tang Zhe's shoulder, chuckling. However, Tang Zhe handed it over, saying, I seldom smoke, you take it. Luo Jun could hardly bear it. He had shared that last cigarette over several occasions, each puff feeling like an indulgence. Brother, if you face any difficulties in the future, feel free to seek me out. Luo Jun accepted the cigarette without further reluctance. Curious, Tang Zhe inquired, what is going on here? Is there a podium prepared for a speech? Mr. Xi is providing hope for everyone, encouraging us not to stay cooped up at home but to come out, socialize, and ease our minds. I see, Tang Zhe mused, isn't this just a grand illusion? Luo Jun sighed, Mr. Xi is a good man. Let us hope this crisis passes swiftly, otherwise, we shall all struggle to endure. To be able to distribute a case of water, Tang Ze deemed him a true bodhisattva. After all, who in his community possessed such resolve? Who is that beautiful lady? Tang Ze inquired, casting his gaze upon a woman who was indeed exquisite, clad in a collared shirt with a tie, a black short skirt, and sheer black stockings, a decidedly professional ensemble. Though not the finest catch, she could certainly suffice as a less desirable option. Luo Jun appeared somewhat taken aback, having his girlfriend beside him, yet still inquiring about another woman. However, in light of the cigarette, he introduced, her name is Feng Mengmeng, Mr. Shi's secretary. Secretaries can reside here? Tang Ze mused, wondering about the high salaries of such positions. She doesn't live here. That night, she was reporting work at Mr. Shi's home until late, and due to the rain, she couldn't return. I heard her neighborhood is in disarray. Tang Ze responded with a thoughtful "oh," as more people gradually descended. He had yet to encounter any extraordinary individuals. There was only one like Feng Mengmeng, let alone someone of Mr. Shi's caliber. Could it be that the beauty of the affluent district was so sparse? Where were the promised starlets and campus flowers? His desire to hunt for beauty diminished significantly. Had it not been for Mr. Shi, he might have lost interest altogether. Meanwhile, Sun Ting felt reassured. The number of women worthy of Tang Ze's attention was limited, even including Ximeng, that left but 2.at that moment. Ximeng finally emerged from the elevator, radiantly captivating, her alluring figure drawing all eyes, a true femme fatale among women, akin to a ripe peach. Trailing behind Ximeng was a man, prompting Tang Ze to ask, who is that man? That's Mr. Shi's husband, Fu Qi. Ah, so she has already taken his standing on the podium. Ximeng grasped a microphone. Ladies and gentlemen, are we all present? The crowd glanced around, counting heads. Mr. Shi, old Bai hasn't arrived. Ximeng's brows furrowed. Call him down, he has no sense of punctuality. However, the phone call yielded no response, and Tang Ze maintained a smile amid the crowd. Go fetch him down. Understood. Before long, a man returned, exasperated. Mr. Shi, he won't open the door. This was a blatant challenge to Ximeng's authority. Once the first person defied her, others would surely follow, necessitating a stern punishment. Force the door open. I want to see what this rascal is up to, ignoring a gathering while keeping a mistress. Tang Ze chuckled softly, that fat fellow knows about keeping a mistress? Master, how do you know? Little Bai inquired curiously in a hushed tone. I shan't divulge. Whimper in Bai's coy voice was particularly enticing, making Tang Ze wish to pull her aside for a moment. If Little Bai were to perish now, Tang Ze would likely mourn for 4 days, and that would be the extent of it. Soon, several men hurried down, exclaiming, Mr. Shi, it's terrible. Bai Jian has died. This revelation stunned everyone. A death in a neighborhood that had seen none was a source of dread for all. Dead? How did he die? Was he murdered? Ximeng inquired gravely. The men exchanged glances. Speak. Bai Jian and his mistress were found dead in bed. His mistress had her neck broken, while Bai Jian apparently succumbed to sudden illness. The news elicited murmurs of disbelief. That rotund man had likely played with fire and met his demise. Bai grasped the situation at last, realizing the implications. Upon hearing this, Ximeng exhaled, relieved, having feared a homicide. Bai Jian had always been suspicious, his intentions not pure, his passing might be for the best. Moreover, Mr. Shi, it seems the surveillance room has malfunctioned, there are no visuals. The crowd erupted into chaos, conspiracy theories swirling. Calm yourselves, Ximeng's voice quelled the tumult. Today marks precisely 1 month since the onset of this calamity. Throughout this month, we have united in solidarity to weather this storm. Moving forward, we must maintain this spirit. I trust that it won't be long before we return to our former lives. Tang Ze felt drowsy listening to her. It appeared that Mr. Shi delivered such notions nightly. The deeper the hope, the harsher the ensuing chaos would be. Mr. Shi, how much longer must we endure? A voice resonated from the crowd. All eyes turned to Ximeng. With a smile, she replied, Ladies and gentlemen, I must candidly share that I have received news. The earliest rescue could arrive next month. Chapter 52. The ambush. Standing beside, Fu Qi was momentarily taken aback, oblivious to the truth. His wife was lying, yet, upon hearing this, smiles reappeared on the faces of the crowd, with some even exclaiming in relief, We're saved, we're saved. I truly wonder how she will fare next month, Sun Ting murmured softly. Yi Qingyi replied nonchalantly, Next month won't arrive, this is merely about stabilizing these people. Master, over there is a beauty in a white skirt, and Bai quietly reminded. Tang Ze had already noticed, chuckling softly, mediocre at best, slightly inferior to you. Master, just make do for now. I will find you a better one later, she coaxed. Alright, how insufferably difficult this is, he conceded with a roll of his eyes, evidently having concocted a plan long before. As the merriment continued, the walkie-talkie in Luo Jun's hand emitted a panicked voice, Brother Luo, a dump truck is charging towards the garage. Luo Jun was taken aback, turning towards the entrance not far away, and bellowed, Everyone scatter. Scatter. The crowd looked at Luo Jun, puzzled by his urgency. At this moment, the dump truck appeared, crashing through the vehicles blocking the entrance, sending the crowd into a frenzy of panic, with some even being knocked down, crying out in agony. Wife, why are you still dawdling? Run. How can I leave at such a time? You go. Ximeng Jiao shouted, shaking off Fu Qi's hand as she called out to the crowd, Everyone remain calm, arm yourselves and resist, do not flee. As the tarpaulin on the dump truck was lifted, 20 robust young men brandishing knives jumped out, led by a man wielding a half-meter-long machete. Chairman Xi, President Hu sends his regards, kill. They're killing. Run. The so-called elite socialites were reduced to trembling wrecks upon encountering thugs, and in the blink of an eye, 3 or 4 lay lifeless on the ground. Luo Jun shouted, brothers, charge. However, his comrades were equally intimidated, rendered momentarily paralyzed with fear. Tang Ze exchanged glances with the 3 women, silently urging them not to fire their weapons and to retreat. Reluctantly, the 3 women ascended the stairs, while Tang Ze remained behind. Brother, you must flee. Luo Jun implored Tang Ze, brandishing his knife as he charged forward. Several men, seeing Luo Jun advance, followed suit. Meanwhile, Xi Meng was desperately trying to halt the fleeing men, but these cowards were paralyzed with fear. Don't run, look how few they are, we have so many. Yet, Xi Meng could not stop the panicking elite, and her face turned grave as she urged, Luo Jun, gather the men and eliminate them. Chairman Xi, you must escape. I will hold them off. Luo Jun shouted, but in that split second of distraction, he was stabbed in the back. You seek death. Luo Jun still had some fight left in him, slashing at his assailant's neck, blood spraying forth. Witnessing Luo Jun's counterattack, his comrades found their courage and picked up their weapons to charge forward. Though their fighting techniques were lamentable, observing Huo Wanyan's men, some even had thick papers wrapped around their arms, and the leader was clad in a bulletproof vest. Brother Luo, be cautious. With a sickening thud, Luo Jun felt a sharp pain in his back, and his lower body seemed to lose control as a knife pierced his waist. Collapsing helplessly to the ground, Luo Jun fought valiantly with his knife, but was soon overwhelmed by 3 assailants, who mercilessly stabbed him to death, his cigarette pack rolling from his ear and staining the ground with blood. Meanwhile, Tang Ze was engaged in a heroic rescue. Indeed, wealthy neighborhoods are rife with beauties. One thug brandished a machete before Feng Mengmeng, a greedy smile on his face. Having never encountered such a situation, Feng Mengmeng was frightened, retreating until her back pressed against the wall, her eyes darting to the fleeing man, filled with despair as she longed to escape this place. Such treatment towards a lady is rather uncouth. Tang Ze's voice resonated nearby. The thug was momentarily stunned, turning to see Tang Ze's fist approaching rapidly, knocking him unconscious with a single blow that he had restrained his strength, for otherwise, the thug's skull would have been shattered, drawing the attention of others who would regard him as a monster. Feng Mengmeng stared blankly at Tang Ze before he urged, what are you dawdling for, hurry and leave. He gently patted her head, and she snapped back to reality, rushing towards the elevator, only to turn back and call out, thank you. Tang Ze responded with a smile, I charge for my services, you know. Feng Mengmeng paused, but quickly fled. Looking towards the chaotic battleground, he noticed the thugs gaining the upper hand. Was that Luo Jun, dead? He had initially thought quite highly of him. Approaching Luo Jun's side, Tang Ze sighed softly, closing his eyes, murmuring, I shall send them to meet you. At that moment, the leading thug shouted at Xi Meng, brothers, seize that woman. Kill. Wife, if you don't leave now, it will be too late. Fu Qi tugged at Xi Meng, urging her to retreat. Before Xi Meng stood only 4 loyal subordinates, but they appeared woefully inadequate against the 17 or 18 thugs. Tang Ze found the scene profoundly tragic. It resembled a kindergarten where 20 men terrified hundreds. Could anyone truly believe that, previously, he had thought the 8 men at the gas station were foolish for intimidating residents of another neighborhood, but now he realized the error of his assumptions. They were mere cowards, unwilling to share in adversity but eager to seek safety. With a resigned sigh, Tang Ze prepared to act. Chairman Xi, flee quickly, I will hold them off. He shouted, running towards the 4 loyal subordinates, his righteous demeanor infecting them all. Even Xi Meng felt a surge of encouragement, remarking, what a noble spirit, sir. Chairman Xi, you must leave. Tang Ze was exasperated, wishing she would simply obey his command to flee without further ado. However, Xi Meng stood resolute, a look of defiance on her face. I will not abandon you, I shall fight alongside you to the bitter end. Tang Ze thought to himself, is this woman out of her mind? Meanwhile, one of the 4 men suddenly shouted, Chairman Xi, take good care of my parents. With that, he dashed into the fray. The other 3 followed suit, each leaving behind poignant farewells. In that moment, Tang Ze understood how a leader could inspire subordinates to bravely face death. Chairman Xi, please look after my girlfriend, he called out as he too charged into battle. Of course, Tang Ze moderated his strength. He could not appear too powerful or too weak. With a newfound spirit of mutual destruction, the thugs suddenly faltered, especially those 4 loyal subordinates, who, despite sustaining numerous wounds, clung to one thug as they fought. Tang Ze pondered as he struck, if all the men here are like this, what is there to fear? Unfortunately, they were even inferior to Ding Feng and his men. Soon, Tang Ze found himself alone against 8 adversaries, the bodies strewn on the ground instilling a sense of dread among the thugs. After all, President Hua had promised them there would be no resistance, yet here they were, facing death. Chapter 53 The Garage God of War. The leader, noticing his younger brother's trepidation, bellowed, brothers, when we return, Mr. Hua will provide us with women, food, and beer. Indeed, upon hearing this, the younger disciple's gazes gradually transformed into something more menacing. Xi Meng fixed her stare on the adversary, while Fu Qi, in utter despair, implored, darling, let us leave. This is hopeless. I've already stated that I will not leave. Fu Qi felt on the verge of breaking down. Such stubbornness could only lead to dire consequences if they were captured. Did she truly believe that Huo Wanyan would spare her? Such naivety, was Xi Meng truly that foolish? Her attention was riveted on Tang Ze, who had been effortlessly dispatching the younger thugs. They were no match for him, and the blood adorning him was solely theirs, as he bore no injuries. He was evidently distinct from the rest, with Luo Jun now deceased and other loyalists gone. Incorporating him as a bodyguard would grant her greater influence here. Tang Zhe, I shall fight alongside you. Shi Meng unexpectedly stepped forward, standing resolutely beside him. The two thespians began their impromptu performance, leaving her husband utterly flabbergasted. Tang Zhe, tempted to crack open this woman's head to see if it contained anything of value, was instead intrigued by how formidable she believed him to be. One could not deny Shi Meng's audacity. Had she been another woman, she would have fled in terror long ago. Kill! The leader shouted furiously, believing that by eliminating just one person and abducting Shi Meng, his task would be complete. Tang Zhe could only sigh, brandishing his knife as he charged into the fray. After a brutal skirmish, he ultimately felled all of them, emerging unscathed. Feigning injury was simply not in his character. Brother, please don't kill me. Join me at Mr. Hua's. There are multitudes of beautiful women there for you to choose from. Really? Tang Zhe feigned surprise. Shi Meng, sensing danger, cautioned, Tang Zhe, do not be swayed by his sweet talk. Brother Tang, do not trust this woman. She has swindled Mr. Hua out of considerable goods. Utter nonsense. Shi Meng was infuriated. Brother Tang, I assure you, Mr. Hua has university beauties, campus goddesses, whatever you desire. This woman cannot offer you anything. Inwardly cursing such shamelessness for using women as bait, Shi Meng recognized that Tang Zhe seemed susceptible to such tactics. Tang Zhe, I also have advantages to offer. Eliminate him. Do not, but the words were cut short as Tang Zhe swiftly severed the man's head. It rolled languidly to Shi Meng's feet, leaving her trembling in fright, while Fu Qi gazed at Tang Zhe with palpable fear. The surrounding corpses bore the marks of stabbing, with only one decapitated body, a sight both shocking and psychologically tormenting. I certainly believe in you, President Shi, Tang Zhe remarked with a smile over his shoulder. Yet, Shi Meng felt a chill run down her spine at his grin. Regaining her composure, she patted Tang Zhe on the shoulder. Xiao Tang, I have great faith in you, follow me, and you shall have everything. Thank you, President Shi, Tang Zhe replied, his demeanor radiating joy. Shi Meng mused that his martial prowess did not align with his intellect. Fu Qi curiously inquired, little brother, where did you acquire such skills? I was abandoned at the Shaolin Temple as a child, hence I began training in martial arts. Fu Qi sighed, indeed, no delivery person is ordinary. He thought to himself that his wife had struck gold this time. However, neither noticed the deepening curve of Tang Ze's smile. The game had merely begun. As the invaders were dispatched, the men who had fled began to trickle back, only to retch upon witnessing the scene. Yet, Shi Meng commenced her eloquent speech, extolling Tang Ze to the status of the garage god of war. Truly, there had been the elevator god of war in ancient times, and now there was the garage god of war. Brothers and sisters, we encounter difficulties and challenges daily. Evasion will not resolve our issues. As long as we possess courage, each step brings us closer to success. Fear not failure, it is merely another form of success. Their demise strengthens us, urging us to bravely step forward. The darkest hour is often just before dawn. Hold fast to your faith, and victory shall belong to us, to our hero, Tang Ze. Everyone turned to Tang Ze, marveling at his prowess, especially as he stood beside President Shi. He seemed even more formidable than Luo Jun. It was said that the leader's head had been cleaved by Tang Ze himself, a fierce delivery man indeed. Meng, is he truly a delivery person? The girl in the white dress asked curiously. It seems so. He saved me earlier, Feng Meng replied softly, still shaken from her fright. Alas, Mr. Hua has already begun his maneuvers. We may not be safe. Feng Wei expressed her concerns, realizing as a solitary girl how perilous her situation could have been. Feng Meng sighed, casting a glance at Tang Ze's retreating figure, wishing for such formidable protection. If Feng Wei followed Feng Meng's gaze, perhaps pondering the same question, in such dire circumstances, women seek the shelter of strong men rather than wealthy ones. Tang Ze had already made a name for himself, even receiving an abundance of snacks as rewards. Tang Ze, you worked hard tonight, we shall discuss matters further tomorrow, Shi Meng said, her smile softening as she felt she had secured Tang Ze's loyalty. Thank you, President Shi. Please rest early, Tang Ze replied, his respect evident. Shi Meng felt satisfied with his demeanor as she nodded and turned to leave. Yet, as the door closed, Tang Ze stretched lazily, murmuring, I am rather fatigued. It appears President Shi remains oblivious to her predicament. Sun Ting chuckled, believing she had scored a significant bargain. Yi Qing shook her head in resignation, who would truly know Tang Ze's true origins. Meanwhile, upon returning home, Shi Meng poured herself a glass of red wine. Do you realize how perilous it was? Had it not been for Tang Ze, we might have lost our lives. Shi Meng's smile grew wider. If I were to leave, would Tang Ze willingly follow me? He likely thinks he has found a fine employer. The provisions and water are enough to keep him content for several days. Darling, consider this. How could someone as skilled as Tang Ze possibly be running away with 3 beautiful girls from the community? Perhaps he has already dispatched every resident here and simply switched to a different neighborhood, Fu Qi pointed out. Shi Meng couldn't help but chuckle. My dear, he is indeed formidable, but he is but one man. Had the opposition been even slightly more numerous today, Tang Ze might not have fared as well. It is precisely due to his skills that he could escort the girls out. Fu Qi replied helplessly, I merely wish to caution you about him. Rest assured, with him around, these residents will not dare to act recklessly. Shi Meng's gaze hardened. Anyone who dared oppose her would face Tang Zai's wrath. At that moment, Huan Yan awaited responses from his subordinates, growing increasingly anxious. As the night deepened, he realized that this plan had failed, having underestimated that wretched woman, Ximeng. Chapter 54. From now on, you shall be my dear brother. In the spacious bed, both Ximeng and Fuqi succumbed to slumber. At that moment, Fuqi reached out towards Ximeng, who softly murmured, I am utterly exhausted today. I shall refrain, Fuqi replied with a smile. However, Ximeng, preoccupied with weighty matters, expressed her displeasure, stating, I have already mentioned my fatigue, igniting a fire you cannot extinguish only leaves me to act. Fuqi's expression fell, and he turned away, for little did anyone know that the husband of this investment queen was impotent. The following morning, Tang Zai relished a sumptuous breakfast when a knock echoed through the air. Well, the game was afoot. Adjusting his attire, Tang Zai approached the door, greeted by the sight of a young woman. Wasn't she the one he had rescued, Feng Mengmeng, from the day prior? Clad in a daring v-neck, she exuded a bold allure. Sensing Tang Zai's gaze, Feng Mengmeng shyly lowered her head, presenting the tray in her hands. Oh, thank you, Tang Zai said as he accepted the offering, deliberately brushing his fingers against hers, causing her cheeks to flush crimson as she hurriedly pressed the elevator button and departed. Upon closing the door, Sun Ting chuckled, I told you, our master is as handsome as a jade tree, he need not lift a finger, and yet young maidens are eager to curry favor. Tang Zai, with a wry smile, opened the tray to reveal 4 perfectly fried eggs. Indeed, it was rather extravagant to have such a bounty of eggs at this time. For me, women who throw themselves at me hold no allure. I prefer those with a strong sense of defiance, much like our dear Yi, he remarked. Yi Qingyi chimed in, her voice sweet, but she hardly puts up a fight. Sister Yi does not even acknowledge it now. Xiao Bai, have you become too mischievous? Sister Yi, it's not just mischief I'm feeling. Just then, as Tang Zai settled onto the sofa, his phone rang. Are you free now? I need to discuss something with you. I am available, came Ximeng's voice. Alright, I shall await your arrival. After ending the call, Tang Zai stood to stretch his limbs. Master, we did agree not to threaten the persistent. Tang Zai flashed an okay gesture and smiled as he left. Soon, Tang Zai arrived at the threshold of Ximeng's residence, ringing the doorbell. A ding-dong, ding-dong. The door swung open to reveal Feng Mengmeng, who, upon seeing Tang Zai, averted her gaze shyly. Tang Zai had spoken sincerely, the allure of women who readily offered themselves held no charm for him, yet, when such opportunities presented themselves, one could hardly refuse a free gift. Seated gracefully on the sofa, Ximeng was engrossed in her phone, a slight frown adorning her features, which added an intriguing depth to her demeanor. However, this was not a deliberate pose. She had received a call from Huan Yan that morning, seeking a face-to-face negotiation at his club. Ximeng was well aware of the potential trap, yet it presented an opportunity. If she could outmaneuver Huan Yan, her future would be secure, and she might even absorb his followers to bolster her own power. The success of this plan, however, hinged on whether Tang Zai was up to the task. Ximeng, Tang Zai has arrived, Feng Mengmeng announced respectfully from the side, still fulfilling her role as a secretary, while Ximeng maintained her poise as the authoritative figure without any hint of alteration. Tang Zai found this high-handed demeanor captivating. One could only imagine the pain of a fall from such heights. Pour me a glass of water, Ximeng requested. Of course, Feng Mengmeng replied promptly, returning shortly with 2 glasses, quite a lavish gesture indeed. However, as she leaned down to present the drinks to Tang Zai, the angle of her posture revealed an enticingly deep v-neck, drawing his attention. Ximeng, sipping her tea, observed this interaction. While her girlfriend was undeniably sweet in appearance, no man could resist the allure of temptation found outside the home. As Feng Mengmeng exited, Ximeng turned her gaze towards Tang Zai, who feigned shyness, lowering his head. This expression reminded Ximeng of the fresh-faced university graduates in her company, an expression easily manipulated. Tang Zai, if there is anything you need from me, do not hesitate to speak up, she encouraged. Tang Zai nodded earnestly, everything is well supplied at home, I appreciate your concern. That sounds rather distant. At your age, you are akin to my younger brother, so henceforth, you may simply call me Sister Shi. Tang Zai's mouth twitched. Must they complicate their relationship with such titles? That feels a bit awkward, he replied sheepishly. What is there to be awkward about? Just say it for your sister to hear, she insisted. Tang Zai performed his awkwardness to perfection, causing Yi Qingyi to be impressed. This must be the result of drama school training. Sister Shi, he finally managed to utter after a prolonged struggle. Ximeng beamed with satisfaction. There you go, from now on, you are my dear brother, and with an elder sister like me, you need not fear. At that moment, Fuqi emerged from the bedroom, chuckling, if you recognize him as your brother, does that not make me your brother-in-law? Hello, brother-in-law, Tang Zai stood to greet. Please, take a seat. We are all family now. Tang Zai acknowledged with a grunt, noting that the couple was quite adept at scheming, their tactics far superior to Bai Jian and Xiaoyu. You 2 siblings continue your conversation. I shall step out for a stroll, Fuqi said with a grin, sipping his water before departing. As Fuqi left, Ximeng shook her head in exasperation, your brother-in-law only knows how to boast to other men at this hour. I often boast as well, Tang Zai replied with a sheepish grin, scratching the back of his head. Brother, I have something of great significance to ask you, and I expect your honesty, Ximeng said, her beautiful eyes glinting with seriousness. Rest assured, I shall not deceive you, Sister Shi, Tang Zai replied, adopting a posture reminiscent of his school days, hands resting on his thighs. If I were your enemy, sitting here, would you have the means to eliminate me directly? Ha? Is it that simple? Upon hearing Tang Zai's response, Ximeng suspected he was merely boasting, as young people often do. Brother, do refrain from making grand claims. Chapter 55 of The Little Golden Man belongs to you alone, not at all, truly. Then demonstrate it for me. Sister Shi, feel free to toss the paper cup. Tang Zai replied with confidence. Ximeng was curious to see what trick Tang Zai was up to, so she drank the water from the paper cup and casually threw it in a random direction. At that moment, Tang Zai flicked his right hand, and the paper cup was instantly pierced by a flying knife, splitting into two pieces that fell to the ground. Ximeng was astonished. Shi Hanti even caught a glimpse of his movement. In this era of blades, wielding such a flying knife was akin to handling a gun. Impressive, little brother, Ximeng applauded, even patting Tang Zai's leg, which made him blush with shyness. Ximeng sensed she had the upper hand over this younger sibling. Suddenly, she shifted the topic. Brother, what did you think of that girl earlier? Do you like her? I already have a girlfriend. Tang Zai's response was impeccable, so much so that even a detail-oriented woman like Ximeng failed to notice it. Ximeng clicked her tongue. My dear brother, while homegrown flowers may be fragrant, wildflowers possess their own allure. Don't worry, sister will keep your secret. Seeing Tang Zai hesitate in silence, Ximeng mused that, after all, a man is merely a man. Will you swear, sister? I guarantee I won't speak of it. I believe you, it's just what? I don't like that girl. Ximeng paused for a moment, then laughed. Then which girl do you fancy, brother? I can help you speak to her. Tang Zai appeared bashful, lowering his head and stammering, seemingly embarrassed. Ximeng was taken aback. Why had he excluded her from consideration? Surely, a young man would harbor thoughts about her, that was only natural. You mustn't think in such a way, Ximeng feigned seriousness, expressing her discontent. Tang Zai remained silent, displaying a look of dejection, avoiding eye contact with Ximeng. This little brat was truly difficult. He had turned his attention toward her. Suddenly, Tang Zai raised his gaze to Ximeng, startling her momentarily. Did his eyes really convey such sadness? Does sister look down upon me? Ximeng was rendered speechless, never expecting him to utter such a statement. I know I am an orphan, regarded with disdain, relegated to the most menial of tasks, unlike sister, who shines so splendidly. We are simply from different worlds. It is I who am being delusional. With that, Tang Zai stood to leave, his eyes reddening, feeling that it was utterly unjust not to be bestowed with a little golden man. Ximeng stared blankly at Tang Zai's retreating figure, wondering how such a formidable individual could harbor such insecurities. Brother, what are you doing? Sister has never looked down on you. Ximeng hastily rose to catch Tang Zai, for he was her only weapon. Without him by her side, the others would surely misbehave, let alone the task of eliminating Huo Wanyan, which would unravel her entire plan. Tang Zai appeared like a petulant child, stubborn yet aggrieved. Alright, sister was wrong, shall we sit down and talk? Despite her insistence, Tang Zai was still pressed onto the sofa by Ximeng. She looked at him, feeling a headache coming on. How had she conjured such a notion, only to find this little brother fixated on her? It was both amusing and vexing. Brother, if you help sister eliminate that person, I will go all out for you. Ximeng boldly put forth a tempting proposition, knowing any man would likely comply. However, Tang Zai responded earnestly, no. Why not? Ximeng was taken aback, his refusal was remarkably resolute. My previous boss has said something similar, but it wasn't about murder, and in the end, not a single one fulfilled their promise. What kind of unscrupulous employers had raised such wariness in a child? Observing Tang Zai's demeanor, Ximeng felt helpless and chuckled lightly. You may voice any demands you have. Tang Zai appeared hesitant, stealing glances. Ximeng realized he was a man with desires but lacking the courage to act upon them. That made things easier. As long as you agree to sister's request, I assure you, once the task is accomplished, you shall not be at a disadvantage. Ha, Tang Zai was taken aback. Was she merely painting a grand picture? I knew sister still looked down on me. I understand now, I shall take my leave. As Tang Zai stood up, Ximeng immediately grew anxious. Without offering him any advantages, he would surely refuse her. Stop! Ximeng exclaimed with a playful tone, and the corner of Tang Zai's mouth curled up. After all, who was truly in control here? Ximeng approached Tang Zai, fixing him with a fierce gaze, but he turned his head away, refusing to meet her eyes. This left Ximeng both exasperated and amused. Chapter 56 Effortlessly. As long as Huo Wanyan could be eliminated, everything done would be worthwhile. Upon departing from Ximeng's residence, Tang Zai stretched lazily, not in a hurry to leave. He entered the safety passage, opened a window to let in some fresh air, and lit a cigarette. After just a couple of puffs, he heard footsteps echoing from below. Upon seeing Feng Mengmeng ascending, their eyes met, creating an atmosphere that was simultaneously awkward and slightly ambiguous. Feng Mengmeng tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, appearing somewhat nervous. Why didn't you take the elevator? Tang Zai initiated the conversation. I live just downstairs. Waiting for the elevator takes too long, and the stairs are quicker, Feng Mengmeng replied, lowering her gaze. Tang Zai acknowledged with an O and fell silent once more. Thank you for saving me last night, Feng Mengmeng said, looking at Tang Zai with gratitude. It was nothing, no need to dwell on it, he replied. Feng Mengmeng bit her red lips slightly, clutching her documents more tightly, and in a barely audible voice asked, Did President Xi mention anything to you? Tang Zai was momentarily taken aback. Was this how they communicated about such grave matters? He could see she was quite frightened. He did. And did you agree? Yes. Feng Mengmeng's face turned crimson. President Xi had already spoken to her that morning, and she felt no aversion to the idea. Consider it a way to repay her life debt, and perhaps it would afford her some protection in the future. Observing the bashful Feng Mengmeng, Tang Zhe sensed something was amiss. Why would she be shy about murder? She wasn't a naive child then. Feng Mengmeng softly suggested, "Why don't you come to my place?" Tang Zhe's lips twitched as he grasped the implication. It seemed President Xi had indeed mentioned that she should accompany him. Clearly, they were not on the same wavelength however. Given Feng Mengmeng's qualities, it was indeed a proposition of merit. Alright then. Upon hearing Tang Zhe's agreement, Feng Mengmeng beamed with delight, reassured by the presence of such a formidable ally. After a considerable time, Tang Zhe finally returned home and began recounting his story, captivating the three women present. Sun Ting exclaimed, "This is even better than Yi's." Yi Qingyi playfully pinched Sun Ting's neck, who then stuck out her tongue in mock distress. And Bai sighed, who would have thought we wouldn't even get a chance to intervene. Within Bai's remark, Sun Ting and Yi Qingyi exchanged sly smiles, both seasoned in such matters. Initially, Yi Qingyi had worried that Shimeng wouldn't easily allow Tang Zhe to succeed, yet to her astonishment, Shimeng was willing to go to such lengths to enable Tang Zhe to commit murder, a truly astonishing woman, willing to resort to any means for power. She had previously perceived Shimeng as a benevolent figure, akin to a living Buddha, only to realize now that she sought to control the entire building, even targeting the wealthy owners. Her ambitions now focused on an entirely different group. Such audacity left Yi Qingyi feeling inferior. No wonder others' businesses flourished while theirs remained stagnant. At that moment, Feng Mengmeng arrived at Shimeng's door, seemingly basking in the warmth of spring. Upon entering, she handed over the script for that evening. "I'll handle it tonight," Fu Qi said with a smile as he accepted the script. Feng Mengmeng glanced inquiringly at Shimeng, expressing concern. "Is President Xi feeling unwell?" Shimeng remained silent, her expression stern and displeased. Feng Mengmeng felt a twinge of worry. Could it be because of her? "President Xi, you must take care of yourself. We cannot do without you," Feng Mengmeng said softly, her voice imbued with vulnerability, for without President Xi, the owners might very well rebel. Shimeng responded with a curt then waved her hand dismissively, signaling for Feng Mengmeng to leave. Feng Mengmeng glanced at Fu Qi, who nodded in affirmation. Chapter 57. An occasional taste of game. As Feng Mengmeng departed, Fu Qi consoled her, "My dear, do not fret. I frequently deliver such speeches at work." "I shall take a moment to rest," Shimeng replied, her voice slightly hoarse as she made her way to the bedroom. Fu Qi felt a twinge of confusion. Despite Tang Zhe's prior agreement, why did she still appear so agitated? Restlessly tossing and turning in bed, Shimeng found herself unable to sleep. In the afternoon, with time on his hands, Tang Zhe decided to visit Feng Mengmeng for a bit of amusement, as the novelty of their acquaintance still lingered. This, however, caused the household's feline companions to lament vocally, yet, the moment Tang Zhe stepped out, they were filled with joy, relishing a carefree day while leaving the burden to another woman. Upon arriving at the door, Tang Zhe knocked, only to be greeted by an unfamiliar girl. Wasn't she the one in the white dress? Is Meng Meng here?" Tang Zhe inquired with curiosity, wondering if he had knocked on the wrong door. "Yes, I'm her friend, Fang Wei," she replied. "Hello, I'm Tang Zhe." The two exchanged amicable handshakes just as Feng Mengmeng emerged from the bedroom, her cheeks flushing slightly at the sight of Tang Zhe. She was well aware of his intent. After all, it was simply a gathering of friends at her home. "Brother Tang, please come in and have a seat," Fang Wei remarked, noticing the peculiarity in Mengmeng's demeanor. Why was she blushing? Tang Zhe acknowledged her with a nod and stepped inside, while Feng Mengmeng poured half a glass of water, a gesture of utmost sincerity in welcoming a guest. Feeling somewhat bashful, Feng Mengmeng chose to sit at the opposite end of the sofa, while Fang Wei nestled herself in a single chair, clutching a cushion, creating a rather awkward atmosphere. Tang Zhe found himself at a loss. Fang Wei seemed rather oblivious to the situation. Shouldn't a clever person like her have found an excuse to leave? Were they merely waiting to observe the unfolding drama? "Are you two engaged in conversation?" Tang Zhe asked, as he was not particularly adept at forging deep connections with women. After all, if they could converse, why delve into emotions? Feng Mengmeng confirmed, "Yes, Wei Wei is feeling homesick." "Don't you live here?" Tang Zhe inquired, puzzled. Feng Wei sighed, "I work in Huasher City. My father, concerned about safety in certain neighborhoods, purchased an apartment for me here." "So, you are a rich second generation," Tang Zhe replied with a shrug. However, he noticed Feng Wei's peculiar posture, and she realized that her white lace-trimmed pants were visible, or was it intentional? "Brother Tang, you jest. My father is merely somewhat affluent," Feng Wei humbly smiled. Tang Zhe felt no need to probe further. It was of little consequence to him. Feng Mengmeng gazed out at the drizzling rain, sighing, "I wonder when it will cease. If only it would pour a little more. At least Mr. Hua's entourage wouldn't dare approach." Indeed, if the wind were to pick up, who would venture outside? This drizzle is truly perilous, Feng Wei echoed, her thoughts consumed with the desire to flee back to the safety of her home. "It has grown considerably colder these past few days, and I lack adequate warm clothing. If the power were to go out, I fear I might freeze." Feng Mengmeng shivered at the thought, dreading the prospect of a power outage. A devastating blow. When the power might fail was anyone's guess. It was merely a matter of time, perhaps even in the next moment, the phone signal would vanish. "I'll just step out for a moment," Feng Wei said with a wry smile. "I've been feeling quite overheated lately. Consuming snacks daily could hardly prevent that." Once Feng Wei had left and closed the bathroom door, Tang Zhe and Feng Mengmeng exchanged glances. She immediately lowered her gaze in embarrassment, while Tang Zhe boldly pulled her into his embrace. After a brief moment, the bathroom door swung open, and Feng Mengmeng promptly moved to a nearby chair, while Tang Zhe acted as though nothing had transpired. I wonder how other cities are faring. Are there any safe havens? Feng Wei remarked, oblivious to the preceding moment. One would presume so, but for now, we cannot venture out. Tang Zhe chuckled at Feng Mengmeng's discomfort. Feng Wei tentatively asked, Brother Tang, you are quite capable. Surely you could escape to a safer city. Tang Zhe remained silent, his expression revealing that his vehicle was not so easily accessible. Realizing Tang Zhe's reticence, Feng Wei understood that without offering something in return, he would not shield her. Coupled with the retaliatory actions from the previous night, who could predict when Mr. Hua's men would strike again? Contemplating the men who had fled, boasting of their prowess, it was evident that when faced with danger, they were quicker to flee than anyone else. I need to use the restroom, Feng Mengmeng said, her cheeks slightly flushed. Tang Zhe shook his head, bemused by their consecutive trips to the bathroom. Suddenly, Feng Wei moved from her chair to sit beside Tang Zhe, exhaling softly. What is this? Tang Zhe was taken aback. Were women now this forward? Was she really holding his hand? Such treatment was unheard of during his delivery days, when he had fantasized about a female homeowner dragging him into her abode. Brother Tang, can you protect me? Feng Wei looked up at him, her eyes filled with longing. Tang Zhe's lips twitched, so this was a transaction. She was quite astute. With the sound of the door opening, Feng Wei hurriedly returned to her seat, exclaiming, Brother Tang, you were truly impressive last night. Let us not speak of it. It was merely a matter of survival. I wonder when Mr. Hua's men will come again. Xia, the head, undoubtedly has his own strategies, Feng Mengmeng reassured them, knowing more than she let on. As they continued their conversation, the clock struck 6 in the evening. Tang Zhe realized he was quite hungry and decided it was time to return for a hearty meal. Brother Tang, there is still a piece of pork in the refrigerator. Why not stay for dinner? Feng Mengmeng suggested, clearly eager to please him, even offering such a rare delicacy. Chapter 58. The final last time indeed. As soon as he arrived, Feng Wei immediately began to tease, you only indulge in meat when Brother Tang is here, yet you won't even spare a morsel for me. Isn't there enough now? And you still dare to complain, Feng Mengmeng retorted, her tone laced with irritation. After all, this meal was courtesy of her. Before long, a sumptuous dish of Lao Gan Ma stir-fried meat was served, accompanied by steaming white rice, a veritable feast. However, the meat had an odd taste, likely due to prolonged freezing, robbing it of the freshness one would expect from pork. After the meal, Tang Zhe whistled as he pressed the elevator button. Glancing at the time, it was nearly 7 o'clock. Perhaps he should go check on Sister Shi's speech. Life in these small moments felt truly comfortable. With Tang Zhe's presence, those around him began to ingratiate themselves, and some women even started casting flirtatious glances. Nevertheless, Tang Zhe held no interest in such superficial charms. His minimum acceptance criteria were at least as high as Mengmeng and Feng Wei. That he was quite discerning. Noticing Tang Zhe's arrival, Feng Mengmeng seemed to pass by him, whispering, come to my house tonight. Tang Zhe shrugged, pondering why he had become particularly popular since the apocalypse. What could be the reason? However, he found little intrigue in women who were overly forward. As Fuqi took the stage, Tang Zhe paused momentarily. Ladies and gentlemen, President Xi is feeling a bit unwell today, so I will speak on her behalf. He ruffled his hair, realizing he ought to apologize to Sister Shi to avoid coming off as too harsh. Quickly, he made his way to Ximeng's door and rang the bell through the peephole. Ximeng spotted Tang Zhe, initially irritated and reluctant to open the door. She reconsidered, fearing that if he let his imagination run wild, her efforts that day would be in vain. Opening the door, Ximeng regarded Tang Zhe with a stern expression before turning back to the living room. Tang Zhe stepped inside, feeling sheepish as he said, Sister Shi, I heard you weren't feeling well, so I came to check on you. Ximeng rolled her eyes, reflecting on how she had never been at such a disadvantage before. She had always held the power in her interactions with men, Tang Zhe included, yet, the price she had paid this time felt excessively high. Sitting beside Ximeng, Tang Zhe suddenly grasped her hand, causing her to freeze, her heart racing as she attempted to pull away but found it impossible. Keep this up, and I'll get angry. You've already had your way today. Ximeng warned, shooting a sideways glance at Tang Zhe. Tang Zhe was undeterred. Honestly, I liked you the moment I saw you. Upon uttering this, he regretted not having pursued acting instead of delivering takeout. Perhaps his talent could have led him to stardom. Ximeng huffed dismissively, I've heard that line too many times, it might work on your little girlfriend. She doesn't understand you like I do. Yet, Ximeng's heart fluttered despite herself. Tang Zhe certainly knew how to charm. Let us step outside for some fresh air, Ximeng suggested, rising and walking toward the exit. Tang Zhe, momentarily taken aback, followed suit with a grin. In the safety corridor, Tang Zhe leaned against the railing, smiling, Sister Shi, aren't you heading home? The air is better out here, Ximeng replied with a glare, her annoyance palpable. If it weren't for her plans, she would never have allowed herself to feel this way. It was simply not in her character. Tang Zhe flicked his cigarette butt to the ground and extinguished it. Alright then, I'll head back first. You should return quickly, Sister Shi, or you might catch a cold. Ximeng's expression darkened as she watched him descend the stairs. That scoundrel, once this was over, she would find a way to deal with him. Chapter 59. You gossip so much. After adjusting his emotions, Ximeng returned home to find Fuqi seated on the sofa, engrossed in a movie. Upon seeing his wife, he inquired, where have you been? If you have a cold, you shouldn't be wandering about. Ximeng replied softly, I didn't go anywhere, just getting some fresh air at the stairwell. I'm feeling a bit hungry, bring me something to eat. Shiming lamented, her stomach growling. Oh well, just take it as a dog bite, as long as Hua Wanyan is dealt with, all will be well. Tang Ze returned home at dawn. Upon entering, he was greeted by 3 pairs of pitifully beautiful eyes. Alas, in his pursuit of personal joy, he had forgotten to prepare a meal for them. As he recounted the events of the night, the 3 women were left utterly astonished. It must be said that such romantic encounters were a result of his title as the garage god. If Tang Ze wished, those flirtatious women would undoubtedly flock to him. Master, you are truly remarkable. It hasn't even been long. Xiaobai snuggled closely to Tang Ze, playfully behaving like a little kitten. Sun Ting teased, so, who ultimately emerges victorious, will CEO Shi leave? Yi Qing's brows furrowed, her heart filled with anxiety regarding the wager, fearing her loss would leave Ye without any savior. Master, have you devised a plan to determine CEO Shi's decision? Sun Ting inquired with curiosity. Of course, I have a plan, but it's a secret for now. You'll find out in due course. Tang Ze, shrouded in mystery, had piqued the curiosity of the 3 women. No matter how much they pleaded, he remained tight-lipped, for his heart was as unyielding as stone. No amount of coaxing could soften it. The following morning, Tang Ze was jolted awake by a call from Shimeng. Sister Shi, do you miss me so early? He yawned, still groggy from a night of overtime, his eyelids heavy. These gossiping women were truly something else. I miss you, my foot, just come up here. Understood, understood. Yawning, Tang Ze made his way upstairs and rang the doorbell. The door was opened by Feng Mengmeng, who was visibly excited upon seeing Tang Ze. It was clear that she was enamored with his formidable prowess. CEO Shi, I'll take my leave now. Feng Mengmeng shot Tang Ze a knowing glance, which he immediately understood. Stepping inside, Shiming put down her phone and said solemnly, I have arranged the meeting with CEO Hua. Tang Ze smiled and inquired, is that all that has been arranged? Shiming felt as though she were the one being taken advantage of. Hearing his tone, she sensed his intent to gain from her. Such good fortune was too good to be true. Originally, things were not supposed to move so swiftly, but the urgency compelled her to hasten, stating firmly, I have scheduled the meeting for tonight at the Xinhua bookstore on Baoyuan Road. I need you to go ahead and eliminate some potential risks. Which perfume are you wearing today, sister? It smells delightful. I am speaking to you, are you listening? Shiming felt her patience wearing thin. It seemed Tang Ze was not taking this task seriously, and she questioned whether it was wise to entrust him with such an important mission. I heard you. Tang Ze sighed, finding her anxiety excessive. It was merely a matter of resolving one individual, not a deity. Could you perhaps be a bit more serious? This matter is of great importance to me? Shiming asserted gravely. Had this been the past, she would have dismissed such an employee without a second thought. Shiming was on the verge of exasperation. His nonchalant demeanor was infuriating, making her feel as though she had made a poor investment, yet, he was the only one capable of handling this task. The IT was truly a conundrum. Before long, Fuqi returned, and Tang Ze, resigned, had no choice but to take his leave. Chapter 60. I am just a delivery person. Upon returning, Fuqi cast a questioning glance at Shimeng, inquiring, what were you just discussing? What else could it be? What kind of look is that? Do you suspect me? Hearing the rising tone in Shimeng's voice, Fuqi immediately cowered. That's not what I meant. Seeing her timid husband, Shimeng felt a surge of frustration. Think about it carefully. Amidst all these calamities, what role have you played? While I am undertaking the responsibilities that should be yours as a man, Tang Ze is now my sole bargaining chip. He can do as he pleases. With that, she strode into the bedroom and slammed the door shut with a resounding thud. Bored, Tang Ze could only visit Feng Mengmeng's house for a cup of tea. Brother Tang, Feng Mengmeng said, her fingers drawing circles on Tang Ze's chest. What is it? Brother Tang, you must return safely. Feng Mengmeng had no desire for Tang Ze to perish. Otherwise, her efforts would be in vain. They're just a bunch of insignificant fools, there's no need to worry. Upon hearing Tang Ze's words, Feng Mengmeng merely regarded it as bravado, having heard such boasts too many times before. Rest assured, Brother Tang will take you away from here when the time comes. Feng Mengmeng's eyes sparkled with excitement. Does Brother Tang have a way to leave? Do you think I came here without a plan? The car just didn't come in, as I feared it might be stolen, Tang Ze replied with a grin that if Yi Qingyi had seen that smile, she would have known Tang Ze was up to no good. Feng Mengmeng, now visibly exhilarated, sat up and revealed her alluring figure. Brother Tang, you have a car, but the tires are unusable now. The tires may be useless, but my vehicle is equipped with tracks. Feng Mengmeng suddenly understood. Brother Tang, you are truly remarkable. Mengmeng is so fond of you, you must take me along when you leave, and from now on, I will listen to everything Brother Tang says. Were it not for your obedience, I wouldn't divulge the secret to you. You must keep it confidential. Of course, I promise not to speak a word. Such a good girl. Having departed from Feng Mengmeng's home, it was nearly 11 o'clock. Tang Ze had no intention of returning, for he was a man of his word. There were matters that still required his attention. Pulling out his subordinate's phone, a devilish smile crept upon Tang Ze's lips. Mr. Hua, I wonder if you resemble your underling. Please don't make this difficult for me. Arriving at the garage, the surrounding men respectfully addressed him as Brother Tang. Brother Tang, the car is ready. You can charge ahead, but the tires will not last long. A man approached, holding the car keys and offering a warning. I am aware. Accepting the keys, he found it to be a BMW 5 Series, its hood covered with plastic wrap to prevent rain from seeping in. Yet, it was likely the least valuable vehicle in the garage. Clear the way, Brother Tang is going out. Over a dozen men watched Tang Ze with expressions of relaxed enjoyment, as if he were embarking on a leisurely trip, secretly wondering if it was all an act. If both Mr. Shi and Tang Ze returned safely today, then Tang Ze could be regarded as a true powerhouse, perhaps even the second in command of the community. Unfortunately, Tang Ze had no interest in being the second in command, nor the first. However, he was intrigued by the position of the former leader. At the royal clubhouse around noon, Huo Wanyan dined with a group of his underlings, enjoying a hearty meal of rice and stir-fried dishes, which felt no different than usual. Naturally, such a lavish meal was a rarity. Today, they had ventured out for business, and he wanted to treat his brothers well, with only 70 or 80 people in attendance. Yet, feeding 70 or 80 mouths was no small expense, and even Huo Wanyan felt the pinch setting down his chopsticks. Huo Wanyan stood atop the table. Brothers, I have something to say. The younger men turned their gazes toward their leader, their eyes filled with fervent admiration, especially for the shotgun in Huo Wanyan's hands. With that weapon, seizing the entirety of Huasher City was merely a matter of time. The entire city would belong to them, allowing them to do as they pleased. This operation has but one objective. To kidnap Shimeng. With her, we shall acquire more firepower. Conquering Huasher City will be merely a matter of time. The younger men were ablaze with enthusiasm, their minds fixated on one thought: taking control of Huasher City and becoming its rulers. However, according to the intel we've received, a peculiar individual has appeared by Shimeng's side, claiming to be a delivery person, yet he has already slain several of our brothers. What shall we do? Revenge, revenge, revenge. Huo Wanyan was highly pleased with their response. Indeed, we live by the code of brotherhood, blood debts must be repaid in kind, regardless of whether he is a mere delivery person or something more, all are equal before the shotgun. With that, he raised the weapon in his hand, inciting cheers from the younger men. Once we finish our meal, we shall head to the bookstore. Until then, aside from Shimeng, everyone else is to be eliminated. Before the younger men could cheer, knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed through the room. The men in the hall turned their attention toward the door, puzzled by the doorman's intrusion. Was someone knocking? Had the police arrived? Your delivery has arrived, came a familiar voice from outside. Who else could it be but Tang Ze? He had not even gone to the Xinhua bookstore. Why not come to the stronghold directly to avoid complications? As Tang Ze's words hung in the air, an unusual silence fell over the hall. How could there still be a delivery person at such a time? Go open the door, Huo Wanyan instructed, furrowing his brow, gripping the shotgun tightly. Who was this, trying to create a spectacle? Chapter 61. Can't we discuss business properly? 4 henchmen brandishing machetes arrived at the entrance, and through the glass door, a figure could be vaguely discerned, holding something of the 4 exchanged nods, and 2 of them proceeded to swing open the double doors. President Hua, do not open the door. The brothers outside have been killed. Huo Wanyan's voice crackled through the walkie-talkie in his pocket, presumably from a subordinate responsible for monitoring, who had just realized the gravity of the situation. However, by then, the doors had already been flung open, revealing a man before them. With a faint smile, he bore a golden saber slung over his shoulder and held 2 severed heads in his right hand, their bodies sprawled on the ground nearby. Here, a delivery for you, Tang Ze chuckled as he tossed the heads onto the dining table in the hall, instantly staining the delectable dishes with crimson. The sight was enough to make several henchmen retch. The severed trachea is clearly visible, neatly sliced away. Huo Wanyan's expression turned grave as he gazed at the delivery man not far away. Delivering food? Could he be from Shimeng? Had he lost his mind, coming solo to his territory? Kill him. Huo Wanyan bellowed, heaven has a path, yet you choose to trespass into hell. Leave your life behind and see what Shimeng has left to rely on. Tang Ze was taken aback. Hey, President Hua, I came to discuss business with you. Huo Wanyan had never encountered such audacity, bringing the severed heads of his own men to negotiate. Was this truly his method of conducting business? The 4 henchmen, however, were undeterred, eager for vengeance for their fallen brothers. They lunged at him, perhaps hoping Hua would reward them with a university student for their efforts. As the 4 blades descended upon him, Tang Ze sighed in resignation. I knew it, the quality of subordinates reflects the caliber of their leader, and it makes things exceedingly difficult. With a swift motion, the 4 men appeared to freeze mid-action, their arms raised with machetes suddenly dropping to the ground, followed by their heads tumbling down without warning. Blood gushed from their headless corpses, spreading like a macabre welcome for the Blood King. Tang Ze's display of power left everyone in a state of shock. It was not merely strength, it was unsettlingly monstrous. The sheer force required for that single horizontal slice was unfathomable. Step aside. Huo Wanyan shouted, descending with a shotgun aimed at Tang Ze. In an effort to increase his accuracy, Huo Wanyan edged slightly closer, knowing that each bullet was more precious than gold. Seeing their boss armed, the henchmen erupted into cheers. In the presence of firearms, what was that knife worth? Merely an archaic weapon. You are that delivery man beside Shimeng? Huo Wanyan suddenly reconsidered killing Tang Ze outright. If Tang Ze could be of use to him, his own power could double exponentially. Tang Ze affirmed with a casual shrug, yes, I originally came to discuss business with you, but your men outside Woon Ti let me through and drew their blades. I was merely defending myself, please don't hold it against me, President Hua. Huo Wanyan's face twitched in disbelief. You killed my men and expect me to not blame you? Is there such a brazen individual? What business do you wish to discuss? Huo Wanyan asked in a low voice. All you need to do is cooperate with me in staging a little performance. It's quite simple. What's in it for me? Tang Zhe laughed heartily. The reward is your life. Surely this deal is quite lucrative? You're playing me for a fool, damn you. Huo Wanyan was not Shi Meng. He would not tolerate being insulted by a mere delivery man. Without a second thought, he pulled the trigger, bang. President Hua, your marksmanship is worse than my cat's, Tang Zhe remarked, gripping the barrel of the gun and lifting it upwards, not missing the opportunity to mock. Huo Wanyan stared at Tang Zhe in disbelief. He had clearly pulled the trigger, yet it seemed to jam until this delivery man grasped the barrel and raised it. Let go! Huo Wanyan shouted in panic, while the surrounding henchmen shifted from excitement to anxiety, realizing the gun was now held by someone else. You're a boss. Can you be a bit smarter? With that, Tang Zhe kicked Huo Wanyan in the belly, sending him sprawling to the ground like a boiled shrimp, his grip loosening. With the shotgun in hand and the bullets chambered, Tang Zhe quipped, did it really take a kick for you to release your hold? How unnecessary, President Hua. The henchman recoiled in fear at the sight of the loaded shotgun. In this apocalyptic world, the intimidation a firearm wielded was truly terrifying. Huo Wanyan surveyed his men, his lips trembling with rage. What are you afraid of? He is just one man. There are 3 bullets left in that gun. Kill him, and you can choose any woman you want. You could be the boss of an entire district. Tang Zhe clicked his tongue, aiming the shotgun at Huo Wanyan as he spoke in a low voice. President Hua, discussing business with you is quite the ordeal. UVE made me rather displeased. What do you intend to do? Huo Wanyan's eyes widened in alarm. What do you think? In a fit of hysteria, Huo Wanyan screamed, kill him, quickly, kill him. Bang! All the henchmen poised with knives faltered, their leader's face had been blown apart. Bang, bang, each shot struck Huo Wanyan's visage, splattering blood and brain matter everywhere, reducing his head to a gory mess. The henchmen were paralyzed by Tang Zhe's merciless display. It wasn't that they had never killed before, but such brutality was truly shocking. With so few bullets, does anyone have some to lend me? Tang Zhe adjusted the shotgun, disappointed that such a significant figure only had this many bullets to spare. The henchman stared blankly at Tang Zhe. Lend you bullets? Do you take us for fools? Brothers, he's out of bullets. Whoever kills him will be the boss, someone in the crowd shouted loudly. This was undoubtedly the most enticing reward. Who among them didn't wish to be the leader? As the crowd surged forward once more, Tang Zhe shook his head in exasperation, reaching into his pocket to retrieve red shotgun shells. The man at the front was dumbfounded. He had shotgun shells in his pocket. How could this be? As Tang Zhe continued to load the weapon, the henchman's eyes turned red with greed. Whether they could become the boss hinged on this moment. Seizing the opportunity while he was distracted, they aimed to take his head. Crack. Sorry, you were a bit slow, Tang Zhe grinned at the henchman. Bang! The henchman was propelled back 2 meters by the force, a gaping wound appearing in his chest. Hearing gunfire, the other henchman panicked, who had just claimed there were no bullets. Had they not just sent their brothers to their doom? Kill me, and you'll be the boss. Why are you hesitating? Tang Zhe declared, blasting the nearest henchman's head apart and swiftly reloading. Suddenly, another henchman charged at him, but Tang Zhe raised the gun again. Bang! Another henchman fell, his features obliterated, eyes exposed. Who would dare approach now? This was nothing short of monstrous. Brothers, charge! What are you afraid of? He has so few bullets, and we are many. Chapter 62. The Cat and the Mouse. At that moment, no one dared to step forward, as several would-be leaders lay sprawled on the ground. Since you refused to come forward, do not blame me for unleashing my wrath. Tang Zhe's smile vanished as he fired directly into the crowd, instantly bringing down 4 or 5 individuals who writhed in agony. Some attempted to flee, only to discover that the doors were inexplicably locked, trapping them in the hall. Even the windows were sealed shut. Attempts to break the glass in a desperate bid to escape were thwarted by the rain outside, with their raincoats still upstairs. As the sound of gunfire and cries of despair echoed behind them, fear enveloped everyone present. The delivery man was nothing short of a devil. He was no longer human. Killing was as simple as slaughtering a chicken. Brother, please don't kill me. I was also taken hostage by Mr. Hua. I'm just a university student. You can be my boss. Pleaded a bespectacled young man, dropping the knife he held and kneeling on the ground. Tang Zhe acknowledged him with a grunt and shot him in the head, blood splattering everywhere. Don't think I'm unaware. You were the loudest. He continued to load his weapon, surveying the hall, which housed over 30 bodies, with 7 or 8 bleeding and injured. After loading his gun, Tang Zhe cocked it with one hand and mockingly called out, make sure you're well hidden. I wouldn't want to find you with the remaining 40 or so souls cowered in the private booths, restrooms, or kitchen, trembling in fear. How had it come to this? They had intended to harm others. This had to be a dream. Tang Zhe appeared to delight in this game of cat and mouse, kicking open the door to a booth where music still played. Inside, a woman with disheveled hair hung limply, her legs twisted in an M shape, her body marred by bloodstains. Approaching her, he noticed she still breathed, appearing no older than 20, yet subjected to such cruelty. My dear, did you see anyone come in? The girl met his gaze, her eyes drifting weakly toward the restroom. A smirk crept across Tang Zhe's face as he kicked open the restroom door. Brother, please. Bang. Stepping out of the restroom, Tang Zhe smiled at the girl. I've avenged you with that. He prepared to leave. Be brother. Tang Zhe turned back, puzzled. What is it? Is there someone else? Can you kill me? The girl's condition was dire. Each passing moment was torture for her. It was truly a tragedy. If one wished to indulge in women, why inflict such torment? Perverse, miss, a bullet would hurt. Let me break your neck instead. Since he was to take action, he ought to seek her consent. The girl nodded weakly, wishing for the pain to end, and closed her eyes. Tang Zhe placed the gun aside and grasped her head with both hands. A sharp crack echoed, and her body went limp. Sighing, he picked up his weapon and moved to the next booth, only to find that every booth contained girls suspended or bound on sofas, all bearing the marks of abuse. Each sight made him want to exclaim, "Monsters!" He liberated each girl from their suffering one by one. Upon entering the restroom, Tang Zhe was once again taken aback, feeling as though his innocent soul had been wounded. A row of lower bodies protruded from the restroom door. He approached to inspect, realizing it must be a communal restroom for the lackeys, while those with some status had their private booths. Inside the restroom, a woman was bound, unable to move, her fate uncertain, whether unconscious or dead. Falling into the hands of these people, she was indeed living a fate worse than death. Suddenly, Tang Zhe spotted a black footprint. Evidently, someone else was hiding. Without hesitation, he fired a shot at the door. Bang! Blood began to seep from within, and Tang Zhe left the restroom, feeling as though he had been too naive and virtuous. Upon entering the kitchen, he felt his methods were almost too merciful. The countertop was lined with various cuts of meat, unrecognizable and unsettling. And someone was hiding in the cold storage. Opening the door, he discovered 7 frozen female corpses hanging, their once long legs covered in frost. Judging by their wounds, they had not been spared torment in life. Be a good girl. Don't wander into entertainment venues late at night. Isn't it better to return home early? He noticed a hint of warmth emanating from the depths of the cold storage but said nothing, simply closing and locking the door. Inside the cold storage, 3 men shivered from the cold. As he left, he should have let us check outside. The 3 stealthily approached the door, attempting to open it but finding it impossible, their terror escalating as they pounded frantically. Meanwhile, Tang Zhe stood at the door, lighting a cigarette, listening to their frantic knocks, and slowly closed the kitchen door behind him. Soon, the first and second floors were cleared. Those who needed to die were dead, and those who required liberation had been freed. Ascending to the 3rd floor, which seemed to serve as the office area, he found fewer rooms, sparing him the trouble of searching. Approaching the general manager's office, Tang Zhe grasped the doorknob but paused momentarily, a slight smile gracing his lips. With a resounding bang, the wooden door shattered, and he entered to find a bleeding man with a knife lying on the floor. A shot to the head silenced him. On the sofa sat 4 girls, their faces pale with fear, wondering where this man had come from to kill their overseer. Tang Zhe turned to the 4 girls, all quite young but regrettably lacking in beauty, though they could still serve to boost his experience. "Brother, please don't kill us," they trembled in unison. Curious, Tang Zhe inquired, "How did you end up here, dressed so well?" One girl, panic-stricken, replied, "We don't know, it seems they were going to take us somewhere." "Oh, is that so? Had I known, I wouldn't have killed him. Please wait here, I'll find someone to ask." The frightened girls nodded in agreement. Once Tang Zhe departed, one bold girl approached the door, straining to hear the fading footsteps. "He has gone, let us hurry and escape." Didn't he tell us to wait here?" A timid girl protested. "Are you foolish? Why wait for him? Do you wish to become a toilet in the restroom?" Upon hearing this, the girl's face blanched with terror, and she immediately sprang to her feet to follow. As they opened the door, they were confronted by Tang Zhe's back. The girl waved her hand. "Run!" The 4 girls dashed desperately toward the staircase. Tang Zhe turned to look, sighing in exasperation. "Where do you think you're running? It's raining outside. Where can you go?" Bang, bang, bang. The 4 girls collapsed, their bodies convulsing, blood seeping from their fair skin. "You promised to wait for me. I detest those who lack integrity." With that, Tang Zhe opened the next door. "Brother," one man knelt in the center, startling Tang Zhe with this unexpected display. Chapter 63. I know a star speak, and reveal the worth of your survival, Tang Zhe declared, seated at his mahogany desk, toying with a golden fountain pen, his gaze fixed upon the kneeling man before him. "I am willing to engage in business with you, esteemed brother," the man stammered. Tang Zhe could not suppress a chuckle. "You are the first to express such a willingness, and indeed, you shall be the last." The kneeling man, terrified, realized that he was the sole survivor amidst a sea of death. "Brother, my name is Ning Qingwei. I sell liquor at the club, and thus possess knowledge that you may find intriguing." "You are quite astute. What can you tell me about the 4 girls in the manager's office?" Ning Qingwei dared not lift his gaze, immediately responding, "Those 4 women were intended for Mr. Qian, to exchange for 4 bullets. Remarkable, 1 woman for 1 bullet. Do you truly have such a surplus of women?" "Brother, as you well know, we operate in the entertainment industry, where women are abundant. Recently, Mr. Hua has gathered all the women detained at the branches into the club to prevent them from being exploited by the lower ranks." Tang Zhe's eyes brightened. "Take me to see them." "This way, brother." Ning Qingwei led the way as Tang Zhe followed, casually inquiring, "How many women have you detained?" "Approximately 100. "Such a number. What do they eat and drink?" "They consume human flesh, and their drink is diluted urine." He finished with a wicked grin, one that radiated malice. Tang Zhe understood now. The human flesh in the kitchen was meant for the detained women, otherwise, how could they sustain over 100 mouths? It was akin to raising livestock. Reflecting on his own circumstances, he had bones to gnaw and water to drink. Life was not too harsh. A little he had complained, perhaps he should bring her here to witness the conditions. Soon, Ning Qingwei led Tang Zhe to a secret passage. As the door swung open, the sight was grim, filled with imprisoned women and a foul stench that made Tang Zhe furrow his brow. He had no intention of seeking their company. He had expected beauty, yet the women before him appeared desolate. Some stared vacantly, others were deranged, and a few cried for help. "Is this what you wanted to show me?" With a gun pressed to his head, Ning Qingwei quickly replied, "Brother, they can be cleaned up and exchanged for goods." Tang Zhe pulled the trigger. With a sharp click, the sound echoed. "Wait, let me load a bullet." Ning Qingwei, terrified, crouched and fervently bowed his head. Brother, I know many secrets. Mr. Hua has over 100 brothers scattered across various venues. Summoning them would surely benefit you. As Tang Zhe continued to load the gun, Ning Qingwei's mind raced. Mr. Qian has acquired numerous guns for the transport company, and even Mr. Hua must regularly send women to him. The firearm in your hand was provided by Mr. Qian to Mr. Hua. Furthermore, there are several beautiful women close to Mr. Hua. Tang Zhe paused his loading. How beautiful? Ning Qingwei, filled with hope, replied hastily, they are certainly more attractive than these. Mr. Ahoy is reluctant to send them to Mr. Qian, claiming he wishes to enjoy them fully before letting them go. Deceive me again, and this gun will find its way to your rear. I trust you can envision that scene. Yes, brother, this way, please. There are quite a few hidden doors, Ning Qingwei gasped, dripping with cold sweat. These were once prepared for influential businessmen and celebrities. Upon entering the room, Tang Zhe beheld 3 women lounging on a sofa, clad in nothing but bikinis. To be frank, they paled in comparison to Feng Mengmeng, let alone Sun Ting and her companions. However, the young man had not lied, they were indeed more appealing than those outside. The trio gazed at Tang Zhe, armed and bewildered, particularly at the familiar gun. Wasn't he that Mr. Hua's? This is the new brother, you ought to greet him. Ning Qingwei hastily reminded them. The woman in the purple lace bikini quickly comprehended. Mr. Hua was dead, and a new brother had taken his place. Oh dear, I am honored to meet you, brother, she cooed, approaching Tang Zhe with a flirtatious demeanor, her hand resting on his shoulder. Bang! The woman was propelled onto the bed, her slightly pudgy abdomen punctured, disbelief etched across her face as she questioned why her life had been taken. Ning Qingwei was equally stunned. Was the woman not desirable? Even if she were lacking, there was no need for execution, she could have been of service to the lower ranks. Your voice is quite unbearable. Tang Zhe seethed, never having encountered such an irksome tone. The other 2 women, now terrified, knelt on the ground, trembling in fear. This new brother was even more ruthless than Mr. Hua. And you have deceived me again. Ning Qingwei fell to his knees. Brother, I assure you, these are the finest specimens. Finest? Look at that nose, it resembles a specter. That snake-like face repulses me. Is this the caliber of taste your Mr. Hua possesses? Bang! Another shot rang out, claiming yet another life. Ning Qingwei swallowed hard, the remaining women unable to contain their panic, shrieking as they fled toward the exit. Bang! A woman's body crumpled against the concrete floor, sending those imprisoned outside scuttling against the walls in terror. Xiaoning, I believe you have outlived your usefulness, what say you? Feeling the gun's barrel pressed against his head, Ning Qingwei attempted to wriggle away. I am still of use. Brother, allow me to think, I surely possess information that would interest you. I shall count to 3. 1. 3. Ning Qingwei shouted in desperation, I recall that a famous actress is trapped in Huashan City. Speak slowly, and your head will remain intact. Tang Zhe's face lit up with a smile as he helped Ning Qingwei to his feet, offering him a cigarette, which Ning Qingwei dared not accept. Are you not showing me respect? Ning Qingwei hastily took the cigarette, his spirit utterly shattered. Tang Zhe ignited the cigarette and settled into a chair. Now, tell me about this star. I overheard a conversation between Mr. Hua and Mr. Qian. It seems Mr. Qian instructed Mr. Hua to handle this matter. Simply tell me where to find her. I only know it is in the Shuangdong district. Tang Zhe chuckled wryly. Do you comprehend the vastness of the Shuangdong district? Brother, a star would not reside in poor accommodations. There is only one villa area in Shuangdong district, so she must be within. Your reasoning is somewhat sound. Which actress are you referring to? Brother, I genuinely do not know. Tang Zhe sighed, rising to extinguish his cigarette. Brother? Brother? Tang Zhe feigned deafness as he strode outside, opening one iron door after another. Do not open that. Ning Qingwei panicked. As the women observed the iron door swing open, their eyes locked onto Ning Qingwei, as if they intended to consume him whole. What are you all standing there for? Tang Zhe bellowed. In an instant, the women surged forth, darting past Tang Zhe, tackling Ning Qingwei to the ground, sinking their teeth into his arm and tearing away a chunk of flesh. Chapter 64. Returning home early. You wretched women, brother, save me, kill them. Tang Zhe paid no heed to the cries. It appeared that Ning Qingwei was aware of this clandestine location, likely serving as its overseer, undoubtedly having subjected these women to relentless torment. These unfortunate souls deserved a chance for retribution. Ning Qingwei stood by, watching as the women savagely tore at his body, the scene both harrowing and grotesque, as he witnessed his own flesh being devoured. Regrettably, he had initially intended for Mr. Hua to partake in a theatrical performance, to indulge in the fantasy of being the protagonist, yet the situation had devolved into such chaos. Was it truly necessary? Now, he could only make use of Mr. Hua's head and make a trip to the surveillance room to erase his own dashing appearance from the records. Having commandeered Huawanian's phone, he realized it was an Apple device requiring facial recognition for access. Had he known, he would have refrained from smashing it. Oh well, better to return with a trophy for accountability, lest CEO she accuse him of deception again. He had initially hoped to frighten her. Engaging in business should not necessitate firearms, should it, Mr. Hua? It remained uncertain whether CEO she would recognize him. He also intended to capture some footage to substantiate his claims, for without it, few would believe him, especially when it came to little Meow Meow, whom he needed to inform that their rearing environment had been splendid and not to be overly particular. Once Tang Zhe departed, the women, their mouths stained with blood, rushed out. Upon seeing the corpses in the hall, they paused momentarily before erupting into frenzied screams, as if purging their anguish. A few women appeared to be searching for someone, and upon recognizing a familiar face, without a hint of hesitation, they began to tear at it with their teeth while weeping. Others, having released their pent-up emotions, burst forth from the club with wild laughter, arms outstretched to embrace the rain. Within seconds, they collapsed, convulsing, yet even in death, they bore smiles of liberation. Tang Zhe observed this through the rearview mirror, thinking to himself that perhaps in their next lives, they would return home sooner. Meanwhile, Ximeng sat on the sofa, clutching her phone tightly, growing increasingly anxious as she awaited Tang Zhe's response. Beside her, Fu Qi approached with a glass of milk, glancing at his stunning wife on the sofa, and his thoughts drifted back to the morning's events. Tang Zhe should have perished outside. How dare he engage with his wife? Suppressing his rage, Fu Qi forced a smile. Darling, I made you some milk. It must be said that with a slight encouragement from Tang Zhe, Ximeng appeared even more captivating. After all, even the finest women require a man's cultivation, lest they become barren lands. Upon seeing the milk in her husband's hand, Ximeng immediately frowned. It looks disgusting. You drink it. Fu Qi was taken aback, glancing at the milk in the glass, his face twitching in distress. Unbeknownst to Ximeng, who was preoccupied with her plans, she failed to notice her husband's discomfort. After all the sacrifices made, she had been waiting for this day. Yet now, she hesitated to call Tang Zhe, fearing he might be hiding somewhere in a bookstore. A single phone call could expose her. Checking the time, it was already 4 in the afternoon. Go summon some people, it's time to depart. Anxious, Ximeng could hardly contain herself. If something were to happen to Tang Zhe, Huanian would undoubtedly mock her. Darling, isn't it a bit early? Better to leave early for safety's sake, to avoid being taken in. With that, Ximeng rose to freshen up. When Ximeng emerged, Fu Qi's anger intensified. How could his exquisite wife be so naive? Those legs, which he rarely had the opportunity to caress, and here he was, pretending to be a paragon of virtue. Wearing high heels, Ximeng glanced at Fu Qi, who stood frozen in place, and snapped, "What are you dawdling for? Let's go." Oh, right. Fu Qi felt a pang of frustration. If only he had a bit of capability, she wouldn't have been toyed with by Tang Zhe. But on the other hand, seeing his wife return home had brought an unprecedented thrill. Shaking his head, he realized he had lost focus. It was time to put aside such thoughts. This time, she better ensure Huanian meets his demise, or else, out in the parking lot, over a dozen men were preparing with kitchen knives, bidding farewell to their families, uncertain if they would return alive. In a corner, several executives were engaged in hushed discussions. Mr. Chen, if Ximeng doesn't return, it seems you'll need to take charge. Rest assured, Mr. Liang, I can manage far better than Ximeng. What's wrong with collaborating with Huanian? Ximeng is merely too greedy, unwilling to be subservient. Indeed, we cannot gamble our lives on her whims. At that moment, Ximeng stepped out of the elevator, prompting the group to fall silent, for she remained the leader. However, as they beheld her enchanting figure, especially in her white dress, the sight of her ample bosom seemingly on the verge of bursting forth and her elongated legs tantalizing the men around, one could only dread the consequences should Huanian get his hands on her. Darling, these are the men, Fu Qi remarked, gesturing toward those ready for action. Ximeng furrowed her brow at the lackluster demeanor of the men, who appeared defeated and resigned, as if they were heading to their demise. I fear no man, yet you tremble. Ximeng exclaimed sharply. Though Tang Zhe was flawed, at least he had never shown fear. One timid man stammered, CEO Shi, with so few of us, it would be futile to go, perhaps we should collaborate with Mr. Hua instead, it would be a win-win for us all. Why take such risks when we have but one life? Indeed, CEO Shi, collaboration is the path to mutual benefit. We would follow your lead, so why risk our lives unnecessarily? It's possible that Tang Zhe is already dead. If we go now, we'd be offering ourselves as sacrifices. CEO Shi, it's not that we lack courage, but we don't wish to throw our lives away. Fu Qi found their arguments somewhat reasonable but refrained from agreeing, as that would be tantamount to slapping his wife's face. Though he did harbor a desire to do just that, Ximeng was genuinely taken aback. The men she had raised lacked even an ounce of courage, particularly those who had followed Luo Jun, who had proven utterly incapable after his demise. Disappointment filled her mind, leading her to question her choices. What was the use of them if they could not fight? She sought men who could kill. CEO Shi, Tang Guo's car has returned. Suddenly, an excited voice crackled through the intercom. This news dispelled the disappointment swirling in Ximeng's mind. Tang Zhe was alive, but wait, why was he back? Hadn't she instructed him to wait? This Tang Zhe was perpetually defying her commands. Before the car could stop, a BMW 5 Series barreled in, crashing into the entrance and causing the hood to emit white smoke. Quick, bring him out. Ximeng shouted, though she was uncertain why he had returned. Nevertheless, Tang Zhe was the only formidable ally she had by her side. Chapter 65. Who truly holds the power? Fu Qi gazed at his flustered wife, feeling a pang of sympathy for the dandy before him. You must be utterly bewitched by him. Under the pretense of needing Tang Zhe, you seek to satiate your own long-standing emptiness. Before he could approach, Tang Zhe kicked open the car door, effortlessly seizing the bloodied head from the passenger seat, along with the shotgun. Upon witnessing Tang Zhe brandishing the severed head and the firearm, the men who had initially rushed to save him took a couple of steps back in fear. How could he have obtained a gun outside? This is inconceivable, and whose head is that? Fu Qi felt a deepening despair at the sight of the shotgun in Tang Zhe's hands. This dandy was growing increasingly formidable, to the point where he sensed his wife was no match for him, completely at his mercy. At that moment, the attention of everyone in the parking lot was tense, astonished, and fearful. Not a single face bore a smile, not even Shi Meng's. Mr. Shi, I have completed the task, Tang Zhe said with a grin, tossing Huo Wanyan's head at Shi Meng's feet. As Shi Meng beheld the mangled visage, he fought back the urge to vomit. Who is this? Did you not instruct me to kill Huo Wanyan? Well, here he is, Tang Zhe shrugged, having presented you with such a grand gift, how shall you repay me? At this declaration, the crowd could hardly believe their eyes as they looked at the rolling head. Was that truly Huo Wanyan? Had Tang Zhe actually severed his head? Wasn't it said that Huo Wanyan had hundreds of brothers by his side? How had Tang Zhe accomplished this? This is unfathomable. Yet, deep down, Shi Meng was not pleased, for he desired not only Huo Wanyan's head but also his legion of reckless brothers. Killing Huo Wanyan was merely a means to instill fear, facilitating the subjugation of those under him, and now, he had killed him outright and brought back the trophy. Shi Meng felt as though he might spew blood in rage. It seemed his meticulously crafted plans had been utterly dismantled. How can you prove this is Huo Wanyan? Fu Qi immediately questioned, wary of the authenticity. What if you had merely killed someone else and claimed it was Huo Wanyan? Tang Zhe smiled at Fu Qi, whose eyes flickered at the unsettling grin. Mr. Shi can make a phone call to verify. Shi Meng, harboring his own doubts, decided to take action. Since Fu Qi had stated it so confidently, he pulled out his phone to call Huo Wanyan. Ring, ring, the clear ringtone resonated from Tang Zhe's pocket, and he retrieved his phone, which displayed the words, stinky bastard. Shi Meng's lips twitched in disbelief. He had not anticipated that Huo Wanyan would label him thus. But had he really managed to kill Huo Wanyan? Gazing at the head at his feet, Shi Meng struggled to accept the reality that his most formidable adversary was dead. Slowly, he lifted his foot, placing his high heel atop Huo Wanyan's head, declaring, ladies and gentlemen, Huo Wanyan is dead. We are safe. Woohoo! The crowd erupted in cheers, and the residents above rushed down, relieved to hear that the scourge of Huo Wanyan had been eliminated, their anxieties finally quelled. Feng Mengmeng and Feng Wei hurried down as well, overjoyed to find Tang Zhe unharmed, and having accomplished such a feat they felt a sense of security in their connection with Tang Zhe, wishing they could take him home at that very moment to pamper him lavishly. However, some of the business owners began to sense a new problem arising. With Huo Wanyan gone, the new threat was Tang Zhe, who wielded a shotgun that could directly endanger their lives. Brother Tang, Mr. She suggests that this gun be kept in her safe hands. A man cautiously approached, offering a smile. Many eyes turned to see whether Tang Zhe would relinquish the weapon. Shi Meng was testing Tang Zhe, hoping he would comply. If he refused, it would indicate that Tang Zhe was not to be underestimated and perhaps harbored ulterior motives. Ignoring the man, Tang Zhe strode directly towards Shi Meng, who felt a surge of anxiety at the prospect of being shot by Tang Zhe. He quickly dismissed the thought, reassured by his own dominance over him. Mr. Shi, he claims you wish to seize my gun. I do not believe it. Tang Zhe declared. Shi Meng was left speechless, wondering if Tang Zhe was genuinely naive or merely pretending. Beside him, Fu Qi was certain that Tang Zhe had come with a purpose, perhaps to seize control of the entire community. How could that be? This is a weapon you confiscated from outside. It belongs to the individual. Shi Meng offered a gentle smile, though his heart was filled with suspicion, sensing Tang Zhe as an unstable bomb ready to detonate. I knew it, mister. She is truly kind. Shi Meng smiled faintly. Fu Qi watched the two exchange glances, thinking that if Tang Zhe had that shotgun in hand, he would not hesitate to fire. Dear residents, starting today, our community will also possess its own firearms. Long live Mr. Shi, long live Brother Tang. Hearing this, Shi Meng felt a surge of displeasure. Tang Zhe had only been here a few days and was already being placed on equal footing with him. This was unacceptable. Tang Zhe was merely a man under his control, to bite whoever he commanded. From today forth, Tang Zhe shall serve as the head of the community security department, as well as my personal bodyguard. The proclamation was clearly meant to inform everyone that regardless of Tang Zhe's prowess, he remained under Shi Meng's authority. Thus, all gazes shifted towards Tang Zhe. With a smile, Tang Zhe proclaimed, I am honored to serve Mr. Shi. The crowd was astounded that Tang Zhe, now armed, was willing to remain subordinate to Shi Meng. Did he not wish to pursue other ambitions? Several executives began to strategize, contemplating how to leverage Tang Zhe to oust Shi Meng from his position. This community, filled with scheming business owners, was unlike any ordinary neighborhood. It was a powder keg ready to explode. Listening to Shi Meng's lengthy discourse, Tang Zhe, clutching the shotgun, turned to Fu Qi and said, Brother-in-law, would you care to join me for a game of cards tonight? I wish to spend some quality time with your sister. Fu Qi nearly suffered a heart attack from anger, but faced with the ominous barrel of the gun, he found himself at a loss for words. If you remain silent, I shall assume your acquiescence. You are truly a good brother-in-law. Your sister is fortunate to have you, Tang Zhe continued, unabashedly murderous intent. Fu Qi's face turned a ghastly shade of green. Rest assured, brother-in-law, my relationship with your sister is devoid of affection. It is purely transactional. We can exchange insights, after all. Fu Qi's eyes widened, his body trembling, his teeth grinding audibly in frustration. How shameless, how utterly oppressive. Discussing exchanges of marital insights, in a fit of rage, Fu Qi collapsed. Tang Zhe immediately exclaimed, Mr. Fu, someone call for help, Mr. Fu has fainted. Shi Meng swiftly descended from the stage, his gaze fixed on Tang Zhe. Moments earlier, he had seen Tang Zhe conversing with Fu Qi. Now, the latter had collapsed, possibly due to their discussion. Tang Zhe wore an expression of feigned innocence, yet Shi Meng found himself increasingly reliant on the intimidation Tang Zhe commanded, though he knew this reliance could not last forever. Chapter 66. As one grows older, stability becomes paramount in the future. It is likely that this significant threat must be eliminated, but for now, it cannot be done. Several men carried Fu Qi back home, and naturally, Tang Zhe chose not to partake in this commotion. Instead, he decided to return home first, for the Miaos at home were about to rebel. Having gone unfed for the past few days, the three women expressed their sentiments, hoping for a respite. Feng Mengmeng and Feng Wei watched Tang Zhe depart. Feeling a tinge of disappointment, thoughts of Tang Zhe's charming and radiant girlfriend stirred an inexplicable unease within them. What if, in the future, Tang Zhe chose not to take them along? Although Mr. Hua had recently met his demise, there might very well be another Mr. Hua, or even a third. Once such thoughts take root, women tend to spiral into wild imaginings, growing increasingly anxious. Feng Wei, unwilling to return home, opted to visit Feng Mengmeng for a chat. Despite the television being on, their minds were elsewhere. Mengmeng, how do you think Tang Zhe managed to kill Mr. Hua, with so many people around him? How did he accomplish it? Feng Wei pondered, baffled by how Tang Zhe, a lone individual, could manage such a feat, especially under the circumstances where the other party was armed. Feng Mengmeng sighed deeply. Tang Zhe may be far more complex than we imagine. Every time I see him smile, I feel a sense of unease, right, Vivi? You feel that way too? I thought I was the only one. Feng Mengmeng chuckled helplessly, questioning whether she was overthinking things. Feng Wei, with her proud long legs resting on the coffee table, remarked, perhaps it's because he has taken a life, which invokes such feelings in us. Perhaps I even sense that Mr. Shi is a bit afraid of him. Feng Mengmeng, having been by Xi Meng's side for several years, had noticed quite a few details today that she had never observed before. Feng Wei sat up, her expression tense as she inquired, now that Tang Zhe is armed, could he take control of the entire community? I don't know. At least, from what I observed just now, Mr. She is still able to keep him in check. If there comes a day when he cannot. Feng Mengmeng bit her lower lip, feeling the atmosphere grow increasingly perilous. Feng Wei shared her sentiments, particularly when entangled with Tang Zhe. He showed no regard for her feelings, treating her merely as an outlet for his frustrations. Though it was framed as a transaction, the more she thought about it, the more unreliable Tang Zhe seemed. The words exchanged after their intimacies felt deceptive. She would have to rely on herself. As they continued their conversation, the two women eventually dozed off on the couch, even sharing the same dream where Tang Zhe appeared, awakening them abruptly. In a warehouse on the outskirts of Huan City, the interior was brightly lit, with crates piled high like small mountains. Men engaged in card games and drank, retreating into a nearby small room to address their needs. In an office on the second floor, a man in his 60s listened to reports from his subordinates. This man, with graying hair at the temples, was Chen Zhongran, not a major tycoon but rather a figure who previously lacked the stature even to carry Mr. Hua's shoes. Possessing only a few large warehouses, however, times had changed. The value of these warehouses now surpassed gold, compelling everyone to submit. This was merely one of his warehouses, the least stocked, while the logistics of transporting goods were delegated to his two sons, ensuring that outsiders remained oblivious to their lifeline. Coupled with two shotguns in his son's possession, the men below were more compliant. Dad, something has gone wrong with Hua Wanyan, announced his eldest son, Chen Ming, now 42, though appearing slightly older, almost resembling Chen Zhongran. Chen Zhongran furrowed his brow. What happened? Did Mr. Shi's men take him out? Didn't we supply him with a gun? Our subordinate went to collect goods today, and upon entering the room, he found nothing but corpses. Hua Wanyan's head is missing, and the floor is littered with shotgun shells, identical to ours. Chen Ming's face darkened, recognizing the strength of their adversary. Chen Zhongran's eyes narrowed dangerously. So there are others who share our ambitions, but why would they target Hua Wanyan? Dad, could it be Mr. Shi's people? How could there possibly be firearms in that community? Hua Wanyan must have provoked someone he shouldn't have. Don't expose me, Chen Zhongran fumed. As his strategy revolved around cautious evolution, however, the younger Chen Ming disagreed. Dad, we have guns, we could easily storm in without needing assistance from others. Do you not realize there may be even more formidable players? It's only been a little over a month since the first move was made, and those who strike first are often the first to fall. Just look at Hua Wanyan, didn't he meet his end? I've wasted a gun and ammunition without even catching a glimpse of Mr. Shi. Chen Zhongran was not without his share of worldly desires. Having once witnessed Xi Meng's unparalleled allure, he could hardly fathom the prospect of seizing her lips if not for the impending calamity, yet, he was reluctant to take action himself for fear of drawing attention from others. When the topic of women arose, Chen Ming chuckled, Dad, although Hua Wanyan is dead, the club is filled with women. Many perished, but we managed to bring back around 60, all aged between 20 and 30. Though they might carry a bit of an odor, they just need a wash. Hua Wanyan kept so many women and deceived me by claiming he had none. He met a fitting end. Let us not waste too much water on them. Alright, Dad, shall I arrange for one to provide you with some novelty? Make sure she is clean. Don't let your mother find out. Rest assured, Chen Ming left the office, and a man leaned against the railing, smoking. A younger brother, Chen Pu, 2 years junior to Chen Ming. The two brothers bore a strong resemblance, both possessing square faces, but Chen Pu exuded a more menacing aura, evident from his piercing gaze, suggesting he had not been idle during this period. What did Dad say? But Chen Pu inquired. Dad insists on being cautious, advising us not to involve ourselves too deeply for a few more months. Wait a few more months. Chen Pu extinguished his cigarette, directing an unsatisfied look at their father in the office. Brother, don't be so rash. I'll find you a decent woman to relieve your tension. Chen Pu shrugged off Chen Ming's hand, speaking firmly. Eldest brother, you and Dad should stop fixating on women. The world has changed. We have manpower and weapons. We must seize territory first. The early bird catches the worm, yet we must also maintain control. If we gather too many subordinates, imagine how many mouths there will be to feed. Stop obsessing over violence. Look at our men below. They have food, drink, and women to enjoy. Isn't life treating as well? Eldest brother, have you considered that if we don't strike first, others will come for us? Sooner or later, Dad's warehouses will be discovered. Jian Ming fell silent, caught between his father's cautious approach and his brother's aggressive stance, feeling quite conflicted. Noticing his elder brother's slight shift, Chen Pu whispered, "Isn't Dad fond of Ximeng? If I bring her here, can we proceed according to my plan? Help me ask him." "This brother, Dad is aging, older individuals prefer stability." Jian Ming sighed deeply, reluctantly entering the office once more to inquire. Chen Pu stood outside, occasionally casting peculiar glances at their father. A few minutes later, Jian Ming emerged with a stern expression, and Chen Pu sensed something was amiss. Suddenly, Jian Ming broke into a grin, patting his brother's shoulder. "Dad said if you can indeed bring Ximeng here, he will agree to your plan." Chapter 67. If preparing for the assault isn't this just right? If Huanyan can't handle it, then I shall. Chen Pu twisted his neck, a reckless grin upon his face, utterly disregarding everyone around him. "However, you ought to exercise caution. The deaths of Huanyan's associates were rather peculiar. It could very well be the work of someone from the Shan Lake community. Brother, you are overthinking it. If the Shan Lake community truly harbored such audacious individuals, they would not fear Huanyan. There must be others involved." Chen Pu retrieved a cigarette and offered it to his brother, and together they lit them, enveloping themselves in a cloud of smoke. Exhaling a plume of smoke, Jian Ming stated gravely, "It is not the improbable that we should fear, but the possibility of the unexpected. We should bring more brothers along, since we are committed to this course of action. It is no longer merely about seizing a woman, this is about securing resources in one fell swoop." "Now that sounds more like it, brother. Father's timid approach is insufficient, we must expand our ranks and gather more followers. Father merely wishes to guard his little patch of land and reign as a local emperor. We'll take 5 firearms with us, 20 rounds of ammunition. Let us conserve our bullets and make use of knives whenever possible." Chen Pu shrugged with a smile. "Brother, I understand completely. Bullets are now more precious than anything else. With 5 firearms, I could frighten them to death. When do you plan to act?" A shadow flickered across Chen Pu's face. "When they are asleep." "Excellent idea. Shan Lake community." Tang Zhe emerged from Feng Mingming's room, stretching languidly with a sense of satisfaction. His recent progress had been commendable, with the energy gauge rising to 7, bringing him one step closer to the 3.0 gift package. On the sofa sat Fu Qi, his complexion slightly pallid, clutching a cup of hot water. "Tang Zhe cannot be kept alive, he is undoubtedly more complex than he appears. Everything he presents is a fade." Fu Qi coughed violently after speaking, feeling considerably weakened. In contrast, Ximeng's complexion had recently taken on a rosy glow, exuding an intensified allure that left Fu Qi feeling envious. "He is of use to me," Ximeng stated in a low tone, fully aware that her husband's words held merit. Upon further reflection, one could not help but question a man who paraded around with 3 beautiful women. After all, women like Yi Qingyi were the objects of men's desire. It was baffling that Tang Zhe, with 3 in tow, seemed to attract no competition in their neighborhood. It could only be surmised that he managed to slip away unnoticed. If we do not eliminate him now, it will be us who perish in the future. If Tang Zhe were to die, I would lose my grip over those bosses, especially with Huanyan also out of the picture. Each of them is vying for dominance. Are you foolish?" Ximeng leaned back on the sofa, massaging her forehead in exasperation. Fu Qi's eyes gleamed with a fierce intensity as he replied, "Once Tang Zhe is gone, won't those critics belong to us? Who would still fear those bosses?" This statement did indeed serve as a reminder to Ximeng, yet having the critics in her hands was a starkly different notion than having them under Tang Zhe's control. If Tang Zhe arrives, we can simply pour him a glass of water laced with sleeping pills and take care of him easily. This matter cannot be approached recklessly. I need to deliberate. Ximeng was reluctant to act impulsively, as the pool of reliable allies around her was dwindling. Fu Qi, incensed by her words, retorted, "Ximeng, are you truly this naive? Before he came, how many were by your side? Now, he is the only one left, and you find yourself dependent on him for everything. In truth, you are merely a puppet in his hands." "Enough!" Ximeng interjected sharply. Ding dong, ding-dong. At that moment, the doorbell rang. Fu Qi's heart skipped a beat. It couldn't possibly be Tang Zhe. Ximeng was equally alarmed. If Tang Zhe overheard their previous conversation, it could very well lead to dire consequences. "Open the door," Ximeng commanded tersely. Fu Qi clenched her fists tightly, and as the door swung open, she beheld Tang Zhe's amiable smile at the threshold. "I'm home, Sister Shi, I came to discuss a few matters." Fu Qi's face flushed crimson as she squeezed out a few words through gritted teeth. "I was just about to leave." "Is that so?" "Understood." Without uttering another word, Fu Qi hurriedly exited the house. Observing Fu Qi's frantic demeanor, Tang Zhe closed the door and smiled at Ximeng on the sofa. "Sister Shi, today I faced life-threatening challenges. It was as if I had narrowly escaped the clutches of death, almost missing the chance to see you." Ximeng scrutinized Tang Zhe, attempting to pierce through his pretense. His apparent distress reeked of manipulation, a ploy to extract benefits from her. "Your audacity seems to have grown," Ximeng remarked with a calm demeanor, refraining from harsh words yet conveying her dissatisfaction. Tang Zhe placed the firearm on the coffee table, then sat beside Ximeng. "Sister Shi, if you are unwilling, I can take my leave. I merely misjudged my trust in others." Ximeng's lips quivered in irritation. He was threatening her while accusing her of being untrustworthy. She had initially intended to control him but found herself ensnared instead. How infuriating. "Very well, I shall leave, just remember to keep yourself safe." As she spoke, Tang Zhe picked up the firearm and began to depart. "Come back." Tang Zhe halted, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Sister Shi, I am not a man to be trifled with. Shi Meng remained speechless, stunned that he could utter such words. Is it so wrong for me to admit my mistake? Was it truly so difficult for a girl to concede her errors? With her spirits at an all-time low, Fu Qi descended the stairs, seeking solace from Feng Mengmeng, and promptly unlocked the electronic door. Inside, darkness enveloped the room. Upon activating the living room light, she noticed clothes strewn across the sofa. A wave of foreboding washed over her. Chapter 68. Have you really run away? With swift strides, they entered the bedroom and switched on the lights, leaving Fu Qi momentarily dumbfounded. The glaring illumination compelled Feng Wei to shield her eyes, exclaiming, "Please, don't turn on the lights. It's too blinding." President Fu. At that moment, Feng Wei finally discerned the situation, hastily covering herself with the blanket. Meanwhile, Feng Mengmeng stirred awake, startled to see Fu Qi standing in the doorway. After a brief silence, Feng Mengmeng resignedly remarked, "Brother Fu, what brings you here so suddenly?" Fu Qi suddenly became a bit unhinged, covering his face while laughing maniacally. "We merely seek to survive." "It is a matter of mutual benefit," Feng Wei replied with an air of indifference. "Do you honestly believe that Tang Zhe would spare your lives? That is merely a ruse he employs to deceive you beautiful girls? Even my wife fell for it. All of you have been duped. It's utterly foolish, a gathering of simpletons." Feng Mengmeng interjected, "Brother Fu, why don't you come with us?" "Mengmeng." Feng Wei immediately scolded her. "Brother Fu is trustworthy, and it's far too perilous for just the two of us girls." Feng Wei's irritation was palpable as she turned her gaze elsewhere. "Leave? To where?" Fu Qi inquired, perplexed. Feng Mengmeng whispered, "Actually, Brother Tang drove here, his car is parked not far away, and he even gave us the keys." "What?" Fu Qi exclaimed in disbelief, confirming his suspicions. This was indeed premeditated. He felt that the car keys must be a fabrication. Impossible, they must be fake, a trick to ensnare you girls. Feng Mengmeng produced the car keys, pointing toward the window and pressing a button. Instantly, headlights illuminated the dark alley, starkly visible against the night. Unbelievable. Fu Qi was taken aback once more, pondering whether Tang Zhe was foolish to trust them with the keys. Was he genuinely clever or merely pretending? Yet, Fu Qi remained skeptical and asked, "If he is willing to take you away, why do you wish to leave stealthily?" "Because I sense that Brother Tang is dangerous, and besides, he is accompanied by 3 other girls who are more attractive than us. Sooner or later, we would be abandoned." A friend of Feng Wei's mentioned that there is a shelter in Junlin City. We plan to head there. Fu Qi found this reasoning sound. Both girls possessed above-average looks, yet they paled in comparison to the 3 others. However, he couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss, though he couldn't quite articulate it. "When do you intend to leave?" Fu Qi inquired. "Right now." Fu Qi was taken aback. He too wished to escape but could not bear the thought of leaving his wife in the clutches of danger. "Isn't that a bit hasty?" Feng Wei said in a low voice, "This is our only chance to escape while Tang Zhe is at your home. We won't be detected." Feng Wei's words pierced Fu Qi's heart like a dagger, as if to say, what purpose does such a wife serve? "If it weren't for her, I wouldn't even consider taking you along," Feng Wei said coldly, donning her clothes as she prepared supplies. "Brother Fu, please come with me," Feng Mengmeng pleaded, remembering the kindness he had shown them before the apocalypse, a man worthy of their trust even now. Fu Qi gritted his teeth. It was better to leave than to await death here. "All right." The trio quickly gathered some supplies, donned the raincoats and shoes provided by Tang Zhe, and Fu Qi found himself wearing a set that fit him surprisingly well, creating an odd illusion that it had been tailored for him. Under the cover of darkness, they quietly descended to the first floor. Exiting the building, the light drizzle pattered against their raincoats, sounding like a death knell, yet they understood that having taken this step, there was no turning back as they resolutely made their way toward the community entrance. Meanwhile, Tang Zhe finished putting on his pants and smiled at Shi Meng. "I'm heading back now." Shi Meng's beautiful face flushed, devoid of energy to respond. With a shotgun in hand, Tang Zhe departed, returning to his own room, startling the 3 large cats that were engrossed in watching television. "Our wager begins now," Tang Zhe stated with a faint smile as he entered the room. And Bai was immediately taken aback. "Are those 2 girls truly planning to flee?" Sun Ting replied with a knowing smile, "It was to be expected, human nature cannot withstand the test." "But they wouldn't call her President Shi," Yi Qingyi murmured, her brows furrowed, her indifference toward the 2 girls palpable, for betrayal only leads to one inevitable outcome. "Because Shi Meng's husband is also preparing to escape with them. Now it remains to be seen if Fu Qi will call Shi Meng to join them. If Fu Qi does not make the call, and Shi Meng remains unaware, it would still count as a win for you," Tang Zhe generously remarked, seeking to avoid the appearance of bullying them. Yi Qingyi felt a sense of reassurance, realizing Tang Zhe was allowing her some leeway, and she promptly kissed him in gratitude. "Sister Yi is no longer shy," Xiao Bai teased promptly. Tang Zhe retrieved the listening device, and the 4 of them waited silently for the outcome, with Yi Qingyi growing increasingly anxious. Should she lose, the consequences would be dire. In a shadowy alley, 3 individuals discovered the modified Tank 300. Particularly upon witnessing its tracked wheels, Fu Qi was convinced no wonder it could traverse such terrain. Upon opening the trunk, they were astonished to find several boxes of mineral water, along with an assortment of vacuum-sealed food. "Get in, let us leave quickly," Feng Wei urged, aware that lingering here could lead to trouble, especially since they had essentially stolen Tang Zhe's vehicle. If he were to catch them, it could cost them their heads. Fu Qi took the wheel, with Feng Mengmeng occupying the passenger seat, while Feng Wei settled in the back. Turn off the headlights, Feng Wei reminded. Her voice, however, reached Tang Zhe, prompting him to reflect. I actually have quite a favorable impression of them. It's a pity they chose to flee behind my back. They have truly forsaken a stable life, Sun Ting sighed. Suddenly Tang Zhe chuckled. You know, you all could give it a try yourselves and see if you can escape. If you manage to get away, it would certainly attest to your capabilities. His words left the three women pale with fear, hastily seeking refuge beside Tang Zhe. I was merely jesting. Look how frightened you are. How mean, master. Inside the vehicle, Fuqi started the engine, the roar resonating loudly, yet his thoughts drifted to his beautiful wife. Perhaps we should bring my wife along. With her status, it would facilitate our dealings in Zhonglin City, especially since she has her own enterprises there. Chapter 69. She is my wife. Feng Wei immediately exclaimed. No way, what if she tells Tang Zhe? Brother Fu is right. If Zhonglin City is safe, President she will have influence, and we can also live well. Feng Wei was so infuriated that she laughed. Feng Mengmeng, his wife is here, what business do you have? If Shi Meng finds out you are the mistress, she might just kick you to death. Fuqi quickly interjected. I promise it won't happen. Meng Meng, you must trust me. Of course, I trust you, Brother Fu. You are the most capable. Upon hearing this, Fuqi felt as if he were possessed by a superhero and immediately took out his phone to voice call his wife. The phone on the coffee table buzzed incessantly, but the sound only irritated Shi Meng, who picked up the phone to see it was her husband calling, making her even more displeased. Couldn't she have a moment of peace? What do you want? Aren't you coming back? Wife, tidy up and come downstairs right away. I found Tang Zhe's car, it's completely modified. Shi Meng instantly snapped to attention, standing up in excitement, only to furrow her brow and sit back down. How did you find it? Don't ask so many questions. Just come downstairs, and I'll bring the car in. Shi Meng's mind became a whirlwind, unsure of how to decide. Stop thinking, if you don't leave now, it will be too late. Zhonglin City is safe, and you have investments there, you don't need to stay here in fear. That was the key phrase. If it truly was safe there, she could indeed go. But was it real or just a facade? Currently, she was under Tang Zhe's control, subject to his whims, and that was not the outcome she desired. Escaping his clutches might be the right choice. Without further ado, Shi Meng spoke in a low voice. Alright, see you downstairs, I'll get ready. As her words reached Yi Qingyi's ears, she felt as though her soul had left her body. She had lost, that Yaya couldn't be saved, and her fiancé was doomed as well. Tang Zhe cast a helpless glance, but one must accept the outcome of their bets. It was a pity for Shi Meng. Sister Shi, you have truly made a grave mistake this time. Xiaobai comforted. Sister Yi, don't be sad. Sun Ting sighed. In the end, Shi Meng chose to leave. Yi Qingyi had thought Shi Meng was a clever woman, certain to choose to remain by the side of the strong, yet she never expected Shi Meng would refuse to submit to power. She desired to become powerful herself. My condolences, Tang Zhe said, patting Yi Qingyi's shoulder. Sun Ting and Xiaobai exchanged similar glances. In this world, just being able to protect oneself was already a stroke of luck. At that moment, Shi Meng was ready, standing on the first floor, peering outside, and also messaging Fuqi. Fuqi was making his way over. Feng Wei watched as the neighborhood drew closer, her fear escalating with the dread of encountering Tang Zhe, who might shoot them one by one. At that moment, she even caught sight of Shi Meng on the first floor. Shi Meng, too, noticed the approaching car and felt a surge of excitement. Don't go. Feng Wei suddenly grabbed the steering wheel, causing Fuqi to slam on the brakes, leaving Shi Meng momentarily stunned. What are you doing? You almost crashed. Fuqi shouted angrily. If they crashed, everyone would perish. Feng Wei spoke in a grave tone. A woman who has changed her heart can do anything. Tang Zhe is waiting nearby. As soon as we go over, he will have us killed. Feng Mengmeng peered down from the first floor. This angle indeed obstructed their view. Not only did Feng Mengmeng feel fear, but Fuqi felt it too. Everyone had witnessed Tang Zhe's methods. Fuqi, you know how your wife treats you, you must have some understanding of that. Having Feng Mengmeng with you really worse than her. Now you are risking it all for this ancestor, and you still have to face a woman who doesn't regard you as a man. She would disregard your feelings for power. Is such a woman worth risking everything to save? Fuqi gripped the steering wheel tightly, his mind in turmoil. Why isn't she worth it? She is still my wife. Fuqi shouted with a choked voice. After saying this, he immediately shifted into reverse, pressing the accelerator. I'm sorry, I truly cannot forgive you. Shi Meng stood there in a daze, watching the car speed away, wondering why they didn't come to pick her up. She quickly took out her phone and called Fuqi. Come back. I'm sorry, I can't overcome my own heart. Shi Meng revealed a tragic smile. Who was I doing this for? I sacrificed so much, and you just cast me aside, leaving with your mistress. Though it was dark, Shi Meng could still see that sitting in the passenger seat was her secretary, Feng Mengmeng. You betrayed me. Fuqi roared. You also betrayed me. Shi Meng lost control of her emotions, feeling abandoned by the only family member she had left. Brother-in-law, come back quickly. Sister is waiting for you. A voice, as if rising from the depths of an abyss, echoed from behind. Shi Meng turned to look at Tang Zhe, accompanied by three women. The once pale Yi Qingyi was now beaming with joy. Sun Ting and Xiaobai were also happy for her, for as long as Shi Meng stayed, it meant Yi Qingyi had won. Of course, Tang Zhe still needed to make an effort. Who knew, perhaps he could win, but upon hearing Tang Zhe's voice, it seemed that even 100 great fish could not bring Fuqi back. You, take care of yourself. Indeed, after hearing Tang Zai's voice, Fu Qi ended the call. Ximeng slumped to the ground, left alone in hell, he. Suddenly, Ximeng began to laugh. Tang Zai squatted beside her, gently patting her head. Sister Shi, why are you crying? Don't touch me. Ximeng swatted Tang Zai's hand away. This is the Shi sister I like. Look, I have a button here that can stop the car. Tang Zai extended his hand, but before he could finish, Ximeng snatched it away and pressed it. Inside the car, Fu Qi suddenly heard a beeping sound. Did you hear that noise? The beeping grew increasingly frantic, and Feng Meng and Feng Wei exchanged worried glances, a sense of foreboding rising from within. Boom, a tremendous explosion echoed, illuminating the night with flames, creating a dazzling spectacle. The previously dark buildings around began to light up, curious about what was happening. In the intersection, a fireball erupted, seemingly a burning vehicle. As if by coincidence, a head flew into the air, rolling to the side. It was none other than the brother-in-law. The remote control fell from Ximeng's hands, and she became dazed, her beautiful eyes staring at her husband's head. Chapter 70 of The Messenger Who Rescues the Girl. You didn't even finish your sentence, Sister Shi, and you've already blown up my brother-in-law. 1 press makes it explode, 2 presses stop it. Why the rush? Tang Zai sighed. At that moment, a surge of fury welled up within Ximeng, not due to her husband's demise, but because of the power struggle between her and Tang Zai. She had been utterly defeated, even to the point of having killed her husband with her own hands, his head now lying before her. She had never experienced such failure, never. Tang Zai. Ximeng suddenly lunged at him, her anger boiling over, her desire to tear him apart evident. Indeed, Tang Zai was about to transform into a monk. However, before she could reach him, Xiaobai unexpectedly seized her hair. President Shi, one must not be disrespectful to the master. Sun Ting was even more direct, raising her hand and delivering a sharp slap across Ximeng's exquisite face, jolting her from her rage. Sister Shi, what kind of look is that? I owe you nothing, after all, we have always been using each other, have we not? You tricked me. Ximeng could not accept being toyed with like a fool, believing she was in control of everything. Tang Zai shook his head. In truth, I offered you numerous opportunities, but you were too preoccupied with your power. Your unwillingness to relinquish your lofty position has led to this predicament, and you made me lose as well. Tang Zai's words struck a chord deep within Ximeng. Indeed, she did not wish to lose. Moreover, she harbored grander ambitions, aspiring to be a modern-day Wu Zetian. You lost, what do you mean? Xiaobai chimed in cheerfully, because before we arrived, we wagered on whether you would stay or leave in the end. Ximeng could hardly believe it. She had thought herself the hunter, only to find she was the prey, utterly defeated and unable to rise again. Yi Qingyi, I took you in out of kindness, and this is how you repay me. If the Jiang family knew of your actions, they would surely cast you out. Yi Qingyi replied softly, the Jiang family is no longer of great importance to me, besides, I have someone I need to protect. Tang Zai yawned. That's enough. Let's go home and get some sleep. Game over. No, I haven't lost, I merely underestimated the situation. Tang Zai turned to Yi Qingyi and said, you will be responsible for her from now on. If anything happens to her, it falls on you. I understand, Yi Qingyi acknowledged, having experienced this before. And it's rather late, making such a racket disturbs the neighbor's rest. Civility begins with us. Yi Qingyi nodded and addressed Ximeng. Stop shouting. Yi Qingyi, may you meet a wretched end. With a resounding slap, Yi Qingyi retaliated with a swift strike to Ximeng's stunning visage, awakening her from her fury. You took me in, didn't you want to profit from the Jiang family as well? Don't pretend to be so altruistic. This statement left Ximeng momentarily stunned, yet her stubbornness flared. I have not lost, I, Ximeng, have never lost, and I will not let you succeed even in death. Tang Zai halted, and the other 3 women followed suit, thinking to themselves that President Xi would face challenging days ahead. Then I shall grant you another chance. Tang Zai turned to Ximeng, feeling grateful for his own magnanimity, relieved he had not become a ruthless killer. The path lies behind you. Would you prefer to die with dignity or live joyfully like a cat? Please make your choice. Ximeng stood frozen for a moment before exclaiming, I would rather die than become your cat. With that, she dashed outside. This sudden display left the 3 women in awe. They had not anticipated that Ximeng would be such a fierce woman, admiration swelling within them, particularly in Yi Qingyi, who recognized her own inferiority. Faced with the choice between life and death, Ximeng chose dignity, while she herself had bowed to death. That not only the 3 women, but even Tang Zai was surprised. Even in the face of the apocalypse, there were courageous women unafraid of power. Impressive. As the 4 of them contemplated this, Ximeng suddenly halted, standing at the precipice, their expressions shifted. Just moments ago they had admired her, and now she had come to a stop. Ximeng was afraid. Standing at the edge, she couldn't lift her feet, as if a tremendous weight held her down. Be careful of being splashed by the rain. You might die too, Tang Zai kindly warned, causing Ximeng to step back in fright. Ultimately, humans fear death above all, especially when it is meaningless. Sister Shi, you continue to surprise me, Tang Zai remarked casually, but his words pierced Ximeng's heart like a dagger. She lacked even the courage to die. Ximeng glared at Tang Zai, demanding, what do you want from me, what use am I to you? Compared to those who readily offer themselves, I personally prefer those with strong resistance, cunning and malicious intent, for I will guide them onto the right path, offering my wholehearted support and affection. Look at them, they have now fully adapted to the ways of the apocalypse and will no longer be bullied by anyone except me. The last 3 words were the essence of it all. Xi Meng felt she had never encountered someone so brazenly shameless. Her husband had been right, this was his true nature. If she had listened to her husband earlier and drugged him, the situation would have been entirely different. Sister Xi, the road ahead is still long. You are a clever woman. Xi Meng coldly replied, do you not know that clever women can also be quite stubborn? Indeed, we previously used each other, but now you hold no value for me. Do not expect me to be your dog. I already said, not a dog, but a cat. Damn it, is there a difference? Xi Meng could not help but curse. Xiaobai weakly chimed in, of course. Cats are adorable. Xi Meng was rendered speechless. This Envy appeared delicate, yet if she wished to flee, she feared she could only do so by dealing with her. However, when she saw Envy pull out a silenced USP and press it to her temple, Xi Meng's face turned ashen. Sister Xi, you must listen. Xi Meng finally understood. Envy spoke the gentlest words while committing the most ruthless acts. No wonder Tang Ze claimed they had adapted to life in the apocalypse, and they had guns. She had been unaware. Hadn't She been searched upon entering the community? Where had the guns come from? Had Tang Ze brought them in from the outside? Xiaobai, she is not under your jurisdiction, Tang Ze reminded her. An Bai let out a pitiful oh, and tucked the gun back into her down jacket. Let us go, Xi Meng. Do not make me resort to violence. Yi Qingyi said flatly. You are truly a commendable daughter-in-law of the Jiang family. With a resounding slap, Xi Meng covered her cheek. This was already the third slap she had received that night. I will say it again. I have no connection to the Jiang family anymore. He is my master, and so are you. Ha, you are all despicable. I am not so base. This remark ignited the anger of the three women. Tang Ze teased, President Xi, it seems your days ahead will not be easy. What are you doing? Let me go. Without a second thought, Sun Ting knocked Xi Meng unconscious. The noise had become unbearable. On the other side, at a warehouse in the outskirts, 3 trucks were ready, their tires replaced with treads that looked as if they had been ripped from an excavator, the modifications crude. Qianpu stood atop a table, shotgun in hand, surveying the crowd of hundreds. Brothers, tonight we are going to pull off something big. You must have heard of the Shanhuxiao community, where the wealthy of Huasher City reside. Upon hearing this, the underlings erupted with excitement. I heard there are tons of beautiful women. Perhaps even celebrities live there. Wealthy people must have plenty of supplies and beauties. This is a great haul. Qianpu grinned menacingly. Exactly, this mission is to loot supplies, kill the men who resist and capture the women. More importantly, capture the leader of the Shanhuxiao community, Xi Meng. Could it be that we are speaking of the queen of real estate in Huasher City? I've heard she is as beautiful as a celestial being. Which man could resist her charms? I saw her on TV, I was blown away. This comment prompted uproarious laughter. Qianpu bellowed, indeed, from now on, in the Shanhuxiao community, you can choose whichever room you like. Each person will get 2 wives, if you perform well, you might even double your wives. The cheers reverberated. Once upon a time, marrying a wife was a problem, requiring a dowry and a house. Now they could directly allocate homes and wives. If one was ruthless enough, marrying 17 or 18 was no issue. What, you mentioned dowries, does this knife for slaughter not resemble a dowry? Chapter 71. They have arrived, let us go. With Qianpu's commanding shout, excitement surged through the group as they boarded the vehicle. Qianming approached, offering a cautionary reminder, stay safe, and don't be too frugal with your ammunition, your life is far more valuable. Just wait for my good news, after all, the wealthier one is, the more they fear death. Nearly a rabble, Qianming chuckled, patting Qianpu on the shoulder. When you return victorious, I have already prepared the most beautiful woman for you. Qianpu merely acknowledged with a grunt. Compared to women, he relished the thrill that power brought. At this hour, the Shanhui community lay in profound silence, all its inhabitants lost in slumber, while in the underground parking lot, only 4 on-duty guards dozed off, their boredom evident. Inside, Tang Ze lounged on the sofa, resting his chin in his hand, admiring the performance of instructor Yi. After all, Yi Qingyi had her own past, having undergone profound training under Sun Ting. However, this time, the target was the formidable Xi Meng, not someone who could be easily swayed with mere words. Sun Ting, massaging Tang Ze's thigh, inquired curiously, how did you know Fu Qi's lover is Feng Mengmeng? Ha, it fell off at Fu Qi's place, there was an unmistakable spark between them. It's a certainty she would steal my car, they are all incapable of withstanding tests, he replied. Sun Ting promptly praised him, for Tang Ze was perpetually testing people, failure to pass such tests often led to ruin. Do you think I would stoop to your level? Dream on. Xi Meng's will was resolute. From the moment she awoke, she had been resisting. Why? Yi Qingyi spoke solemnly. What do you mean by stooping to such levels? In this apocalypse, women are no match for men. We have become commodities, mere appendages, but if we unite, we can survive. Surely, you understand this principle? Ha, are you not mere appendages yourselves? What does it matter if you speak so grandly? Sun Ting suggested with a smile, you should employ my methods. Wouldn't that be too ruthless? Xiaobai whispered, perpetually exuding an air of delicate vulnerability, evoking sympathy from those around her. At this, Xi Meng hesitated for a moment. Tang Ze rose, stretching lazily, shouting, Ting, come with me, you all keep up the good work. Sun Ting felt a flicker of joy, it was the first time he had invited her to the bedroom. Envy and Yi Qingyi exchanged surprised glances, for this was indeed a first. Soon, faint sounds emerged from the bedroom, prompting Xiaobai to express envy. Next time, he should call me. You have all been brainwashed by him. Yi Qingyi remarked coolly, without him, we would have perished in this community. You have no idea how chaotic an ordinary community can become, devoid of any moral boundaries. Indeed, without him, my corpse might not even be spared, Shi Meng remarked, astonished at the exaggeration. Yi Qingyi advised in a low tone, as long as you follow him, you need not worry about resources or being abducted by men, simply serve well, and you will be above others. Is he invincible? Are you all truly dreaming? Our master cannot die, Xiaobai asserted firmly. In Shi Meng's eyes, the girl appeared to have lost her mind, only Yi Qingyi retained a semblance of rationality. With a cold laugh, Shi Meng retorted, cannot die, does he possess some immortal body? Yi Qingyi's beautiful eyes turned icy. Shi Meng, I am not afraid to tell you that before coming here, we have already taken lives, and our master has cleared out 2 communities. You should be grateful for your pretty face, otherwise, your fate would mirror that of Feng Meng and Feng Wei. Saying this, Yi Qingyi grasped Shi Meng's chin. Do you think our master obtained Hua Wanyan's head without reason? If he wished, there would not be a single soul left in this community. Ultimately, Shi Meng had never encountered harsh conditions, she was oblivious to the meaning of desperate pleas for help. Before Tang Zai's arrival, she had never even seen a corpse. In Sun Ting's words, Shi Meng remained a sheltered flower, brimming with passion yet harboring naively juvenile thoughts, especially her intention to bring others to meet Hua Wanyan was akin to leading sheep into a tiger's den. In this era, the concept of trust had long been flushed down the drain. Half an hour later, Sun Ting emerged from the bedroom, completely unclothed, her exquisite face flushed with lingering warmth. She simply lay on the carpet, pulling a blanket over herself, murmuring, keep your voices down. Xiaobai pouted playfully, you were much louder just now. Sun Ting merely smiled and promptly fell asleep. In the bedroom, Tang Zai slumbered soundly, for a pre-sleep encounter often aided in achieving restful sleep. Are you all sleeping here tonight? Shi Meng questioned incredulously, isn't there a bedroom, why not sleep in a bed? Yi Qingyi replied coolly, it's the rule. What ridiculous rule? I would rather die than abide by this. Xiaobai pointed toward the balcony, there, just jump down, no one will stop you from seeking death. Shi Meng's lips twitched, what a little saboteur she was. Did she not realize such remarks were mere descriptors of discontent? Think carefully about your situation, if you cannot comprehend it, do not blame me tomorrow. Yi Qingyi issued her final ultimatum, unwilling to let Shi Meng delay her rescue mission. Yu was still waiting for her. However, before sleeping, Yi Qingyi placed a collar on Shi Meng to prevent her from escaping. As the lights in the living room dimmed, Shi Meng tugged at the collar around her neck, realizing she could not remove it. How infuriating, she had been reduced to a captive, how could she possibly escape? Had Shi Meng experienced what Yi Qingyi had gone through, she might not so naively consider fleeing, escape was simply impossible. Tang Zai had previously given her a chance, yet Shi Meng had called him back herself. In the end, she was to blame for her own predicament. Had she not summoned Tang Zai, he would not have stayed, but he understood Shi Meng's insatiable thirst for power. As drowsiness enveloped her, Shi Meng curled up in a corner, contemplating how to negotiate and bargain with Tang Zai, entirely unaware of the impending bloodshed. At 2 in the morning, 3 trucks appeared not far from the community, the men inside brimming with excitement, wide awake, their hands tightly gripping their knives. Some seasoned men bound their knife handles with cloth to prevent them from slipping. Boss, look over there, the driver called out, glancing sideways. Qianpu followed his gaze and spotted a vehicle overturned in the greenery, with what appeared to be a charred body in the passenger seat. What's so interesting about that? Haven't you seen dead bodies in cars before? Qianpu scoffed, lighting a cigarette. But that car looks like it was blown up. How do you know it was blown up? It could have just burned. That's how it's portrayed in movies. Qianpu chuckled, watch fewer movies. They all fabricated. Boss, I feel my heart racing. Before we left, I even did some divination, it's a bad omen. Qianpu burst into laughter, you bring forth a bad omen, let us see if my gun can turn it into a stroke of good fortune. As they conversed, they had already arrived beside the community. Charged straight into the underground garage. With that, Qianpu grabbed his shotgun, loading the bullets. In the garage, the on-duty men were deep in slumber, even those stationed at the entrance were fast asleep, and even if they were awake, it would be nearly impossible to notice, as the 3 trucks had not even turned on their lights, and they remained blissfully unaware that death was imminent. Chapter 72. Find me. With a resounding crash, the vehicle that blocked the door was forcefully shoved aside, startling the dozing man, who stared blankly as 3 trucks came to a halt, seemingly still trapped in the remnants of slumber. Bang, 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 as the cargo door swung open, men with sinister grins leapt out, brandishing sharp blades in their hands. What do you want? The duty officer finally reacted, his grip on the kitchen knife trembling ever so slightly. A burly man strode forward, exuding a fierce aura that left the officer paralyzed with fear. What do we want, to chop you up? He declared, bringing the blade down toward the officer's neck. Thud, the blade missed severing the head but struck the carotid artery, blood gushing forth. The officer's eyes widened in disbelief. Could this truly be his end? Qianpu, holding a shotgun, jumped down from the vehicle, chuckling, pathetic, utterly devoid of combat prowess. That Hua Wanyan is quite the fool, he can't even handle this neighborhood. With 1 man gruesomely slain, the remaining officers collapsed to their knees in terror. Big brother, we're merely the homeowners. We're on duty tonight, please don't kill us. Don't kill me, I'll bow to you. I too will bow. Qianpu beckoned with a finger, and one of his underlings promptly handed him an axe. Xianpu raised his arms and, with the intent of demonstrating his prowess and instilling fear, swung the axe down towards the nearest man. However, it became lodged in the cervical vertebrae, splattering blood across the faces of two nearby men. One fainted from shock, while the other soiled himself in terror. Damn it, I need to sharpen this when I get back. Yes, of course, the underlings hurriedly agreed, despite having sharpened it before leaving. Xianpu kicked the man who had lost control of his bowels. Do you know where Siming lives? I know. Then lead the way. I truly wonder how you used to earn a living. You look like a fool. Xianpu's words elicited laughter from his underlings. The wealthy were no different after all. Just a month ago, they had treated them with disdain, yet now they were begging on their knees, grateful for this apocalypse. It had provided an opportunity for the oppressed to rise. Before long, Xianpu arrived at Siming's doorstep. The underling poised to unlock the door was halted by Xianpu. Let us not forget, she is the real estate queen of Huayan City. We must exhibit some decorum. With that, Xianpu rang the doorbell. A ding-dong, ding-dong. After 5 minutes, Xianpu's expression grew increasingly grim. It appears she does not appreciate our politeness. Let us take action. The lock clicked open, and the underlings who entered were immediately awestruck by the lavish decor. Truly, it was as if they had stepped into a palace. Xianpu dashed to the bedroom, only to find it empty. Boss, no one's here. Neither is there anyone here. Not even in the bathroom. Xianpu's expression turned icy as he barked, where is she? He turned to the man who had led them. This is truly Siming's home. I swear I'm not deceiving you. Xianpu chuckled ominously, and him. No, please, don't. The screams faded, hot blood staining the expensive flooring, the metallic scent quickly filling the living room. Alright, if she's playing hide and seek, then we shall turn this entire neighborhood upside down. Yes, boss. Meanwhile, Simon, who had been soundly sleeping, vaguely heard the commotion, initially believing herself nestled in a soft bed, only to awaken and realize she was huddled in a corner. As the noise grew louder, Siming furrowed her brows, a sense of foreboding swelling within her. Unable to contain herself, she called out, Hey, wake up! Wake up! Yi Qingyi dreamt of receiving yeah, but the abrupt shouts shattered her reverie. What are you yelling about in the middle of the night? Sun Ting was also roused, seething with irritation, contemplating taking drastic action. Listen, it sounds like something is happening outside, Siming urged. Yi Qingyi and Sun Ting listened intently, recognizing the familiar sounds of destruction. Xiaobai, wake up. Sun Ting gently tapped Xiaobai's rear. Anbai rubbed her eyes. Have we eaten yet? Sun Ting and Yi Qingyi burst into laughter. Food was the constant topic of Anbai's thoughts. Someone's coming to storm the building, Sun Ting remarked with a grin. Anbai's eyes lit up with excitement. That's wonderful. She swiftly grabbed her gun, expertly checking the ammunition and attaching the silencer. Siming watched in disbelief as these three women displayed no fear, their anticipation palpable. How could they still smile? Had they truly taken lives before? Sun Ting and Yi Qingyi also brandished their weapons, their practiced movements leaving Siming dumbfounded. Did they truly mean what they had said? Turn off the lights, Sun Ting whispered. Anbai complied, and the three resumed their blankets, pretending as if nothing were amiss. Hey, what are you doing? Siming exclaimed, her anxiety escalating as the noise drew nearer, yet they continued to feign ignorance. Anbai raised a finger to her lips. Shh, don't speak. Suddenly, a faint sound of the door lock being tampered with reached their ears. Someone was trying to unlock it. Siming's heart raced. Were they mad? How could they pretend to sleep at such a moment? With the door creaking open, light flooded the room, illuminating the living area once more. What the hell? Someone is actually sleeping in the living room, a man's voice echoed, and Siming caught sight of three men at the doorway, knives in hand, their faces twisted with malice. They were definitely not residents of the neighborhood, just as suspected. Intruders had breached their sanctuary. The three men noticed Siming beside the sofa and paused momentarily, one pulling out his phone to confirm her identity. What the hell? She is hiding here. Ha, the illustrious real estate queen is being kept on a leash. How amusing. Quite the thrill, indeed. Although their flippant remarks incensed Siming, she dared not speak, merely watching as they approached. What the hell? Three stunning women still asleep. Looks like we hit the jackpot. As they prepared to throw back the blankets covering the three women, they were met with the unexpected sight of dark gun barrels emerging from beneath. The men froze in shock. Anbai abruptly opened her eyes, her voice soft yet menacing. How about I have a little fun first? Bayu, a shot rang out, striking the nearest man squarely in the chest. Ah! His scream jolted Tang Zhe from his slumber in the bedroom. The other two men, witnessing the chaos, hesitated for a mere second before bolting for the exit. Who would have expected that three breathtaking beauties would be armed? Chapter 73. She is truly frightened. With a series of gunshots, two men fell to the ground, their legs riddled with bullets, instantly staining their trousers with crimson blood. Shi Meng stood in stunned silence. These three women were fiercely formidable. How could they dare to confront such reckless men, even allowing them entry, and their marksmanship? Had they previously served in the military? The three women, wrapped in blankets, rose to their feet, their delicate forms reserved solely for their masteress' admiration. Other men were unworthy. Sun Ting approached the man clutching his groin, the dark muzzle of her gun aimed at his forehead, her voice icy as she inquired, Who are you? Who is your leader, and what is your purpose here? Damn it, you filthy woman, you won't extract anything from me. Bam, Sun Ting shot the man dead, and Anbai scoffed, You're the filthy one. She then fired 2 more shots into his lifeless body. The scene left Ximeng in a daze. Compared to them, she felt utterly powerless. The power she once took pride in seemed to pale in insignificance beneath the threat of their firearms. Yi Qingyi approached the other 2 men, commanding, "Speak. We are employees from the warehouse in the suburbs. Our boss is Qian Zhongran, and he was brought here today by his second-in-command, Qian Pu, to seize supplies and to find Ximeng." Ximeng trembled at the mention of Qian Zhongran. Could he be the same Qian she had heard about from Huowanyan? Their target was indeed her. "What do you want with Ximeng?" "It is because our boss has taken a fancy to her. Oh, how many of you are there?" "About 100. And 5 shotguns," another man added, casting a pleading glance at Yi Qingyi. "We've told you everything we know. Please don't kill us. We're just workers, we beg you." Beautiful lady. Why Yi Qingyi's heart was as hard as stone. She raised her hand and fired 2 shots, sending them straight to hell. At that moment, the bedroom door swung open, and Tang Zhe emerged, yawning. Upon seeing the 3 corpses, he paused. "What is going on?" Xiaobai immediately leaped to Tang Zhe's side, clinging to his arm, and said sweetly, "Master, someone has stormed the building. Over 100 people looking for Ximeng. Their boss has set his sights on her." Tang Zhe turned to the corner where Ximeng stood, who instinctively recoiled. "Since they've come looking for Sister Shi, for the safety of the entire building, Sister Shi, you must sacrifice yourself. After all, you are the leader and cannot hide here." Tang Zhe's words left the 3 women dumbfounded, and even Ximeng found it hard to believe. Just moments ago, he had insisted she stand alongside them, and now he was urging her to surrender herself. She could already envision the dire consequences of such a surrender. "Let her go." Yi Qingyi agreed, releasing the collar around Ximeng's neck, her tone helpless. "I told you to behave, but you refused. Now, go." Ximeng felt an overwhelming weakness wash over her, collapsing to the ground, unable to even stand. "Stop dawdling. If they can't find you, they will certainly kill someone," Tang Zhe said coolly. "No. I don't want to." Ximeng suddenly shook her head frantically, her beautiful face ashen, her previous defiance gone, as her inner fortitude crumbled under pressure. Tang Zhe lit a cigarette, offering, "Being a leader requires sacrifice. Did you not meet with Huowanyan for everyone's sake?" No, I was just pretending. I want Tigo. I beg you, don't hand me over." As she spoke, Ximeng crawled to Tang Zhe's feet, gripping his trousers desperately. Tang Zhe patted her head lightly, smiling. "It's too late, please. I can be like them, call you master, let you toy with me, even worship your toes." She lowered her head submissively. Tang Zhe, sensing her sincerity, replied with a soft smile, "Since you said that, I'll grant you another chance." Ximeng was overjoyed. She would rather follow Tang Zhe than be surrendered. "Thank you, master. Don't be so quick to thank me. Let us make a wager. If you win, you can stay by my side. If you lose, you must take on the responsibilities of the district leader to save everyone and earn a good reputation. Isn't that your forte?" Ximeng gazed up at Tang Zhe, surprised by such a wager, yet grateful for the opportunity. "All right, I accept the bet. Let us keep it simple. Although you have your own interests at heart, you have treated the people of this community well. Motivate them to survive, distribute supplies, and see if they will be grateful and willing to fight against evil forces. So the wager is simple. Will they assist you or cast you into the fire? Ladies first." Ximeng bit her red lip, finding it difficult to decide, knowing it could mean life or death for her. Suddenly, she recalled Yi Qingyi's words. In a world like this, human selfishness is magnified, and people will do anything to survive. What if some are willing and others are not? Ximeng asked. "That will depend on the loudest call from that side. Don't worry, I am very fair. They will surely push me into the fire." Although Ximeng didn't want to utter those words, she felt it was the harsh reality. "Are you really that lacking in confidence?" Ximeng whispered. "I know their true nature better than you do, although I try to avoid it. I must ultimately confront it. So you believe my fire pit is a more pleasant alternative?" Ximeng remained silent, silently conceding. Both were fire pits, yet she would undoubtedly choose Tang Zhe. "Actually, I hope they will keep you. After all, I genuinely wish to see if there are still good people left." "Let us go." Ximeng was tempted to ask, were they truly just walking out like this? There were over 100 of them. "Let us go." "What are you waiting for?" Sun Ting said in a low voice, her disdain for Ximeng evident. Ximeng had no choice but to follow, feeling as though she were willingly offering herself up as a sacrifice. Shouldn't she be fleeing at this moment? In the underground parking lot, residents began to emerge from the building, most still clad in their sleepwear. The men who resisted were swiftly executed on the spot, while those descending now were compliant, and the women were even more so. A mere threat had them agreeing to anything. "Boss, this community truly lives up to its reputation. The quality here is significantly higher," one of the subordinates remarked, greedily eyeing the women as they descended. Their demeanor was far beyond that of the ordinary. "Have we found Ximeng yet?" Qian Pu had no interest in the women, his primary objective still unaccomplished. "Nothing yet, but she must be hiding nearby." Qian Pu scanned the area, noticing the residents averting their gazes. "Boss, I may have an idea," a man from the crowd called out, raising his hand. Qian Pu turned to him, smiling as he asked, "Then speak. If you dare deceive me, your fate will be to lose your head." "I believe Ximeng is definitely at Tang Guo's place." "Who is Tang Guo?" Qian Pu asked, puzzled. "Tang Guo is the one who brought back Huowanyan's head and is greatly favored by Ximeng." These words caused Qian Pu's brow to furrow, his grip on his shotgun tightening involuntarily. He hadn't expected it to be the handiwork of someone from here. What does he do? Is he a special forces operative? He is a delivery man? What? A delivery man? Are you mocking me? Kill him! Qian Pu roared in a fit of rage, issuing an immediate death sentence. Chapter 74. If you must blame someone, blame your own strength. The man did not anticipate such an outcome, believing that his words alone would secure his survival. "Boss, I swear everything I said is true. They can all testify." Yet, the onlookers averted their gazes, choosing silence, indifferent to his plight. "Speak up, will you?" No one came to his aid, and as the axe descended, his head rolled away. Suddenly, 2 figures emerged from the stairwell. Boss, were you looking for me? The crowd turned their attention to Tang Zhe, who appeared brandishing a shotgun, with the pale-faced Ximeng trailing behind him. Instantly, 5 shotguns were aimed at Tang Zhe, causing Ximeng to tremble at the sight of the barrels. Whoa, 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 everyone stay calm, this gun isn't loaded. With that, Tang Zhe tossed the shotgun to the ground, shocking Qianpu and his entourage, who had expected an imminent gunfight. The homeowners inwardly cursed. Frightening them was one thing, but discarding the weapon was not the way to save them. Boss, I actually brought someone for you, Tang Zhe remarked, wrapping his arm around Ximeng's slender waist, his hand resting audaciously on her shapely rear. Qianpu finally laid eyes on the legendary Ximeng, having only seen her on television before. In person, she was even more stunning and graceful, making it no wonder that his father was infatuated with her. She was the kind of woman he himself admired. A wise man knows when to yield, young brother. I truly admire you. I hear you were the one who took down Huo Wanyan? Indeed, that is correct. With such prowess, why not join me in my endeavors to conquer this world? That would be splendid, Tang Zhe replied, his face lighting up with joy, fully embracing the spirit of ambition, yet that large hand remained motionless, which irked Qianpu slightly. At that moment, a homeowner shouted, Tang Zhe, Ximeng has treated you well, now you betray her for personal gain. We look down on you. Indeed, we disdain you. This sentiment resonated with the other homeowners, who were still waiting for Tang Zhe to come to their rescue, only to witness him see Ximeng to claim credit for himself. Qianpu chuckled heartily, your community is quite lively. Indeed, it is. Tang Zhe then addressed the crowd, esteemed homeowners, I am not betraying anyone, the situation has changed, you have all been captured, and I alone am of no use. Ximeng has treated you well in the past, ensuring you were not left to starve during these dire times. Now, if you stand with me in defiance, I am willing to risk everything. They may have 5 guns, but that amounts to merely 20 rounds, there is still a chance for us. Qianpu was taken aback. Mere moments ago, he had been accused of betrayal, and now Tang Zhe was inciting conflict between the parties. What was his intention? Anyone who dares to move, I will shoot. Qianpu declared, firing a round, the deafening shot rendering the homeowners paralyzed with fear. None wished to die for Ximeng. Ximeng harbored a flicker of hope, believing at least half of them would rise to her defense, given their previously cordial relations, yet, to her dismay, those once friendly individuals bowed their heads even lower, as if she were invisible. In that moment, her heart sank. She realized no one would come to her aid, not even one soul. She had ultimately nurtured a nest of ingrates. Tang Zhe sighed heavily, look at you all. You have benefited from her kindness, yet now you all turn a blind eye to her suffering. Do not criticize me for seeking personal gain, I have saved you all numerous times. If it weren't for me, you would have been slaughtered by Huo Wanyan long ago. Hey, may I interject? I am here to rob, so could you please show me some respect? Qianpu was visibly irritated, feeling overshadowed by this young man. Apologies, I got a bit carried away. Please, go ahead, boss, Tang Zhe replied. Qianpu coldly retorted, put your hands down. That request is a bit difficult, her rear is resting in my palm, Tang Zhe shrugged innocently. Son of a, are you mocking me? Put it down. Qianpu raised his shotgun, aiming it at Tang Zhe, feeling insulted yet hesitant to pull the trigger, fearing he might inadvertently harm Ximeng. Tang Zhe's expression shifted slightly. He slowly lowered his hand, saying, I am an orphan, your words are quite rude, kill me. Bang, 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 the 5 consecutive gunshots shattered the tense standoff, causing all but Qianpu to drop dead on the spot, while Qianpu's gun fell to the ground as he clutched his shattered fingers, cold sweat cascading down his face. We have a shooter. Quick, grab the guns. However, every subordinate who rushed to retrieve a weapon was shot down instantly, leaving the remaining lackeys paralyzed with fear, their eyes wide with terror. Yet, this turn of events brought joy to the homeowners. They had at last been saved. The delivery man was astute, diverting attention by bringing Ximeng out, enabling others to find an opportunity in the shadows. You have a gun. Qianpu's lips quivered as he stared at Tang Zhe, clutching his injured fingers. In this day and age, it's rather embarrassing to be unarmed. Otherwise, you wouldn't wonder why she is so compliant, Tang Zhe remarked, squeezing Ximeng's exquisite face. Qianpu chuckled nervously, what do you want? I want nothing more than to end your life, Tang Zhe replied, drawing his sidearm and firing at Qianpu, who fell to the ground, embodying the consequences of disregarding the wisdom of the elders. Youth is often reckless. What was wrong with being a local tyrant? With their leader dead, the surrounding lackeys were momentarily at a loss. At that moment, 3 women emerged from the periphery, and the homeowners initially wondered who they were, only to realize they were the 3 women accompanying Tang Zhe. They exhibited remarkable marksmanship. Congratulations, you have earned the right to remain by my side, Tang Zhe remarked coolly, clearly disappointed in the individuals before him. Ximeng held no expectations for these people either, kneeling before Tang Zhe. Thank you for taking me in, master. Such a good girl, Tang Zhe said, patting her head. Just as Ximeng was kneeling in homage, a voice suddenly rang out, put down the guns. Unbeknownst to them, several men had picked up the discarded shotguns and were now aiming them at Tang Zhe and his companions. This unexpected turn left Sun Ting and Yi Qing shaking their heads, while Enbai puffed up her cheeks in a particularly adorable display of anger. Yet, Tang Zhe merely smiled, stroking Ximeng's head and saying, my dear friends, after I just saved you, is this how you repay my kindness? A bald man stepped forth from the crowd. Ximeng recognized him and softly remarked, this is President Chen, he has never been particularly trustworthy. Ha, my dear brother Tang, it's not that I am ungrateful, it's just that you are too formidable, leaving me feeling quite insecure. You have even managed to subdue a woman like Shi Mang, compelling her to kneel. I too wish to see her kneel before me. Tang Zhe chuckled helplessly. President Chen, hear us the deal. I will take them away, and we will go our separate ways. Brother Tang, even if I were to agree, the homeowners would not. They fear your retribution. Isn't that right, everyone? Indeed, even President Shi fears you. Kill him, take their guns. We can defend ourselves. Exactly, if we leave him alive, we will be at his mercy. We must take charge of our own fate. The homeowners collectively expressed their desires, their message crystal clear. You are too powerful, creating an imbalance. Eliminating you would restore equilibrium. Qianpu's subordinates were utterly stunned. They were witnessing an internal conflict among the homeowners. What a remarkable spectacle. Chapter 75. Everyone must die. You are putting me in quite a predicament, Tang Zhe remarked, clicking his tongue. I intended to spare you, yet you seek to take my life. In this apocalypse, it seems only natural that I would save you, only for you to attempt to kill me. President Chen chuckled softly. There is no need for your concern. Your demise would bring relief to us all. Besides, you shall have the company of 4 beautiful women in the afterlife, where your charm shall remain undiminished. Since the matter has been brought to this juncture, let none of you escape. Tang Zhe's eyes turned icy. Shi Ming, who was crouched on the ground, had already resigned to death, but upon hearing Tang Zhe's words, he offered a wretched smile. Kill them. President Chen commanded fiercely. At that moment, both parties raised their weapons and fired. Bang, 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 5 men wielding shotguns were instantly felled by headshots, while on Tang Zhe's side, not a single person was harmed, as though they had fired blanks, yet, steel balls littered the ground, having been manipulated entirely by Tang Zhe from a distance. All present stood agape, bewildered by the unfolding events, particularly President Chen, who could not fathom why his side remained unscathed while it was his men who lay dead. Shi Meng opened his eyes, having expected his end, yet no pain met him. The 5 adversaries had collapsed. What had just transpired? Suddenly, Tang Zhe's hand delved into the deep V of Shi Ming's attire, causing her heart to flutter in confusion. What was he doing? Before the gaze of the bystanders, Tang Zhe drew forth a golden broadsword. Men shall die, while the women remain, he stated nonchalantly. Quick to react, the men lunged for the shotguns, but Yi Qingyi raised her hand and fired twice, while Sun Ting and Anbai showed no mercy, their weapons spitting flames. Bang, 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 the parking lot erupted into chaos as everyone scrambled for their lives, whether they were owners or underlings of Qianpu. I told you today would be a harbinger of doom, a minion shouted, only to be shot through the back of his head moments later. President Chen was struck with terror. These individuals were utterly deranged. Tang Zhe's gaze fixed on the fleeing President Chen, and he hurled the golden broadsword with great force. With a sickening thud, the blade pierced through the back of Chen's head and emerged from his mouth. Perhaps he had miscalculated his strength, as it skewered several others in front of him before embedding itself into the cement wall. The owners watched in horror. This was no mere madman, but a devil risen from the depths of hell. As Tang Zhe extended his hand, the broadsword embedded in the wall was drawn back towards him. No more pretense, you all shall die. With lethal precision, the fleeing owners were severed in twain, transforming the underground garage into a veritable inferno, with some succumbing to sheer fright. Shi Ming stared blankly at Tang Zhe, who resembled a demon from the abyss. She finally comprehended the words previously spoken by Yi Qingyi. He truly seemed invincible. A mere mortal stood no chance against him. Perhaps that was how Wu Wanyan had met his end. He had claimed to have cleared out 2 neighborhoods. Now, it appeared he was on the verge of completing a 3rd. What a terrifying man. Fortuitously, she had wagered wisely and become his pet. The other 3 women, with unflinching resolve, executed any man who dared to plead for mercy, even if they knelt before them. Spare one for questioning. Bloodied and resolute, Tang Zhe turned to Sun Ting. I've already secured 1. Excellent. Please tally the remaining. I must pay each household a visit. Understood. As Tang Zhe departed, silence enveloped the parking lot, the ground awash in blood pooling towards the drains, the stench mingling with a foul odor, prompting Shi Ming to retch. In contrast, the 3 women seemed accustomed to the carnage, ensuring no one feigned death, promptly executing those who did. Please, don't kill me. I'll serve as your subordinate. I'll do anything. They indeed discovered a man among the corpses, pretending to be dead. Sun Ting called out to Shi Ming, are you done vomiting? Come over when you are. Shi Ming felt as though her stomach might burst. She had never witnessed such a gruesome scene, bodies strewn everywhere. I'm coming. At that moment, Shi Ming completely relinquished her defiance, no longer daring to display any semblance of rebellion, recognizing her place beneath the 3 women. Sun Ting extended her handgun. Kill him. Yi Qingyi and Anbai stood nearby, ready to execute Shi Ming at the slightest hint of insubordination. Shi Ming's hands trembled, her entire being felt as though she were in a dream. Hey, are you daydreaming? Shi Ming snapped back to reality, gazing at the ominous black handgun, slowly extending her hand to feel its lingering warmth. As Sun Ting released her grip, the weapon slipped from Shi Ming's grasp and fell to the ground, prompting Sun Ting to chuckle, pick it up. I'm sorry, I didn't expect it to be so heavy. Shi Ming hastily retrieved the firearm, this time gripping it firmly, though the muzzle continued to quiver. Now, aim it at him. The man cried out, Shi Ming, it's me, Little Chen. I am close with Brother Fu. I even brought you cured meat for the new year. You named my child, please don't kill me. Yi Qingyi replied coolly, he was just shouting to kill us in the crowd. Bang! The gunshot rang out, striking the man's arm, his screams echoing through the parking lot, yet suddenly, Shi Ming let out a shriek, her finger repeatedly pulling the trigger until the magazine was emptied. Enough. Sun Ting restrained Ximing's hands, understanding her state of mind. She too had experienced a similar ordeal, the sensation reminiscent of impending madness. Ximing gasped for air, sweat soaking her temples, her eyes vacant. Go inquire about the location of that warehouse in the outskirts. It would be prudent to pay a visit. Sun Ting instructed Yi Qingyi. Yi Qingyi nodded and approached the only survivor, who, despite being alive, was rendered immobile, barely clinging to life. Where is your warehouse? Speak, and I shall grant you a swift end. The pale-faced man looked upon Yi Qingyi. Even in this moment, he was enchanted by her. Puli Warehouse. Bang. We shall return and await further instructions. Sun Ting surveyed the surroundings, realizing her role was now complete. Yi Qingyi replied, there are still bodies at home, let us wait at Ximing's place. Agreed, it's quite nauseating here, little Bai, assist her. Understood. At this juncture, Ximing suddenly stood up, for she was, after all, a modern-day woman of strength, merely a bit unsteady from the shock. I can walk on my own. And Bai raised an eyebrow, casting a wary glance at Ximing, seemingly unconvinced by this newcomer. What is the master up to? Ximing altered her address, attempting to convey sincerity, the earlier scene still vivid in her mind. He is off to drink blood, and Bai replied, cautiously stepping over the bodies, her stilettos leaving a trail of crimson holes. Ximing gasped, drink blood? Sun Ting coolly remarked, the master is a vampire, possessing the ability to retrieve objects from afar. To be chosen by him as a stroke of fortune. Chapter 76, Remember our purpose. Ximing gasped in astonishment, realizing that Tang Zhe was a vampire. No wonder he was so formidable, it seemed that creatures of the night truly existed. Are we, then, his blood slaves? Ximing exclaimed suddenly. Yi Qing paused for a moment. Your interpretation is not entirely unfounded. It is essentially accurate. Oh dear, Meng, do not fret. As long as we do not provoke our master's ire, one hardly feels anything at all, and Bai reassured, patting Ximing's delicate shoulder, who appeared thoroughly startled. After all, Ximing's understanding was still tethered to the notion of neck biting, yet their necks were pristine and unblemished. Is it about biting the neck? Ximing inquired timidly. Bai whispered something in her ear, prompting Ximing to gasp, her fair complexion gradually flushing. Well, it is better this way. The thought of a bite on the neck would surely inflict pain, yet this way, one could at least be fed in comfort. Upon arriving at Ximing's residence, the women hesitated to bathe, opting instead to rest on the sofa, still stained with fresh blood, waiting for Tang Zhe's return to indulge in a cleansing wash. It felt unbearable to remain unwashed and unfragrant. Outside, the sky gradually lightened, yet it remained overcast and drizzly, with a noticeable drop in temperature. Most feared the prospect of a power outage. Should the electricity fail, starvation would not be their only concern. Freezing to death loomed as a grim possibility. In a warehouse on the outskirts, a gaunt man on lookout exhaled warm breath, gazing into the distance. The man beside him sipped hot water dismissively. What does it matter? We have ample supplies. Once the second-in-command seizes the Shanha community, we shall have luxurious accommodations. Indeed, we could also exploit those white-collar workers. Just imagining it brings satisfaction. It is already 7:30. Why is there still no news? They should have returned by now. In the office, an ashtray brimming with cigarette butts lay on the desk, where Qian Zhongran and his son Qianming sat, anxiously awaiting updates. The longer they waited, the more unsettled they became, and their calls went unanswered. Dad, could something have gone awry? Qianming finally broke the silence. Silence. Qian Zhongran barked, causing Qianming to lower his head, glancing at his Rolex. It was already 8 o'clock. Qian Zhongran rose, pacing the office, and suddenly shouted, 5 shotguns, over 20 rounds of ammunition, there's no way they cannot take down a small community. True, yet they have not sent a single message. Qianming feared his younger brother might have met with misfortune. Qian Zhongran spoke ominously, there exists another possibility, your brother may have chosen to go rogue. Impossible, that cannot be. Qianming stood up in agitation. Nothing is impossible. Qianpu has always opposed my strategies, this time, I let him take half the shotguns, and he might very well seek to establish himself as a ruler. I was foolishly blinded by my infatuation with a woman, allowing him to take a portion. As Qian Zhongran articulated this, Qianming found it rather plausible, helplessly sinking back into his chair. He recalled the urgency in his brother's eyes the night before. His intentions were not merely to capture Ximing, but rather to acquire firearms. Go alert the brothers to remain vigilant. That brat has been consumed by ambition and could very well return with a band of his own. Regardless, you are still his father. Qian Zhongran suddenly chuckled darkly. And now I understand fully. Those ancient rebel princes would dare to slay their own fathers, and I too can turn against my son. This is a battle of survival. Perhaps Qianpu's phone simply ran out of battery, or he is unable to answer. Qianming tried to console himself. Is it conceivable that everyone's phones are dead? How long will you continue to self-soothe? That wretched boy must have amassed considerable gains at Shanha community, intending to keep it all for himself. Though Qianming was reluctant to accept it, the evidence was undeniable. Severing communication could only signify betrayal. I understand. Merely inform the brothers to stay alert, do not mention that the second has turned traitor, lest it sows discord. As for the remaining 5 shotguns, you shall take 1, I shall take 1, and then allocate 3 to trusted brothers. Hearing these words felt as though war with his brother was imminent. Qian Ming sighed in resignation, hoping fervently that this was merely his father's conjecture and that his brother would return soon. However, by noon, there was still no sign of him, and Qian Ming knew deep down that his brother had indeed betrayed them. At around 3 in the afternoon, Tang Zhe finally returned to Xi Ming's home. "You are indeed all here," he smiled at the 4 women upon entering, though the smile was eerie, as his face was smeared with blood. And Bai rushed to Tang Zhe's side. "Master, I am hungry." Tang Zhe chuckled, ruffling in Bai's hair. "First, take a shower, then we shall dine." The spoils of his recent endeavors were substantial. With the energy gauge soaring to 63, the distinction between larger and smaller communities was stark in terms of quantity. Moreover, he had amassed a considerable amount of supplies. While they offered little personal utility, he certainly would not leave them for others. After all, Tang Zhe was no benevolent benefactor, but he was on the cusp of leveling up the system. At a quadruple pace, it would take at least a month. We are civilized individuals, prioritizing reason. If one does not wrong me, I shall not wrong them. Should you seek to harm me, I shall retaliate against your entire household. Such notions of no harm shall come to innocence are mere fallacies, for harboring a tiger invites peril. Aside from Xi Meng's slight reluctance, the other 3 women were quite harmonious. Upon entering Xi Meng's dressing room, they were greeted by an array of high-end garments. LV and Hermes were standard fare, naturally chosen in styles favored by Tang Zhe. "What is our purpose? It is not to engage in romantic pursuits, but rather to dutifully serve our master, ensuring his happiness and relishing in the utmost privileges." In the living room, Tang Zhe lounged on the sofa, indulging in durian pizza, and the 4 women emerging from the bedroom were immediately captivated by the enticing aroma. Xi Meng was utterly bewildered, as the scent evoked memories from a past life. Chapter 77 of The Return of Death Delivery. The 4 women gazed at the pizza, bewildered by its origins. "You may divide it amongst yourselves," remarked with a cheerful demeanor, inadvertently casting himself as a tyrant in their theatrical play. His initial intention was to correct their poor habits, yet his suggestion was met with sharp rebukes that left him astounded. Notably, proclaimed, as the master's little kitty, "How can we dine at the same table as our master? That would be a desecration and a sign of disrespect. We implore you, master, to honor us in our truest sentiments." From that moment forth, decided to let them be, lest he be accused of trampling on their rights and disrespecting women, a series of verbal blows nearly leaving him in a daze. Once satiated, they naturally prepared for the tasks ahead. It is crucial not to misinterpret mention of work he intended to seek out in the others, gearing up for a journey to. After all, commitments made to others must be fulfilled. Following his quest for vengeance, he also intended to visit. Uncertain whether had deceived him, the question of celebrity loomed large. Just how significant could a star be? It couldn't possibly eclipse, could it? "What's wrong?" reluctant to part. "Perhaps you should stay," inquired, glancing at the wistful. "Hurry to clarify, master, you misunderstand. This is my first home, and I may not see it again," chuckled, lighting a cigarette as he remarked. "Has endured nearly a week." "You, not even a day. Should I commend your intelligence or bemoan your lack of boundaries?" "To serve my master is my greatest honor," she declared, kneeling at his feet to gently kiss his shoes, a gesture of her loyalty. Merely smiled. "Very well, I appreciate your sentiments. Let us proceed." "Thank you, master," pressed the elevator button, standing respectfully aside. Resembling a dutiful secretary, the group opted not to venture into the parking garage, for the odors within were rather overpowering, and instead made their way directly to the entrance on the first floor. As they stepped outside, the 4 women were clad in warm-down jackets, thoroughly bundled against the chill, while alone possessed the privilege of beholding the breathtaking scenery. At that moment, was contemplating his choice of vehicle. The previous Tank 300 had suffered a catastrophic fate, leaving the rear seat wanting. Thus, he resolved to prioritize comfort in the back this time. A Maybach, it would be renowned for its rear seat luxury. The 4-seat version was unsuitable, so he settled on the base model Maybach 480, a 5-seater, perfectly accommodating their number. "Allow me to perform a little magic." "Wow, is the master beginning to flirt?" inquired with keen interest. Shrugged. "Do I need to flirt with you? It seems you are the ones courting me." A laugh escaped and, while suppressed her amusement. "Come forth, great Lord Lousy." With utmost urgency, let the magic unfold. Suddenly, a golden, tracked version of the Mercedes Maybach materialized before them. The 4 beautiful women gasped in astonishment. "You drive, while accompany me in the back." "Master wishes to join you in the back." "Patience, everyone shall take turns," replied, reflecting on how, before the apocalypse, he had been an unnoticed nobody, but now, after the cataclysm, he had transformed into a figure of allure, drawing attention from all. As they settled into the vehicle, the esteemed real estate queen took the wheel, while occasionally glanced back with envy. Relished this new existence, far more comfortable than before, instructing, "Play some soothing music." "Of course, master." To the warehouse, focus sharpened. The roaring 12-cylinder engine unleashed a ferocious growl as the tracks sparked against the concrete, propelling them out of the community. A vehicle of such grandeur turned heads on the streets, residents staring in awe, some even shouting for help. Inside, they reveled in impeccable soundproofing, enveloped by a soft pink ambience and tender melodies, the air fragrant with feminine allure. "How long until we arrive?" "Approximately half an hour," acknowledged with a nod, seizing the opportunity to recharge his energy reserves. This was what life should feel like. Previously, he could only claim to have survived. Gripped the steering wheel tightly, occasionally glancing in the rearview mirror, her thoughts evidently wandering. As they approached the warehouse, a palpable tension filled the air, fueled by unsettling rumors that had spread like wildfire. What could calm the populace, aside from sustenance? Women, of course, had procured an ample supply of women, and promptly produced 10 for the brothers to savor, momentarily easing the unease. Father, they can deduce the situation without our prompting, lamented, heartbroken that his own brethren were fracturing for the sake of greedy fingers drummed against the office desk. Exercise discretion. A blend of sweet and stern is necessary. Take out a few troublemakers, with firearms if need be. I understand, replied, seizing a firearm before exiting the office. A bald man, idly flicking a toothpick, emerged from a room. Boss, I'm bored. Got any better goods? Grinned, approaching the bald man. Indeed. Then why not share with the brothers for some fun? Ha ha ha. Yet, as laughter echoed, it abruptly ceased. The firearm was now pressed against the man's jaw. The bald man froze, forcing a smile. Boss, be careful not to misfire. Bang! In a brutal display of equality, the bullet tore through the man's skull, splattering with blood and brain matter, while the surrounding henchmen recoiled in terror. You truly called it. I misfired, remarked, turning his gaze to the man who had just echoed his sentiments. The man immediately knelt, pleading, Boss, I said nothing, I swear, please don't kill me. His only reply was a bullet, the ruthless method instilling immediate silence, leaving everyone in stunned awe. 2 bullets wielded such power, and felt a sense of satisfaction. Who else is dissatisfied? He surveyed the room, met with an eerie quiet. At that moment, a knock resounded against the iron door. Is anyone inside? I am here delivering takeout. Chapter 78, Self-Destruction. The sudden sound left everyone in the warehouse momentarily stunned, their gazes fixated on the closed iron door. At that moment, it felt as if they had been transported back in time, as if the apocalypse had never occurred. But that was impossible. In this era of chaos, who would still deliver takeout? Anyone delivering food in these times must be courting death. Go and open the door, Chen Ming commanded in a low voice, reloading his shotgun once more. His subordinates dared not defy their leader. Wealth equated to authority, and they obediently approached the iron door. With a forceful push, the door swung open, and one of the younger men promptly fled back, his terrified expression rather comical. Entering the warehouse hand in hand was Tang Zhe and Xi Meng. The men within the warehouse were left dumbfounded, unable to comprehend the situation. The young man appeared harmless, smiling as though visiting a friend, while the woman he held was as mature and alluring as a ripe peach, her voluptuous curves and exquisite features capable of inciting fierce competition among men even in this desolate world. You must be Xi Meng. Qian Ming quickly recognized her, though his mind struggled to grasp how she had arrived here on her own. The men began to murmur among themselves, their gazes unified in greedy admiration for Xi Meng. No wonder their leader desired her, such a stunning beauty was coveted by all. Miss Xi, welcome, a voice called from the second floor. There stood Qian Zhongran at the railing, looking down upon Tang Zhe and, more specifically, Xi Meng. At that moment, Xi Meng regained her regal demeanor, discarding her previous attempts at flattery, replaced instead by an air of haughty indifference. Tang Zhe signaled for them not to change their nature for his sake. Authenticity was far more interesting than soulless facades. You are the Qianzong that Mr. Hua spoke of, are you not? Xi Meng had anticipated a more imposing figure, only to find a modest owner of a few warehouses. Without the resources in these warehouses, he would have garnered little attention. Sensing the contempt in Xi Meng's gaze, Qian Zhongran chuckled nonchalantly, I have only seen you on television before, Ms. Xi. In person, you truly embody national beauty and grace. You are not in a position to judge my beauty, she replied, her words tinged with authority, stirring the men into a frenzy, for it is that which is unattainable that holds the greatest allure. Suddenly, Tang Zhe leaned closer to Xi Meng, whispering with a light laugh, Dream, I must say, I admire the person you are now. A shiver ran down Xi Meng's spine, warmth enveloping her ears. Observing the intimate exchange, Qian Zhongran interjected, Xi Meng, where is my son? He must be with you. I killed him, Xi Meng stated flatly, readily accepting the blame. Damn it! Qian Zhongran raised his gun, aiming at Xi Meng, though it was merely a show of force. Xi Meng scoffed, retorting, Are you avenging your son, or do you hesitate to kill me? After all, a woman like me is hard to come by. Her words struck a chord with Qian Zhongran. If his son were truly dead, killing her would only leave him worse off. Ha, no wonder Miss Xi has become the youngest female boss in our city. It makes perfect sense. Now, tell me, what is it you truly want? I am here to kill you, Xi Meng declared boldly. What? Kill me? What do you think you can use to accomplish that? Qian Zhongran's laughter echoed, initially frustrated at not being able to find her, but now she had delivered herself right to him, spouting bravado. At that moment, Xi Meng surveyed the younger men around her. You fight tooth and nail for this old man, only to end up with what? A cheap woman. Meanwhile, he gets to enjoy my company? Is that fair? The younger men, of course, felt the injustice. Why should the beautiful women be reserved for their leader while they were left with the less appealing? Don't listen to this woman's seduction. Qian Zhongran bellowed, realizing her intentions were far from innocent. Xi Meng pointed at Qian Zhongran, her voice low and commanding, whoever kills him, I shall be his woman. Instantly, the warehouse fell into a heavy silence, the sound of men swallowing hard echoing in the air. Gazing upon Xi Meng's stunning visage, they envisioned that to embrace her would be the pinnacle of their lives. Tang Zhe, momentarily taken aback, realized the situation had deviated from their plan. The others were positioned far away, ready to snipe. Xi Meng seemed to have instigated a conflict among them. Could one's principles truly sway with mere appearances? Suddenly, Chen Ming aimed his gun at another armed man. Zhu Hai, what are you doing? Put down your weapon. Brother Ming, why are you pointing at me? Are you out of your mind? Zhu Hai raised his gun in response. In this tense moment, Xi Meng added fuel to the fire. Don't you want to possess me? Don't you wish to enjoy my warm body? Kill them. Bang! Qian Ming suddenly fired, killing Zhu Hai, and two of Zhu Hai's companions were injured in the crossfire. Damn it, you killed my brother. Another gunman, clearly close to Zhu Hai, raised his weapon in fury and shot at Qian Ming. With a resounding bang, Qian Ming was struck in the chest, falling even as he managed to fire back, killing two more of his subordinates. On the second floor, Chen Zhongran, witnessing his son fall, immediately aimed his shotgun at the assailants, chaos erupting as some charged toward the second floor, intent on slaying Qian Zhongran to claim a beauty like Xi Meng. Many coveted Qian Zhongran's position, and now not only could they usurp his throne, but they could also seize the stunning woman for themselves, a deal too tempting to resist. Tang Zhe observed the pandemonium before him, astonished, then glanced at Xi Meng. Indeed, she was beautiful, but was it truly to this extent? Perhaps Tang Zhe was suffering from aesthetic fatigue. He was surrounded by beauty daily, while others saw disheveled appearances, with days of neglect, emanating odors. Thus, he could not fully grasp the allure Xi Meng held for them. Using her beauty was not a novel strategy for Xi Meng, especially in the Shanhu community, where many men had fought for her favor. However, the one time she had been bested was at Tang Zhe's hands. Her belief that half the people would fight for her stemmed from this experience, but she had forgotten that last night, she had been subservient to Tang Zhe, her previous lofty status crumbling, diminishing her allure. Now, her commanding presence re-emerged, and in the already tense atmosphere, it incited chaos among them, leading to their mutual destruction. Shaoli, don't be reckless. Qian Zhongran aimed his gun at a young man wielding a dagger, once a loyal employee, now transformed into a threat. Shaoli, breathing heavily, replied, Boss, thank you for your guidance over the years. You are growing old, the opportunity should be given to us young ones. You have truly disappointed me, Shaoli. Qian Zhongran pulled the trigger, but only a click echoed in response. Shaoli smiled, Boss, I counted, you're out of bullets. Qian Zhongran, realizing his predicament, hurled the gun away and dashed towards the office, seeking refuge. However, as he turned to open the door, a sharp pain pierced his back. Chapter 79, Did your mother never tell you? You. Qian Zhongran slowly turned to face the grim-faced Shaoli. Shaoli was also a ruthless character, with relentless strikes. Qian Zhongran never anticipated that he would meet his demise at the hands of a former employee. After killing Qian Zhongran, Shaoli raised his dagger and shouted, I have slain Qian Zhongran. The warehouse fell silent once more as all eyes turned to Shaoli on the second floor. Suddenly, a figure appeared beside Shaoli, delivering a chilling blow from behind, followed by manic laughter. From now on, I am the boss. Xi Meng belongs to me. How dare you claim to be the boss? Brothers, let's take him down. At that moment, everyone fought tooth and nail for supremacy and for Xi Meng, knowing that eliminating the person in front of them would grant them the title of boss. Bored, Tang Zhe lit a cigarette and remarked, I didn't expect you to have such charisma. Master, weren't you the same at the beginning? Cough, cough, that was just an act. All right then, the master was merely pretending. Tang Zhe playfully slapped Xi Meng's perky backside, saying, Demeng Meng, you're getting a bit cheeky. I learned it from Xiao Bai. Indeed, the bad habits are the easiest to pick up. Xi Meng smiled lightly. Without Tang Zhe by her side, she would never dare venture into this den of wolves alone. She understood the wisdom of having a powerful ally. At that moment, Tang Zhe and Xi Meng received a message from Xiao Bai through their earpieces. Sister Xi, you really know how to shift the blame. This is called enlightenment, Sun Ting teased. While chaos ensued in the distance, where lives were being extinguished, the two of them engaged in flirtation. Much to Tang Zhe's chagrin, their banter was becoming increasingly risky, almost leading him astray. Amidst the conversation, nearly everyone present had met their end, leaving only two warriors to duel. Tang Zhe wondered, do I truly appear so weak and insubstantial? Am I invisible to them? It turned out, these men regarded Tang Zhe as mere air, completely dismissing him. His appearance was indeed misleading. Bro, let's not fight each other, how about we join forces, one suggested. Hee, I don't swing that way. Bring it on. As negotiations collapsed, blades mercilessly clashed against one another. Even the eventual victor bore numerous wounds. Without medical attention, he wouldn't survive for long. Tang Zhe sighed, I never imagined a single word from you would leave them with only one. My apologies for the spectacle, master. The victor staggered toward them, fingers dripping with blood, leaving a crimson trail, his face marred and flesh torn. Yet, his gaze was fixed on the stunning Xi Meng, as if he were not the one injured. Was the allure of beauty truly that potent? I did it, you are mine from now on, he proclaimed, his eyes gleaming with final greed. Xi Meng flashed a beautiful smile and replied, Little brother, did your mother never tell you that the more beautiful a woman is, the more deceitful she can be? The young man appeared bewildered, and when he saw Xi Meng draw a handgun from her down jacket, he froze in place. Bang, as the shell clattered to the ground, the warehouse fell into an eerie silence. Tang Zhe couldn't help but applaud. Indeed, Demeng Meng, one bullet took care of them all. Mainly because I have the master by my side. Demeng Meng has confidence. You're being modest. Let's go. Master, wait a moment. Xi Meng grasped Tang Zhe's hand, her beautiful eyes shimmering slightly. What is it? Suddenly, Xi Meng's demeanor shifted. In a commanding tone, she whispered in Tang Zhe's ear, Take me. I, Tang Zhe, a man of integrity, am truly at risk of being led astray by these women. They possess absolutely no boundaries. I must resist and condemn such behavior. Not far away, on another level, 3 Barrett rifles were aimed at the warehouse, with 3 alluring figures crouched on the ground. Yet, the scene in the scopes was no longer of enemies. How provocative, Sun Ting said, chuckling through the scope. Quite impressive, and Bai admitted, feeling a tinge of envy. Yi Qingyi rolled her eyes, unwilling to continue watching. She patted Sun Ting and Bai, signaling them to turn off their earpieces. What is wrong? Sun Ting asked, puzzled. Yi Qingyi replied earnestly, with Ximeng behaving like this from the start, it could pose some disadvantages for us. And Bai innocently remarked, Sister Yi, you're overthinking it. Yi Qingyi dismissed Xiao Bai, who was counting money while being sold out, and turned to Sun Ting. Indeed, she certainly knows how to entice the master. Let's observe her attitude first. We have no valid excuse to eliminate her now, but if the master holds us accountable, we might not die but will certainly suffer. Then we can only proceed like this for now, and Bai said seriously. I think there's no issue at all. Both Sun Ting and Yi Qingyi rolled their eyes in unison, thankful that Bai was with the master during the apocalypse. Otherwise, with her intellect, she would have gotten herself killed long ago. Before departing, Tang Zhe collected all the supplies in the warehouse, leaving no grain behind in his wake. Back in the car, Sun Ting took the wheel this time, while Ximeng rested in the passenger seat. Demeng Meng, where is your warehouse? Ximeng opened her eyes, a hint of embarrassment on her face. All the items in my warehouse are long gone. I was just deceiving them, otherwise, I wouldn't have sought out Huo Wanyan. Sun Ting, driving, replied nonchalantly, you certainly have a talent for deception. Ximeng immediately sensed Sun Ting's hostility and attempted to appease her. Sister, I had no choice at the time. Don't call me sister. I am actually a few years younger than you. Sun Ting's tone softened slightly, feeling Ximeng's attempt to win her over. Ximeng, no fool, laughed, all of you are my sisters. I hope you will take good care of me. I knew it. Yi Qingyi noticed in Bai's expression and quickly cleared her throat. Ximeng glanced at Yi Qingyi and Bai, smiling but saying nothing more. However, she felt they were wary of her. Being a newcomer, she might be subjected to a show of dominance, especially given today's display. What I, Ximeng, aspire to be as a woman who stands above all others. Your concerns are indeed justified. Tang Zhe smiled as he observed the four women, knowing this car was likely filled with ulterior motives. Judging by Ximeng's performance today, the three of them combined paled in comparison to her prowess. Ximeng demonstrated remarkable adaptability and had her own agenda. Only Xiao Yi could match her, while Xiao Tingting still needed to consider her position. As for Xiao Bai, she was oblivious, having been sold without realizing it. Yet, Tang Zhe felt that with Yi Qingyi and Sun Ting together, they were still no match for Ximeng. Tang Zhe clapped his hands together. We have a rule, each of you must share your story and experiences. Demeng Meng, it's your turn to present. Experiences, from childhood to now? Ximeng was taken aback. Was the newcomer expected to recount her life story? Did they wish to know her background? This was Ximeng overthinking. It was merely a suggestion from Tang Zhe that evolved into a custom. Yes, Yi Qingyi affirmed. Chapter 80. Li Linger. Ximeng pressed her crimson lips together, her elegant brows slightly furrowed. I was born in a rural area, my family was impoverished. While my father worked away from home, my mother ran off with a man from the city. My father fell into despair and passed away a few years later. I dropped out of high school to work in Huashan City. I got a job in a factory, and due to my beauty, I found it easier than others. Gradually, I learned to exploit my looks to achieve my aims. The factory manager's son became infatuated with me, buying me anything I desired, just like his father. Yet, he overestimated himself, thinking he could take me by force. Desperation engulfed me, and in a moment of rage, I dealt with that scoundrel before fleeing. It was then that I encountered Fu Qi, who was about to get into his car when he stumbled upon my plea for help. Fu Qi came from a powerful family and had a wife at the time, yet he pursued me fervently, even helping me deal with that father and son duo. I started a company, and he paved the way for me, securing bank loans effortlessly. I was always the first to learn about development projects. Eventually, he divorced, and his wife approached me, claiming he was impotent, but for me, that was good news. Thus, it wasn't long before we wed, though we merely obtained a marriage certificate without a ceremony. My business flourished, and to avoid suspicion, he resigned, and that, more or less, sums up my life. Tang Zhe stroked his chin and turned to Sun Ting. Why have you stopped the car? I'm listening to a story. Otherwise, I'd be too distracted and might cause an accident, Sun Ting replied pitifully. Suddenly enlightened, Tang Zhe glanced at Ximeng and exclaimed, no wonder she resembles a novice. Yi Qingyi seemed to catch a different undertone. It's my first time as well. Me too. It sounds as if everyone has had their first time. I didn't even go when the big brother from my livestream invited me, Sun Ting scoffed, eyeing them disdainfully. Bai timidly raised her hand, saying, actually, I'm also a novice. Tang Zhe burst into laughter, finding the women utterly amusing. Alright, then I'm a novice too. None of us has lost out. Whenever I chat with you all, I feel out of place, your conversations are too risky, and I can hardly keep up with the pace of the car. His remark elicited a chorus of disapproving hisses from the four women. We're just indulging in light banter, while you seem to be taking it seriously. Master, what about your story? Ximeng inquired, curious about Tang Zhe's past, wondering if he had once been a formidable figure. The other three women hesitated to comment on Tang Zhe's history, given the stark contrast with his current self. Little Yi, why don't you share? I already recounted my tale last time, Tang Zhe generously suggested, viewing it as an opportunity for everyone to enjoy a good laugh. Yi Qingyi eagerly began to gossip. Our master was once a simple, honest boy. Seriously, you're really saying that? Ah, didn't you ask me to? Yi Qingyi was startled, seeing her face blanch in fright. Tang Zhe laughed heartily. I was just teasing you. Carry on. Master, I won't say any more, Yi Qingyi huffed, crossing her arms and glaring out the window, having thought she was in peril. At that moment, and Bai took her turn. Little Bai, it's your turn. Sure. Our master used to be the type that anyone could bully, enduring workplace oppression and being publicly humiliated while pursuing a girl. How pitiful. Xi Meng's curiosity ignited. Which girl are you referring to? Tang Zhe chuckled, the one whose last name is Bai, if I recall correctly. Bai Jian? Was she the one you killed? Xi Meng suddenly remembered. Indeed, they attempted to drug me for my resources, but I turned the tables on them. I had actually gone to your neighborhood primarily to find that woman. Tang Zhe remarked, I never wish to take a life, but if I don't eliminate them, they will eliminate me. What choice do I have? Xi Meng sighed, recognizing that everyone has a past, yet, Tang Zhe was different from other men. While they often concealed their histories, he spoke of his openly, tinged with a hint of self-mockery. Sometimes, he seemed ruthlessly cold, while at other times, he appeared childlike, merely a victim of the apocalypse. Where are we headed now? Xi Meng asked, noticing the car was steering back into the city, feeling puzzled. We're searching for a celebrity. I don't even know if it's legitimate. If not, we'll head straight to Yunhai City. Searching for a celebrity? Tang Zhe affirmed, perhaps this esteemed star is in dire straits. Asa man, I must extend my assistance. The four women simultaneously rolled their eyes, thinking, who would want your help, master? That would undoubtedly be a psychological ordeal. However, Tang Zhe's statement held a grain of truth. The celebrity in question truly found herself in a precarious situation. Coast Garden, the most exclusive villa area in Huashan City, is comprised entirely of standalone estates, each boasting a price tag of around 200 million yuan. Many wealthy businessmen and celebrities have made their homes here, yet, at this moment, these affluent individuals regretted their choice of residence. Why had they bought property in such a wretched place? For an entire week, the Shuangdong district had been without power, and Coast Garden was no exception. With the temperature continuing to drop, the threat of freezing to death loomed close. Thankfully, some households possessed fireplaces, allowing them to burn books for warmth. Many had stockpiled supplies, a result of their fear of mortality, hoarding goods in preparation for an apocalyptic scenario, which had now indeed come to pass. However, some had not stocked up, or had done so insufficiently. For instance, Li Linger's villa was running low on food supplies. Sitting beside the fireplace, wrapped in blankets, Li Linger tore pages from a book, tossing them into the flames. The flickering light illuminated her breathtaking visage, akin to the most resplendent flower of spring. Needing no embellishment, her natural beauty was enough to captivate countless hearts. Her eyes, which should have sparkled with vitality, were now clouded with despair. Yet her brows, akin to a graceful stroke amidst picturesque landscapes, lent her an air of playfulness and vivacity. Alas, her warm smile had vanished, replaced only by the repetitive motion of tearing pages. Before the apocalypse, Li Linger was a rising star in the entertainment industry, having captivated audiences with her performance in a television drama. Her talent led to an unceasing stream of endorsements, film roles, and even an appearance on last year's Spring Festival Gala. Now, at the tender age of 22, she had yet to graduate from university. Originally, she had accepted a commercial performance and was scheduled to rest here, but that night, it rained, trapping her within, and thus began her ordeal. What she thought would be a brief downpour lingered on, and now, with her food supplies depleted and only half a bottle of water remaining, starvation loomed as the rain showed no signs of abating. Once, when the rain paused momentarily, a group of individuals barged in wielding clubs and knives, terrifying her in the process. Chapter 81. Someone actually opened the door. The iron gate outside was battered, but fortunately, the front door was sturdy enough to withstand the assault. Otherwise, that group of bandits would have surely taken them captive. With the rain pouring down, the assailants had fled, but if the rain ceased, they would undoubtedly return. At times, one might wish for the rain to stop, while at other moments, one might hope it would continue. In any case, the food had been entirely consumed, so they might as well wait in silence for death. After all, what did it matter? 18 years hence, one would still be a valiant soul. Lost in such thoughts, Li Linger found herself amused by her own musings, for truly, a smile could bewitch the world. At the entrance of the coastal garden, Tang Zhe stood under the rainclad in protective gear alongside the four women, appearing quite the anomaly. How about we place a bet? Tang Zhe suddenly proposed. Upon hearing the suggestion, the four women instinctively recoiled. Wagering against their master could very well spell doom for them. An Bai, in particular, was well aware of the perils of gambling and the wisdom of steering clear of it. What are you all doing? You're remaking me feel like a demon lord, Tang Zhe remarked, to which the women's expression seemed to convey, isn't that the truth? If we win, I'll reward you with a portion of your favorite food. If we lose, you'll just have to dance for me. What do you say, are you in? The four women took a synchronized step forward, relieved to hear this. Why didn't you say so earlier? You nearly scared us to death. How do we bet? And Bai inquired with curiosity. We'll go door to door and wager on whether anyone will open for us. If someone welcomes us without ill intent, I'll even provide supplies. Tang Zhe was eager to discover whether there were still good souls left in the world. After all, he had yet to encounter one. Well, that wasn't entirely accurate. Luo Jun from the Mountain Lake community could be considered one, which explained why he had given them multiple chances despite the lack of change. However, this was a villa, not just any community. They were about to step into someone else's home. There's bound to be someone who opens the door, Xi Meng asserted immediately, viewing it merely as a matter of probability. After all, losing only meant dancing. I think so too, Sun Ting chimed in, for dancing was her forte, having performed it before. Tang Zhe turned to Yi Qingyi and Xiao Bai, the latter giving a nod of agreement. Alright then, I bet no one will open their door. If someone kindly takes us in, without further ado, I'll provide at least a year's worth of supplies. Having pilfered so many resources, Tang Zhe had no intention of giving any to wrongdoers. Good people deserve to survive. Master, you're showing some compassion, Sun Ting teased lightly. I'm not inherently bad, am I? Have I forced you into anything? Yes, we are all doing this of our own volition, they replied in unison. Tang Zhe shrugged, if you're so unwilling, feel free to turn around and walk away. I assure you, I won't hold it against you. With that, he turned to head inside. Oh dear, the master is angry. Wait up, Xiao Bai. And Bai was quick to follow, while the other three women exchanged glances, with Sun Ting trailing behind. Yi Qingyi and Xi Meng sensed this as an opportunity to escape, but how long could they survive without Tang Zhe? Perhaps they wouldn't even make it out of the city. There was little to contemplate. Yi Qingyi and Xi Meng decided to follow suit. See, this is all voluntary, Tang Zhe remarked, observing the genuine expressions on the four women's faces, which elicited laughter. Perhaps this was the authentic side of him. Arriving at the first villa, it appeared that the iron gate had been violently forced open. It seemed even the affluent neighborhoods were not immune to robbery. They approached the door and knocked. If Tang Zhe called out, your takeout has arrived, it would be nothing short of a horror film. Faint footsteps seemed to approach the entrance. Tang Zhe called out, is anyone there? May we stay for a night? Get lost, or I'll chop you to pieces, a man's voice from inside retorted, eyeing them through the peephole. 5 peculiar figures stood outside, and he suspected they might trick him into opening the door only to rob him of his supplies. Tang Zhe shrugged in resignation, this fellow is rather irate. Big brother, please open the door, and Bai suddenly chimed in sweetly, how brazen to use feminine charm to coax him. Scram! Tang Zhe shrugged again. Even Xiao Bai's efforts were in vain. Wearing protective suits did not seem to help, revealing their faces might have been more effective, yet it was only natural for someone to refuse entry. Opening the door was the unusual behavior. Let us try another house, Tang Zhe sighed, frustrated that he couldn't even deliver supplies. At the second villa, the iron gate remained ajar this time. To entice the occupant to open the door, the four women were nearly willing to shed their protective suits. Hey, don't play dirty. Tang Zhe quickly interjected. If they revealed their faces, even the most cautious of men might succumb to temptation. Big brother inside, please open the door. It's so cold. Brother, please let us in. Tang Zhe felt several lines of frustration appear on his forehead, nearly overwhelmed by goosebumps. Yet, a woman's voice from within rang out, get lost. Pfft, ha 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 ha. Tang Zhe burst into laughter. Encountering a female homeowner meant there was no way they would let them in to seduce her man. Let us move on. An hour later, Tang Zhe wore a victorious smile. It seemed he was finally on the verge of winning a bet. Since you'll be dancing, you ought to practice a bit. It should be something sultry and fiery, like those Korean dance troupes. Tang Zhe had begun issuing demands. This felt like a doomsday girl group in the making. Yi Qingyi pursed her lips, we haven't lost yet. Stubborn, in this day and age, if anyone opens their door, I'll chop myself up. Xi Meng giggled, please don't. We'd be left with nothing. Exactly, we can't afford that. Sun Ting chimed in. Tang Zhe reflected on how he had previously ignored them, and now he cherished them as if they were precious jewels, afraid they might melt in his hands. Reaching the next villa, Tang Zhe knocked, is anyone there? Inside, Li Linger felt a twinge of alarm as she glanced towards the door. Sun Ting called out with a slight tremor in her voice, we are refugees seeking shelter for the night. Please, we beg you. And Bai's soft, pleading tone was indeed quite disarming. Hearing the girls' voices, Li Linger, still wrapped in her blanket, stood up, donned her mask, and approached the door. Tang Zhe, attuned to the weight of the footsteps, deduced that it was a woman approaching. They had inadvertently walked into a potentially dangerous situation. Not wanting to force entry and risk violating someone's home, he thought better of it. After all, it was broad daylight, and abducting unsuspecting women was not his style. Peering through the peephole, Li Linger saw 5 figures clad in protective gear, resembling a rescue team. Where did you come from? She inquired. Tang Zhe inwardly lamented. As it turned out, she was a young girl. Would her sympathy lead her to open the door? Surely not. She couldn't be that na ve. Yi Qingyi quickly interjected. We escaped from the Mountain Lake community. Were your community and parents attacked by bad people? Sun Ting sensed an opportunity. The girl's gentle tone suggested she was vulnerable. Yes, my parents were killed, and we have nowhere else to go. The roads are filled with dangers. This resonated with Li Linger, who no longer perceived them as threats. She began unlocking the door. Tang Zhe watched as the door slowly opened, his eyebrows twitching in disbelief. Somehow, they had won again. Chapter 82. Is there still a glimmering moonlight in this era? 4 women beamed with smiles. Master, it seems your luck in gambling is rather poor, remarked one. Tang Zhe was curious to know what kind of woman possessed such audacity to open the door at a time like this, seemingly unafraid of potential danger. She looked like a naive girl who had yet to experience the harsh realities of life. As he gazed at the woman before him, wrapped in a blanket and wearing a mask, Tang Zhe paused for a moment, noting the allure of her eyes. However, he reminded himself that he had not yet lost. Perhaps behind the door lurked burly men who would eliminate him upon entry, allowing him to turn the tides in his favor. Thank you, we shall stay for just one night and then depart, said Bai, her tone disarmingly pleasant. Li Linger nodded in agreement. Then please, come inside. Tang Zai's hand tightened around his gun, ready to fire. Little sister, your acting skills are woefully inadequate, summon your accomplices. Yet, upon stepping inside, he was met only with a chilling atmosphere devoid of any other presence. It dawned on him that they must be hiding in the bedroom, which explained the absence of any discernible footsteps. Apologies, but we've consumed all the food, all that remains is half a bottle of water. I hope you don't mind if I have already taken a sip. Li Linger's words left the five of them momentarily speechless. Was it truly acceptable to host guests in such a manner? Did she not realize the preciousness of water in these times? A wry smile crept across Tang Zai's face. He suspected the water might be poisoned, seeing through her ruse with ease. The five of them first removed their protective suits, and as Li Linger finally caught sight of the four women's faces, she was taken aback by their beauty. It was indeed remarkable that a young man was accompanied by such stunning companions. Well, we shall not stand on ceremony, Tang Zai said with a grin, secretly thinking that she would surely be reluctant to part with it. However, Li Linger took the half bottle of Bai Sui mountain water from the coffee table, fetching 5 paper cups as if she were welcoming guests in the old-fashioned way. Tang Zai narrowed his eyes slightly. He suspected she had tampered with the water before they entered. As soon as he took the paper cup, he produced a testing device and plunged it into the liquid, only to see a green light illuminate. Safe, how could that be? He understood, it was a mere pretense of half a bottle of water to win their favor. Such a grand villa must conceal even more supplies, and he was determined to uncover the truth. I'm feeling a bit urgent. Where is the restroom? Tang Zai inquired with a smile. Just go straight and take a right, she replied. Thank you, he said, feigning a trip to the restroom while discreetly making his way upstairs. With a hint of amusement, Li Linger remarked, apologies, it's a bit chilly in here, come closer to warm yourselves. Oh dear, the fire is about to go out. She hurried to the fireplace to tear some paper. Let me assist you, and Bai chimed in, eagerly rushing to help. The three women by the back door exchanged glances. Their initial thoughts upon entering the house mirrored Tang Zai's, sensing an air of conspiracy, while the naive girl remained blissfully unaware. As the flames roared to life, Li Linger sighed in relief. Come gather around the fire. You mustn't catch a chill, there are no medicines for colds these days. Little sister, do you live here alone? Shi Meng asked as she positioned herself by the fireplace, feeling much more comfortable. Li Linger nodded, her voice tinged with resignation. Yes, there used to be electricity, but it suddenly went out last week. And your parents? Yi Qingyi inquired, observing her surroundings with curiosity. At the mention of her parents, Li Linger's eyes glistened with unshed tears. They were killed. What happened? Yi Qingyi asked, concern etched on her face. My parents lived in a 5th-tier city. Initially, we stayed in touch, but gradually my father began to express concerns about the safety of our neighborhood, and my mother insisted that I remain indoors. After a few days, they stopped responding. I asked a neighbor, and it turned out my father resisted those men, and the result was, as she spoke, tears streamed down her face. Such tales resonated deeply with Sun Ting, and Bai, and Yi Qingyi, who had all endured their share of hardships. Yi Qingyi, in particular, felt a sense of authority on the matter. Her own brother-in-law was a good man, yet he had received no recompense for his virtues. Shi Meng sighed, offering comfort. Sister, do not grieve. Take heart. To encounter you all at this time, to share these words, is already a great solace, Li Linger said, wiping her tears and removing her mask. The moment her visage was revealed, the four women were momentarily stunned. Yi Qingyi murmured, Sister, you bear an uncanny resemblance to a celebrity. I agree, it's almost too striking, and Bai said, moving closer to Li Linger and playfully pinching her cheek to confirm her authenticity. Sun Ting exclaimed, you must be Li Linger. Shi Meng felt that Tang Zai's luck was astonishing. While countless doors remained shut, Li Linger had opened this one, and her beauty was no less than that of the others, perhaps even enhanced by an aura of stardom. What Man Lung Ti wished to claim her for himself, if the outside world were to discover that Li Linger resided here, it would likely be overwhelmed by chaos. Her survival thus far could be attributed to her residence in this secluded villa, where the inhabitants kept to themselves. Had she lived in a neighborhood, she would have been exploited long ago. Yes, Li Linger replied, sensing no malice from Yi Qingyi and the others, she faced them with calm acceptance. Could I have your autograph? I am a huge fan, exclaimed the naive girl, her excitement palpable. She had only ever seen Li Linger on television, and now she was standing right before her. Shi Meng chuckled, what need was there for an autograph when she was poised to become the master of her own fate? At that moment, Tang Zai had thoroughly scoured the villa, finding naught but a solitary cockroach. Thus, he was compelled to acknowledge a startling truth that this girl was indeed a good person. It was utterly remarkable. What are you all chatting about? Tang Zai approached with a smile. Upon meeting Li Linger's gaze, he found himself momentarily frozen. As a fervent young man, how could he not have seen her face on his phone, perhaps even in an AI rendition? Yet, he was struck by how the real Li Linger appeared less radiant than her companions, her skin lacking the luster that made Sun Ting and the others look so flawless. It seemed she had not enjoyed a proper meal in quite some time. With some nourishment, her beauty would surely rival theirs. Are you Li Linger? He asked. Li Linger nodded in affirmation. The other four women cast him envious glances, thinking him fortunate to meet Li Linger, a stroke of serendipity. Tang Zai had expected her to be merely a minor celebrity, never anticipating that she would be such a prominent star. However, why did she not come to harm him? If she did, he would have reason to guide her towards the right path. I'm your fan, Tang Zai said with a resigned smile as he leaned against the sofa. Xi Meng regarded him with curiosity, sensing something peculiar about his demeanor. Why had he not yet taken action? Not only Xi Meng, but the other three women shared the same sentiment. Yet, Tang Zhe found it impossible to harm someone so virtuous. After she had opened that door for him, she deserved a reward of supplies for an entire year. Thank you. Are you all from the same neighborhood? Li Linger asked with genuine curiosity, appreciating the conversation, for otherwise, she felt she might succumb to despair. Chapter 83. Our team. She cannot fit in. Tang Zhe pointed towards Sun Ting and the other three women, then turned to Xi Meng and said, we belong to the same neighborhood, but when we ventured into hers, chaos ensued. We managed to escape with them, but alas, many lives were lost. My goodness, you are truly remarkable for having made it out, Li Linger exclaimed in disbelief, feeling that it was nothing short of miraculous for Tang Zhe to lead four women to safety, especially given his genteel demeanor. Tang Zhe extended his hands towards the fireplace and curiously inquired, what brings you to live here alone? I came to attend a commercial event as a guest, and the organizers arranged for me to rest here for the night, only to find myself trapped, she replied. Tang Zhe acknowledged her words with a simple "oh," and fell silent. Yi Qingyi exchanged a knowing glance with Sun Ting. Their host seemed rather unusual, perhaps he was a bit timid in the presence of his ideal goddess. Should they perhaps play the role of antagonists? Where are you planning to go? Li Linger asked, exhaling warm breath to warm her hands. Xi Meng replied, we intend to head to Yunhai City. Yunhai City? That's over 400 kilometers away. Are you walking or driving? Oh, right, it seems driving is not an option at the moment. Suddenly, Tang Zhe stood up, interrupting the conversation. How about we eat something first? I have nothing to eat, truly, Li Linger hurriedly explained, thinking Tang Zhe was asking her to fetch food. Seeing her pitiful expression, Tang Zhe smiled wryly and said, I didn't mean for you to bring anything. I have food, I'll go retrieve the car. It wouldn't do to perform a magic trick, after all, they weren't well acquainted, yet he intended to keep his promise of providing supplies for the year. Li Linger was taken aback as she watched Tang Zhe don protective gear and step outside. Moments later, she spotted a formidable Maybach approaching. My heavens! Li Linger gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment, feeling as though the car had emerged from a science fiction film. Not only Li Linger, but the residents of the surrounding villas were also drawn to the sight, their gazes filled with surprise and greed. If they could seize that vehicle, they would no longer be trapped here. Due to the car's height, it could not be reversed into the garage and had to be parked outside. I'll go lend a hand, Li Linger said, moving to assist, but was pulled back by and by. Yi Qingyi chuckled, no need for help, we girls can't lift it. That would be rather embarrassing. There is nothing to be embarrassed about, don't overthink it, Sun Ting reassured, patting Li Linger on the shoulder. It was rare to encounter such a girl these days, someone who had not yet seen the harshness of the world and still retained a pre-apocalyptic mindset. Anyone who had experienced the trials of humanity would not be so naive. Tang Zhe lingered in the garage for a moment before re-entering the house. That should do it, let us see what we can have for lunch. When Li Linger entered the garage, her jaw dropped at the sight. Over 40 crates of mineral water stacked neatly beside an abundance of food, ranging from snacks to fresh meat, fruits, and even red wine and skincare products. Rubbing her eyes, Li Linger struggled to believe the reality before her. Wait, could that car possibly hold so much? Why aren't you all choosing? Tang Zhe remarked, his lips curling into a smirk. He wondered if they could at least allow their host a moment of joy by winning a little. Xi Meng tugged at Li Linger and smiled, let us share, take whatever you fancy. I consider it the cost of our stay, feel free to choose without hesitation. Tang Zhe opened a bottle of happy water, gulping it down with satisfaction. After a moment of contemplation, Li Linger said earnestly, then I shall cook, I can't accept your food for free. That is fine, Sun Ting gently replied, I'll help you. No need, you all should rest. Just tell me what you'd like, and I'll see what I can prepare. Tang Zhe teased, who would have thought that a big star would turn out to be a chef? Please don't mock me. If it's not good, don't blame me, she retorted. I wouldn't dream of it, Tang Zhe chuckled, eager to see if the abundance of supplies might stir any ill intentions within Li Linger. If she showed even a hint of mischief, he would have to act as the arbiter of justice. However, his hopes were dashed as Li Linger proved to be as earnest as ever. Taking charge of lunch, she transformed into a little chef, presenting beautifully arranged fruit platters. Brother Tang, sisters, please enjoy some fruit, she said, donning an apron, her complexion appearing brighter, devoid of any celebrity airs, now resembling a servant catering to their needs. Xi Meng had been observing Li Linger closely. Throughout the entire process of slicing fruit, she had not indulged in a single piece herself. If it were her, after such a long period of hunger, she would have snuck a bite. Such a girl seemed ill-suited for their team. With that thought, Xi Meng suddenly understood why Tang Zhe had become considerably quieter. Upon their arrival, he had been quite lively, engaging in discussions about which star they had encountered. But upon discovering that Li Linger had not been altered by the apocalypse, their perspective shifted. After all, these women had harbored a degree of selfish calculation, hoping to gain some advantage from Tang Zhe, yet Li Linger appeared to be different. Perhaps she was still unaware of the chaos outside. Please eat more, these are packed with vitamins, Yi Qingyi smiled, her affectionate demeanor moving Li Linger deeply, as it had been a long time since someone had shown her such care. Tears of gratitude welled in her eyes as she whispered, thank you. Don't mention it, good deeds are often rewarded, Tang Zhe replied with a smile, feeling reassured that not all hope was lost in this world, as individuals like Li Linger still existed. But how long could such good souls survive? Li Linger took only a slice of orange and said, I'll go cook, but there is no electricity. Within the supplies, there are self-heating rice packs. Go look for them, Tang Zhe instructed. Alright, I'll find them. As Li Linger searched, the four women turned their gazes towards Tang Zhe, their expressions curious. What are you all staring at me for? Are your thoughts wandering again? Tang Zhe felt the urge to deliver a stern reprimand. She Meng leaned closer to him, her breath fragrant as she said, Master, should we not invite such a stunning beauty to warm our bed? She is different from you all. She is not wicked enough to fit in. Yi Qingyi pouted, I'm not wicked either, just unfortunate enough to have been exploited by you. You're not wicked, I rescued you, and you just ran off without a second thought. Where is the fairness in that? Shi Meng grinned slyly, this time, I stand with the master, condemning your ungrateful behavior. Yi Qingyi had no choice but to concede, their arguments held merit, and she acknowledged her fault. But what about Li Linger? She has received so many supplies, how shall we repay her? And Bai inquired curiously. Tang Zhe promptly tapped Bai on the forehead, silly girl, she opened her door to us, allowing us to stay. It is only right that we repay her, besides, I've already stated that anyone who opens their door without ill intentions deserves our supplies. Master, you've turned her into a fool with your taps, Sun Ting teased, indeed, the more you tap, the dimmer she becomes. Like a sweet, Navi child, Yi Qingyi added, which made Bai seethe with indignation, her mouth nearly hanging open in disbelief. Chapter 84. The forceful kiss from Tang Zhe. Upon hearing the footsteps of Li Linger returning, the five individuals ceased their chatter. After approximately 1.5 hours, Li Linger had prepared 7 dishes and 1 soup. Initially, Tang Zhe held little hope for a delectable meal, but to his surprise, the presentation was quite appealing, particularly the braised pork ribs, which boasted a rich, appetizing hue. The chicken stewed with mushrooms exuded a fragrant aroma, and the stir-fried beef with garlic shoots showcased the culinary prowess of a true kitchen goddess. I haven't cooked in a while, so I'm a bit out of practice. I apologize, Li Linger humbly remarked as she stood by, wiping her hands. You've done splendidly, came the encouraging response. Please, take a seat, there's no need to stand around, Tang Zhe asserted, emphasizing the importance of etiquette. In the presence of outsiders, he preferred not to have them adopt a posture of eating on the floor, lest he be perceived as a deviant. Everyone, please sit down, he added, casting a meaningful glance, determined to maintain his image even without Li Linger at his side. Both Sun Ting and Bai felt as if it had been ages since they had sat down for a meal, and they found themselves somewhat unaccustomed to the arrangement. As the final bowl of soup was placed on the table, Li Linger inquired, Brother Tang, would you like something to drink? I can pour it for you. No, thank you, you need not trouble yourself. Just sit and enjoy your meal, he replied. Indeed, Linger, come and eat. You've worked hard preparing this meal, Sun Ting urged, gently pushing Li Linger into a chair, causing her to blush with modesty. Yi Qingyi rose with a smile, stating, I'll fetch a bottle of red wine. I'll go, Li Linger immediately called out, but was promptly restrained by Sun Ting. Tang Zhe sighed inwardly, pondering how such a wonderful girl could lack a hint of mischief. A touch of wickedness would hardly be blameworthy. Before long, Sun Ting returned with a bottle of red wine, pouring it for everyone. Cheers, today, we finally have the chance to meet a true celebrity, Tang Zhe exclaimed cheerfully. I'm no longer a celebrity, Li Linger laughed, if I hadn't run into you all, I might have starved in a few days. With these supplies, you could survive for 2 years with careful rationing, Xi Meng chimed in. Thank you, sister. Thank you all, I'll drink to that, Li Linger declared, taking a hearty gulp. Sun Ting laughed heartily, sister, you have quite the capacity for alcohol, I shall join you. I'll partake as well, Xiao Bai chimed in, eager to join the revelry. Tang Zhe interjected, everyone, do take it easy, I have no desire to be left with the aftermath. Come on, let's celebrate, join us for a toast. A single bottle of red wine evidently could not satiate their thirst, so they brought over an entire case, determined to drink until inebriation. Meanwhile, Tang Zhe abstained from alcohol, finding the wine rather unpalatable compared to sparkling water. After several rounds, the girls became slightly tipsy, their beauty magnified as they took out their phones for selfies. Sister, may I borrow your phone to make a call? Li Linger asked. Of course, Xi Meng replied, handing her the device. As Li Linger attempted to call a neighbor back home, the line rang out, the number you have dialed is not in service. Why can't I get through? Li Linger furrowed her brows, recalling that it had worked before. Sun Ting noted, many areas have lost signal recently, communication may soon be entirely interrupted. Oh, I see, Li Linger said, returning the phone to Xi Meng. Xi Meng raised her glass once more, proclaiming, let us drink today, for tomorrow is uncertain. Live in the moment. Well said, let us embrace the present, Tang Zhe replied, standing to take a sip of red wine. The meal lasted a full 2 hours, with an hour and a half spent imbibing. As the empty bottles littered the floor, the group began to stand on the sofa, singing and dancing, with even Li Linger joining in, seemingly releasing her emotions. Observing the 5 women reveling in the living room, Tang Zhe took out his phone and snapped a picture for posterity. In that moment, he felt a long-lost joy. It was no longer a master-servant dynamic but a simple friendship. However, he could not help but ponder how, if not for the apocalypse, he would never have found himself dining with these extraordinary women, witnessing their drunken antics. Come and join us for some fun. And Bai called out to Tang Zhe. He shook his head, you all carry on, I'll sit this one out. Come on, come on. Sun Ting and Yi Qingyi insisted, pulling him along, as if he were an innocent young man, despite their previous intensity when they had been rough with him. However, Tang Zhe soon realized that the women were playfully pushing him closer to Li Linger, their intentions clearly mischievous. Li Linger appeared flustered, a stark contrast to the audaciousness of the others. Once they grew weary from their antics, the group gathered by the fireplace for warmth. It has been so long since I felt this happy, Yi Qingyi murmured, gazing into the flames. I feel the same, Sun Ting whispered. Xiaobai had already succumbed to slumber, although Si Meng remained silent. It was evident that today had been exceptional, largely thanks to the kind-hearted Li Linger, who had allowed everyone to lower their guards. Li Linger leaned against Si Meng, her beautiful eyes fixed on the fire, her cheeks flushed with color, a stark contrast to her previous pallor. What are you thinking about? Si Meng inquired curiously. Nothing much, Li Linger replied softly, feeling genuinely happy today, but knowing she would be alone again tomorrow. Si Meng gently stroked Li Linger's back. If something is on your mind, please share it, do not keep it bottled up. Could I leave with you? Li Linger asked timidly, her voice laced with a hint of desperation. Before Si Meng could respond, Tang Zhe interjected with a smile, the supplies here are sufficient for a year, by then, perhaps the apocalypse will have passed, and life will return to normal. I realize my request may be unreasonable, but I can cook for you, do laundry, and handle chores. I truly do not wish to remain here alone. As she spoke, Li Linger struggled to contain her emotions, finding comfort in Si Meng's presence. Tang Zhe could hardly fathom that after a simple meal and a bout of joviality, she would wish to join their group. Our team may not be suited for you. It would be more comfortable for you to stay here, Tang Zhe advised, knowing that their daily lives required them to maintain energy supplies and often engage in intense activities. I am quite adaptable, she replied earnestly. With a sigh, Tang Zhe stated, Li Linger, to be frank, we have eliminated numerous villains, it is not safe for you to accompany us, do you understand? Those villains deserve to die. I want to avenge my parents. Tang Zhe was taken aback. Was this celebrity truly intoxicated enough to insist on joining him? Seeing that Tang Zhe remained silent, Li Linger suddenly stood and approached him. Brother Tang, take me with you. I will be your woman. This was perhaps Li Linger's only card to play herself. You appear to be intoxicated, Tang Zhe remarked, furrowing his brow. I am not, she insisted, before forcefully pressing her lips against his, taking him by surprise. The three women nearby were left astounded, witnessing the boldness of the celebrity as their host was unexpectedly kissed against his will. At that moment, and Bai slowly awoke, observing the scene before her. I must still be dreaming. Let me sleep a bit longer. Chapter 85. A bold leap into death. One cannot help but remark on the peculiar sensation of being forcefully kissed by a major celebrity, yet, Tang Zhe resolutely pushed Li Linger away, declaring, are you out of your mind? I have no need for you to play the role of my woman. No, you just responded to me, Li Linger retorted. That was merely a physiological reaction of AMAN.do not stir up trouble. If you provoke me, you shall regret it. Tang Zhe's countenance cooled significantly simultaneously. Shi Meng hastily pulled Li Linger away, cautioning her that such behavior would only serve to irritate him further. Li Linger, taken aback by Tang Zhe's demeanor, felt tears unwittingly cascade down her cheeks. She had shamelessly sought to kiss the man, even though it was her first kiss, desperately hoping he would take her away. Yet, she faced a heartless rejection. Was her very being devoid of any worth, having been offered a glimmer of hope, only to have it extinguished? She mused that it would be better to await her demise in silence. In an impulsive act, Li Linger dashed towards the door, flinging it open and bolting outside, clearly intent on ending her life. Probably just like you, Tang Zhe remarked to Shi Meng. This statement left Shi Meng feeling ashamed. To die with dignity was one thing, to cling to life in a state of desperation was another. She had chosen the latter, yet feigned an appearance of despair, reflecting on how embarrassing that was. Yi Qingyi and Sun Ting shared similar sentiments. Everyone contemplated death, yet when faced with it, fear took hold. Just as the onlookers believed Li Linger would halt, she leapt into the rain. The people inside were incredulous, witnessing her audacity to leap. She dared to do what others would not, preferring death over being Tang Zhe's woman. Goodness, this cursed allure. With her eyes closed as she jumped, Li Linger felt no pain, not even the sensation of rain drenching her. Slowly opening her eyes, she found herself still beneath the eaves. Wasn't she supposed to have jumped outside? Is this truly how you wish to die? Would it not be better to remain here and await rescue? Tang Zhe said, standing behind her with a cigarette in hand. I am no paragon of virtue, and you, a good girl, ought not to descend into such depravity. Li Linger bit her crimson lip and murmured, have you ever lost your parents? Exhaling a puff of smoke, Tang Zhe replied nonchalantly, I am an orphan. Li Linger froze, then quietly stated, I lost my parents. As their daughter, I can only cower here, surviving in shame, powerless to avenge them. I would rather reunite with them sooner. Then why wait until now? Why not end it sooner? Li Linger gazed at the modified Maybach beside the garage. Because of you. You have given me hope for vengeance. You can help my sister and the others escape. Surely you possess your own means. There is so much supply here. This vehicle cannot possibly contain it all, and ordinary people cannot own protective gear like yours. You are quite astute. I had thought you a simpleton like Xiao Bai. Li Linger turned to Tang Zhe, speaking earnestly, I can play the part of a simpleton, as long as I can avenge my family. Are you negotiating with me? Tang Zhe raised an eyebrow, having initially assumed Li Linger was selflessly aiding him and others, only to realize she had her own agenda. Yes. Tang Zhe sighed, tilting his delicate chin. To be honest, I am slightly disappointed. I am no longer a major celebrity, nor do I have any backing. The only asset I possess is this body. What my sisters can do, I can do as well. Did you figure that out? Your sisters require your nod of approval to eat. It feels less like a normal relationship and more like a superior-subordinate dynamic. Tang Zhe chuckled, realizing he had underestimated her perceptive abilities. She had hit the nail on the head. Are you so certain you can avenge your parents? What if you fail? Wouldn't that render this body worthless? Better than waiting around to die, and besides, business inherently involves gains and losses. Indeed, you make a fair point. Li Linger felt her nails digging into her flesh as she whispered, so, have we reached an agreement? We haven't even inspected the goods. How can we consider it an agreement? I am quite pure, no one has touched me. Li Linger clenched her teeth, surprised she could utter such bashful words. Tang Zhe chuckled, hearing her claim of purity. He moved closer, inhaling deeply. There is a hint of an odor. I prefer fragrant women. If this is the standard for inspection, I might have to return you. I would like to wash as well, but there is no water. As she spoke, Li Linger's neck flushed crimson. Who wouldn't he want to be a fragrant girl? Now there is water, you may cleanse yourself. Very well, I shall do so now. Wait for me in the master bedroom on the 3rd floor. With that, Li Linger lowered her head and hurried indoors, having just uttered the most humiliating words of her life. Yet, for the sake of vengeance, what did it matter? Watching her retreat, Tang Zhe flicked away the cigarette, but, realizing that from the moment they entered the house, others were calculating their moves. Indeed, in this world, there were few who retained pure intentions, and no one offered assistance without ulterior motives. Even Li Linger was no exception. Though pleased to have a celebrity like Li Linger by his side, he was equally troubled by the complexity she brought. Sighing, he decided to inspect the goods. Upon entering the room, Sun Ting immediately performed a 90-degree bow, exclaiming, "Congratulations, master." Yi Qingyi and Bai and Shi Meng followed suit, sweetly echoing, "Congratulations, master." I truly suspect you all are corrupting others, Tang Zhe mused, taken aback by how swiftly Li Linger had changed, with no prior indication. We certainly are not, absolutely not. Merely a sincere congratulation on your acquisition of a stunning beauty. Another one to share the burden of damage. Half an hour later, Tang Zhe arrived in the master bedroom to find Li Linger shivering on the bed. Do you not know how to turn on the air conditioning? Tang Zhe picked up the remote, activating the heater to its maximum setting and switching on the lights. Did you bring the electricity? Li Linger exclaimed in surprise. Tang Zhe shook his head, sitting at the edge of the bed, speaking coolly, I just tinkered with the generator. I initially hesitated. After all, the moment the lights in your villa illuminate, those outside will undoubtedly come looking for trouble. Hearing his concern warmed her heart, but she could only manage a wry smile. Your car is parked there. That is already a hassle. Once you leave, I suspect I won't last long. Are you blaming me? Li Linger slowly lowered her head. Lift your head. She obeyed, meeting his fierce gaze, her cheeks flushing a deep scarlet. Indeed, a beautiful face, barely worth the trouble, Tang Zhe remarked, his fingers grazing her soft lips. Upon hearing this, Li Linger exhaled in relief, though she wondered if it was really that begrudging. Despite no longer being a major star, she still took pride in her appearance. Now you may come over and kiss me. Ah? Li Linger gasped in astonishment. Wasn't it typically the man who took the initiative? Chapter 86, The Taste of Home. Ah, what is this? Are you expecting me to serve you? I'm sorry, I don't quite understand. It seems I must provide on-site instruction for the newcomer. An hour later, Tang Zhe descended the stairs, still yearning for more. The aura brought by the superstar was indeed unparalleled, though his physical stamina had waned, leaving him somewhat unfulfilled. The master shows no tenderness, Shi Meng teased with a chuckle, having now grasped Tang Zhe's boundaries. Sometimes, a playful jest added a touch of romance, but there were moments when jesting was ill-advised. Even the inexperienced understood this. Tang Zhe rolled his eyes dramatically. Ha, I at least taught her for half an hour. You all ought to instruct her properly. The women burst into laughter, eagerly anticipating the mischief they would unleash on Li Linger when she made her entrance. I've noticed that the residents of the neighboring villas are stealing glances at us, Yi Qingyi remarked warily after the jest, aware that once the lights were on, they became the center of attention. Suddenly, Tang Zhe lifted Yi Qingyi in his arms, declaring, they can only envy us, let them remain modest in their admiration, for anything beyond that could lead to their demise. Yi Qingyi wrapped her arms around Tang Zhe's neck, her eyes gradually shimmering with adoration as she listened to his commanding words. Master, I wasn't satisfied just now, he stated, casually selecting a bedroom to enter. And Bai, being more astute, quietly slipped inside after him. Dai in the living room, Sun Ting and Shi Meng exchanged glances, pondering when it would be their turn to receive attention amidst the increasing number of women. As night fell, the entire Shuangdong district was enveloped in darkness, with only this villa radiating a brilliant light, akin to a mirage. Yet, it seemed to beckon, come and seize me, for I possess electricity. At that moment, the temperature plummeted to -6, and the ground began to freeze. Residents of Shuangdong district huddled beneath their blankets, shivering, while Tang Zhe, clad only in his undergarments and a black tank top, performed push-ups in the living room. Sun Ting, Yi Qingyi, and Shi Meng, with their minds set on practicing yoga, donned yoga pants that were simply tantalizing, showcasing legs that were anything but mere embellishments. Occasional melodious laughter emanated from the kitchen, where Li Linger, nursing her injuries, descended to prepare a meal for everyone, her cheeks flushed from the teasing, wishing to burrow into a hole to escape the embarrassment. Fortunately, and by rushed to assist, allowing Li Linger to lighten her burden, considering she was cooking for 6. Tang Ze mused to himself that he would leave things to fate from now on. A fivefold speed was sufficient for the time being, and he was surprised to find that Li Linger's energy reserves had risen to an impressive 74. This is indeed quite unexpected. The 3.0 package is about to be unlocked, and I wonder what delightful treasures it may contain. The current 2.0 version is now unmatched. Upon the unsealing of the 3.0 package, it leaves little room for others to thrive. Could you lower your voices? I can hear you speaking ill of me. While performing push-ups with one hand, Tang Ze shouted towards the kitchen, "Am I deaf?" And Bai, holding a spatula, poked her head out and exclaimed, "Master, it wasn't me." Xiao Linger, don't learn from them. You should adhere to proper conduct, Tang Ze solemnly cautioned, eliciting stifled laughter from the 3 women practicing yoga, for what he deemed proper was rather dubious. Li Linger could barely manage a faint response, her delicate neck flushed crimson, especially with Bai's relentless teasing, leaving her on the verge of losing her balance. Before long, a sumptuous dinner was presented by Li Linger, with Tang Ze seated at the head of the table, casting a glance at the kneeling Li Linger beside him. She was quick to learn the bad habits, yet slow to grasp the good ones. Was she opposing me? Let us all sit and eat, this makes me feel rather peculiar. Sun Ting stated with utmost seriousness, dining alongside the master implies insubordination. This is a fundamental principle. We ask for your understanding, as order is essential to maintain hierarchy, especially for newcomers to recognize who is in charge here. Indeed, we must not offend the master's authority. As more newcomers arrive, they will know their place. Dining is a means of establishing respect. Xi Meng's words garnered agreement from the women present, as newcomers would have to kneel at the back, unworthy of a position in the front. Look, I, Tang Ze, have somehow become the villain here. Fine, once a week is reasonable enough. How about once every fortnight? Yi Qingyi suggested. Tang Ze could only chuckle in frustration. Who brought this unruly attitude? Step forward, and I'll show you. In truth, dining while seated evokes a sense of home, yet Tang Ze had dined alone since birth. Perhaps that meal at noon had stirred something within him. After dinner, he made his way to the living room, hoping to peruse some apocalyptic novels to expand his knowledge, only to discover that there was no internet, feeling as though communication was about to be entirely severed. And Bai suddenly called out, "Master, you haven't fed us yet." "Feed you? Do you not have hands? Must the master cater to your whims? What nonsense!" Tang Ze grumbled as he sank into the sofa, pondering whether his patients had recently improved, allowing them to become somewhat inflated in their demeanor. It seemed he would need to throw them a few bones to restore order. 1 to feed is manageable, but 5, that's absurd. Ling Ling, have you angered the master? Enbai whispered. Ha? I don't think so. Oh, you have. The master remarked that your little tiger teeth are far too sharp. Li Linger's face flushed deeply as she softly said, "Sister Bai, please teach me later." Of course, no problem. You can practice with a banana first. Yi Qingyi curiously inquired, "What are you two whispering about while neglecting your meal?" Nothing, let us eat," and Bai and Li Linger fervently shook their heads, while Li Linger felt her cheeks burning with embarrassment. After their meal, everyone lounged on the sofa, snacking on fruit, lost in thought, with neither television nor internet to occupy their minds. By the way, let us hear a story from Xiao Linger, Tang Ze suggested, seizing the opportunity for the newcomer's self-introduction. Li Linger, holding a banana, snapped back to reality, "I'm not very good at telling stories." "Oh, what the master means is to share your experiences from childhood to the present," and Bai chimed in, finding a rapport with Li Linger, perhaps due to her status as a devoted fan. After a moment of silence, Li Linger began, "I was born in a small city, both my parents are teachers, perhaps that is why they were very strict with me, especially forbidding early romantic relationships and insisting I focus on my studies. They believed that if I did well, I would secure a good job in the future. I did not disappoint them and got into a prestigious 985 university, majoring in English, with aspirations of becoming an English teacher." "You studied English? I thought you were pursuing acting. How did you end up on stage?" Sun Ting asked, peeling grapes and immediately feeding them to Tang Ze, who now resembled a character merely waiting to be served. On the opposite side, Yi Qingyi followed suit, biting into a grape before offering it to Tang Ze, taking advantage of the situation. Li Linger, witnessing this scene, felt her face heat up and shyly averted her gaze. "During my freshman year, I accompanied a friend to an audition, but unexpectedly, I was chosen myself. I approached it with a playful attitude, and here I am." "Is that so? That certainly indicates you possess remarkable talent," Xi Meng remarked, reflecting on how one could inadvertently become famous while merely having fun. Chapter 87 of the second rain ceases. To be honest, I possess no extraordinary talent, I merely adapt quickly and find it exceedingly entertaining. Sun Ting sighed deeply, "Why am I devoid of such fortune? I can only scrape by in the streaming room." Despite her words, she had indeed caught someone's eye, yet the conditions laid down by her employer were all too clear, conditions that every man understands. "Linger, one can assume a powerful benefactor stands behind you, no?" Xi Meng peeled an orange, not for herself, but to demonstrate unwavering concern for her master, as such attentiveness would surely lead to future favor, especially considering that all present were at least esteemed veterans. Li Linger furrowed her brows and pondered for a moment. "I don't think so." "Surely, you haven't been subjected to any unspoken rules?" Yi Qingyi exclaimed in disbelief. A beauty like Li Linger would undoubtedly be a favorite among the affluent. "No, not at all. My master is well aware, Li Linger replied, her cheeks flushing anew as she avoided Tang Zai's gaze, resembling a bashful newlywed. Qimeng remarked, "Ah, I see, it appears there is a man quietly devoted to you, though he has yet to present himself," and then the apocalypse arrived. "And thus, I've been left at a disadvantage," Tang Zai quipped, joining in the jest. And Bai added, "The boss must be weeping in the lavatory right now." Ha 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 ha. Laughter erupted, leaving Li Linger blushing furiously while the others reveled in mirth. Desperate to avoid misunderstandings, Li Linger hastily clarified, "There is no boss, that is nonsense." "Oh dear, you seem flustered." "Oh," Sun Ting's words elicited sidelong glances and elongated "oh" sounds from the other women, heightening Li Linger's anxiety as she cast a pleading look at Tang Zai, silently insisting that she truly had no benefactor. "Alright, you're all about to drive her to tears," Tang Zai chuckled, waving his hand dismissively. Yi Qingyi sighed, "Truly, comparing oneself to others is a recipe for despair. I was once a weeping mess myself, while you, master, are as unyielding as stone." The moment Linger panics, your heart softens. Ah, a chorus of teasing murmurs followed, leaving Tang Zai with a wry smile, while Li Linger lowered her head, her delicate neck flushing once more. As the conversation flowed, they remained blissfully unaware that the rain outside had ceased. This marked the second occasion of a rain cessation since the onset of the apocalypse, and such an event heralded what? Bloodshed and plunder. "Very well, since you all insist, Linger, come sit on my lap, let them envy you properly." The four women erupted into cheers, whistling enthusiastically. "Hurry up, stop dawdling," Qimeng urged the bashful Li Linger. With a barely audible response, Li Linger rose and approached Tang Zai, who gently grasped her pristine wrist and pulled her into his embrace. The uproar reached a fever pitch, as if the very roof might lift away, compelling Li Linger to bury her face in Tang Zai's chest. "Kiss her, kiss her." And Bai stood atop the sofa, clapping her hands in encouragement. With her initiating the ruckus, the other three women quickly joined in. Tang Zai found himself slightly embarrassed. The girls had been quite spirited of late, and it seemed he would need to toss them a bone come morning. Yet, as he gazed down at her exquisite features, her large, glistening eyes slowly closing, and her rosy lips emanating an irresistible allure, he prepared to indulge in the taste of his master. Just as Tang Zai leaned down to savor the moment, an unexpected knock on the door interrupted the rhythm, causing his brow to furrow as he looked toward the entrance. Li Linger, too, opened her beautiful eyes, a hint of disappointment flickering within them. "It appears they can no longer wait." Qimeng's tone grew increasingly frigid. Sun Ting had already drawn her sidearm to check the ammunition, leaving Li Linger wide-eyed in astonishment. There was indeed a gun. Tang Zai gently patted Li Linger's head, and she obediently took a seat nearby, whispering, "Why would anyone come at this hour?" Yi Qingyi inserted a magazine and replied nonchalantly, "Because we are the only place with lights on." "Alright, everyone put on your nightgowns," Tang Zai instructed. With the heating on, they were all dressed rather lightly. He wondered how much more they could endure if the girls complied, donning their nightgowns and tidying their hair, for one must maintain an image. Li Linger suggested, "What if we wear masks?" Qimeng playfully patted her fragrant shoulder, laughing, "Why should we hide our beauty?" "But what if then we kill them?" Yi Qingyi remarked with indifference. Sun Ting patted Li Linger's head, "Your first lesson is about to begin." As they conversed, Tang Zai had already opened the door, a gust of cold air rushing into the room. Before him stood over 10 men clad in thick down jackets, shivering from the chill. Tang Zai greeted them with his signature warm smile. "Good evening, gentlemen, what brings you here at such a late hour?" The men stared at Tang Zai. In this frigid weather, he was merely attired in shorts and a t-shirt, his feet either clad in familiar material or encased in layers of plastic bags. It dawned on them, there must be electricity. "Hello, my name is Zhuo Zhixian. I reside in the villa across the street. You should have seen me on television." Zhuo Zhixian adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, striking a pose of pride. "I haven't seen you," Tang Zai replied honestly. Indeed, he had not. A young man from the back interjected, "Dude, the person before you is the wealthiest in Huashan City, and you don't recognize him? Are you blind?" "Shut up." Zhuo Zhixian snapped at his son. Zhuo Yong merely shrugged, unconcerned, his gaze drifting toward the modified Maybach nearby, plotting how to acquire such a vehicle. It was simply too cool. "My apologies, my son is rather thoughtless. Please forgive us." "Not at all, it's quite alright." Tang Zai maintained his humble demeanor, yet, to these men, this attitude translated to one thing, easy prey. "We have no ulterior motives, we simply wanted to inquire how it is you have electricity?" Zhuo Zhixian smiled, though his teeth chattered in the biting cold, as the temperature had plummeted to -10°C, accompanied by a bone-chilling wind. Tang Zai responded with a drawn-out "Oh, I purchased a diesel generator." "I see, and this vehicle is yours as well?" "Indeed, it is." The men could hardly fathom how this seemingly ordinary young man possessed such an abundance of resources. Some recalled his earlier visit, clad in peculiar protective gear. Observing the shivering men before him, Tang Zai chuckled, "Is there anything else? I was just about to retire for the evening." One man from the group called out, "Hey, could we possibly come inside to warm up?" With someone speaking up, Zhuo Zhixian's demeanor softened. "We're all struggling during this harsh weather. The temperature has dropped significantly, and we're without power at home. Would you be so kind as to allow us to rest for a moment? Rest assured, we will leave shortly." "Not a problem at all. Please, come in." Seeing Tang Zai extend such generosity, those who had previously hesitated to open the door now felt a pang of guilt. As they stepped inside, they were immediately enveloped by warmth from every corner, a sensation akin to being cradled in a mother's embrace. "Are there fairies here? Surely, I must be hallucinating from the cold." Chapter 88 You are all good people. Zui Yong rubbed his eyes, and upon confirming the reality of the situation, he nearly drooled. Not only Zui Yong, but even his father wore a look of astonishment, while the men nearby stood frozen in place, as if they had never encountered such beauty in their lives. Tang Zhe had to admit that their allure was undeniably potent, at least on a psychological level. Some men thought to themselves that had they known such stunning women would appear, they would have opened the door much sooner. Hey, that woman looks somewhat familiar. She resembles a celebrity. It turned out to be Li Linger. How is it possible that no one knew she lived here? Zui Yong also noticed Li Linger, marveling at her beauty, her face aglow and exuding a captivating charm. Yet, he found the woman next to her equally attractive, as well as those on either side. His desires flared. Hello, beautiful ladies, I am Zui Yong, and this is my father, the wealthiest man in Huan City. Zui Yong boldly stepped forward to introduce himself, immediately enveloped by a delightful fragrance that was utterly enchanting. Mr. Zui Zhixian recognized Ximeng at once, utterly surprised to see her here. Ximeng smiled. Mr. Zua, what a coincidence, what brings you here? Aren't you supposed to be living in the Shanhuxiu district? Our neighborhood has become chaotic, so everyone fled here to find refuge, Ximeng replied with an air of ease, while the men could only gaze at her stunning visage and the alluring figure concealed beneath her nightgown. Zui Zhixian sighed deeply, speaking in a somber tone. In such dire circumstances, those of us with wealth are the first to suffer. Not long ago, there was a rainstorm that brought a wave of robbers. They nearly broke into our home. Thankfully, the rain drove many of them away, leaving them muddy and disheveled. Indeed, if we do not unite now, we shall face theft and worse, Ximeng said, her face reflecting resignation. Though the men seemed oblivious to her words, their eyes fixated on her face and the curves accentuated by her nightgown. Zui Zhixian, in a tone reminiscent of an elder statesman, lamented, thus, we must band together to have any hope of survival. Selfishness will lead to our downfall. You are right, Mr. Zui, I wholeheartedly agree, Ximeng replied with a sweet smile, though a hint of coldness lingered in her gaze. At that moment, Zui Yong noticed a bowl of fruit on the coffee table. Oh my, you still have fruit to eat? Without waiting for anyone's agreement, he dashed over and took a half slice of watermelon to devour. As he munched, he exclaimed, damn, I used to disdain watermelon, but now I find it exceptionally sweet. Is there watermelon? The other men, upon hearing this, also made their way to the living room, grabbing fruit as if it were their own. Tang Zhe watched with a smile, while Li Linger felt a bit anxious, leaning against Tang Zhe and gripping his hand tightly. To her, she had given everything to Tang Zhe, he was her entire world. If anything were to happen to him, these men would likely turn her into a mere plaything. The men devoured the watermelon with reckless abandon, utterly disregarding their appearances. After all, which of them was not a boss, residing in such a place? Watermelon juice dripped from the corners of their mouths onto the expensive carpet beneath. Sun Ting and Yi Qingyi were nearly furious, knowing that this was the very spot they would sleep in tonight, and they would have to replace the carpet. These bastards, Xiaobai, Linger, could you bring the bosses some more watermelon? The wealthiest man hasn't even had a piece yet, Tang Zhe generously offered, much to Zui Zhixian's satisfaction, as he appreciated the young man's respect, even reverence towards him. Xiaobai, still a bit nervous, led the anxious Linger to fetch more watermelon, while the men in the living room continued to eat, their gazes greedily fixated on Xiaobai and Li Linger. Zui Yong's wicked grin revealed his intentions. As more watermelon was brought to the table, the men who had missed out earlier lunched for it, while Zui Zhixian refrained from joining the fray, mindful of maintaining his image as the wealthiest man, silently berating his son for not bringing him a piece. Tang Zhe, with a smile, handed a slice to Zui Zhixian. Mr. Zua, give this a try, it's incredibly sweet. Thank you, young man, there are indeed many good people around, Zui Zhixian replied. Isn't that so? I've only encountered bad people, even the women are no exception, Tang Zhe remarked, inciting protests from the girls. What have we done wrong? Zui Zhixian, momentarily confused by Tang Zhe's statement, shifted the topic while munching on watermelon. In Huan City, even in winter, temperatures never drop to zero. This cold weather only exacerbates our plight. Tang Zhe pulled out a pack of cigarettes and offered one to Zui Zhixian, who was taken aback. You have cigarettes? Zui Zhixian accepted the cigarette without hesitation, placing it between his lips, but he had no lighter. At that moment, Tang Zhe produced a flame, and Zui Zhixian leaned forward to ignite his cigarette, a smile widening on Tang Zhe's face. I have worked in Huan City for several years and have never encountered such frigid weather. Perhaps only northerners can adapt. Zui Zhixian exhaled a cloud of smoke, chuckling, if the temperature drops any further, even northerners may struggle. You've got cigarettes? Huh, how irresponsible of you. Zui Yong boisterously interjected, completely dismissing Tang Zhe. Tang Zhe, feigning innocence, produced a pack of huazi, which Zui Yong snatched away. Tang Zhe hoped to hear Zui Zhixian's rebuke, but the father merely watched in silence. As Zui Yong, cigarette in hand, swaggered over to Sun Ting, he provocatively blew a puff of smoke her way. Beautiful lady, you're dressed so scantily, why not take it all off? He reached out to tug at Sun Ting's nightgown. Sun Ting could barely contain her anger, tempted to draw her gun and put a bullet in this insolent brat. Yet, as the host had not yet had his fill of amusement, she suppressed her fury, retreating in alarm to hide behind Tang Zhe. What are you doing? Zui Zhixian's tone appeared to be a warning, yet lacked any real severity. Zui Yong flicked the ash from his cigarette, allowing it to fall onto the pristine floor, inciting a frenzy in the cleanliness-obsessed Yi Qingyi. It's just a joke. Zui Yong grinned maliciously. Dad, I haven't touched a woman in nearly a month. The other men began to close in around them, while a couple wandered off, seemingly in search of supplies. Mr. Azwa, we need to rest, Ximeng stated calmly as Zui Zhixian extinguished the cigarette but underfoot, while Yi Qingyi struggled to maintain her composure. Holy crap, there are so many supplies in the garage. Suddenly, a man shouted. All the men rushed into the garage, their eyes gleaming at the sight of a mountain of supplies, beautiful women and resources. Was this not the pinnacle of a post-apocalyptic world? Amidst the men's plunder, Li Linger could not contain herself, shouting, "Those are our supplies," yet, her protest went unheeded, and rather, her melodious voice only spurred their greed further. "You've got some tricks up your sleeve, huh? These supplies and vehicles must be stolen," Zhuiyong said, holding a salt-baked chicken leg in one hand and a snowflake beer in the other, grinning broadly. "What a divine life, no wonder such beautiful women are with you." "It's all for the supplies." Anbai could no longer contain her frustration. "You've eaten and taken enough. It's time for you to leave." Zhuo Zhixian chuckled at this, unperturbed, and casually settled onto the sofa. "Didn't I mention earlier that we should help each other? Yet you wish to drive us away." That seems rather selfish. This statement left the girls exasperated, unable to help but laugh at his audacity. True to form, the wealthiest man immediately took the moral high ground to chastise them. Tang Zhe laughed. "Mr. Zhua has a point. I'll take them upstairs while you remain below, you brat. You want my father to stay downstairs? Are you looking to die?" Zhuiyong brandished a finely crafted Nepalese military knife, and the other men revealed their own blades from beneath their down jackets. Tang Zhe's expression shifted dramatically, leaving the girls wide-eyed with disbelief, particularly Li Linger. Had she known him sooner, they could have staged a performance together. "Mr. Zhua, what is this?" Tang Zhe's voice trembled, causing Ximeng to feel compelled to acquiesce. It was no wonder he had been so thoroughly deceived as Zhuo Zhixian stood, retrieving a golden desert eagle from his waist. This left Tang Zhe utterly stunned, as did the other men, all of whom were equally taken aback. "I had planned to keep this as a collector's item, never did I imagine it would come in handy now." With that, Zhuo Zhixian fired a shot. The loud bang startled even Zhuiyong. The girls immediately huddled behind Tang Zhe, their delicate demeanor eliciting no sympathy from the men, who only grew more impatient. Yet, the gun slowly turned toward Tang Zhe. "Mr. Zhua, you wouldn't actually kill me, would you? I've never killed anyone, let me have the experience. I will take good care of these women for you." "Dad, I want those too." Zhuiyong pointed at Sun Ting and Li Linger's. Zhuo Zhixian's gaze shifted to Tang Zhe, and he pulled the trigger. Bang, the bullet slowly emerged from the barrel. Indeed, it moved at a leisurely pace. "You all truly lack a sense of humor." Chapter 89 Fire. As Tang Zhe's words echoed, the golden bullet fell onto the tiled floor, its clear sound resonating in the hearts of all present. Not only were the men rendered speechless, but the girls too stood in stunned silence. "Is this truly the power of a vampire? It is indeed astonishing, the bullets can be controlled in such a manner. You, the wealthiest man in Huashan City, have resorted to such despicable acts, which truly disappoints me." "It seems that sincerity cannot be exchanged for sincerity," Tang Zhe lamented, believing that there might be exceptions to the rules of the apocalypse. However, it appeared that the apocalypse had not deceived him. He must continue to be a man devoid of emotions. Zhuo Zhixian gazed incredulously at Tang Zhe before him, his mind racing with thoughts of why he had not perished. Had he just experienced a hallucination? A man near the doorway finally regained his senses and bolted for the exit. Bang, bang, the man was shot in both legs, as Yi Qingyi's cold voice pierced through the air like the chill of winter. "Did you not wish to stay here? Why are you leaving? Did I give you permission?" The men stared in shock at the gun in Yi Qingyi's hands, as if struck by lightning. She too possessed a firearm. "Dad, what are you waiting for? Shoot!" Zhuiyong bellowed. Zhuo Zhixian finally returned to reality, desperate to pull the trigger, yet his fingers could not comply. No matter how much he pressed down, Tang Zhe reached for the Golden Eagle handgun, effortlessly seizing it, truly worthy of its name, the Golden Eagle. Its weight is indeed considerable. "Dad, how could you?" "Mr. Zhua, what are you doing?" the men exclaimed in shock, their weapons snatched from them just like that. Zhuo Zhixian turned back, his face twisted in rage. "I don't even know." Tang Zhe approached Zhuiyong, who looked on in fear as his pants gradually grew wet. Yet, Tang Zhe merely extracted his pack of cigarettes from Zhuiyong's down jacket. "You dared to steal my cigarettes. Now, wetting your pants won't save you." Hearing this, a wave of shame and anger surged within Zhuiyong. As Tang Zhe turned away, he brought down his Nepalese knife in a furious arc bang. "Ah!" The Nepalese knife clattered to the ground as Zhuiyong clutched his bleeding right hand, panic filling his gaze as he looked at Sun Ting, who stood there with her smoking handgun. Two guns, indeed. Had they come to rob a den of thieves, these women appeared fragile, yet they wielded firearms with astonishing skill. Their earlier cowardice had been nothing but a ruse. "You wretched woman, you've injured me!" Zhuiyong shouted, seemingly oblivious to his dire situation. Sun Ting, having long wished to take action, slowly approached Zhuiyong, gun in hand, and kneel. "I would rather die than kneel." Bang! "My son!" Zhuo Zhixian screamed in agony. Zhuiyong's eyes widened, a crimson spot blooming on his forehead, as if his skull had been cracked open. He had not believed this woman would actually pull the trigger. Reluctantly, Zhuiyong collapsed to the ground, consciousness fading, yet he still saw Sun Ting's gun aimed at his head. "You think you are worthy of removing my clothing?" Bang! Bang, 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 the sound of the magazine being emptied echoed in the air, revealing just how furious Sun Ting truly was. Li Linger felt her stomach churn at the sight, but Tang Zhe calmly instructed, "Hold it together." Hearing Tang Zhe's indifferent tone, Li Linger envisioned a different version of him, suppressing her urge to retch. "I will say this once more. Kneel." Sun Ting surveyed all the men, and in that moment, their initial greed was replaced by boundless terror. The son of the Zhuo family had been ruthlessly executed. This woman was merciless, akin to a viper. Though they thought this, their knees betrayed them, and one by one, they dropped their weapons and knelt. Ximeng coldly remarked, "My master has treated you well, providing you with fresh fruit, and yet you repay him thus. It is a disgrace to humanity." Upon hearing Ximeng's address, Zhuo Zhixian looked up, astonished that she referred to him as her master. "It is we who have failed to recognize greatness. We shall not dare again." Brother, no, elder brother, it was all Zhuo Zhixian's idea, we were merely misled. Yes, he was the one who proposed robbing you, we had no idea. Zhuo Zhixian glared furiously, you bastards. You dare shift all the blame onto me, wishing me a miserable end. Tang Zhe pulled out a cigarette and lit it, casting a glance at Zhuo Zhixian. Mr. Zhuo, when someone offers you a light, at the very least, you should extend your hand. That is the bare minimum of respect, is it not? I was wrong, it will not happen again. Oh, do you still wish for me to offer you a light? No, I shall offer it myself. Too late. With that, he beckoned to Yiqingyi, who obediently placed the gun into Tang Zhe's hands. Tang Zhe then drew Li Linger before him. You are new here, this is your first lesson, kill. Li Linger quivered in fear, her hands trembling uncontrollably, how could she dare to take a life? Take it. Tang Zhe thrust the gun toward Li Linger. But she felt as if her strength had been sapped, raising her hand proved to be an arduous task, let alone wielding the gun. I do not wish to repeat myself. The coldness in Tang Zhe's voice deepened. Suddenly, Shimeng pressed down on Li Linger's shoulder, reassuring her gently, Linger, do not fear, you can do this. Dream sister, Sun Ting remarked coolly, if we were not stronger than them, what would be the outcome now? Think about it. Indeed, if it were not for their master's strength, they would have already faced humiliation at the hands of these brutes, unaware of who their parents' enemies were. Suddenly, Li Linger felt a surge of strength in her arm, gripping the gun tightly, her stance was surprisingly steady, having practiced for performances. Fire! Tang Zhe commanded calmly. At Tang Zhe's words, the men kneeling on the ground were filled with terror. As one person began to bow and plead for mercy, the others followed suit, their scalps bleeding from the forceful contact with the ground. Please do not kill me, I have elders above and children below. My wife just gave birth to a child yesterday. I beg you, for the sake of the child, spare my life. Faced with such pleas, Li Linger hesitated, unable to lower her hand. An Bai interjected, such words have become the standard in this apocalypse. I have heard them countless times. Tang Zhe squinted, his voice low and resolute, did you not vow to avenge your parents, yet now you tremble at the thought of taking a life? If the murderer were kneeling before you, begging for mercy, would you let them go? No, I would not. Li Linger shouted defiantly. Then pull the trigger. Li Linger tensed her arm, her finger resting on the trigger, yet she could not bring herself to press down. Tang Zhe sighed heavily, extinguishing his cigarette butt, and gestured for Sun Ting, who placed the gun back in his hands. What transpired next left everyone in utter disbelief, staring in shock. Tang Zhe aimed the gun at Li Linger's temple, and she could feel the warmth of the barrel against her skin, her complexion paling in an instant. Chapter 90. This is a required course I have stated that she cannot integrate. Are you satisfied with this outcome? Tang Zhe cast a glance at the other four women. The rapid transformation of Linger must surely be a result of their suggestions to others, yet, who it was matters little now. The four women remained silent, their thoughts solely focused on encouraging Linger. Just pull the trigger, once you do, it will be over. Tang Zhe turned his gaze to Linger. What can tears resolve? Our circles are disparate, you cannot force your way in. It would be best for you to remain here. However, with the rain subsiding, it is likely that others will soon come to seize this opportunity, and you too may be taken. Instead, allow me to grant you a swift release so you may reunite with your parents sooner, sparing you from humiliation. As soon as Tang Zhe's words fell, bang! Ah! Linger screamed as she frantically pulled the trigger, each shot seemingly shattering her inner fragility and obliterating any semblance of compassion. The men on their knees felt as though death was imminent, but as the gunfire ceased and they opened their eyes, they found themselves unharmed, glancing left and right in disbelief. It was merely blind firing. Kakaka, though the magazine was emptied, Linger continued to pull the trigger relentlessly. Change her magazine, Tang Zhe remarked nonchalantly, thinking that merely firing the gun would suffice was exceedingly naive. And Bai promptly approached to replace the magazine, offering Linger an encouraging embrace. The men believed it was over, only to be stunned when they realized she had a new magazine. Was this not a form of trickery? Consider your parents, who met their demise at the hands of such merciless individuals. As their daughter, reflect on this. Bang! The first man on the left crumpled to the ground, a bullet to the head. It appeared she had some degree of accuracy. After all, it was only 5 or 6 meters away, yet the recoil still caused Linger's arm to rise high. Tang Zhe softly advised, maintain your balance. Linger remained silent and fired again. The second man fell. At that moment, her eyes became resolute, transformed from the softness of before, as if she had matured in an instant, adapting to the harsh realities of this apocalypse. It's either you or me, with no third option. Please, don't kill me. I can offer you money, a company, I'm worth billions, I can give you whatever you desire. Left Jixian, witnessing one after another fall beside him, could no longer afford to think of his title as a wealthy man. Blood streamed from his forehead, yet, the cold gaze of Linger fixed upon him as she leveled the gun. Left Jixian closed his eyes, only to hear a click. His magazine was empty. That single moment made him lose control, feeling death was closer than ever. If given a second chance, he would never have come here. This was no sheepfold, it was a den of tigers. Tang Zhe felt compelled to clarify tigers were indeed tigers, but of the white variety. No more bullets. Linger's eyes appeared hollow and vacant, as if her very soul was locked away. Tang Zhe took the gun from her. Demang, take her to rest. Understood. Shi Meng led Linger away, but Linger pointed at left Ji Xian, dazedly murmuring, "There is still one I haven't shot." "Linger, my dear, you need not concern yourself with him. You must rest well now." "No, I can't, the master will abandon me, he will kill me." Linger exhibited signs of a mental breakdown, on the verge of collapse. Tang Ze naturally recognized this. You should go too." He had not anticipated that pushing Linger to this point could occur. Tang Ze sighed. In this apocalypse, a woman's desire to protect herself was indeed a mandatory lesson. Reproaching left Ji Xian, who looked up in desperation. Big bang, before he could finish, he was executed with his own golden sand eagle. Tang Ze had no desire to waste words with such a person. "You all clean up, I'll take a walk," Tang Ze stated flatly, stepping out of the blood-soaked living room, his earlier good mood extinguished by their arrival. He emerged into the night, gazing up at the sky, feeling as though it had been ages since he had seen such a brilliant full moon. The ground was illuminated by its light, truly a night for slaughter. Crossing the central road, he arrived at the villa across the way. Left Ji Xian's residence. The door lock clearly could not withstand Tang Ze's force, and the interior lay shrouded in darkness. A woman's voice resonated from the living room, laced with anticipation. "Darling, did you kill the people from across the street? I heard so many gunshots." Tang Ze remained silent as he stepped into the living room, moonlight streaming through the glass, revealing a woman wrapped in blankets, seemingly quite young, perhaps just in her early 30s, an age gap that was rather striking. "Who are you?" "My husband has a gun." The woman, noticing the stranger, instinctively recoiled. "Is this the one you mean?" Tang Ze raised his hand, the moonlight glinting off the golden sand eagle, rendering it quite distinctive. The woman gazed, entranced, at the weapon in his grasp. "Sister-in-law, fear not, I do not harm women." After a prolonged silence, a gunshot rang out from the villa, and Tang Ze emerged, taking a deep breath as he returned to Linger's residence. The bodies were discarded on the lawn. Upon entering, he found Sun Ting and by mopping the floors, while the sound of Linger's anguished cries echoed from upstairs. Tang Ze smiled. Letting it out was a positive thing. Before long, Shi Meng and Yi Qingyi descended the stairs, followed closely by Linger, who appeared like a frightened little rabbit, her eyes swollen and red, evoking sympathy. "Everyone, please clean up," Tang Ze said, not bothering to glance at Linger. Faced with Tang Ze's indifference, Linger bit her lip, lowering her head in silence. Shi Meng gently encouraged, "Go on, he won't hold it against you." "He enjoys scaring people," Yi Qingyi added, though it was uncertain when Tang Ze would turn his threats into reality, which was the truly frightening aspect. Linger inhaled deeply and took small steps toward Tang Ze, who still did not raise his gaze, softly instructing, "First, focus on cleaning, we will discuss the rest later." Tears as large as pearls cascaded down her exquisite face as Linger choked out, "I'm sorry. I was wrong." "Wrong about what?" This question caught the other four women off guard. Those three words seemed to belong to the realm of women. "I am timid, I cry easily." "Weren't you supposed to be highly adaptable?" "I have no intention of traveling with a weeping woman." Linger immediately wiped her tears away, her gesture reminiscent of a child. "Tonight is still long, your trials have not yet concluded, and the rain is unlikely to cease anytime soon." Tang Ze observed the eerie full moon outside, as if aware that the darkness would emit light, compelling humanity to engage in bloody slaughter. The girls gazed out the window. The previous rain had lasted merely over 10 minutes, yet this time it had persisted for over 20. It was likely that chaos had already erupted throughout the streets. Chapter 91. The end times have only just begun. "I shall not disappoint you again," Li Linger said respectfully. Tang Ze gently patted Li Linger's head, easing her previously tense state of mind, for she had indeed been quite frightened earlier. With a wave of Tang Ze's hand, 5 automatic rifles, 416 Hong Kong dollars, materialized upon the coffee table. Beside them lay an array of accessories: gun barrels, scopes, grips, magazines, and more than a dozen boxes of 5.56 ammunition. "Once the cleaning is done, each of you will receive a rifle. Whoever achieves the highest kill count will be granted a wish." This reward undoubtedly served as a significant incentive, prompting the 5 young women to hastily clean the floor, spray it with a refreshing scent, and even replace the carpet. Soon, they found themselves seated beside the coffee table, each with an ammunition box at their side, eagerly loading bullets into their magazines. For both Li Linger and Shi Meng, the automatic rifle was a foreign object. Shi Meng had never handled such a weapon before either. Bai took it upon herself to instruct Li Linger, while Sun Ting guided Shi Meng, opting to impart only the simplest designs as time was insufficient for disassembly training. "It's more suitable to mount a red dot sight. Use this type of right-angle grip, and this longer barrel for enhanced accuracy," and Bai advised with the air of a seasoned expert as she equipped Li Linger. "How come you know so much, Sister Bai?" And Bai, hands on her hips, replied proudly, "Who says girls can't handle guns? Besides, I adore our master." Her declaration elicited laughter from the girls present, while Tang Ze, polishing his machete, couldn't help but smile at their banter. "Go outside and fire a few rounds to acclimate to the recoil. We wouldn't want you to embarrass yourselves later," Tang Ze reminded them. Previously, and Bai and her companions had spent the entire day familiarizing themselves, while Shi Meng and Li Linger had not been afforded such time, with outside threats lurking at any moment. Upon opening the door, Shi Meng and Li Linger raised their rifles, immediately feeling the weight of the automatic weapons. Bang! The gunfire resonated peculiarly in the night, causing panic among the nearby residents, who were left bewildered as to whether the sound was from firecrackers or gunshots. Experiencing the recoil of an automatic rifle for the first time left Shi Meng and Li Linger in shock. The sound was wholly different from that of a pistol. grip it tightly, and when firing continuously, push down to prevent the muzzle from rising, and by transformed into a coach, instructing them while she and Sun Ting dragged a few corpses into the middle of the street to serve as targets. Bang, 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 the rapid gunfire sent a wave of fear through would-be robbers, who mistook the villa community for a battleground. Glancing at their kitchen knives, they deemed it a futile endeavor. Throughout Huan City, people poured out of their homes, their primary targets being supermarkets, convenience stores, and large shopping malls. Consequently, these locations witnessed the most intense battles for resources. It was not uncommon for 7 or 8 lives. Compared to these disorganized skirmishes, many residential communities had formed their own cooperative units, significantly enhancing their operational efficiency. However, encounters between different communities inevitably led to conflicts, and within just half an hour of the rain ceasing, the death toll in Huan City had already reached 3,000 to 4,000, a figure that continued to rise rapidly towards 10,000. The streets were littered with corpses, while the ravenous, emaciated individuals scavenged for food among the bodies, but found nothing. Desperate, they resorted to cannibalism in the streets, creating a scene both repulsive and terrifying. Such occurrences were becoming increasingly common. After days of confinement, not everyone possessed the strength to seize food, and many who had collapsed from weakness never rose again. The apocalypse. It seemed to have truly arrived. In the happiness community, a fleet of vehicles, stripped down to their wheels, lay parked outside, no fewer than 30 in total. At the forefront of this motley collection stood an old man's vehicle, but trailing behind it were bloodied severed heads, a sight that evoked profound discomfort. Within the community, a ruthless slaughter and plunder were underway, with this group leaving no survivors. Regardless of gender, everyone was executed, and resources were gathered. The leader, a man in his 30s clad in a black coat with a neatly trimmed buzz cut, wore an expression devoid of excess emotion. In his right hand, he wielded an aged tang sword, its scabbard showing signs of wear, suggesting its long history. Following closely behind him were many others armed with various melee weapons. A crescent blade was brandished, swiftly beheading a resident, revealing the man's well-practiced stance, indicative of his extensive training. Please don't kill me, I can be your woman, I'll do anything you ask, pleaded a woman in her mid-20s, kneeling in desperation. The man's gaze remained calm as he swiftly drew his blade, severing her head with a single stroke. Leave no supplies behind, Luo Chang reiterated, flicking the blood from his blade before sheathing it handsomely. Understood, Teacher Luo. The group consisted of martial arts students, with several instructors among them. After enduring several brutal encounters at the school, only these individuals remained. They had anticipated starvation within the school walls but, upon the rain's cessation, rushed into the city, killing at every opportunity without hesitation. That old man's vehicle belonged to Luo Chang, and the heads hanging from it were those of his defeated foes, including 2 former colleagues. By the way, let's keep a few women. After all, these are all vigorous youths, but let us not overdo it, lest they lose their strength, Luo Chang remarked casually, kicking the severed head aside as he continued toward the upper floors. Before long, the entire community fell silent, nearly all inhabitants eliminated, and all supplies transported downstairs. Several young men carried women and unceremoniously tossed them into the trunk. Old Luo, this hall is quite substantial, remarked another instructor named Yutong, whose impressive grappling skills had helped him survive the school trials. Luo Chang gazed at the full moon in the night sky. While the rain holds off, we should seize as much as we can. These women are still insufficient, the students desire at least one each. Luo Chang furrowed his brow and replied sternly, martial artists should avoid excessive indulgence. If each one takes a woman, they might as well all perish in their bellies. Yutong, taken aback, found himself at a loss for words. While such a sentiment may have held merit in the past, given the circumstances, an outlet was needed. At that moment, a stout young man suggested, Teacher Luo, Teacher Yu, let us raid the wealthy neighborhoods. I've heard the women there are quite attractive, right, classmates? Upon hearing this, the boys became invigorated, realizing their martial arts training had truly prepared them for survival. Old Luo, let the students indulge for one night. Let us not be too strict. Luo Chang glanced at Yutong, who smiled, let us head to the Mountain Lake community, that's where the affluent residents of Huan City reside. If we eliminate them, we can move into their luxurious enclave. Then let us go. I hope the Mountain Lake community hasn't been raided yet, Luo Chang sighed, just as a man came tumbling out in a panic. Chapter 92, Invincible within 5 steps, still trying to escape. I'll sever your limbs, a blood-soaked classmate shouted angrily as he pursued from behind. Luo Chang waved his hand, signaling the classmates to halt their chase. Yutong, shaking his head in resignation, began anew. I offer you a chance at life. Approaching the man, Luo Chang spoke with an air of calm. What? The man, infused with a blend of fear and rage, had just witnessed the brutal murder of his wife and child at the hands of these beasts. A knife was tossed at his feet. One-on-one. If you win, I die, if I win, you die. The man gazed at the knife before him, stained with his wife's blood, and gripped it tightly, allowing his fury to overshadow his fear. Fine, he declared, wielding the knife with both hands, though his stance betrayed his lack of skill. Luo Chang's thumb slowly pushed the knife away, his right hand grasping the hilt. I forgot to mention, within 5 steps, I am invincible. No sooner had the words left his lips than a flash of silver glinted. The man's head rolled away, his eyes wide open in disbelief, as Luo Chang affixed the severed head to the rear of his vehicle. Let us go, to Shanhuxiao community, he commanded, his voice booming, as the convoy surged forth toward their destination. Such a grand procession on the road left no one daring to intervene, unless a more formidable force emerged. Clearly, no such power was present at that moment, and the potential threats had been largely neutralized by my brothers. Soon, the convoy arrived at Shanhuxio community, where Luo Chang observed a stream of individuals fleeing, retching as if they had witnessed something grotesque. He halted the vehicle, prompting the others to do the same. Let us investigate, Luo Chang stated coolly, stepping into the community and noticing more people emerging from the underground garage. Exchanging a glance with Yutong, they nodded and made their way toward the garage. As they approached the entrance, a nauseating stench of blood and decay assaulted their senses. Furrowing their brows, they pressed on, only to encounter a scene reminiscent of hell itself. Some classmates were retching uncontrollably. The sight before them was unbearable, even more so than the act of killing they had just committed. Standing upon the congealed blood, they examined the spent cartridges scattered on the ground, Yutong grimly observing, "It seems someone was quicker than us." Luo Chang, however, disagreed. These individuals did not perish recently. They likely met their end yesterday. The sheer number of shell casings indicates a considerable amount of gunfire. "Old Luo, come quick!" Yutong suddenly shouted, prompting Luo Chang to hurry over, his expression shifting as he crouched to inspect the wounds on a corpse. Such a swift blade. The body has been cleaved cleanly in half. The strength behind this is extraordinary. There are many more here. Yutong exclaimed incredulously, noting that most of the victims had been severed in two, showcasing an incredible display of force. Luo Chang recognized the grim reality. These individuals must have faced utter despair, their demise lingering as they witnessed their own halves fading away. A brutal method indeed. If you encountered this person, would you feel confident? Yutong inquired. From what I can tell, this individual possesses greater strength than I do, yet seems lacking in technique, merely swinging the blade. Still, I maintain, within 5 steps, I am invincible. Luo Chang turned away from the corpses, stepping outside to escape the foul odors within. Yutong, reassured by Luo Chang's words, followed suit. It appeared that this community held little value anymore, and nearby, 2 classmates scrutinized the holes in the wall. What on earth could have created these? A drill. It doesn't resemble a drill. To me, it looks more like a blade. A blade? Why don't you try inserting one, considering this is a concrete wall? One classmate pointed to the corpses at their feet. Look at these 4 bodies, their wounds are all aligned. If I'm not mistaken, they were standing in a line when the assailants suddenly swung the knife, piercing their heads and embedding it in the wall. Upon hearing this, one boy began to slowly applaud. Perhaps you should write a novel. Your imagination is quite impressive. What do you know? This is called deduction. Then you can continue your deductions amidst this pile of corpses. I can't handle the stench any longer. The classmate, with no choice, walked away but couldn't resist glancing back at the hole in the wall, pondering how such a feat could be accomplished by a mere human. Stepping outside, they inhaled the fresh air, feeling as though they had been reborn. Where to next? Should we continue raiding the community? Yutong queried, aware that time was of the essence. Luo Chang contemplated deeply. Yes, we must continue to gather supplies. I sense the weather will grow colder, and without sufficient provisions, we risk freezing to death. Classmates, get in the vehicle. We shall continue our raid on the community. Teacher, I've heard of a wealthy neighborhood where only affluent individuals reside in villas. Luo Chang raised his hand to silence him, speaking in a grave tone. Our primary objective is to collect supplies. We may divert there if it is on the way. In a villa, Yi Qingyi played a graceful melody on the piano, and 416 Hong Kong dollars resting atop its lid, the juxtaposition of the 2 items creating a striking contrast. Yet, when accompanied by the screams from outside, the scene transformed dramatically. The looting in the villa district had commenced early, as this particular villa was situated deeper within, it had yet to be reached. Tang Zhe intentionally turned off the lights, not wishing to attract attention from other wealthy individuals. The open door allowed the enchanting piano notes to escape, and soon, they caught the attention of others nearby. Brother, listen, one of several men scavenging for supplies in a neighboring villa remarked, the occupants having been brutally dispatched. The leader, intrigued, chuckled, the wealthy indulge in the arts. Brothers, let us investigate. As the group loaded their spoils into a vehicle, the piano's melody drifted closer, leading them to the villa's entrance. Unlike others, this door stood wide open, and a dozen corpses lay sprawled on the grass outside. Brother, this feels a bit eerie, one of the younger men cautioned. The leader dismissed him with a wave. What are you afraid of? Just some piano playing. There are bodies outside as if in a film. Follow me. With that, the leader boldly ascended the steps and entered the house. Just as he was about to cross the threshold, a chill washed over his forehead. His heart raced as he slowly raised his gaze towards the darkness. A gun, the barrel. The leader instinctively began to retreat, but the figure in the shadows revealed a stunning visage, one so beautiful it momentarily extinguished his fear. Brother, what are you doing? The younger men questioned, observing their leader's retreat with growing concern. Li Linger had overcome her timidity by imagining herself in a performance. Today, she was cast as a merciless female assassin. Beautiful lady, is that a toy gun? The leader chuckled awkwardly. Why don't you find out if it's a toy? Before he could respond, Li Linger pulled the trigger. Bang! Chapter 93. Yet another forceful kiss. The younger brother stood frozen in place as if struck by lightning. His elder's skull had practically exploded. The dazed subordinates had yet to flee when Li Linger decisively pulled the trigger. Bang bang bang. As the last shot rang out, one of the younger brothers remained immobilized. Bewildered. Li Linger swiftly ejected the magazine and retrieved a fully loaded one from her waist. Bang. Chi Meng appeared from the side, effortlessly resolving the situation. See, not so difficult, right? Tang Zhe remarked, giving Li Linger a gentle pat on the shoulder. Li Linger chambered a bullet and suddenly turned to plant a kiss on Tang Zai's lips, declaring, "I won't let you down." Before striding out the door, Tang Zai was momentarily taken aback. "She certainly exudes a regal aura now," Xi Meng teased, leaving a kiss mark on Tang Zai's cheek before following Li Linger out. The sound of the piano within the room faded away as Yi Qing emerged, gun in hand, her long hair tied into a ponytail. She tiptoed to Tang Zai and bestowed upon him a deep kiss, then confidently joined the others. Tang Zai smirked, bemused by the spectacle. Was everyone merely trying to show off? Yet, he couldn't deny it was rather impressive. Sun Ting and Bai stood to the side, grinning as they two tiptoed to give Tang Zai a peck, giggling as they dashed out. Tang Zai slowly retrieved a cigarette, lighting one with a faint smile playing on his lips. In under 10 minutes, car headlights gradually appeared, accompanied by the sounds of complaints. "Damn it, we're late. All these villas have been snatched up. I told you to come earlier, the affluent always get first dibs." 4 cars pulled up and halted, finally arriving. "There seems to be a woman standing by the roadside," exclaimed the man in the passenger seat. Xi Meng dashed over in a slight panic, and the men in the car were utterly captivated by her beauty, astonished to encounter such a stunning sight. "Beautiful lady, need a ride," they said, while their hands began to search for knives. Just as Xi Meng was about to respond, her gun unexpectedly slipped from her back, prompting a wry smile from her, while the men in the car stood in a state of shock at the sight of the dark weapon. "Sorry, it wasn't secured tightly," she remarked, raising her gun. "Damn it!" The men in the car scrambled for their knives, preparing to rush out, only to be met with merciless bullets. Bang bang bang, they were all reduced to a hive of chaos. A man from the second car disembarked, ready to greet Xi Meng, but upon witnessing her firing into the vehicle, he stood frozen. Xi Meng smiled at him. "What's the matter, not going to run?" The man suddenly snapped back to reality and turned to flee, but Xi Meng had already reloaded, and with a single shot, he collapsed to the ground. The remaining 3 cars hastily reversed, leaving only their wheels spinning wildly. "Don't rush off just yet, gentlemen," she called out. From the men's perspective, several other stunning women emerged, but they wielded nightmares. "No. No, don't kill me. Charge out and take them down. Run them over." Chaos erupted within the car, but the gunfire rang out, leaving no room for mercy. Tang Zai sat on the steps, smoking a cigarette, observing how they had adapted to the apocalyptic rhythm. Not only had they gained 5 warm bodies, but they had also acquired 5 capable fighters. Even the timid Linger had begun to acclimate. It seemed he had not misjudged himself. Their adaptability was indeed remarkable, their eyes unwavering. In less than 2 minutes, the robbers were dispatched by the 5 girls, and Li Linger finally experienced the exhilaration of seizing control over her own fate. Previously, she had lived in fear, terrified that someone might invade and harm her. Now, she felt fearless, capable of striking back, embracing her bravery to avenge her parents. "Impressive, Linger, you've outdone me," Sun Ting teased, patting her shoulder. Li Linger humbly replied, "It's all thanks to Sister Ting's teachings. Prepare yourselves. More will come," Sun Ting stated, gazing at the bright full moon, which showed no signs of rain. Without rain, the slaughter would not cease. Before long, headlights appeared again, and voices could be heard. What followed was a barrage of gunfire, along with the sounds of grenades being thrown. Utterly ruthless, while others wielded knives, they brandished guns. The clash of cold steel against heated weaponry was a true demonstration of overwhelming force. Yet Tang Zai refrained from intervening, sensing a profound loneliness that came with being a master of the craft. Previously, he had thought it impossible while watching television. Now, experiencing it firsthand, he understood the reality. Perhaps it was time to eat something. It was late, and a barbecue sounded just right. "After you're done with the killing, come over for a bite to replenish," Tang Zai called out to the girls. And Bai cheerfully responded, having just dispatched a begging man, and skipped towards Tang Zai, grabbing a bottle of beer, chugging it down. "Don't get drunk," Tang Zai cautioned as he grilled the meat. And Bai boisterously replied, "1 bottle of beer, 1 tea, knock me out. Only the master can do that." "I ought to learn from Sister Bai," Li Linger chimed in, rushing over to seek her master's favor. Tang Zai cleared his throat. "Don't emulate her. The more you learn, the worse you'll get." "I want to be bad, the really bad kind. Sister Meng, come join us for barbecue. The master is treating us." Tang Zai couldn't help but chuckle at how they had turned the tables on him. Enjoying the grilled meat and sipping beer while gazing at the full moon felt like the most perfect date, albeit with 5 lovely ladies. Not only was it Tang Zai's daily routine, but it was also the dream of many others. Before long, the headlights illuminated once more, and judging by the sounds, there were not just 3 or 4 cars, but possibly 30 or 40. "Everyone, hide well," Tang Zai instructed, curious about the identity of this group. The 5 girls dispersed to the surrounding villas, waiting silently for their prey. Soon, the girls spotted the foremost vehicle, a small van. But what was that hanging behind it? As the moonlight illuminated the scene, the girls gasped in shock. It was indeed human heads. How grotesque. Tang Zai remained by the roadside, grilling, as if it were just another ordinary night, completely ignoring the approaching vehicles. Luo Chang frowned, surveying the area. There were numerous bodies on the ground, and many cars parked by the roadside, their occupants seemingly lifeless. Upon stopping the car, Luo Chang leaped from the van, his gaze fixed on Tang Zai in the distance. The air was thick with the scent of blood, mingling with the aroma of barbecued meat, causing his stomach to growl involuntarily. As Luo Chang exited the vehicle, his companions followed suit. Yu Tong approached Luo Chang and remarked, "This place has been thoroughly looted, it holds no value. Look over there." Is that barbecuing?" Yu Tong exclaimed, astonished at the sight of Tang Zai, who appeared unfazed amidst the chaos. Luo Chang observed the sea of corpses and then turned his attention back to Tang Ze, sensing an undeniable danger emanating from him. Classmates, we're having barbecue tonight. Yu Tong shouted cheerfully, eliciting smiles from those who hadn't tasted meat in ages. Chapter 94. You are unfortunate to encounter me. Upon hearing this, the students erupted into cheers, disregarding Luo Chang's attempts to intervene as they rushed towards Tang Ze, weapons raised high. Meanwhile, Tang Ze took a sip from his sugar-free sparkling water, dabbed his mouth with a tissue, and unsheathed the broadsword resting nearby, striding towards the oncoming throng of youth. Instead of feeling fear at the sight of Tang Ze wielding the broadsword, the students were filled with exhilaration, shouting as they charged at him. Kill, one young man growled, his blood surging with adrenaline. With a swift downward strike, Tang Ze's blade met the raised sword of a student, who froze in shock as his weapon was cleaved in two, leaving his body unscathed in comparison. The three boys charging alongside him were momentarily dumbfounded. Being distracted during a fight can cost you your life, Tang Ze declared coldly as his broadsword fell mercilessly, leaving four lifeless bodies sprawled on the ground. Luo Chang observed Tang Ze, his expression grave. He is, Yu Tong spoke, his voice laced with terror. Luo Chang inhaled deeply, confirming his suspicions. Despite possessing immense strength, Tang Ze appeared to rely solely on brute force. I'll take care of him, Luo Chang stated nonchalantly. Be careful. This man is formidable, Yu Tong cautioned, recalling the haunting memory of the parking lot. Luo Chang nodded, brandishing his Tang sword as he approached Tang Ze, his steps steady and his gaze sharp. 5 meters apart, both men halted. You possess great strength, yet lack technique, Luo Chang began, adopting a tone reminiscent of a teacher. Tang Ze assessed Luo Chang's attire and the weapon in his hand, replying with a hint of amusement, you seem to possess some skill. Indeed, just enough to challenge you. Ha, you are the first to challenge me. If you win, I die, however, if I win, all of you shall perish. Tang Ze's smile was unexpectedly benign. Luo Chang's brow furrowed. This was his own catchphrase, now turned against him. Teacher Luo, to kill him is far too arrogant, and to threaten our lives. To be dismembered here while he boasts. The students cursed, holding Luo Chang in reverence as a paragon of strength. Raising his arm, Luo Chang silenced their shouts. Very well, I accept, but I have a condition. If I win, you shall not die, instead, you will serve as my subordinate. Agreed, Tang Ze replied readily. A word of caution. Within 5 steps, I am invincible. Ha, I eagerly anticipate your performance. Tang Ze's smile widened. A duel was about to commence, the moonlight casting a tense glow over the two figures, the atmosphere growing palpably charged. Even the girls hiding in the villa felt a rush of anxiety. Despite knowing Tang Ze's prowess, they were terrified, fearing he might sustain even a minor injury. Luo Chang recognized the formidable nature of the man before him and resolved to give his all. His strength was tremendous. If only he could evade one strike. As Tang Ze observed Luo Chang circling him with peculiar footwork, he raised his sword for a downward strike. Luo Chang seized the moment, drawing his blade to slice at Tang Ze's neck without any intention of becoming a subordinate. It was a ruse to mislead his opponent into believing defeat was inconsequential. Suddenly, Luo Chang felt a chill at his waist. Why was he collapsing? Why had his blade veered so far off course, nearly grazing Tang Ze's shoulder? A dull thud echoed as Luo Chang fell, his gaze fixated on his lower half, where his intestines lay scattered. Impossible, absolutely impossible. His strike should never have faltered. The momentum was too great to halt. Yet, when he swung, it seemed as though Tang Ze had paused, only to cleave through his waist. How could he have stopped? This was the most basic principle of inertia. Why did he not adhere to it? Why did this happen? Why was I destined to die? It hurt. If you were facing another, within 5 steps, you would indeed be invincible. Alas, you have matched with me, Tang Ze remarked, looking down at the fading Luo Chang, whose name he did not know, yet recognized the man's audacity. Hearing Tang Ze's words, Luo Chang perished with confusion. Yu Tong, still processing the rapid events, was stunned. It had all transpired too swiftly for him to comprehend. Luo Chang had simply been slain. The students stood frozen, aghast. Their idol, revered for his prowess, had perished in an instant. The shattering of their world felt akin to the collapse of reality itself. As Tang Ze approached, Yu Tong shouted in defiance to dispel his own fear, fingers clawing as he proclaimed, "Then let me experience your blade." Tang Ze lifted his broadsword once more, and Yu Tong executed a graceful maneuver to grip Tang Ze's wrist, feeling a surge of triumph. Yet, to his astonishment, he found himself unable to budge Tang Ze's arm. It was as unyielding as steel. Is this how little you think of me, that you do not even require your blade? Tang Ze turned to Yu Tong, his tone indifferent. Yu Tong's heart raced as he felt the weight of Tang Ze's lethal gaze, panic gripping him. Before he could react, his wrist was seized. Ah! Yu Tong screamed in agony as his wrist was crushed, bones exposed. Tang Ze grasped his other arm and wrenched it off, delivering a kick that shattered Yu Tong's legs. In the eyes of the students, their esteemed teacher Yu, second only to Luo Chang, was now left limbless, grasped by the throat by that man. Promises made must be kept. Kill, Tang Ze uttered in a low voice. Bang 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 bang, that from both villas, merciless bullets erupted, instantly claiming half of the students, while the remainder cowered behind vehicles, terror-stricken. See? I told you, that hole was made by him. Even teacher Luo was no match. It's over, we're doomed. After speaking, he received no reply and turned to tap a nearby friend, only to find him staggering, 2 bullets lodged in his face, eyes wide with terror. As he turned back, he beheld the ascending broadsword. In that moment, he recognized the similarity between the blade and the marks on the wall. His deductions had proven correct. Then the world spun around him, and he felt blood gushing from his body. The girls in the villa emerged to clear the area, facing the oncoming youth wielding cold weapons, their brows unflinching as they pulled the triggers. A few even hurled throwing knives, initially startling the girls, but they soon realized the blades fell harmlessly to the ground before reaching them, undoubtedly a manifestation of their master's terrifying abilities, leaving them unrestrained. Spent cartridges scattered beneath their high heels, the youthful assailants had no time to admire the exquisite legs of the girls, for with each step they took, they claimed 2 or 3 lives. Delicate fingers had transformed into harbingers of death, and angelic visages morphed into those of hellish sirens. Chapter 95 Departure to the Sea of Clouds. This is the sensation of wielding control over life and death. Ximeng and Li Linger have finally grasped it. They no longer need to concern themselves with the opinions of others, nor do they fear the threats posed by men, for they have become the very threat themselves. With the final gunshot echoing through the air, a spent shell fell, exuding a wisp of smoke, landing atop a lifeless body. Tang Zhe, gripping the broadsword, was drenched in blood, his eyes devoid of any emotional hue, resembling a soulless machine of slaughter. The girls gazed at Tang Zhe amidst the corpses, their beautiful eyes glimmering with an unusual mix of infatuation and admiration. In this apocalyptic world, having encountered countless different men, some noble, some selfish, and others cruel, he seemed to possess the essence of them all. Initially, they felt a strong aversion, constantly plotting their escape from his grasp, yet now, they found themselves yearning to remain by the side of this fearsome and captivating man. Tang Zhe paid no heed to the girls' reactions or their thoughts. He plunged his broadsword into a nearby corpse and lit a cigarette, the smoke curling lazily into the air. As he withdrew the sword, he faintly discerned the approach of more vehicles. "It's not over yet," Tang Zhe remarked in a tone devoid of urgency. The girls snapped back to reality and began to tally their ammunition. A new round of carnage was about to unfold, and the road became strewn with bodies, resembling a pathway leading to the gates of hell. The villa district was rife with would-be looters, but by the time Tang Zhe reached the villa's entrance, blood had already flowed outside, and no one dared to enter the premises, for the sight of the bodies within clearly signaled doom. Though fantasies of resources and beautiful women lingered, they paled in comparison to the value of one's own life. Robbing elsewhere held the same risks. Thus, a steady stream of vehicles arrived at the villa's doorstep, but upon sighting the corpses at the entrance, they immediately turned back. Once inside the villa, Tang Zhe and his companions seemed to remain in an exhilarating state. "Who holds the top kill count?" Tang Zhe inquired, sipping water. Li Linger eagerly reported, "I killed 109. Impressive. What about you all?" Ximeng sheepishly admitted, "I lost count." "I did too," Yi Qingyi chimed in, glancing at Anbai and Sun Ting, both shrugged nonchalantly. Li Linger quickly understood, "Sisters, let me go. You must not let their good intentions go unfulfilled. Speak, what is your wish?" Tang Zhe was taken aback that he would grant this opportunity to a newcomer, particularly to someone as ambitious as Ximeng. Li Linger had never imagined she would achieve the top spot and was momentarily at a loss. "Come on, Linger, speak up," Anbai urged, her eyes sparkling with curiosity, knowing their master would surely grant it. I wish for the master to love me once more." Upon uttering these words, Li Linger wished to vanish into the pile of corpses, her face burning crimson. The 4 girls were momentarily stunned before erupting into playful teasing, exclaiming how adept Li Linger was at charming the master, revealing they had underestimated her. Tang Zhe was also surprised but embraced Li Linger, wrapping his arm around her waist. "Very well." Li Linger buried her head in Tang Zhe's chest, even as it became stained with blood. This sensation felt akin to descending into hell, yet knowing he would accompany her, despite having known each other for merely a day, it felt as though they had traversed a lifetime together. He was indeed the man who could alter the course of one's existence. Encounters with a girl like Li Linger were undoubtedly pleasurable for Tang Zhe, yet fairness must be maintained. That night, Tang Zhe replenished 3 of his energy reserves, leaving the girls utterly fatigued, unable to lift a finger. A beam of blinding sunlight caused Tang Zhe to frown as he instinctively turned over. Moments later, he abruptly opened his eyes, taking in the familiar yet strange bedroom, along with the sunlight streaming through the window. It felt as if he had returned to a time before the apocalypse, when he still had to rise to deliver takeout. Raising his hand to touch the sunlight, he thought it felt no different than before. Had the apocalypse truly passed him by? A sudden gunshot made him pause. He rose and approached the window, observing the street littered with corpses, and could faintly see shadowy figures lurking around the villa. Sun Ting was firing her weapon, stretching his slightly sore neck. He recalled the previous night's lack of rest, having worked tirelessly until just after 7 in the morning, and now it was already 4 in the afternoon. Descending the stairs, he found Li Linger cooking, Xiaobai assisting with the chopping, while Yi Qingyi and Ximeng were busy loading magazines, each with clearly defined roles. "You all rose so early. Aren't you tired?" Tang Zhe teased as he reached the bottom of the stairs. The girls exchanged pitiful glances, acknowledging their unfortunate fates, fearing they might one day collapse from exhaustion. Just then, Sun Ting pushed the door open, a gust of frigid air sweeping in, causing Tang Zhe to shiver. Despite the sun shining outside, it felt colder than the previous night. "What's the temperature now?" "Below 20 degrees, I believe." Sun Ting exhaled a cloud of breath. It was much warmer inside, as the outside air was frigid and windy. Ximeng sighed, "I suspect it will drop to -40 tonight." "Will that even allow us to survive?" Anbai lamented, glancing down at her attire, a mere tank top, exposing half of her figure. Yi Qingyi, focused on loading magazines, furrowed her brow, and Tang Zhe understood her concern that he had initially planned to set off for Yunhai City that day, and indeed, they were already prepared to do so. "Get ready." We're heading to Yunhai City, Tang Zhe announced, giving Yi Qingyi a gentle pat on the head that he was resolute in fulfilling his promises. As expected, upon hearing Tang Zhe's intention to depart, Yi Qingyi's face lit up with a smile. Thank you. I prefer a thank you accompanied by action. Yi Qingyi immediately leaped forward, wrapping her arms around Tang Zhe's neck and bestowing a sweet kiss upon him. This, of course, elicited playful jeers from the other girls. Sun Ting exclaimed, looks like Yi has found a new love. This remark sent Yi Qingyi chasing after her in playful embarrassment. With their numbers increasing, Tang Zhe decided to upgrade their vehicle. It needed to be comfortable, ideally with a large bed. Before long, he settled on a camper van with a two-story design, featuring an apocalyptic aesthetic. It was equipped with tracks and fully automated driving capabilities. The interior was luxuriously appointed, with the first floor serving as a lounge complete with an entertainment room, tea room, and even a KTV. The second floor was transformed into a spacious bedroom, capable of accommodating 20 more girls comfortably. It was a veritable fortress for the apocalypse. When such a vehicle stood before them, Li Linger marveled at whether Tang Zhe possessed a pocket like Doraemon's. It was astonishing. The other girls seemed unfazed, having grown accustomed to the wonders that surrounded Tang Zhe. Although they were indeed amazed by the sight of the camper, once inside, they shed their down jackets and reveled in the warmth within by flopping onto the soft carpet and rolling about. It feels just like traveling. Indeed, while others are merely surviving, we are thriving, Sun Ting reflected, grateful for that fateful day when she had knocked on Tang Zhe's door. A divine opportunity for survival had been bestowed upon her. Chapter 96. It snowed. If heaven were to grant another opportunity, I would still choose to knock on that life-saving door. It is not solely Sun Ting who harbors such sentiments, and Bai and Yi Qingyi share similar feelings. Were it not for Tang Zhe, these remarkably beautiful girls might now be uncertain of their survival, perhaps even devoured by misfortune. Let us embark. With a resounding roar, the broad tracks began to move, crushing the lifeless bodies beneath. One might have anticipated a slight jolt within the vehicle, yet it glided over the ground with ease. After all, the weight of the vehicle is unparalleled. It far exceeds that of a mere golden Maybach, approaching the heft of a tank, and the ordinary concrete road crumbled under its pressure. In no time, blood and flesh adhered to the tracks, the bodies crushed into the ground, utterly immovable against this steel behemoth. Witnessing such a spectacle, Tang Zhe mused that this contraption should have been utilized long ago. It is superior to smaller vehicles, albeit a bit slower. With 2 streaks of blood marking its path, the vehicle exited the villa district, disregarding the parked cars along the way, which were simply rammed aside. Wow, impressive! Xiaobai exclaimed, clapping her hands with childlike exuberance. Ximeng was taken aback, realizing she was no match for Tang Zhe. Fortunately, her beauty afforded her some measure of security. As they approached the highway, traversing the city, the sight of this colossal machine rendered onlookers dumbfounded. How could such a thing exist? They could vaguely discern figures seated inside. On the streets, many stood, pointing and murmuring towards Tang Zhe. My heavens, is that an RV modification? How fierce! It seems there are girls inside, and they have stunning figures. What use is that? The disaster has passed. Exactly, it's merely a bit chilly now. Rescue will arrive shortly. You killed 2 people last night, surely, you'll be caught and executed. A man nearby paled. No one anticipated the sun would shine today, and the thought of having taken lives last night weighed heavily upon him. Tang Zhe reclined on the soft sofa as the famous star Li Linger massaged his shoulders. Bai brought over freshly cut fruit, while Yi Qingyi and Sun Ting sat on either side, now feeding him with their mouths rather than hands. Each morsel was accompanied by a deep kiss, leaving Yi Qingyi and Sun Ting enraptured. Why is everyone idle? What are you doing standing in the street? And Bai inquired, placing the fruit platter down with curiosity. Ximeng chuckled, playfully tapping Tang Zhe's leg. They probably think the apocalypse is over and fear getting caught if they continue with their violence. Indeed, look at those men, they are shadows of their former selves, devoid of yesterday's madness, Li Linger remarked, observing the thugs seated on the street, their knives abandoned, lost in a daze. Suddenly, a thud reverberated from the vehicle. The screen shifted to camera mode, revealing someone throwing stones at the left rear of the car. Thud, thud, thud. With the first stone came the second. Not only were stones hurled, but everything within reach was cast towards them. Tang Zhe remarked nonchalantly, jealousy distorts one's visage. Linger, please handle this. Understood. She leaned down to plant a kiss on Tang Zhe before retrieving a firearm from beside her. A man in his 30s attempted to wedge a garbage bin beneath the tracks, hoping to immobilize them, yet such an endeavor was naively futile. Suddenly, the rear door of the vehicle began to rise, momentarily stunning the men chasing them. As white high-heeled shoes came into view, their expressions shifted to delight. With the door fully raised, long, fair legs appeared, clad in a white fitted skirt, exuding an explosive allure. However, upon sighting the gun's muzzle, their excitement dulled, and upon recognizing her face, they seemed to forget the weapon entirely, captivated instead by her beauty. How familiar she looked. Gazing at a nearby massive poster, they realized the girl bore an uncanny resemblance to the one portrayed. Is that Li Linger? My heavens, it truly is Li Linger. Quick, capture her. Li Linger, having overheard, initially intended to fire a warning shot to deter them, yet she was taken aback by their audacity in pursuing her. Without hesitation, she raised her weapon and began firing. In an instant, the men chasing the vehicle were all struck down, and those throwing objects ceased their actions. There was a gun. An automatic rifle, no less. Such an apocalyptic RV was indeed extraordinary, and all present fell silent. Li Linger scanned the onlookers coldly, conveying with her gaze that while she had no desire to kill, they should not provoke her. As the door descended, those by the roadside breathed a sigh of relief. TCH, killing so many, she'll surely be captured and face dire consequences. Yes, we should report her. What could she possibly do? At that moment, the sun suddenly dimmed as a cloud drifted overhead. Some despondent men looked up at the sky, their vacant eyes gradually regaining color. Suddenly, one man erupted into maniacal laughter. Excellent, the apocalypse is far from over, ha ha, I won't be held accountable. Just moments ago, someone claimed I was finished, I'll cleave you in two. Brother, please, no, In an instant, the city, which had seemingly returned to normalcy, plunged back into chaos, with some rushing home in panic. Observing the scene before him, Tangze felt indifferent, while a vehicle charged towards him with fierce intent, seemingly intent on forcing him to a halt. It was merely an egg colliding with a boulder. Just before impact, the driver leaped from the vehicle, yet the car was crushed beneath the tracks, which were mightier than a tank. However, more vehicles began to encircle them. These individuals understood that seizing this vehicle meant survival. Yet all their efforts were in vain. Only if the path ahead was obstructed could they halt this apocalyptic RV's advance. Suddenly, a snowflake floated against the glass. It's snowing, Shi Meng murmured. Ah! A chorus of screams erupted on the streets, as those who had been vibrant moments ago succumbed to the snowflakes, twitching before collapsing lifelessly. And Bai, surveying the surrounding chaos, murmured, I told you, it couldn't possibly be over so soon. Alas, this is merely the beginning, Sun Ting replied with resignation. Bang, 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 there came a series of knocks. The group glanced in the rearview mirror to see 3 or 4 girls, undeterred by the falling snow, pursuing the vehicle and arriving at the door. One could not deny the instinct for survival had unleashed their latent potential. Open the door, let us in. Please, brother, take us with you. Don't leave me behind. I'll do anything. Yet inside the vehicle, they could not hear the pleas. All that was visible were their anxious faces, while Tangze regarded them with indifference. Boarding, there were stringent criteria, they must possess beauty akin to Li Lingers. Regrettably, apart from their youth, they offered nothing of worth. Chapter 97 Ecloudsi University. Several young girls understood that if they failed to board this vehicle, despair would await them, leading to a fate worse than death. They felt it wiser to take a gamble. After all, deep down, the girls recognized their worth as commodities, coveted by men. However, this time, their gamble proved erroneous. Not all men would open the door for them. As the first girl stumbled, she inadvertently caused the others to fall, the relentless tracks crushing their bodies beneath them. Rather than being painfully suffocated by the snowflakes, this demise was swifter. Tangze cast a glance at the girls and remarked nonchalantly, if you wish to exhibit kindness, you may disembark and exchange places. Only a fool would entertain such notions, yet it was evident that the glimmer of disdain in his eyes had displeased Tangze. It was imperative to appease the master. This instance replenished one of the energy reservoir. The vehicle had now reached the entrance of the highway. However, it was too wide and too tall, and the entryway was choked with vehicles fleeing for their lives, their occupants already deceased. How on earth are we supposed to get through? And Bai lay on Tangze's chest, drawing circles, while Yi Qingyi leaned against the other side, effectively monopolizing his attention. Tangze rose with a smile, declaring, allow me to perform a little magic for you. Here we go again, but this time, you must close your eyes and refrain from peeking. The girls obediently shut their beautiful eyes, yet their curiosity prompted them to steal glances, eager to discover the outcome. Cheating, are we? Turn around. Oh dear, the girls protested, their voices akin to a chorus of 5 playful kittens. Before the unsparing Tangze, they ultimately complied and turned away. Tangze directed his gaze at the toll booth, which began to sway and, in an instant, collapsed. After completing the feat, he sank onto the sofa, feeling dizzy. While telekinetic abilities were indeed formidable, they proved taxing when applied to such a grand endeavor. Master, are you unwell? Noticing Tangze's sudden weakness, the girls became anxious, fearing for his well-being, for without him, their own lives would be forfeit. Tangze, witnessing their concerned expressions, couldn't help but chuckle. I'm not dead yet, why the long faces? You scared us to death. Yi Qingyi playfully swatted him, while the others patted their chests, still reeling from the sight of Tangze's pallid complexion. However, when the girls gazed upon the ruins of the toll booth, their mouths formed perfect O's. What kind of magic was this? Where had the toll booth gone? This was extraordinary, astonishing to the point of leaving no room for others to survive. Women are inherently drawn to the strong. In this moment, their admiration for Tangze solidified. Anyone who dared to harm him would be threatening their very lives. Master, you seem quite weak. Would you like to drink my blood for sustenance? And Bai offered, her heart aching for him, ready to sacrifice herself for her master. We could do that now. Gazing at the 5 exquisite faces before him, Tangze teased, what is this? Have you all fallen for me? The girls froze, their cheeks tinged with a rosy hue. Master, you truly are full of yourself. Indeed, our self-important master. Listening to their playful banter, Tangze felt a sense of vitality. Previously, he had been accompanied only by solitude, but now, with their presence, life seemed far less dismal, although he ought to remind himself not to be too self-deprecating. As the apocalyptic RV crushed vehicles in its path, it sped directly onto the highway, reaching a maximum speed of 60. The distance from Huashan City to Yunhai City spans 512 kilometers. Under normal circumstances, this journey would take 5 to 6 hours, but at this pace, it would require at least an additional 3 hours. Coupled with the occasional traffic jams on the highway, Tangze anticipated that they would need over 10 hours to reach Yunhai City. It was now 7 in the evening, and the earth was cloaked in a blanket of white snow, with an expected arrival time of 6 or 7 the following morning. As they refreshed their energy reserves, the group gathered to play cards, accompanied by the live rendition of Li Linger's melodious voice. However, Tang Ze would remark that the most enchanting melody came from Li Linger on the bed, capable of stirring one's very soul. It's your turn to draw a card, reminded Shimeng Dada. Oh, Yi Qingyi replied, still appearing rather distracted. Sun Ting played a 5 of stripes. Yesterday the rain ceased, and there were a few areas that became hotspots for robbery, with the university being one of them. Though there are no supplies, it is filled with young and beautiful girls. Indeed, those brutes have a penchant for that. 9 of stripes, Shimeng scoffed, expressing her disdain for men who prey on women. What, you mean Tang Ze has also taken part? Shimeng retorted, asserting that their masteress allure attracted willingly. As everyone present was a voluntary participant, Tang Ze casually drew a card and remarked, you needn't frighten her. If something were to happen, there would be little we could do. Yi Qingyi's eyes instantly glistened with tears. Shimeng and Sun Ting exchanged glances with Tang Ze, realizing that this was indeed a frightful statement, one that could bring her to tears. Tang Ze gently patted Yi Qingyi's hand. Do not cry, as long as your niece is alive, I shall ensure her safety. Yaya is certainly still alive, she is very clever, and quite beautiful as well, and Bai subtly added with a mischievous grin. Shimeng flicked her finger at him. Xiao Bai, are you planning to drive again? Oh dear, not at all, I wouldn't dream of it, I'm hardly an experienced driver. Master, I want some milk, he replied, his lips twitching in a grin. Tang Ze rolled his eyes. Go fetch it yourself, it's in the cupboard. I don't want a small straw, I want a big one. Sun Ting, who was sipping water, nearly spat it out, causing Li Linger's singing to falter, leading to an eruption of laughter. And Bai, hands on his hips, exclaimed, what are you all laughing at? It's really annoying. Master, you're laughing along too. Suddenly, Tang Ze felt the RVS speed diminish. Looking ahead, he observed an array of vehicles blocking the road. At this rate, they would likely not reach Yunhai City by morning. It seemed necessary to make some modifications to the vehicle, installing a triangular shovel to clear the obstructing cars without reducing speed. Stop for a moment, I need to install something. Although unbothered by the snow, Tang Ze donned his protective gear. The girls curiously peered out of the vehicle, wondering what their master intended to install. Upon seeing the massive triangular shovel in front, they instantly understood the impressive capability of remote manipulation. Equipped with this apparatus, they could indeed activate a mode of unrestrained acceleration, as not even the thickest snow could hinder the RVS advance. One could simply describe it in 3 words. Utterly formidable. At this juncture, the temperature had plummeted to -30 degrees, a veritable death sentence for southerners. Some areas that hadn't lost power could withstand it, but it was merely a matter of time before they succumbed. Furthermore, as night deepened, temperatures were likely to dip to -40 degrees. Yunhai University, a prestigious 985 institution, ranks among the finest in the nation. Graduates from this esteemed establishment typically secure desirable employment, and for students from the south, gaining admission to Yunhai University guarantees a future free from worry regarding sustenance or clothing. However, the current students at Yunhai University now grapple with concerns over food and clothing. Chapter 98, Teacher Chu. In the initial stages, the teachers at the school organized the students to face the inclement weather in a relatively orderly manner. However, as the food dwindled day by day and the water supply diminished, everyone's patience began to wear thin, and a sense of agitation spread among the individuals. The spark that ignited the situation was a statement made by a girl. Why don't you boys go out and find something? Are you going to leave it to us girls to scavenge for food? Are you not men? Do you lack even a shred of courage? As soon as those words were uttered, they ignited a fury among the boys, resulting in a violent confrontation where one was left battered and bruised. This incident rendered all the girls hesitant to speak out. Observing the girls' fear and their reliance on them, the boys grew increasingly bold, especially towards the girls they had once admired, leading to a gradual deterioration of the situation. Nevertheless, it remained more civilized than in some other neighborhoods, still at the stage of food temptation rather than outright violence, though many girls were secretly engaging in transactions with the boys. As the temperature plummeted and the rain ceased, numerous individuals rushed into the school, targeting the young girls. The boys, naturally unwilling to relent, found themselves in a brutal confrontation. The casualties among the boys were severe, and many girls were forcibly taken away. Coupled with the dire weather conditions, a pervasive sense of mortality loomed over all, as they feared perishing in their prime. The subtle allure of food had transformed into overt demands. Yet, not all boys crossed their moral boundaries. Some steadfastly upheld their principles, striving to protect the girls from harm. However, such boys were few. The leader among them was a sophomore named Su Fu, a kind-hearted and honest boy from the countryside, who had toiled diligently since the onset of the apocalypse. Unable to tolerate the behavior of some boys, he had parted ways with those who sought to exploit the situation. What this parting entailed was merely a relocation from the library to the indoor basketball court. Fortunately, the power had not yet gone out, allowing them to temporarily escape the cold. Su Fu, Gao Shengtian and his gang will inevitably come for us. Our numbers are dwindling, remarked Zhang Shan, Su Fu's dormitory mate. Their dormitory had already suffered losses, with 2 of their brothers killed outside when the rain stopped. Originally a group of over 100, now only about 30 boys remained, alongside over 20 injured, tasked with protecting more than 100 girls. Su Fu, with his dark skin and calloused hands from years of laboring in the fields, was much stronger than his peers. Zhang Shan, hailing from Huasher City, was passionate about fitness and possessed a formidable physique. Together, they formed the core strength of their group. Su Fu glanced toward the girls tending to the wounded, their spirits visibly low, yet everyone gritted their teeth in hope for rescue. But after so many days, the prospect of a rescue team seemed a mere figment of their imagination. Teacher Chu, I can't drink any more water. I am beyond saving, a voice suddenly broke through, prompting Su Fu and Zhang Shan to rush over. A boy lay there, his arm severed, the wound hastily bound with a girl's undergarment to staunch the bleeding. His face was pale, clearly suffering from significant blood loss. Nearby, Teacher Chu, the most beloved teacher among the boys of Yunhai, radiated elegance and gentleness, her eyes as clear as a tranquil lake, her skin still fair despite the harsh conditions. Stop speaking nonsense. You will survive. Teacher Chu admonished sternly, but the boy smiled weakly at her before slowly closing his eyes, gripping a bottle of mineral water tightly. Chu noticed the surrounding girls beginning to weep. Teacher Chu, there are many mats in the warehouse. We can move them. Xia Mingyue rushed over, but upon seeing the boy's lifeless body, her previously hopeful expression turned to one of rigidity. Taking a deep breath, Chu rose and addressed the girls, all female students, come over and help move things. The girls, unwilling to align themselves with Cao Xingtian's unscrupulous ways, rallied to assist, aware that the boys needed rest to continue protecting them. They understood that by helping with logistics, they could ensure their own safety. Teacher Chu, we are here to help you, Su Fu offered. Chu shook her head, no need, we girls must also contribute. We cannot always be a burden to you. Indeed, we have hands and feet, you all should rest well, Xia Mingyue chimed in, her bold demeanor endearing her to the boys, who preferred her approachable nature over that of the aloof school beauty. Su Fu chose not to press the matter further. After a day of conflict, the boys indeed needed rest. Thank you, Teacher Chu, Xia Mingyue suddenly called out to the girls, sisters, we can also take up arms and fight those beasts. We cannot always rely on the boys for protection. The girls were momentarily taken aback, pondering how they could possibly contend with the men, who could easily overpower them. Many had come seeking aid, yet here was someone stepping forth to act as a hero. At least 30 girls shared this sentiment, yet over 10 stepped forward to support Xia Mingyue, while others offered to care for the wounded, with one even claiming to have twisted her ankle. All right, we are all volunteers. No one will be forced, Chu interjected, keen to prevent discord at such a critical juncture. The girls respected Chu's authority, recognizing her as their only teacher. When they were alone, Chu quietly addressed Xia Mingyue, what you said earlier may have inadvertently upset the boys. Ha! I intended to assist them, Xia Mingyue quickly explained, perplexed as to how her words could have been misconstrued. But how did the other girls react after you spoke? Their expressions in the boys' eyes, what does their sacrifice amount to? Human emotions are complex. Hearing Teacher Chu's words, Xia Mingyue suddenly understood that her good intentions had led to unintended consequences. I'm sorry, I didn't think it through. However, you are correct. The girls indeed need to take up arms. Chu's gentle gaze grew serious. At this stage, she recognized that only by being fiercer than the men could they ensure their survival. Xia Mingyue nodded, pulling out her phone, but the screen displayed no signal. What had become of her aunt? Was she safe? Were her parents well? Her aunt said that her husband would come to rescue her. Why had no one appeared even after the rain ceased? Chu sensed Xia Mingyue's distress, fearing for her aunt's well-being, especially after yesterday's events, which only reinforced her grim outlook. Those beasts, willing to slaughter for the sake of women, had crossed into their university, employing methods that were utterly appalling. Chapter 99 of the Aloof School Bell. Teacher Chu, when can we return to the past? Murmured Xia Mingyue, her head bowed. At times, she truly felt on the brink of collapse, wishing to dash into the snow and rain to end it all. Living had become more burdensome than death itself. Chu Lu offered a faint smile and placed her hand gently on Xia Mingyue's delicate shoulder. It belonged. Seeing Teacher Chu's smile, Xia Mingyue nodded, wiping the corners of her eyes before she went to fetch some mats. Chu Lu sighed softly, her heart filled with unanswerable questions. Could they truly return to the way things were? It felt as though yesterday had marked an end. Everyone believed the calamity had passed and that salvation would soon arrive. But who could have anticipated the snowfall? There were even some boys cheering, reveling in their newfound freedom, behaving like unrestrained beasts rather than civilized beings. Suddenly, the lights on the court flickered out. Everyone froze in confusion, and Su Fu shouted, "Don't panic, I'll go check the circuit breaker." With that, he took Jiang Shan with him to investigate, yet, a vigilant boy called out, "The library hasn't lost power." Su Fu swiftly ascended the stairs and peered out the window. Indeed, the library remained illuminated. Soon, Jiang Shan returned. "The circuit breaker is fine. I fear it was Gao Shengtian. He had cut the power, intending to freeze them alive." The heating had already been insufficient, and now, without electricity, not a trace of warmth remained. Just moments passed, and the temperature inside plummeted. Chu Lu and Xia Mingyue illuminated their phones to navigate. Chu Lu inquired, "Did the circuit trip?" Teacher Chu, "No, it's likely that bastard Gao Shengtian's doing," Jiang Shan replied, striking the wall in frustration, his teeth gritting from the pain. Chu Lu glanced at the students, then called out, "Everyone, let us move to the nearby storage room. There are plenty of mats we can use for warmth." Some girls were inadequately dressed, merely donning a light jacket, now trembling as they clasped their arms around themselves, their resolve wavering. The thought crossed their minds, if they offered their bodies, they could secure food and warmth, avoiding the bitter cold and suffering. Why had they followed along back then? Now, returning was impossible. It wasn't just one girl pondering this, at least half of the girls present regretted their decisions. After all, in terms of survival, spending a night with a boy wouldn't lead to death. One by one, they trickled into the storage room. Even the injured were carried inside, but it was evident to the discerning eye that most would not survive until dawn. "Everyone, huddle close, it will help keep us warm," Chu Lu urged, knowing they could only rely on each other for heat. Just then, Su Fu burst in, carrying a bundle of wooden sticks, a gust of icy air following him like a knife against the skin. "I knocked together some chairs for firewood, it should help reduce the chill." Chu Lu immediately interjected, "No, our space is too confined, and there is no ventilation, we'll suffocate." "Then what about going outside?" suggested Jiang Shan. A girl whispered, "It's even colder outside, a bit of firewood won't provide any warmth." Su Fu wanted to assist everyone through this ordeal, but in such frigid conditions, was there truly no other solution? Shall we just go over there? After a lengthy silence, a girl finally murmured, genuinely unwilling to freeze to death here. The boys frowned deeply. One hot-tempered lad retorted, "You were the ones insisting on staying away. Now you want to go back? What was the point of my comrade's sacrifice? Who was it that declared they wouldn't allow those beasts to insult them? And now, just because it's a bit cold, you're willing to let them have their way? This is utterly ridiculous." The boys were indignant, feeling it was a grave injustice to protect these ingrates. Su Fu barked, "Enough of the noise." Instantly, silence enveloped the group. Everyone has their aspirations. "I, Su Fu, will not force anyone to stay. If you wish to go over there, then by all means." A girl stood up, calling out, "Who will join me? Rather than freezing to death here, let us go. We could barter our bodies for warmth." "I'll go with you," came a soft voice from a frail girl who raised her hand. "I'll go too," chimed in another girl with long hair, her head bowed low. The boys scoffed. It was this long-haired girl who had previously proclaimed her defiance against tyranny, yet now, she was already surrendering before any confrontation ensued. Gradually, over 40 girls chose to venture forth, yet many still opted to remain behind, resolute in their refusal to allow those beasts to lay a finger on them, even if it meant freezing to death. The departing girls began to craft tools. After all, it was snowing outside, not merely raining, and they needed to be adequately protected, or else they would perish. These girls dismantled numerous cardboard boxes, planning to use them as shields atop their heads and to cover their bodies, ensuring they wouldn't get soaked by the snow. They fashioned makeshift footwear from plastic or metal buckets, taking advantage of the relatively shallow snow. If they didn't act now, they might miss their chance by morning. Inside the storage room, Xia Mingwei watched as those girls stepped out one by one, unafraid of death, driven solely by the will to survive. Suddenly, the frail girl stumbled and collapsed, her body hitting the ground. Xia Mingwei covered her mouth, having shared a decent rapport with her. Sure enough, in mere seconds, the girl began to convulse, as if seized by an epileptic fit, and she ceased to breathe shortly thereafter. "What are you all standing there for? If you don't want to end up like her, hurry and leave." With the lead girl's rallying cry, the others began to stir. The 300-meter trek had already claimed one casualty. Although the library was somewhat chilly, it still offered warmth and was within tolerable limits. At least 300 individuals had gathered inside the library, comprising 100 boys and 200 girls. Originally, there had been more boys, but many had perished. "Quick, look, those people are coming back!" shouted a girl, her voice laced with mockery. Everyone rushed to the windows to get a glimpse. "What a joke! Why act so tough? Aren't you all just going to come over and face the music, right, Shango?" she taunted, turning to curry favor with Gao Shengtian, but Gao Shengtian merely shoved her away, coldly retorting, "Get lost. If you come any closer, I'll toss you outside." The girl hurriedly retreated, watching Gao Shengtian stride over to another girl, her heart brimming with envy. Even in this apocalypse, he still wore that aloof expression. Only Gao Shengtian could pull off such a demeanor. Any other man would have acted differently. By the bookshelf, a girl was quietly searching for books, her delicate features reflecting a calm demeanor that starkly contrasted with the other girls, as if she were simply visiting the library for a leisurely read, unaffected by the turmoil outside. All the girls knew that while Xia Mingwei was the belle of the commoners, Lu Yudi was the aloof school flower, hailing from a wealthy family, her chariot a Bentley GT.